Today, the first case of a zombie deer virus has been detected in the M country, prompting the National Control Center to advise residents to test their game before consumption. Citizens are urged not to panic. According to reports, the temperature will continue to rise in the coming days, and residents are advised to take precautions against heat and limit outdoor activities. Another heat wave warning. With temperatures soaring and intermittent power outages, how are we supposed to endure this? The news broadcast elicited loud complaints from two middle-aged women. Before them stood a girl with delicate features. Anuo held a gift in her hand, feeling slightly dizzy from the heat wave. Upon seeing the news report, she inexplicably sensed an impending apocalypse. She slapped her forehead to shake off the thought, realizing she had been watching too many movies and indulging in wild fantasies. Annie, we could buy a small generator. It would help keep the air conditioning running at home, she suggested, wiping the sweat from her brow with a smile. For this road trip, she had purchased a solar-powered generator. That contraption is quite expensive. We common folks rarely find a use for it. The aunt waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sparkling as she continued to entice Anuo. Little girl, you've already received your gift, and you cannot return it. Though it appears small, it is our latest model, unavailable on the market. She continued to promote the electronic communication watch Anuo was holding, determined to make a sale. The sweltering heat had dampened business, and they were eager to capitalize on any customer. This gift, Anuo picked up the electronic watch priced at 30 yuan, feeling somewhat helpless. With summer vacation approaching, she had decided to embark on a nationwide RV trip, leading her to purchase supplies here. Who would have thought she would be persuaded by these two aunts to buy 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour under the pretext of receiving a free phone? As a naive and uninformed university student, she unwittingly agreed to the purchase under their persistent persuasion. Indeed, she was still quite young and inexperienced. Look, a smartwatch counts as a phone, doesn't it? Exactly, it can make calls. The two aunts hurriedly coaxed, fearing their hard-earned money would slip away. Their reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Fine then. After a moment, Anuo sighed, her delicate face etched with resignation. She could always find a place to store the items if she ended up in an isolated area and finish her instant food. Having rice would still be beneficial. Upon hearing her acquiescence, the aunts beamed with delight. Oh, and please grab me 100 packs of pickled vegetables, Anuo exclaimed, eyeing the pickled vegetables on display. Rice paired with pickled vegetables would make for a delightful meal. All right, dear girl. The aunts nearly beamed with joy, especially since the recent scorching weather had deterred most shoppers, making their own situation quite difficult. Dear girl, you've been coming to the market frequently. What are you planning to do? One aunt inquired as she packed the goods. I'm going on a road trip, so I'm gathering supplies for the journey, Anuo replied cheerfully. Venturing out in this heat? I hadn't anticipated such a prolonged heat wave when I made my plans. I had nearly prepared everything, Anuo thought bitterly. She had made her decision last month and never imagined the recent temperatures would consistently exceed 40 degrees. Besides, she was graduating next year, and if she didn't travel this year, she feared she might never have the opportunity again. It sounds like your journey will be quite arduous. The aunt was perplexed by these young people who prefer to venture outside in such sweltering conditions they would much rather hide indoors. Anuo chuckled softly, but chose not to respond further. Fortunately, she had a solar-powered generator in her vehicle, which would allow her to enjoy air conditioning during the trip. Annie, they'll have a delivery service bring these items to me. I must be on my way, she said after paying. She intended to visit the supermarket to procure additional supplies, as it was best to avoid shopping in the oppressive heat during her upcoming travels. All right, dear girl, the aunt said, her face beaming with joy as she accepted the payment. Anuo took a taxi directly to the largest supermarket in the city. Pushing her shopping cart, Anuo couldn't help but lament how hot the weather was, as the supermarket was less crowded than usual. However, it was far more comfortable than a market, with air conditioning to allow for a leisurely browse. She headed straight for the shelves, her eyes sparkling with delight at the array of products. Her greatest aspiration in life was to travel across the country. Therefore, she had spent a significant portion of her savings for this trip, knowing that opportunities like this might be few and far between in the future. Consequently, she spared no expense when it came to purchasing supplies. Sanitary napkins, she said as she reached the daily necessities section, indulging in a shopping spree. 2 boxes. And toilet paper could not be overlooked. She was quite the paper aficionado. 2 boxes. Grapes. These spoil quickly, so just one bunch will do. She also grabbed hot pot ingredients, snacks, drinks, everything she could desire. It was as if she had plunged into a sea of shopping, overwhelmed by the exhilarating thrill of acquisition. It was not until her phone rang that she reluctantly paused. The vast, desolate horizon. Picking up her phone, her eyes brightened upon seeing the caller ID. "Sha Qingzhou," she exclaimed, her tone noticeably lighter upon uttering his name. "The delivery boy has brought your items. I've placed them in your car," came the warm male voice from the other end, like a gentle stream flowing into her heart. "Thank you," Anuo replied, her smile radiant. She and Sha Qingzhou had grown up together, attending the same elementary school. Sha Qingzhou was an orphan, known for his steady demeanor, and had supported and encouraged her through the years following her parents' passing. Without him by her side, she would have struggled immensely. "Between us, there's no need for thanks," he chuckled softly on the phone, his voice deep and magnetic, causing Anuo to momentarily lose herself in its allure. No wonder the girls in her department claimed that Sha Qingzhou was not only handsome, but also possessed a voice that could bewitch the heart. However, Anuo reminded herself to remain grounded. She quickly shook her head. No matter how attractive he was, he could only be a friend. "Where are you now? Should I pick you up?" "No need. Just wait for me. They'll be back shortly." Anuo hung up, a mischievous smile forming on her face. With all her supplies still in disarray, the arrival of free labor was perfectly timed. Thinking this, she quickly hailed a taxi back to the school's parking lot. As soon as she stepped out of the car, her eyes were momentarily dazzled. A tall figure in white stood before her vehicle, his posture upright and elegant. Upon seeing his face, Anuo couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Gorgeous." As if sensing her gaze, Sha Qingzhou turned his head and flashed a smile, pulling Anuo deeper into the realm of infatuation. His fair skin, delicate features, high nose, a small mole on the tip, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and alluring thin lips. His slightly tousled black hair danced in the wind, exuding an irresistible charm that ignited desire and imagination. The title of Fox Spirit truly suited Sha Qingzhou. "What are you doing standing here?" His clear voice, laced with a low chuckle, snapped the girl back to reality. "I was just thinking, Zhou, why does a handsome man like you have to be so captivating? It leaves me utterly spellbound every time," she replied, lifting her head and boldly addressing her momentary lapse in composure. "Perhaps if you didn't avoid me, and we met more often, you would grow accustomed to it," Sha Qingzhou said, his enchanting eyes revealing a world of charm as he chuckled softly, taking the items from her hands. "Such heavy items. Allow me to assist you." "That rascal. You always imply something deeper in merely trying to avoid unnecessary trouble." Chapter 2. Sha Qingzhou and Anuo murmured softly, feeling somewhat guilty. Ever since she entered university, she had indeed seen little of Sha Qingzhou. After all, one was the handsome heartthrob of a university, a prodigy in finance, while the other was merely an ordinary female student. To call them friends would be met with disbelief by those around them. Furthermore, exposing their relationship could lead to various troubles that she wished to avoid, not wanting her life to be disrupted once more. Moreover, looking at the man before her, with whom she had shared 13 years, she was acutely aware that if things continued down this path, it would be hard not to develop feelings for him. Yet her rational mind insisted that such a man could never belong to her. Rather than risk falling deeper and potentially losing him forever, it would be wiser to take a step back and maintain a friendly relationship. However, these words dimmed the man into Appo's gaze. "Trouble? I want to let your boyfriend know." He spoke softly, emphasizing the word boyfriend, his heart feeling as though it was being tightly gripped, his complexion paling slightly. He had merely attended an exchange meeting, only to return to the news of her having a boyfriend. During this time, he often pondered whether, had he not gone to that meeting and had he insisted on not concealing their friendship, they might not have drifted apart so significantly. I'll introduce you to him another day. His name is Lin Yi, and he is a truly kind person." And Nua's thoughts returned to her boyfriend, and a smile graced her face. After losing her parents, she had become particularly sensitive to the kindness around her. Lin Yi had saved her, prompting her to give him a chance after he pursued her for a while. Since their relationship was still new, she had refrained from introducing Xiao Qingzhou to Lin Yi. The man's eyes darkened once more, his thin lips pressed together as he took his belongings into the RV. You should go in first. It's too hot outside. Xiao Qingzhou disliked hearing that man's name from her lips. That name was truly grating. Oh, all right. Anuo noticed his change of topic, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he was upset because she hadn't introduced Lin Yi to him right away? The two fell into a slight silence inside the vehicle, which made Anuo uneasy. Ever since the exchange meeting, she had sensed something strange about Xiao Qingzhou. However, he remained silent, leaving her unsure of how to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, she attempted to lighten the mood. So, what do you think of my little car? Xiao Qingzhou's warm gaze momentarily regained focus as he noticed the worried yet hesitant expression in the girl's eyes, causing his heart to clench. He had come to find her, not to burden Anuo with his own worries. Never mind. Since that Lin Yi has appeared, I will find a way to drive him away. Don't worry. I've merely been thinking about your solo travels. I'm a bit concerned. He smiled, his peach blossom eyes noticing the girl's disheveled hair by her ear, extending his long fingers to tuck it behind her ear. The cold sensation brushing against her skin caused Anuo to momentarily freeze. What was wrong with him? Such a simple gesture seemed so enchanting. Ajo, you're so alluring. Please refrain from such actions in the future. She sighed, pushing away his icy hand and grumbling softly. Really? Even an 80-year-old grandmother wouldn't be able to escape the allure of this man's beauty. It was well known that the elderly woman next door, at the age of 80, had been utterly captivated by his looks, attempting multiple times to set him up with someone. Hearing this, the man's hand stiffened for a moment, his lashes casting a shadow over his eyes as he chuckled softly. I understand. Though his smile was present, an undercurrent of profound sadness lingered in his tone, making Anuo feel a twinge of guilt. Had she perhaps been too serious? All right. Don't worry. The security is quite good here. She lowered her voice. What if I accompany you? The man's voice tightened, his beautiful peach blossom eyes fixated on her. Absolutely not. Anuo felt her cheeks flush. Facing such a handsome face daily would be an insurmountable challenge for her. Stay strong, Anuo. You have a boyfriend. But I worry that you might encounter danger while traveling alone. Xiao Qingzhou's eyes remained locked onto the girl before him, a deep sense of unease washing over him after 13 years together, as if she might fly away at any moment. Her tousled hair framed her sparkling peach blossom eyes, revealing his vulnerability, causing Anuo's heart to constrict. Ever since losing her parents, she had understood Xiao Qingzhou's fragility, and they had always guarded one another. Could it be that her recent actions regarding her boyfriend had led to his current despondency and silence? Ajo, don't worry. I'll be fine. We will always be family, she promised softly. The man's lips parted slightly, and after a long silence, he nodded, his gaze regaining warmth and determination. No matter what happens, he would hold on her tightly, protecting her at all costs. As for that man, he would ensure he was kept at a distance. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed his eyes. Seeing him regain his composure, Anuo smiled and said, Come on, help me organize my things. I have a class soon, so I can't stay long. All right, time spent busy always passes swiftly. After packing the last box, Anuo sat on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping cold water, taking deep breaths of relief. Finally done. I have to head out. The weather is getting increasingly hot. I really don't want to attend class. Make sure to take precautions before going out. Be careful of sunburn. Xiao Qingzhou frowned slightly at the scorching sun outside. The temperature had recently reached 45 degrees and was expected to rise further. Don't worry, I will. I'll head to class first. Please lock the car door for me. After packing her bag, Anuo's eyes sparkled as she tossed the spare key into the man's arms and prepared to leave. Wait, Xiao Qingzhou called out to Anuo, pulling out a card and handing it to her. You spent all your money on the car. Where will you find money to spend? This card has 200,000 on it. The password is your birthday. I can't take your hard-earned money. Anuo shook her head repeatedly. Xiao Qingzhou was in a worse situation than she was. At least she had her parents' legacy, but all his money was earned through his own efforts. The man stepped closer to Anuo, his long hands grasping hers, placing the card in her palm. You set yourself. We are family. So what is mine is yours. But Anuo hesitated, wanting to refuse once more, but upon seeing the expression on the man's face, she found herself at a loss for words. If she refused again, she feared Xiao Qingzhou might devour her. Then I'll help you save it. She spoke earnestly. It's for you. Spend it as you wish. The man's peach blossom eyes gleamed with amusement. He wasn't in need of money. Over the past 2 years, he had earned several million in the stock market, all for the sake of creating a bright future for both himself and Anuo. Yet, all of this had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of that man. A shadow of gloom passed through his gaze, but his handsome face maintained its smile, his fist clenching tightly. It's all right. He would drive that man far away. All right, I really must go now. I have class. Glancing at the time, Anuo waved her hand and flew out like the wind, leaving behind a lingering feeling of affection and sadness in Xiao Qingzhou's eyes. Ever since they entered university, the two had been drifting apart, spending less time together. At a university, Anuo sat in a first-floor classroom, fanning herself as she awaited the teacher's arrival. The course she had chosen was not particularly popular, and coupled with the sweltering heat, few students attended. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, drawing her attention as she rushed out to investigate. Someone has fainted again. Face down. That fall must have hurt badly. Isn't that the professor? In this heat. They need to get him to the infirmary quickly. Someone, please lend a hand. The surrounding crowd murmured in hushed tones, while Anuo gazed at the man sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowed in concern. An unsettling premonition gnawed at her, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of dread. The man lay motionless, his back turned to the onlookers, one hand tinged with a faint hue of blue. As her foreboding feelings intensified, Anuo could not help but take a couple of steps back, yearning to distance herself from the throng. Just then, the figure lying on the ground stirred. He has awakened. Chapter 3. The advent of the apocalypse. A female classmate's face brightened with a smile as she hurriedly approached to assist a fallen man. However, upon touching his arm, she instinctively recoiled. What was happening? It was so cold. The man on the ground emitted a peculiar sound, and before anyone could comprehend, he sprang up in an unnatural manner, lunging towards the woman beside him. A chilling scream erupted from the crowd as the man pinned the woman down, burying his face in her slender neck, blood oozing from a wound. "Help me," she cried, her eyes pleading, her voice ringing out in desperation. Is he insane? The onlookers were astonished, and a brave male student rushed forward, attempting to pry the man away. Suddenly, the man lifted his head, his face a ghastly shade of gray, his pupils reduced to pinpricks, remnants of flesh clinging to his lips. Zombie! A piercing shriek echoed through the crowd, and screams resonated from all corners of the campus. "Run!" someone shouted. Instantly, the entire campus transformed into a cacophony of terror, screams reverberating in every direction. Anuo felt her body stiffen, her complexion paling as she stood frozen, trembling. At that moment, a frantic crowd surged past her, and her gaze locked onto a pair of tiny, terrified pupils. "No, Anuo, you must run." Reason compelled her to take a step forward, summoning every ounce of strength to flee. Behind her, the zombies pursued slowly, feasting upon the humans nearby, and those bitten would rise again within moments, joining the ranks of the undead. Return to the dormitory? No, she must not. She needed to head towards the end of the corridor. With panic in her eyes, Anuo focused on the distant music classroom, which was empty due to the heat. Suddenly, a figure darted out beside her, a zombie lunging directly at her. It's over. The thought flashed through her mind. Why are you hesitating? Run. A voice called out, and Anuo could only see a figure in a red jacket. The zombie was swiftly taken down by someone. Thank you. Tears welled in her eyes as she silently expressed her gratitude. In the corridor, chaos reigned as people were continuously attacked. Anuo weaved through the onslaught of zombies, alongside others who were running aimlessly. She was nearing the music classroom. A few individuals rushed to the door, attempting to shut it, summoning an unexpected surge of energy. Anuo sprinted to the entrance, blocking the way. "Let us in. Over here," she shouted to those lagging behind, recognizing the familiar figure in the red jacket. Huiya and her boyfriend were at the forefront, her clothes soiled from a recent fall during their escape. Yeah, grab my hand, her boyfriend urged, pulling her along. What are you doing? Close the door. Several voices from behind shouted angrily at Anuo, who felt cold sweat bead on her forehead as she met their icy glares. She had to ensure they could enter. The music classroom was at the far end, devoid of zombies at the entrance. As long as she could keep it safe, she would do everything in her power to let the others in. Moreover, noticing the red-jacketed figure still aiding other classmates, she pressed her lips together. This was a small act of kindness to repay the life-saving gesture she had just received. Hurry, she cried out as people rushed inside. Huiya was the first to dash into the classroom, but her boyfriend hesitated. Just then, a petite woman stumbled behind, falling to the ground. Help me, she pleaded, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced back, where a horde of zombies gorged on a victim, another lunging toward her. A pang of sympathy struck Anuo, realizing the girl might not escape. Her capabilities were limited, and her utmost effort was to facilitate the safety of others at the door. Yeah, go inside. The man who had just entered attempted to rush back out. No, he had also received assistance moments ago. His gaze was resolute as he bolted outside. Thank you. The woman's eyes sparkled with hope as she grabbed onto the man, rising. But the zombies were too close. In that instant, her eyes flickered with a grim realization. I'm sorry, she whispered, shoving the man with all her might before hobbling towards the door. A cry of anguish escaped him, and soon after, silence fell as he was engulfed by the horde. Huiya wept, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, desperate to charge out, but Anuo blocked her path. Her gaze was frigid, pupils constricting. He wouldn't want to see you die out there. With that, she slammed the door shut, locking it against the horrified expression of the woman outside. I will save lives, not those who betray their saviors. I haven't gone in yet. Open the door, the woman cried, pounding on the door in terror, eyes blazing with hatred. Why? Why did you close the door? Anuo braced herself against it, her expression inscrutable as the screams of the woman and the clawing of the zombies echoed outside, finally collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Inside, the room fell silent, save for the muffled sobs of those around her. Some sat on the floor, making frantic calls to their families. Do you realize you almost doomed us all? A man with bleached hair bellowed at Anuo. He had urged her to close the door moments earlier. The chaos had only just begun. It was not time for anyone to stake their claim. If she had not run fast enough, she would likely be dead outside. Moreover, she could not send a classmate who had helped her to perish. Upon hearing these words, the individuals who had just returned glared at the bleached-haired man, furious that he would wish for their demise. A chorus of indignation erupted. Hey, someone here just helped you, right? Have some decency. A familiar voice rang out, and Anuo looked up to see the handsome young man in the red jacket stepping forward, his face alight with fury. Just a few steps away, this group of monsters was eager to shut the door. Educated individuals should know better. Those ignorant might think themselves animals. Su Xingyang surveyed the room with disdain, feeling the betrayal from those he had just assisted. Whoever you are, thank you. Chapter 4. Signal interruption. His enchanting phoenix eyes radiated vigor as he expressed his gratitude to Yi Qing-shu. No need for thanks. We are even now. After all, he had just saved her, hadn't an oppose. Teehee. This thought brought a bittersweet smile to her lips. If it weren't for the person before her, she wouldn't have even contemplated waiting for them. Such is human nature. She realized her own timidity and lack of fortitude. Yet that flicker of kindness had ignited within her the courage to wait. Su Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the seemingly unremarkable girl before him, who bore an air of familiarity. You were the one who couldn't move at the classroom door just now, right? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Anuo nodded. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have surely become part of the horde of zombies. You saved me as well. We are even. He waved dismissively. It was just a small act within my capacity. In such unforeseen circumstances, anyone would lend a hand. Surveying their surroundings, Anuo fell silent, her thoughts concealed behind her eyes. When her gaze landed on Huiya, an alarm rang in her mind. Humanity is not devoid of beauty, yet it is often tested. Huiya's boyfriend's fate suddenly reminded her that the bonds between people can harbor both warmth and cruelty. She must become strong and resolute. With tears streaming down her face, Huya sat on the ground, choking back sobs. She loathed herself for not stopping her boyfriend. If she had intervened, would he still be alive? Now, she was utterly alone. What was she to do? Seeing her distress, Anuo remained silent, pulling out her phone just as a ringtone echoed. Anuo, where are you? On the other end, Xiao Qingzhou's typically gentle voice was laced with an uncharacteristic panic as he surveyed the chaos outside the gymnasium. He had returned to school shortly after Anuo left, only to encounter the horrifying transformation of humans into zombies. I'm fine, what about you? Upon hearing his familiar voice, Anuo could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing onto the ground in tears. I'm in the gymnasium. Where are you? I'll come find you. His voice was hoarse, tinged with urgency, his eyes reflecting deep concern as they searched the tumult outside. Don't come. It's too dangerous. Let us wait and see for rescue. Anuo shook her head, unwilling to disclose her location. Despite her fear and longing to be by Xiao Qingzhou's side, the uncertainty of the outside world compelled her to prioritize his safety. Stop it. Don't make me worry, Anuo. His helpless voice reached her ears, causing her to hesitate. She glanced at her classmates, all busy reassuring their families. I'll tell you, but you mustn't act recklessly. I don't know how long I'll be here. If I'm still alive, meet me by my car. If I don't make it, just drive away. Anuo whispered, her heart aching. Xiao Qingzhou had a much higher chance of survival than she did. Her fate was uncertain. Ideally, both would live, yet she feared she might not see him again. Perhaps she would be the next to be torn apart by the undead. What nonsense! Where are you? His hand trembled as he held the phone. His eyes reddened at the thought of losing her. If she were gone, what meaning would his life hold? In a music classroom. Stay in touch. I'll find a way to... A series of beeps interrupted him. The signal was lost. That girl was in the music classroom, where attendance had been sparse lately, so it should be relatively safe for the time being. The pressing concern was to find a way to reach her. His usual warmth turned icy as he scanned the gymnasium for any weapons. Will we die here? Anuo despaired, staring at her lifeless phone, her eyes dimming. She surmised the implication of Xiao Qingzhou's unfinished sentence. Yet, with zombies roaming outside, meeting him was hardly a simple task. The disconnection amplified the cries around her. As darkness descended, the shrieks outside dwindled, but the growls of the undead persisted. Anuo leaned against the wall, her stomach growling with hunger, deepening her sense of desolation. With the signal severed, they were trapped, awaiting fate passively. What if this wasn't confined to their school, but was a nationwide, even worldwide catastrophe? She needed to devise a means to escape and return to the car. The vehicle housed a radio, potentially a source of information, and it contained ample supplies to sustain both her and Xiao Qingzhou for a time. And there was Lin Yi. She needed to find a way to contact him. As fragmented sobs echoed nearby, Anuo furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. Stop crying. Zombies are sensitive to sound. Since the afternoon, she had stood by the window, observing the outside turmoil, realizing the zombies' acute reaction to noise. Her words prompted some of the girls to cease their weeping. Does anyone have food? A feeble voice rose. A bespectacled girl stood up, timidly inquiring. Food? Do you think this is your home? Huang Mao retorted. Irritation etched on his face. His eyes filled with resentment directed at Anuo for undermining his authority. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Having skipped breakfast for the sake of dieting, she had no strength left. Although Huang Mao's words were harsh, Anuo felt a creeping unease. No food, no water. It was inevitable that someone would venture out to seek sustenance. As a woman, she was physically weaker than the men. If she ran out of energy before the end, death would be her only fate. Thus, she had to escape this wretched place swiftly. With determination, she stood up, scanning the classroom for anything useful until her gaze fell upon an iron mop at the back. Excuse me. She approached the girl cowering in the corner, who, though taken aback, stepped aside. Grasping the mop, Anuo took a deep breath and bit down hard. What are you doing? Su Shanyang, who had been observing, stood up to question her. I'm finding a way to leave, Anuo declared. Have you lost your mind? Hui's incredulous voice pierced the air, her eyes swollen from crying, struggling to comprehend. Her words echoed the sentiment of most in the classroom. Wasn't he waiting for rescue a better option in such perilous circumstances? I refuse to passively await death here. The signal has been cut, indicating our chances of rescue are slim. Anuo steadied herself. Relying solely on her own strength to venture out would be tantamount to suicide, but perhaps, through collective effort, their survival odds might improve. Yet, she wondered if they possessed the courage to step outside together. Chapter 5 Departure Silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. The words spoken weighed heavily upon the hearts of those present in the classroom, rendering them mute. Anuo pondered thoughts that perhaps they had all considered. Yet, human nature often clings to the hope that salvation might come from somewhere, that the horrors they faced were localized, and that someone would come to their rescue. To confront the zombies directly? A voice trembled with an unmistakable hint of tears, as no one wished to engage in combat with the ravenous creatures. After all, these monsters devour flesh. Anuo shared this reluctance, yet the will to survive compelled her. If survival meant facing such a grim fate, then they had no choice but to venture out. We have no alternatives. Her voice quivered slightly. Su Xinyang contemplated for a moment before picking up a mop. A girl beside him grasped his sleeve, her face etched with fear. This is perilous, Su. They had realized during their escape that Su was amiable and eager to help. If he chose to venture out, what would become of them? Su's dark, almond-shaped eyes reflected his seriousness. She is right. There is nothing here. We must devise a plan to escape, or else we shall starve. The thought of battling those monsters hung heavily in the air. Many boys nearby began to rise, seeking makeshift weapons. Anuo was correct. They could not remain idle. Yet, even if they managed to flee, where would they go? Suddenly, Huye spoke up, her eyes swollen from crying, but showing signs of recovery. With her boyfriend deceased, she understood that if she did not take the initiative as a girl in this apocalypse, only death awaited her. I will find my friends. I won't go home. Others around her voiced their intentions, revealing they were not alone. Loved ones awaited their return. They all hoped that upon their return, they would not encounter zombies. The classroom quickly divided into two factions, one determined to seek a chance at survival. The other resolved to remain behind and await rescue. And you? Su Xinyang turned his gaze to Anuo, sensing her emotional turmoil, her fear palpable. He recognized that escaping alone would be a daunting task. The optimal strategy would be to form a team. Though she appeared fragile, her intellect and composure were sufficient for him to extend an olive branch. I will head to the gym. My friends are there, Anuo declared. Moreover, there's a small supermarket inside, likely stocked with food. After a moment's reflection, she articulated her goal, hoping to have someone as brave and meticulous as Su accompany her. I also have friends at the gym. May I join you? The bespectacled girl appeared anxious, realizing she was but a stranger today, fearing she might become a liability. Anuo's eyes reflected her inner conflict. Reason urged her to ally with the strong, yet she felt at a loss to dismiss the girl's plea. She turned to Su, indicating she would defer to him. You all wish to gather supplies from the gym. Let us go together. I heard earlier that the area is safe and has provisions. A few individuals chimed in, having overheard Anuo's earlier words. The gym was not too distant, and sustenance would be vital for their return home. Su Xinyang pondered briefly, the room buzzing with fragmented discussions. Anuo sat on the floor, clutching the steel pipe tightly, her sole weapon, her lifeline. After counting heads, there were 11 in total, 7 boys and 4 girls. 9 expressed a desire to venture out, while 3 reluctantly prepared to follow. Gathering everyone, Su addressed them. We are forming a temporary team. We shall employ any means necessary for survival. However, one thing is imperative. His tone grew somber. Let us not repeat the actions of this afternoon, where one sacrificed another for their own safety. I trust none of you wish to become the next casualty. He referenced the incident involving Huye's boyfriend, which had left an indelible mark on those present. Are we truly including this girl? A larger boy named Wu Feng stood up, his disdain evident. He was from the sports academy and was not keen on teaming up with someone he deemed untrustworthy. What do you mean? Do you think I wish to partner with you? The girl retorted indignantly. Su rubbed his temples, now the de facto leader. Those who wish to join us must comply. If not, we part ways. His voice grew cold, silencing the group and compelling them to sit quietly. How shall we reach the gym? The bespectacled girl, Yuan, quivered as she clutched her pants. Her greatest fear was being left behind by the group. The distance between the music classroom and the gym, in a pre-apocalyptic world, would take 10 minutes. Now, with monsters lurking outside, their journey would not be simple. Why not charge right through? The girl suggested boldly. Wu Feng scoffed. Easier said than done. You go ahead and try. Running from here to the gym is akin to courting death. Then suggest a better plan. Enough. Let me think. Su snapped, his piercing gaze reflecting his concern. Could this group truly escape together? Observing the varied reactions on everyone's faces, Anuo felt her grip tighten around the steel pipe. We could take the back route, she offered. She recalled a narrow path she had traversed once, a seldom used way. What path? All eyes turned to her. Resolute, Anuo stood up, drawing back the curtains slightly to indicate the dimly lit outside. Look, the music classroom is in the far corner. There are fewer zombies behind us. After passing the flower bed, there's a narrow path that leads to the restroom. From there, we can leap through the window into the equipment room and arrive at the back of the gym. She endeavored to keep her explanation concise and clear. Their educational building was relatively secluded, minimizing the threat of zombies. Instantly, the mood in the room shifted to one of optimism, especially after the unreliable suggestion from the girl. Su Xingyang nodded, approving Anuo's plan. Then it is settled. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Everyone should prepare their weapons. Yuan interjected. But what about the zombies outside the window? Should you choose to go out, you must understand that we will encounter zombies. Anuo stood by the window, forcing herself to observe the wandering monsters, and spoke calmly. If they could not acclimatize to this reality, they would never escape the campus. A profound silence enveloped the classroom as the girls clustered to craft tools while the boys deliberated their strategy for the next day. Tomorrow, you will have to lead the way, Su whispered to Anuo, taking advantage of the bustling atmosphere. He wished for anything but for her to face the zombies alone. A momentary lapse could jeopardize the entire group. However, Anuo was the only one familiar with the route. Clutching her weapon, she nodded silently. This ordeal was inevitable. To survive meant to move forward. To falter was to perish. Chapter 6. Zombie Rain. As dawn broke, the sky dimly illuminated. Anuo's eyes were bloodshot. Nearly everyone had spent the night in restless wakefulness. Outside, the incessant scratching and howling of zombies assaulted their senses, plunging them deeper into despair. Su Xingyang spoke, "Prepare yourselves." He rose, grasping his weapon and covering as much of his exposed skin as possible. Anuo, too, followed suit. She had witnessed firsthand how a person, once scratched, transformed into a zombie. Although she could not be entirely sure due to the distance, the necessity for protection was undeniable. Tying her long hair back and clutching a steel pipe, she took a deep breath. Su Xingyang reiterated his instructions. "I will open the window. Anuo and I will lead the way. Huang Mao and Wu Feng will guide the two boys on the flanks, while the girls stay in the center, with the remaining two bringing up the rear." Upon hearing they would not be at the forefront, a wave of relief washed over the group. Wu Feng, however, expressed his concern. Can she handle being in front with you? After all, during their escape yesterday, the girls had suffered the most casualties. Su Xingyang assured him. Anuo knows the route. His gaze fell on Anuo as he continued. You will break the window and deal the finishing blows. I will clear the zombies. This plan had been in his mind for some time. He would handle the monstrous horde while Anuo would take care of the final strikes. But he added sternly, no one is allowed to scream. His icy glare shifted to the three girls in the middle, warning them that zombies were particularly sensitive to screams. One misstep could lead to their demise. There are 6 in total, so everyone must exercise caution. Anuo, open the window. Taking a deep breath, Anuo steeled herself. She could rely only on herself. The sound of the window sliding open echoed as the nearest zombie, a female, lunged forward. Her eyes were reduced to mere pinpricks. Her body a sickly shade of blue and white, with a portion of her chin missing, revealing a decayed tongue within. Su Shanyang froze momentarily, recognizing the figure before him. It was his senior. This realization struck Anuo like a bolt of lightning. Suppressing her discomfort and fear, she swung the steel pipe forward. With a sickening squelch, Blood sprayed forth as the pipe pierced through the woman's skull. "What are you waiting for? Move," Anuo urged, her voice a sharp command. Finally, the group snapped into action. "Su Xingyang, let's go." Cursing himself under his breath, Su Xingyang quickly adjusted his stance and leaped out the window, with Anuo and the others following closely behind. The noise attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, who began to shriek and charge toward them. "To the flower bed," Su Xiangyang shouted as he swung his pipe, striking the nearest zombie. Though the creatures moved slowly, their numbers posed a significant threat to their escape. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, causing the group to exchange anxious glances. "We need to leave now." Anuo managed a quick strike at a pursuing zombie before they all dove into the flower bed, narrowly evading the creatures behind them. "That small path ahead," she pointed out. Su Xingyang nodded in agreement and led the way down the narrow passage, where only one person could pass at a time. They formed a single file, with Anuo second in line, surrounded by an uneasy silence, save for their soft breaths and footsteps. Yet, Anuo felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Her instincts had always been sharp, and this ominous feeling sent chills down her spine. She scanned their surroundings, but saw nothing amiss. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. "It seems to be raining." Yuan's frail voice broke the silence. "Rain? Where could that possibly come from?" Huya whispered incredulously. "It's scorching hot. There's no sign of rain whatsoever." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Anuo felt a growing dread. Moments later, Yuan's piercing scream shattered the air. "Ah!" The sound startled Anuo, causing her to stumble. "Run," she shouted as panic surged through her. Such a loud noise would surely draw the zombies. "What on earth are you screaming for?" Huang Mao bellowed in frustration. They should have left her behind to avoid this chaos. "Look up," Yuan cried, her face pale and trembling as she pointed at the building above them, her hands stained with blood. That chilling liquid was not rain, it was zombie blood. A shock ran through Anuo as she glanced upward, her heart racing. There, in a window on the 6th floor, a half-disemboweled zombie thrashed in a futile attempt to escape, driven by the screams and the scent of blood. The sound of more zombies echoed from above. They were trapped in a narrow alley, with the looming threat of zombies falling from above, a veritable rain of the undead. Her pupils dilated as she urged, "Run. Don't stop. Jump past the bathroom window. We're almost at the gym." Su Xingyang, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shot a glance at the trembling Yuan. But now was not the time for blame. The group sprinted forward, the roars of the zombies pursuing them growing ever closer. Anuo dared not look back. She could almost hear the sound of shattering glass from above. "Hurry!" The last few boys urged Yuan, panic evident in their voices. "I think I stepped on something." Yuan gasped, her glasses fogged, impairing her vision. She looked down, her face contorting in horror at the sight of remnants of flesh. "Shut up!" Wu Feng cursed, his patience wearing thin. If only they had realized how incompetent she was before setting out. The boys trailing behind loathed Yuan. Her screams only hastened the zombies in Oppo's pursuit, and they would be the first to pay the price. Anuo cursed inwardly, stealing a glance upward. Her heart raced. "The bathroom is just ahead. Do you see the window? We need to jump." There was no time to assess the situation any further. Hesitation could cost them dearly. Once we're over, there is a chance for survival. Su Xingyang quickly devised a plan. Yuan, you'll step on my shoulders to get over." He had no time to deliberate. Anuo was a girl, and climbing to such a height alone would be nearly impossible. Placing her in the rear was tantamount to inviting death. Seeing the logic in his words, Anuo nodded in silence. In that moment, they reached a shared understanding. They would do everything in their power to survive together. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from behind them. Chapter 7. Do Not Abandon Me. The zombie from upstairs finally plummeted down, accompanied by a shriek as a boy's throat was torn open, instantly severing the group in two. Su Xingyang crouched down, gesturing for Anuo to ascend. Casting a glance back, Anuo steadied her nerves. "Thank you." After uttering those words, she climbed onto the man's shoulder, relieved by her height as she reached the narrowest window. The window was constricted, permitting only one person to pass at a time. She quickly surveyed the interior, spotting a solitary zombie. The partition door was unlocked. As she jumped down from the shoulder, seizing a metal rod, She was abruptly interrupted by a chilling scream. "Do not leave us!" Behind her, Yuan cried out, having been separated from the front line by a zombie. "Cursed luck!" A shadow crossed across the yellow-haired boy's face as he fixed his gaze on Anuo, forcefully pushing his way forward. "Get out of my way!" he exclaimed, stepping onto the shoulder of his male companion, pulling Anuo aside, and in a few swift movements, he flung open the window and leaped inside. "No!" Anuo attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The man's scream echoed, accompanied by the sound of gnawing flesh. Silence enveloped those who heard it, while the boys with the yellow-haired boy trembled in fear. "Are there zombies inside too? Are we doomed?" "I'll go in." Anuo inhaled deeply, exchanging weapons with Su Shengyang, whose rod was shorter, making it more suitable for the window. Peering inside once more, she locked eyes with the zombie's beady pupils. While the yellow-haired boy's mangled corpse lay on the floor, the zombie missing a leg. Upon catching the scent of fresh blood, it roared, dragging itself closer. "Filthy creature!" Anuo swung the metal rod, her gaze filled with revulsion. As the zombie lunged, she thrust the rod into its skull. With a resounding thud, the massive body collapsed to the ground. Jumping down, Anuo swiftly secured the restroom door, delivering another blow to the yellow-haired corpse to prevent it from transforming, subsequently dragging a water bucket beneath her and standing atop it. In the alley, chaos reigned, with Yuan shouting aimlessly as she evaded the carnage. The boy behind her had already succumbed to the horde of zombies. Hu Ye remained by Wu Feng's side, who had not paused in his efforts. They were faring much better than the few behind Yuan. "Su Shengyang, come up. I'll pull you," Anuo yelled. Chapter 8. The meeting enough with the despairing remarks. "Pick up your weapons," Su Shengyang commanded sternly, his heart trembling as he had never before witnessed such a multitude of corpses. Yet, as one of the more capable men in the group, he could not afford to succumb to despair like Hu Ye. "Over there's a window. If we crawl through, we will reach the old equipment room, and beside it lies the rear of the gymnasium." Anuo indicated. The restroom, vast and long abandoned, was traversed until they reached the farthest corner. Anuo opened the door to the storage area and pointed towards a dilapidated window at the top. "The target is right in front of us. I will scout the situation first. Su Shengyang, lend me a hand." She looked to Su Shengyang, who, without uttering a word, nodded and crouched down. As Anuo placed her foot on his shoulder, the window before them was suddenly pulled open. Startled, the group exchanged glances, and Anuo, wielding a steel pipe, was swiftly dragged away by Su Shengyang. "Is it a zombie?" Hu Ye's voice quivered. "Certainly not. Zombies cannot open windows," Zhang Xiang replied confidently. "If they could, we would not have survived the night in the classroom. Humans." The realization struck them all at once, and Anuo's heart sank. The presence of humans in this place suggested that something had gone awry at the gymnasium. Yet, the familiar face that soon appeared before her dispelled her apprehension, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Sha Qingshou," she exclaimed, rushing forward. He, with his alluring peach blossom eyes, noticed Anuo, and upon seeing her bloodied and disheveled state, his expression darkened. "Weren't you supposed to wait in the classroom? What are you doing here?" He admonished softly, his heart fluttering with concern. What if something had happened to her on the way? "Brother, is anyone inside?" A cheerful male voice called from outside the window, though it sounded somewhat strained. Sha Qingshou glanced at the others in the room, having spent nearly the entire night awake, and had come with several classmates who were also seeking those in the music classroom. "Anuo, are there others in the music classroom?" Anuo shook her head. "Everyone else is dead. Wait for me. I will bring you out." He immediately vanished from sight, and the muffled sounds of conversation could be heard outside. Zhang Xiang, surprised, asked, "Do you know Sha Qingshou?" He was astonished that this seemingly unremarkable girl was acquainted with the school's prominent figure. "We grew up together. In this apocalypse, no one pays attention to appearances, and from now on, Sha Qingshou will surely be by my side, so there's no need to pretend not to know him." Su Shengyang was equally taken aback that they knew each other, and that Sha Qingshou would risk so much to find Anuo, considering they were in the same major and did not typically see eye to eye. To him, Sha Qingshou appeared cold and aloof, resembling a flamboyant peacock. And both of the girls he secretly admired had been enamored with that fellow. Yet, it seemed he possessed a good heart, remembering his friends in times of crisis. Step on me to get across. He crouched down, and Anuo nodded. And, as Sha Qingshou and the others finished their discussion, he reached out to pull her up. One by one, the four were pulled from the restroom, and upon landing, Anuo glanced at the number of people with Sha Qingshou and was taken aback to find there were indeed four. Xiao Shengzi, I was so worried about you. A boy with fair skin and two small tiger teeth, resembling Su Xinyang, embraced him tightly. Su Xinyang's face flushed with embarrassment. This is my cousin Zhong Muyuan, and that over there is my childhood friend Nangong. Ju, he struggled free from Zhong Muyuan's embrace while pointing to a handsome boy standing aside. When Huye recognized her boyfriend's brother, her voice caught in her throat, her eyes reddening. Chengli scanned the group with piercing eyes. Yeah? Where's Xinzi? His grip tightened, his eyes bloodshot. How could it be? How could my brother be missing? Upon realizing there were only four in the restroom, he calculated that his brother, trained in combat, should have survived. Huye replied. Xin turned back to save girl, but unexpectedly, she pushed him into a horde of zombies. Who is it? Chengli gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Anuo softly explained, that girl has already turned into a zombie. No one understood the sequence of events better than her. Upon hearing that the girl had become a zombie, Chengli appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ground. How would he face his parents? If they had also turned into zombies, what meaning would his existence hold in this world? Seeing his desolation, Zhong Muin sighed and patted his shoulder. Let us head back for now. Though he had been in the gym during the incident, and the people inside had acted swiftly to close the doors, some classmates still fell victim to the infection. He and Sha Qingshou had dealt with the zombies, witnessing the cessation of their classmates' lives and the departure of loved ones, and they could empathize with Cheng Li's sorrow. However, this was not a safe place, nor was it the right time for conversations of nostalgia. Grief enveloped them, yet they all understood that this was not the moment for reminiscing. There haven't been any zombies along the way. Soon, we will crawl through the equipment room and amp, Oppo's, window and reach the gymnasium, Sha Qingshou quietly organized, his slightly cold hand clasped in Anuo and amp, Oppo's, offering her a sense of security. Anuo observed him. He, who typically favored cleanliness, now bore dirt stains on his white shirt, his gaze colder than she had ever seen. Despite the chill emanating from him, it inexplicably comforted her. As long as she was beside Sha Qingshou, she felt safe. The group fell silent. Though they were immersed in the pain of losing a brother, Chengli still stood protectively in front of Huye, recognizing her as his brother's girlfriend and wishing to lend her support. Fortuitously, their journey was uneventful. The group traversed through the equipment room and approached the small door of the gymnasium. They had exited through a small door earlier. Zhong Muyuan quickly ascended the steps, rhythmically knocking on the door. 2 knocks. This was their signal. It's me, Zhong Muyuan. Upon hearing the noise, the individuals inside immediately opened the door crack, and upon recognizing familiar faces, they exhaled in relief and fully opened the door. Wu Yong, come in. He, a friend of Sha Qingshou, had remained behind to guard since he was not particularly strong in combat. It was worth noting that on the second day of the apocalypse, the majority of those in the gym reacted strongly to the group's intention to leave, even attempting to obstruct them. Thus, his presence was essential for smooth comings and goings. As they entered the gymnasium, they found it equipped with double doors, one leading to the back and the other directly into the main area. Wu Yong, hello, I'm Wu Yong. He flashed a bright smile and extended his hand toward Anuo, surveying the dirt-streaked girl before him. His eyes widened in shock when he spotted the bloodied iron pipe in her hand. Chapter 9. Arrival at the gymnasium. This girl is remarkably brave. It is only the second day of the apocalypse, and many among them dare not even glance at the zombies. Yet she boldly confronts them. You must be Anuo. Xiao Qingzhou often spoke of his childhood companion, and today he finally meets her. Hello, I am Anuo, she says, raising her blood-stained hand with an apologetic smile. Wu Yong reassures, no worries, Qingzhou. The students inside are reacting strongly. You will need to observe for an hour before entering. He speaks softly to the group. Initially, They paid little attention to the injured until the first student mutated within 5 minutes. If it weren't for Xiao Qingzhou and Zhong Muyuan being near and sharp, they could hardly imagine the consequences, given that they were among the few who had faced zombies directly, despite some resentment towards them going out. The group agreed to allow their return, albeit under a 1-hour quarantine. Xiao Qingzhou's eyes remained calm. No problem. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong felt relieved. Then I shall go out. The others nodded simultaneously, and in the dimly lit room, the occasional low growl of zombies echoed, allowing them to finally relax and slump to the ground. They briefly introduced themselves, feeling somewhat reassured. Xiao Qingzhou sighed lightly, his expressive eyes glistening with concern as he gazed at Anuo. When I saw you, I was truly worried. You happen to have supplies, so it's more convenient for me to find you. Anuo grasped Xiao Qingzhou's shirt and whispered, "The apocalypse has arrived. This is the path we must traverse." Xiao Qingzhou was well aware of this, yet he feared for her safety. If she were not there, what would be the purpose for him to remain? Su Shangyang, removing his blood-soaked jacket, chuckled at the sight of the two. He had never seen this cold-faced man appear so vulnerable. What happened to his supposed indifference? And Anuo, he hadn't anticipated her audacity. She seemed terrified, yet did not hesitate to dispatch the zombies. What's the situation inside the gym? He asked. There are 36 people, including an instructor. When the apocalypse struck, we were all here preparing for the next enrollment. Hearing the commotion outside, some students rushed in and locked the door. Zhong Muyuan recounted the situation. Initially, he had no intention of attending this enrollment, but who knew the school would insist on maintaining appearances? After all, the number of applicants would surely increase. Is there any information from the outside world? Anuo inquired. There is. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Anuo and a few others brightened. They knew the signal had been cut off, and they had lost contact with the outside. Confronted with such eager gazes, Zhong Muyuan suddenly wished to seal his lips, as he was uncertain whether the news could be substantiated. Before the signal was lost, someone in the gym had received a call stating that help would arrive at the school. Xiao Qingzhou's expression remained indifferent. Observing the smoke rising outside and the blaring sirens at the onset of the event, he surmised that rescue would not be an easy endeavor, and such occurrences were likely not confined to the school alone. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Before the apocalypse, I spoke with my father. He warned me it was dangerous and advised my elder brother to come pick me up. Su Shengyang hesitated, reflecting on how everything spiraled into chaos before he had fully processed the situation. Perhaps his father had foreseen the emergence of the zombies. Initially, he intended to confide only in Zhong Muyuan and Nangongju, but Anuo had assisted him greatly along the way. If his brother could indeed come, bringing them along would not be amiss. Upon hearing about Su Xingyang and Appo's elder brother, Zhong Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. And we shall just wait here. The Su family holds considerable influence, a prominent business family in the city. It is reasonable for them to have received prior information. However, he pondered why his own mother had not contacted him, leaving him in confusion. Chung Li, who had been silently seated on the ground, finally spoke, trembling as he posed a question. Do you think this incident could be man-made? His eyes ignited with fervor. If the Su family had received early warnings, it indicated prior knowledge of the events. If he could identify the instigator, perhaps he could avenge his brother. Natural disasters or human malfeasance. Either could be plausible. The group found themselves unable to provide answers. Yet witnessing the rekindled hope in his eyes, they hesitated to extinguish it. To live is to harbor some aspirations. Anuo thought of the vehicle she had parked at the main entrance, if danger arose. She needed to find a way to escort Xiao Qingzhou back to the car. After all, traveling on foot could never match the speed of a vehicle. Zhong Muyuan patted Su Shanyang's shoulder. In my opinion, let us not overthink it. We have food and drink here. Let us wait a bit. They were situated at the rear of the school. Although there were fewer people, leaving would not be simple. Moreover, without any means of transportation. As all vehicles were parked in the front lot, the path to the parking area passed by the dormitory. The thought sent shivers down his spine. The oppressive heat made the dormitory the most populated area, and he dreaded the number of zombies lurking there. Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo likely shared the same apprehension. He turned to glance at the man who remained silent, and Anuo softly asked, "What's wrong? This place is not meant for prolonged stays." The library is adjacent to the gym, and there are just as many people there. They were currently hidden in a corner, safe for the moment. Yet the exit was blocked. Grasping the man's somewhat cold hand, Anuo comforted him. "Do not worry. A solution will present itself. As long as we are together, we will find a way. Worst case, we shall face our end here together." Time ticked by silently as the group remained quiet. Anuo used her relatively clean clothing to wipe her hands. With no water available, contact with zombie blood could lead to dire infection. While wiping her hands, she surveyed the gym through a small window. It was spacious, with individuals clustered in small groups. Wu Yong was comforting his girlfriend nearby, while the instructor's encouraging words could be heard not far off. However, Anuo's gaze suddenly froze upon spotting a corner. Her pupils dilated, and her hands trembled. How could this be? The person she had expected to return home was now in the gym, and the woman beside him. Wasn't she her roommate? What's wrong? Xiao Qingzhou approached gently, noting Anuo's distress. Since spotting her, his eyes had remained fixed on her, fearing she might suffer psychological trauma after witnessing the killings. "That person is my boyfriend, Lin Yi. The woman beside him is my roommate, Su Linlin," Anuo stammered, pointing towards the basketball hoop's corner. Zhong Miyuan, naturally inquisitive and eager for excitement, quickly moved closer upon hearing this, his eyes widening in surprise. "From my perspective, your boyfriend is likely cheating." He squinted at the scene, recognizing the man as a fellow student in the same year and major, known for his academic prowess. He was paired with a young woman beside him for projects, and Zhong Miyuan had witnessed their flirtations in the hallway. He had never imagined Anuo and this man were in a relationship. He had always thought she was with Xiao Qingzhou. "You have such poor judgment in choosing people," he remarked, sighing. To him, such a man was better off separated. He could not fathom what Anuo saw in him, lacking in both looks and charm. "Enough," Xiao Qingzhou interjected. He gently pulled Anuo back, speaking softly. "Anuo, do not look over there." The voice of a man brought Anuo back to reality. She nodded slightly, her mind filled with concerns. Xiao Qingzhou cast a somewhat sullen glance towards the basketball hoop. He had only seen Lin Yi from a distance before, thus failing to recognize him at first. Had he known that such a scene would unfold today, he might have acted differently amidst yesterday's turmoil. His gaze darkened. Goodness, it felt like a hefty dose of dog food. Zhong Lin, somewhat speechless, sighed and sat on the ground, observing Xiao Qingzhou's concerned expression with interest. Was this a love quadrangle? Su Xingyang was also curious, but upon catching sight of the man and Appo's appearance through the window, he couldn't and Appo's help but question Anuo and Appo's taste. Rather unremarkable. He thought, how could this girl be attracted to him? However, when his gaze fell upon Xiao Qingzhou, he nearly laughed out loud. Look at that face, dark enough to drip ink. It appeared he too had unexpressed feelings. Reflecting on his past crushes, a strange sense of relief washed over him. Su Shengyang reassured. "If it's goodbye, then it's goodbye. The next one will be even better. I know her. She is notorious for flirting with others' boyfriends." As Ye stood up and saw the two entwined by the basketball hoop, a cold smile crept across her face. This scene was all too familiar. She had experienced it herself just months ago. How many handsome or wealthy men had not been approached by this woman? This vixen had even attempted to flirt with her boyfriend, only to be rebuffed. Anuo, bewildered, exclaimed, "You know?" Her eyes trembled as she looked at Hu Ye, feeling as though she were disconnected from society. The two were so brazen, and yet she remained oblivious. Usually, she paid little attention to the interactions among her roommates. In this semester, she mostly resided outside, either working or attending classes, 2 points connected by a line. Su Linlin had only joined her this semester, and they were not familiar. She only knew her to be the department beauty and little else. She had no idea when the other had met Lin Yi, and when had Lin Yi begun his infidelity. Hu Ye interjected, "The entire department knows, right? Are you sure you and she are roommates?" Unable to contain her incredulity, Anuo fell silent. She is infamous for playing the third wheel. Your boyfriend may seem unremarkable, but he is an academic star. Su Linlin is currently preparing her thesis. Before Hu Ye could finish, Forgotten memories surged into Anuo's mind. Half a month ago, she clutched her clothing tightly. At that time, she had just agreed to Lin E's pursuit, and Su Linlin had seemingly asked her about her boyfriend S. Major. Shortly after, Lin E had been busy more often than not. She had been preoccupied with her travels. Could that have been the beginning? It seemed there had been signs all along. Sitting on the ground, Huye softly remarked. The expression on Anuo's face mirrored that of her friend from the past. Yes, the signs had indeed been there all along. Anuo felt somewhat unsteady, but was fortunate that Xiaoqing Zhou was there to support her. She had met Lin E a month prior, when he had saved her from nearly being struck by a flower pot. That incident had gradually brought them together. Little did she expect that this budding romance would come to an abrupt end. Anuo, the man's deeply resonant voice, filled with concern, reached her ears. I'm fine. Anuo slightly regained her composure, her gaze growing resolute. She had never been one to cling to what should be relinquished. Since the relationship had reached its conclusion, it was time to sever ties decisively. Otherwise, chaos would ensue for both herself and others. Perhaps, in this apocalyptic world, having fewer attachments would mean less danger. It must be nearing an hour by now. Zhang Xiang, gathering his courage, spoke up. Though he was eager to hear the gossip, he was also hungry. He and the others had gone nearly a day and night without food. Su Shangyang calculated the time. It should be soon. Upon finishing, he stood and knocked on the glass, signaling Wu Yong to open the door. Wu Yong whispered something to the instructor before hurriedly coming over to unlock the door. Quickly come in. I know you haven't eaten, so let us get you some food. A group of them entered the gymnasium, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present, including a few familiar faces for Anuo. Her light brown, tranquil eyes met Lin E's astonished gaze. Chapter 10. Betrayal. Lin E never anticipated encountering Anuo here. He had assumed that at the onset of the apocalypse, she would either be hiding somewhere or transformed into a zombie. To his astonishment, she had also fled to the gymnasium and fortuitously witnessed the scene of Su Linlin with him. At that moment, an awkward expression crossed his face, yet his heart felt an inexplicable sense of delight. Look at me, how impressive I am. Even your roommate is fond of me. However, he was not the kind of scoundrel to betray, and he pondered how to explain the situation. He hesitated, lost in thought, hesitant to approach. Wu Yong guided the group to a spot near the window, while Zhang Xiang dashed over upon seeing his classmates. Wu Yong paid no heed to their movements, instead retrieving several bags of bread and bottles of water from his backpack. We will sort through the supplies from the supermarket later. These were purchased by Zhou Gu before the apocalypse. On his way to the gym, Xiaoqing Zhou received a call from Wu Yong and, having not eaten lunch, had bought a substantial amount of food. Little did they know, before anyone could eat, the zombie outbreak occurred. Anuo glanced at her soiled hands. Despite the limited resources, she simply could not bring herself to eat with hands so filthy. Moreover, the blood was indelible. Being scratched by a zombie could lead to becoming one, and the thought of that blood entering her mouth was horrifying. She turned to the man beside her. I have zombie blood all over my hands. Do you have any wet wipes? She was uncertain if the water supply had been cut off, but wet wipes should still be available at the supermarket. Wu Yong replied, It's not that complicated. The gym's restroom still has running water. The assurance of water in the restroom provided a psychological comfort to the group. Xiao Qingzhou stood up. I'll take you there. We're coming too. Su Shengyang and the others promptly rose to their feet. They had all been in combat with zombies outside, and any chance to clean themselves was a blessing. As the refreshing water splashed on their faces, the crimson blood was washed away. Anuo focused intently on her hands, scrubbing vigorously. Upon closer inspection, one could see her shoulders trembling slightly. She had endured so much on this journey, having lived over 20 years without ever slaughtering a chicken. She now had to confront zombies, and those zombies had once been human. Su Shengyang approached her, his eyes reflecting vulnerability. Thank you for your timely response in the music classroom. If it weren't for you, I might have become one of those monsters outside. It was a mere gesture. Anuo shook her head. In such circumstances, she believed anyone would have made the same choice. Calm judgment is essential for survival. In fact, that person was my senior. She was in the same club as me, which is why I hesitated a bit. Leaning against the water station, Su Xinyang spoke softly. The transformation of a familiar classmate into a man-eating monster had profoundly shaken his worldview. Although it appeared he was leading the group, the true emotional support was Anuo. Without her, he would have succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Anuo remained silent, understanding Su Xinyang's fragility but unable to offer any comforting words. In such situations, no amount of consolation could be anything but illusory. "We will escape," she declared, splashing water on her face, gently drying it with a towel. Her light brown eyes hardening with resolve. No matter what, she would do everything in her power to survive. Outside, Xiao Qingzhou stood, his charming eyes clouded with worry as he quietly listened to the conversation between the two. He wanted to protect those inside, but he also wished for Anuo to grow after all. What would happen if he were no longer around? Upon their return to the gym, Anuo frowned, her gaze landing on the grinning Lin Yi. She and T sought him out, yet he had come looking for her. Upon spotting their return, Lin immediately stood. "Nuo, thank goodness you're safe. I was truly worried." Shameless. The thought simultaneously crossed the minds of those who understood the situation. Lin Yi was accompanied by Su Linlin, who was clad in a short skirt, high heels, and heavy makeup. The two stood merely an arm's length apart. Yet Su Linlin's gaze was fixated on Xiao Qingzhou. She had long heard about Xiao Qingzhou from the finance department. Not only was he academically gifted, but he also possessed a captivating countenance. She had noticed him from afar yesterday, and now up close, he was even more striking. His fair skin and alluring eyes were the kind that would incite envy among women. Her thoughts turned. Calculating her next move, Xiao Qingzhou had gone out to rescue Su Xinyang, indicating a good heart. Moreover, he had resolved the chaos within the gym yesterday. With danger lurking outside, Lin Yi, who was neither appealing nor useful, was not her priority. She needed to find a strong ally soon. The handsome and capable man before her was undoubtedly her target. As for Anuo, she was nothing more than an afterthought. Just a girl fortunate enough to escape the music classroom, thanks to Su Xinyang. However, there was still a use for this girl. She could leverage her connection to remain in Xiao Qingzhou's circle. "Anuo, I'm Su Linlin. I've been so worried about you." Her delicate face instantly donned an expression of concern, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she reached for Anuo's arm. Xiao Qingzhou's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as he swiftly pulled Anuo away, causing Su Linlin to miss her target. At the same time, a flash of disdain flickered in his eyes. The look in that woman's gaze was utterly unsettling. Anuo ignored Su Linlin. In her view, Su Linlin was suspicious. However, the genuine issue plaguing their relationship was Lin Yi's infidelity. "Lin Yi, I am well aware of your affair. I, Anuo, wish you both a lasting union." Her gaze turned icy as she uttered her decisive words. Had this been before the apocalypse, she might have been ensnared in such emotions, desperately seeking reasons. But now, she was simply exhausted. Having gone a night without sleep, she only longed for something to eat and a moment's respite. Lin Yi appeared taken aback, his lips trembling as he cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Qingzhou and the others. He had resolved to join this group during his escape, realizing that survival was impossible alone. The sight of the zombies had left him weak-kneed. Xiao Qingzhou and his companions were audacious. Perhaps he could blend in and survive. Initially, this seemed a distant hope until he witnessed Xiao Qingzhou return with Anuo, forming a team of sorts. "Anuo, you've misunderstood. There is nothing between me and her." He anxiously reached out to grab Anuo, only to be firmly restrained by a pair of cold, pale hands. Chapter 11. Separation. Xiao Qingzhou stood in front of Anuo, his eyes obscured, revealing no trace of emotion. She had stated clearly that they were finished. Lin Yi adjusted his glasses. "Xiao, I merely wish to explain things to my girlfriend." A hint of dissatisfaction stirred within him. He could not comprehend why Xiao Qingzhou obstructed him. "You need not explain. I have broken up with you," Anuo interjected softly, tugging at Xiao Qingzhou's sleeve. She wished to shield him from this ignoble affair. There was no merit in discussing anything with a man who betrayed her trust. The man slightly lowered his head, gazing at the resolute girl before him, his alluring peach blossom eyes tinged with concern. Anuo had never had a boyfriend. She was reserved. preferring to keep her feelings bottled up. Moreover, this was her first love, and he feared for her well-being. Su Linlin and Lin Ying noticed their exchange, their expressions shifting subtly. They had initially presumed Anuo was merely fortunate to be associated with Su Xingyang, thus gaining acceptance among Xiaoqing Zhou and his peers. However, it appeared that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Anuo, what is your relationship with Xiao? Lin inquired anxiously, his eyes filled with accusation. As if he had been wronged, he stood on a moral high ground, ready to reprimand Anuo. How could she forsake such a desirable man for a mere pretty boy like Xiao Qingzhou? Keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. Anuo retorted, her eyes betraying disdain. She could tolerate being betrayed, but she would not allow herself to be sullied by falsehoods, especially at the expense of Xiao Qingzhou. She had hoped for an amicable conclusion, yet the reality was far from her expectations. How had she failed to recognize Lin Yi's true nature? You dare to question me after you have wronged me? Lin Yi, our relationship has reached its end. From now on, you shall walk your own path, and I shall tread mine. Her gaze was frosty as she bypassed Lin Yi and sat down, grasping a water bottle. She had not drunk in quite some time, and her throat felt parched. Su Shunyang stepped forward. If you wish to part ways, then do so. Surely, you realize this is for the best? He gestured towards Su Linlin with a smirk, knowing that their schemes would soon unravel. As a member of the local elite, he had witnessed many scenarios. Lin Yi could not retain Su Linlin's affection. Meanwhile, Su Linlin, fixated on Xiao Qingzhou, was met with derision in Su Xingyang's heart. Did she not see the stormy depths in Xiao Qingzhou's eyes? Lin Yi's expression darkened with regret. His complexion pallid. No, that was not my intention. I was merely momentarily dazzled by Su Linlin. I know her true nature. It was always a mutual arrangement. I never intended to break up with Anuo. It seemed Anuo held a profound misunderstanding of him, and he felt powerless to rectify it. Tears glistened in Su Linlin's eyes as she stared intently at Xiao Qingzhou. She had practiced the art of crying countless times, knowing it could sway any man. However, to her dismay, Xiao Qingzhou offered her not a single glance, instead tending to the girl beside him. Cease your tears. You'll ruin your makeup, Zhong Muyuan remarked, unable to resist interjecting. He had intended to observe the drama unfold, but her smeared cosmetics left a sour impression on him. Upon hearing his words, Su Linlin fished a mirror from her bag, gasping in horror at her disheveled appearance. She seized Lin Yi's arm, dragging him toward the restroom, casting a jealous glance at Anuo as they departed. Why should this insufferable girl be favored while she was left wanting? Thus this farce came to an end. The spectators within the gymnasium were taken aback by the spectacle unfolding before them. A few individuals discreetly scrutinized Anuo and her companions, some already piecing together Lin Yi's motives. However, as food remained available, they were not overly concerned. After a prolonged silence, Anuo addressed the group. I wish to rest. Please awaken me in 2 hours. This journey has been exhausting. Xiao Qingzhou's gaze softened as he gently stroked her hair. Sleep well. I will watch over you. Within the expansive gymnasium, voices hushed to whispers, occasionally interrupted by distant, guttural moans from outside. Anuo was roused by commotion, opening her eyes to see a group gathered, instinctively springing up to retrieve her weapon. Anuo, do not be afraid. A firm hand grasped hers, and only then did she regain her senses. Turning, she beheld the handsome visage of Xiao Qingzhou, his once enticing eyes now tinged with fatigue. You did not sleep? Have you been watching over me? Xiao Qingzhou chuckled softly. I managed to rest for a while, but the noise outside kept me awake. I will guard you now. Your safety is paramount. Anuo whispered, determined that they must survive. If they were to venture outside, their physical abilities must be preserved. Whatever you say, Xiao Qingzhou replied. What has transpired over there? She inquired, noticing the absence of Hu Yiye and her companions. A crowd had formed ahead, seemingly embroiled in a dispute over food. The water has been cut off since this afternoon. The teacher announced that we must consolidate our food supplies for distribution, hence the commotion. The water has been cut off. Anuo's pupils dilated, realizing that amidst such a multitude, a lack of water would not sustain them for long. Given the oppressive heat, the risk of heat stroke loomed large. Food and water had become precious commodities to be fought over. We must investigate. She rose, instinctively taking Xiao Qingzhou's hand. His captivating eyes lingered on their clasped hands, a flicker of warmth passing through him. Ren Guofu was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the sweltering heat. The ongoing argument among the students left him at a loss. Someone has cash. I want to buy. Hu Ye scoffed, directing a piercing gaze at the individual brandishing cash. Do you believe that money holds value now? It must be distributed evenly. Do you take us for fools? In just 2 days, our situation has deteriorated so severely. What use is money? It may well become worthless. Survival is paramount. Ren Guofu interjected, raising his hands. Let us remain calm. How about we appoint a few classmates to oversee the equitable distribution of food and water under supervision? He endeavored to restore order. Finally, someone relented, providing Ren Guofu with a sense of relief. However, Lin Yi cast a malevolent glance in Anuo's direction. He had hoped to find a moment to persuade her to reconsider. Yet this woman who had betrayed him had brought him such humiliation. In the hours spent within the gymnasium, he had endured countless taunts, particularly from Xiao Qingzhou. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the two. Everyone claimed Anuo had made the right choice in leaving him. Xiao Qingzhou was 100 times superior. His heart seethed with resentment. After all, what was Xiao Qingzhou but a handsome face? He was the true academic prodigy. Su Linlin's thesis had been written with his assistance. With these thoughts swirling, he raised his hand. Teacher, I object. Chapter 12. Lin Yi's revenge. These words struck like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the harmony within the gymnasium. A throng of onlookers turned their gaze towards Lin Yi, their expressions rife with derision and mockery. Who in the gymnasium did not recognize him? A superstar, a man spurned for his infidelity, shamelessly attempting to claw his way back. His audacity to speak now stemmed from the embarrassment of his betrayal, seeking to assert his presence. Perhaps? Ren Guofu's eyes simmered with ire. What dissent do you express? After painstakingly stabilizing the situation, this lad dared to disrupt it. Lin Yi, oblivious to the glowering eyes upon him, squeezed through the crowd, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. As he moved, he cast a glance towards Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou. Teacher, as men, should we not take the lead in perilous times? Ren Guofu, while educated and momentarily taken aback, recognized that in such circumstances, one might overlook the needs of others. Yet, he found the quality of wanting to assist others commendable, fostering confidence and solidarity among students. Typically, boys possess greater physical strength, potentially bearing more burden, but assistance should not be dictated by gender. One must act within their means. He began to speak, careful not to sound too rigid. Lin Yi's confidence swelled. Then how can we shoulder danger if we do not first nourish ourselves? Therefore, I propose a greater share for the men and a smaller share for the women. A bombshell. You must be mad. Su Linlin stepped forward, her face ablaze with fury, wishing to silence Lin. In times of scarcity, every morsel represents a chance for survival. His proposition was akin to selling her out. Lin Yi paid her no mind. Having seen the mockery directed at him, she immediately sought others. Had it not been for the collective awareness of her character, she would not have remained by his side. He glanced toward Anuo, determining he could not yet confront Xiao Qingzhou, but he could certainly handle a woman. Today, she would witness the repercussions of crossing him. The crowd erupted in uproar. Ren Guofu felt a chill run down his spine. Why did the heavens not silence Lin Yi? Was this not a recipe for unrest? In truth, Lin Yi's words held a modicum of validity. A boy standing with Zhang Xiang pondered aloud. Though education had taught him otherwise, in a crisis, who could afford to look after another? Yet, self-interest often dictates thought. At this moment, vying for personal gain seemed perfectly acceptable. Why not? There was no immediate danger. Who had they protected? A girl shot him a piercing glare. Incredulous that someone who spoke such words could possibly defend her in a dire situation. How dare you? You, who would merely flee at the sight of zombies. The boys argued, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Xiang, witnessing the absurdity, felt his own dignity slip away, astonished that his seemingly unreliable roommate could exhibit such behavior. Would he not fear social death once rescue arrived? Ha! You run faster than a rabbit, I suppose. Zhong Weiyuan scoffed, though he too believed that an extra morsel of food could equate to an extra breath of life. However, they were not yet at the brink of desperation. He recognized this fellow, who had been cowering in the gymnasium like a turtle. Whether he would flee or not, he certainly would not consider others. And Nua's gaze turned icy as she addressed Lin Yi, aware that he aimed to target her, then shifted her focus to the approving boy. On what grounds do you make such assertions? The boy flared up indignant. You, clad in pristine attire, have never encountered a zombie. You likely haven't even helped a classmate. And Nua coldly observed the boy's immaculate clothing, knowing that while garments could be replaced, shoes could not. One had to engage with zombies to perish. The escape route was hardly clean. Anyone who had encountered them would bear traces of blood. Yet this boy in damp, Appo's shoes remained spotless. Upon hearing Anuo and damp, Appo's words, the crowd's attention swiftly turned to him. As laughter erupted, someone remarked, "This guy's been hiding in the gymnasium. How could he have saved anyone?" At that, the boy's eyes reddened. "You little brat." His words were cut short as Zhang Xiang covered his mouth, muffling any further protests. "Apologies, Anuo. He speaks poorly." Zhang Xiang felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, an inexplicable chill settling in the summer heat. Others might be oblivious, but he saw clearly. This coward had been hiding all along, while the girl before him had faced the zombies head-on. Had she not been bold and courageous, he might not have survived this ordeal. His timid and boastful roommate had no business speaking here. He harbored a premonition that following Anuo might grant him a chance to escape this place. With the boys silenced, an eerie stillness enveloped the gathering. Zhong Weiyuan observed the silent men and women, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He revealed his signature little tiger-tooth smile. Since everyone deems this proposal unwise, shall we revert to the traditional method of division? The women on the scene tensed, while the men remained silent, all aware that their education imparted the lesson. One could not bear the fates of others, yet should not sever another's chance at life. Moreover, those like Xiao Qingzhou, engaged in direct combat with zombies, had initially agreed with the original proposition. What alternative opinions could they entertain? Very well, since there are no objections, teacher run. Shall we commence? Xiao Qingzhou stepped forward, his voice frosty yet reassuring to all present. Ren Guofu quickly regained his composure, casting grateful glances at a few individuals. Had he been alone today, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. With external and internal threats, survival would be a distant dream. Ren Guofu called forth several names, those who had safeguarded others following the incident, assigning them the task of distribution, which reassured the crowd. Xiao Qingzhou naturally featured among them, having exhibited remarkable bravery against 3 zombies during the crisis. Had he not acted promptly, the consequences would have been dire. As the proceedings concluded, Xiao Qingzhou approached Anuo, whispering, "I shall return shortly." Lifting his gaze, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yi, whose face had turned pale, a flicker of menace dancing in his eyes. How could it be? How could no one agree with what I said? It's over. Everything is over. Lin Yi removed his glasses and slumped to the floor, the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of those around him piercing through him. Even Su Lin kept her distance, regarding him as refuse. Throughout his life, he had excelled academically, receiving accolades. How could he find himself in such a predicament? It was all because of Anuo. Yes, hatred ignited in his eyes as he glared in her direction. His teeth clenched. It was all because of her. Chapter 13. A Hell on Earth. Anuo turned around, and as she caught a glimpse of the fleeting hatred in Lin Yi's eyes, a sense of alarm surged within her. She had never anticipated that the other party could be such a person. After all, it was Lin Yi who had shielded her when the vase fell. A flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze, leaving her bewildered about what had gone amiss. Huiye was not preoccupied with the distribution of food. Instead, she approached Anuo, her voice hoarse yet sincere. "Thank you." Anuo, perplexed, inquired for what. Huiye replied, "If you hadn't and Oppos, T pulled me back in the classroom yesterday. I might have rushed out with my boyfriend." The memory of that moment lingered, Had Anuo not restrained her, she would have indeed dashed out. Anuo dismissed it with a wave. It was a trivial matter. She believed that anyone else would have done the same. Still, I must thank you. They say the food is scarce. What are your plans moving forward? Huyeya asked softly. She had made her escape, and, unlike those who remained in the gymnasium, she was not naive enough to believe in any forthcoming rescue. My car is parked at the main entrance. If I wish to leave, I must traverse through the dormitory building. She longed to retrieve her vehicle, the key to returning home to her parents. Upon hearing this, Anuo regarded Huyeya with newfound seriousness, surprised to find their thoughts aligned. The parking lot at the main entrance housed vehicles, yet the current situation remained uncertain. Her words trailed off. It was only the second day since the reign of zombies began, and the thought of reaching the parking lot felt daunting. A frown creased her brow as she contemplated the state of the dormitory building. It would not be an insurmountable task to get there. Huyeya's gaze fell, and she slumped to the ground, her emotions oscillating between hope and despair. Anuo surveyed the surroundings. Xiaqing Zhou and Zhou Miyuan had been called to assist with the food distribution, while Su Xingyang was busy polishing the iron rod in his hands, and Wu Yong sat with his girlfriend, sharing a meal. After some contemplation, Anuo retrieved a stool and positioned it beside the window. The grand wooden doors of the gymnasium had long been shut, and the small door lacked windows, forcing her to peer outside through the higher window. Standing atop the stool, Anuo gazed outward, her heart racing. A hell on earth. The phrase echoed in her mind. The once meticulously maintained lawn was now a chaotic scene, strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. Groups of zombies wandered aimlessly, their numbers far surpassing those behind her. With pupils no larger than sesame seeds, the zombies relied solely on sound to navigate. Any noise would attract their relentless assault. Suppressing her discomfort, Anuo continued to scan the distance. Unlike the music classroom, the unique layout of the gymnasium allowed her to see the library and several dormitory buildings in the vicinity. The sight of the library was even more horrifying. Though distant, the sheer mass of zombie heads sent waves of panic coursing through her. The sweltering heat suggested that the number of zombies near the dormitory could only have increased. What are you looking at? A sudden voice broke her reverie, causing Anuo to jump. It was Su Xiangyang. His curious phoenix eyes were fixed on the girl perched atop the stool. This girl was indeed a peculiar one. While he could hardly bear to look at the horde of zombies, she seemed transfixed by them. Just yesterday, she had spent an eternity observing, and now, his expression shifted as he approached. You don't intend to go out, do you? Yesterday, she had gazed for an extended period before suddenly voicing her desire to leave. Anuo jumped down from the stool, her complexion slightly pallid. She had just witnessed a group of zombies feasting on dismembered limbs. The thought had crossed her mind, yet there seemed no viable escape. Sitting on the ground, she openly shared her thoughts. Given their shared experiences, there was no need for her to conceal anything from Su Xingyang. The outside is perilous. Are you certain? He pressed. He had stealthily observed the outside world while Anuo slept, and the grim reality had shattered his mental defenses. The situation was worse than before. The monsters in the teaching building were already numerous, and here there were even more. The food is dwindling. If rescue does not arrive, we will inevitably face trouble, Anuo stated, and Su Xingyang understood her implication, yet he still clung to hope. However, her next words plunged his heart into despair. Moreover, we are not the only ones alive on this campus. Su Xingyang's gaze shifted. What do you mean? Anuo elaborated. If we can come here, others can too. When survival instincts kick in, people will seek resources with fervor. We may have been among the first to arrive at this gymnasium, but there will inevitably be second and third waves. The more people there are, the greater the potential for conflict over resources. If there are individuals like Wu Feng who have momentarily escaped zombification, any lapse in vigilance could prove disastrous. Su Xingyang felt a flicker of understanding within, yet he still clung to his optimism. No, that can't be. They've locked the doors. Anuo pointed towards the window, though high. The sliding doors had been replaced just last year. Most importantly, they were not locked. Zombies may not be able to enter, but it did not mean that humans could not gain access. The small door was also secured with a code. Anuo's words shattered Su Xinyang's remaining hope, and he stared at the window with a heavy heart. In the distance, Sha Qingzhou and Zhong Muyuan observed the two in conversation, having finished their tasks, and approached. "What are you discussing?" Zhong Muyuan asked, flashing his signature smile that revealed his small canine teeth. Su Xinyang wore an expression of concern as he gathered the group together and quietly recounted Anuo and Appo's alarming words. Instantly, their faces shifted, for this was not welcome news. Zhong Muyuan contemplated climbing onto a stool for a better view, but was halted by the others. "Don't make too much noise. What should we do then?" he queried, his expression troubled. "Xiao Xingzi, can you reach your brother? Has he mentioned when he come to rescue us?" Though hope seemed dim, he still clung to the possibility of a less arduous escape. "Brother, didn't he say?" Su Xinyang shook his head. Sha Qingzhou's expression was inscrutable as he intertwined his long fingers and lightly tapped them together. "We must venture out to assess the situation. If we do not, we cannot hope to escape. But you know they won't allow anyone in or out." Zhong Muyuan countered. Their group had encountered resistance when they attempted to seek help earlier that morning. Frequent excursions for reconnaissance would likely be met with opposition. Anuo recalled the small door at the back of the gymnasium, through which they had entered. "For the next 2 days, we should observe the situation outside from the window, and then venture out to investigate. If they refuse us entry, we may have to remain in that outer room." She gestured towards a small room behind the door. Staying for 2 days would also provide a buffer. If no rescue arrived within that time, they must be prepared. Hu Ye whispered, "I will join you." Wu Yong agreed, but his girlfriend appeared reluctant. Anuo noted the girl's expression and sighed, understanding her perspective. After all, waiting for rescue was preferable to venturing out to face certain death. Sha Qingzhou added, "Reassure your girlfriend. If she is willing, she can accompany us to scout. Let her wait here for your return, and when the time is right, we will leave together." He patted Wu Yong's shoulder, knowing that friends were few and far between. If possible, he wished for them all to escape this wretched place together. "All right." Wu Yong nodded, harboring a subtle belief that the plan devised by Xiao Qingzhou and his companions was indeed sound. Yet, thoughts of his girlfriend lingered in his mind. As the group formed a cohesive strategy, they commenced their preparations discreetly. Xiao Qingzhou offered food to Anuo, but felt an unsettling gaze fixed upon him from behind. His exquisite face bore a slight frown as he subtly turned, his eyes landing on Lin Yi, who immediately masked his expression. It appeared that the other party could prove to be a nuisance. Chapter 14. Superpowers. Anuo had anticipated the arrival of newcomers at the gym, but she never expected it to happen so swiftly. On the 4th day at noon, a piercing horn startled her awake. Instantly, many inside the gym scattered like startled birds, seeking refuge. The previous night, some had discovered the food supply was insufficient, prompting them to pilfer from others. Furthermore, the relentless scratching and howling of zombies outside at night had left everyone on the brink of a nervous breakdown. These events had stretched everyone's nerves to their limits. Anuo and Appo's expression shifted as she stepped onto a stool to peer outside. It was the commotion from the direction of the library. Clearly, someone had also recognized the zombies' behavior and was making noise to attract them. A horde of zombies, with mouths agape and bloodied, raced toward the source of the sound. The noise persisted, and the bolder students, realizing the zombies were not heading toward the gym, quickly emulated Anuo's method of looking out. "Look, the zombies are leaving." A glimmer of joy sparked in someone's eyes, as the nearby zombies had diminished in number and were now drawn away. "Who could it be? Has someone come to rescue us? Let me see." Within the gym, many individuals climbed onto their stools, eager to gaze outside. The very notion of rescue ignited a fervor within the room, akin to boiling water. Zhong Muyuan also held a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it truly be that someone was coming to save us? Anuo furrowed her brow in silence, harboring a suspicion in her heart. This was certainly not the sound made by rescuers. The zombies were heading toward the open space far from the library. If it were truly a rescue, there would undoubtedly be the sound of vehicles. Indeed, the next moment, several figures leaped out from the library's side window, confirming her suspicion. Xiao Qingzhou remarked calmly, "Someone couldn't bear the hunger any longer and thus ran out." Su Xinyang leaned closer, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the group fleeing toward their refuge. He hadn't expected such bravery from them. It was crucial to note that anyone who could escape the library was no ordinary individual. The density of zombies there was staggering, yet the next moment shattered his worldview, which had been built over 20 years. The gym erupted in exclamations. Look, he can conjure fireballs. In the distance, 4 or 5 individuals, led by one at the forefront, were continuously unleashing small fireballs. Though diminutive, they were adequate for dealing with the less agile zombies. Most zombies were distracted by the sound, leaving only a small fraction in pursuit. ISN and Oppos. This what they call superpowers? Someone gasped in astonishment. Anuo felt a flicker of surprise as well. But compared to the wonder of others, a sense of wariness brushed through her mind. Superpowers. They represented a shift in the food chain. For ordinary individuals like her and Xiao Qingzhou, survival would become increasingly arduous. Xiao Qingzhou, sensing her thoughts, grasped her hand gently and murmured, "Do not worry. We've weathered many storms together. We will surely navigate this apocalypse as well." Lin Yi, with reddened eyes, fixated on the fireball wielder, his hands trembling slightly. If he possessed such abilities, would he not earn respect? The image of others kneeling in supplication before him flashed through his mind, bringing him a fleeting sense of exhilaration. At that moment, Anuo, that little vixen, would undoubtedly be on her knees begging him. Simultaneously, he cast a glance toward Anuo and the others. "Teacher, their target is the gym." Suddenly, a student spoke up. Ring Guofu was equally astonished by this turn of events. Their route to the gym clearly indicated they would approach through the front door. Should the door be opened or not? Whether out of a sense of duty as an educator or due to the peculiar powers held by the child, he leaned toward opening the door. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Children, let us open the door and extend our assistance." Instantly, a murmur of dissent rippled through the crowd, yet the majority still concurred. The allure of those mysterious powers ignited many a curiosity. They too wished to learn how to obtain such abilities. Anuo stood atop the stool, observing the approaching figures, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Isn't he our class monitor?" Zhong Muyuan inquired. "Yes, he's a kind-hearted person. We can take this opportunity to inquire about the powers," Anuo replied. Zhong Yuan's spirits lifted at the prospect as he eagerly pulled Su Shengyang to look outside. As the figures drew closer, the sound from the library ceased. This was dire. Everyone held their breath. With silence, the zombies resumed their natural course of action. It seemed they had caught the scent of blood in the air and were frantically lunging toward the fleeing individuals. Su Xingyang seized an iron rod, exclaiming, "They're just a few steps away. Should we not go and assist them?" The prospect of superpowers was sufficient to spur him to take this risk. Fortune favors the bold. Anuo contemplated for a moment, then jumped down from the stool, retrieving her beloved steel mop. "Let's go together." The zombies moved slowly. To change direction swiftly required time. Although their numbers were still considerable, a few individuals should be able to provide assistance. Xiao Qingzhou's beautiful eyes clouded with concern. "You should stay here." He understood Anuo's intentions, but he did not wish to see her venture into danger. Anuo insisted, "We must go together. I cannot be afraid. Fear leads to demise. Besides, I have felt an increase in strength lately, and I discovered some techniques during my last confrontation with the zombies. Compared to those who have never faced them, I surely possess an advantage." Su Shengyang reassured him, "Do not worry. She is far more capable than you think. Her calmness and decisiveness surpass even my own." Zhong Muyuan added, "Count me in. Are you all planning to go out?" The eager expressions of the group had captured the attention of everyone in the gym. Xiao Qingzhou softly noted, "The powers wielded by that individual may prove beneficial for us all." He laid bare the pros and cons, leading everyone to speculate on various possibilities. Ring Guofu found himself in a quandary, but it is far too dangerous. There are so many zombies outside. One misstep could spell disaster. Their hesitation stemmed not from fear of the individuals, but rather from the lingering dread of the zombies. They were afraid to open the door. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi's eyes darted around, and he jumped forward. "It's just a few steps. Assisting them would be beneficial for everyone. Are you not curious about superpowers?" Many in the crowd displayed signs of internal conflict, falling silent. By this point, nobody was disinterested in those extraordinary abilities. Huiye stood on a stool, observing the outside world. There is no time. More zombies are heading over. Teacher, should we not permit this? A voice murmured from the crowd. After all, it was Anuo and her companions who would be venturing out. Even if there were dangers, it would not concern them directly. Moreover, if they could bring back information about the powers, it would benefit everyone. Ren Guofu gritted his teeth. Go swiftly and return quickly. With those words, the group gathered their gear and hurried toward the door. Chapter 15. Saving lives. The zombies at the door had been drawn away. Xiao Qingzhou opened the door, carefully instructing, and Nuo will team up with me. Zhou Miyuan will partner with Su Xingyang. Zhou Miyuan opened the door with confidence. No problem. Although fear lingered in his heart, he had faced zombies head-on before. Ren Guofu initially thought only the three boys would venture out, but he was surprised to see Anuo picking up a weapon as well. He hesitated to voice his concerns, but when he noticed the bloodstains on her clothing, he held his tongue. This young girl had managed to come from the music classroom. Perhaps she possessed more courage than he did. Others shared Ren Guofu's sentiments. In a situation where so few had battled zombies, they found it astonishing that a girl could muster such bravery. This thought made some of them chuckle as they glanced at Zhang Xian's companions and Lin. Oh, who is it that claimed to protect everyone? It can't even compare to a girl. The two called out turned crimson, and Lin Yi's expression darkened. She's just riding on the coattails of others. Yes, that must be it. In the next moment, Nuo's swift actions left him astounded, her words exuding newfound confidence. Anuo expertly wielded a steel pipe, working in perfect synchronization with Xiao Qingzhou, who wielded an iron rod. He focused on restraining the zombies' movements, while Anuo seized the opportunity to deliver lethal blows. In the distance, Meng Hai struggled to control a small fireball, sweat glistening on his forehead. After hiding in a library for 3 days, hunger drove them to devise a plan today, using a drone to divert the zombies with a loudspeaker while fashioning a makeshift rope from clothing to escape through a window. Just as the gymnasium loomed closer, they were dismayed to find the speaker had stopped. His head grew heavy as he found himself unable to muster any abilities, relying solely on his wooden weapon for defense. His companions also struggled, and a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Brother Hai, save me!" The agonized plea echoed, but the encroaching horde of zombies rendered him powerless to respond. He could only watch helplessly as his companion was torn apart by the undead. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he witnessed the gymnasium doors swing open. A group of young men and women rushed towards them. "Help has arrived." His face brightened, a spark of life igniting in his eyes. Anuo felt a surge of strength coursing through her. Was it merely her imagination, or had her power increased? During their escape yesterday, she had believed she had drawn upon energy born of desperation, but it seemed otherwise. "Watch out!" In a moment of distraction, Xiao Qingzhou's peripheral vision caught sight of a particularly swift zombie. His expression hardened as he swiftly shielded Anuo, his other hand driving the iron rod into the zombie's skull. Blood spurted forth. The proximity left him no time to evade, and some splattered onto his face. A drop even finding its way into his eye. Anuo gasped, "Are you all right?" Blood trickled down Xiao Qingzhou's handsome face, staining his white shirt. He blinked, attempting to open his eyes. "Don an amp. Amp. Oppose. Worry, I'm fine." He reassured her, his gaze fixed on the fallen zombie. Anuo nodded, focusing intently. She noticed the advancing swarm of zombies and quickened her pace, soon closing in on Meng Hai and his group. With a swift motion, she dispatched another zombie. "Thanks." Meng Hai stammered, momentarily dumbfounded, feeling utterly outmatched. This girl possessed greater strength than he did, taking down zombies effortlessly. Knowing that the skull was the hardest part of a zombie, he could manage to crush a skull, but often struggled to extract his weapon afterward. Taking out her phone, Anuo had prepared for this moment. Xiao Qingzhou and the others quickly surrounded her. She swiftly opened the music app and tossed her phone away from the gymnasium. "You love me." The booming music filled the air, instantly halting the zombies as they turned towards the sound. "Let's go now," Anuo urged softly. With the zombies distracted, The path back was clear of threats. Ren Guofu had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing the group return, he promptly opened it. "Students, hurry!" The group surged inside, and Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou took up the rear, but just as they were about to enter, the man hesitated for a moment. Without a second thought, Anuo pulled him inside. A flicker of surprise and pain crossed his eyes. Panting heavily, the group collapsed onto the floor, their bodies smeared with blood, resembling apprentices fresh from slaughterhouse. Huya handed Anuo a bottle of mineral water and some wet wipes. "Thank you." Anuo accepted gratefully, distributing the items among Xiao Qingzhou and Su Xingyang. Exhausted, she failed to notice the fleeting daze in Xiao Qingzhou's eyes. His beautiful gaze flickered with confusion, but he shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. "We've made it," Meng Hai's group gasped, utterly worn out. After hiding in the library's cramped confines for several days, they finally felt a sense of security in this safe space, collapsing onto the ground to rest. Two of them fainted from hunger. Ren Guofu, the teacher and de facto leader, stepped forward to distribute food. Meng Hai accepted. "Thank you, Teacher Ren." "You know me?" Ren Guofu asked. "I've attended your class," Meng Hai replied. Though he couldn't recall, it was an opportunity for a fresh introduction. Curiosity piqued as the group surrounded Meng Hai, eager to learn about his abilities. Sensing their keen interest, he surmised they might inquire about his powers. Yet, he himself was uncertain how he had acquired them. He had simply awakened to find them present. As he attempted to articulate his thoughts, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Consciousness slipping away. "How'd I faint? Is it exhaustion?" "Nonsense, it's hunger." The group began to chatter. Ren Guofu rubbed his hands thoughtfully. "Since everyone is here, let us find a place for them to rest." Given their current state, questioning would yield little clarity. Their minds were too muddled from hunger. Without a word of isolation, they began to settle in the gymnasium, all eager to stay close to Meng Hai for the first wave of news. "I'm going to the restroom." The man's deep, husky voice brushed against Anuo's ear, sending a chill down her spine. Turning, she noticed a faint redness in his eyes. "What's wrong? I'll accompany you." A sense of unease gripped her heart. Xiao Qingzhou offered a reassuring smile. "There's a mirror there. I'll clean up. You stay here." With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 16. The zombie's speed intensifies. Lin Yi observed the scene before him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by the sight of another newcomer lying on the ground. A small scratch marred the person in damp. Appo's ankle, clearly not inflicted by a weapon. Approaching cautiously, he feigned eagerness. "Allow me," he exclaimed, as the boy, seeing Lin Yi approach, promptly handed over the task to him, eager to avoid the burden of lifting. This suited Lin Yi and Appo's intentions perfectly. A sly smile crept across his face as he surveyed the stadium. The individuals had been rescued by Xiao Qingzhou and the others. For safety reasons, while they were not quarantined, Ren Guofu ultimately arranged for them to be positioned near Xiao Qingzhou and his companions. Compared to others, should any trouble arise, they would be able to respond swiftly. He deposited the individual in the vicinity of Anuo and Appo's bench before clapping his hands and retreating to the farthest basketball hoop. Su Lin, her high heels clicking, regarded Lin Yi with a hint of confusion. She saw through him completely. He was as foolish as a pig. What was prompting him to engage in acts of kindness towards his classmates now? Was it perhaps for Meng Hai and Appo's supernatural ability? Anuo and Appo's gaze remained fixed on the restroom, her surroundings fading into silence. For some reason, she sensed an oddity about Xiao Qingzhou. Inside the restroom, a man clad in a blood-stained white shirt, with a prominent nose and exquisite features, stood by the sink. He breathed softly, his complexion flushed, his alluring peach blossom eyes glinting with a hint of confusion. Two consciousnesses seemed to be waging war within his mind. It was that drop of zombie blood. His pupils constricted as he gripped the sink, desperately trying to regain his sanity. He could not succumb here. He cannot. Anuo was still waiting for him inside. Twisting open a bottle of mineral water, he blinked twice, beginning to clean himself up. He had to hold on. First, he needed to return and ensure Anuo was safe. In the vast expanse of the gymnasium, people sat apart, whispering amongst themselves. occasionally glancing towards Anuo and her companions. After all, a group had just returned from exterminating zombies, and for safety's sake, they dared only to observe from a distance. "What's wrong?" Su Shengyang inquired, approaching them, having noticed their solemn expressions upon his return. Anuo shook her head. "It's nothing, just contemplating Meng Hai's abilities." She offered a vague excuse, concealing the peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. Moments earlier, she had deliberately observed Xiao Qingzhou. He bore no wounds and appeared unscathed. Su Shanyang retorted, "Nonsense. Surely no one isn't thinking about it now." He raised an eyebrow, his fair skin and phoenix eyes exuding youthful vigor, a touch of mischief. The entire gymnasium's attention was drawn to their conversation, fearing that upon awakening, the individual would be whisked away. Wu Yong murmured, "Could they be taken to be lab rats?" "Perhaps, but surviving is already a challenge. Who cares about being a guinea pig when life is at stake?" Anuo whispered, "Surviving this place is more crucial than anything else." Wu Yong nodded, his girlfriend nestled against him, too afraid to look at the others. In the stillness of the room, Anuo was lost in thought, feeling anxious about Xiao Qingzhou's prolonged absence. Yet, her pant leg was suddenly grasped. The man who had been lying beside her opened his eyes, his pupils narrowing slightly. Upon seeing Anuo's face, he withdrew his hand, sitting up pale as a ghost. Su Xinyang, noticing no abnormality, felt relieved and continued to eat, confident there was no need for haste. Anuo regarded the man on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. "How are you?" The man, pale-faced, managed a weak smile. "Thank you, I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Anuo released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. In that brief moment, she had prepared to act. In such circumstances, anyone would be startled when grasped by their clothing. Noting his ashen complexion, Anuo turned to fetch food, unaware of the man's trembling hand. "Here," she said, extending a piece of bread toward him. The boy lowered his head, concealing his expression. Observing the quivering arm before her, he involuntarily swallowed, revealing a hint of desire. Struggling to maintain his composure, his mind insisted. He was starving. That arm before him must be delectable. Lin Yi, watching from a distance, felt a surge of anger and disappointment. How could this be? Had he misjudged the situation, and it was not a zombie and oppos? As Scratch? He continued to watch, his eyes turning red, fists clenched tightly. "Thank you, I'm a bit hungry." The boy's voice was hoarse as he reached out for the food in Anuo's hand. That voice was wrong. Anuo gasped, her gaze falling upon the boy's slightly bluish-gray nails, and she instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, the chilling roar of a zombie echoed, and in the next moment, the boy's pupils dilated to the size of sesame seeds, his face darkening as he lunged toward Anuo. "Anuo!" Xiao Qingzhou's clear, melodious voice resonated throughout the gymnasium as he emerged, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Instantly, it felt as though his heart was gripped by a powerful hand. He moved swiftly, charging forward. Simultaneously, Anuo rolled on the ground, her leg colliding with the chair, rendering her unable to rise momentarily. Su Shanyang, still munching on food, seized a stool and hurled it toward the threat. "Ah, it an oppos, a zombie." The gymnasium erupted into a cacophony of piercing screams, the crowd descending into chaos. A wide berth formed around Anuo, centering on her. "Are you okay?" Su Shengyang inquired. "I'm fine," Anuo replied, grabbing her weapon as she advanced, aiming for a decisive blow to the head, but she missed. This zombie had evidently accelerated its speed. Alarmed, she sidestepped just in time to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingzhou seized a spear and hurled it with force, striking the zombie's body and causing it to pause momentarily. "Now!" His voice rang out, and Anuo steadied herself, pivoting to unleash her strength. The sound of a head thudding to the ground reverberated. Zhonglin felt as though he hadn't fully registered the situation before the battle concluded, and he approached, breathless. "You scared me. Why did it take so long to mutate?" Previously, he had seen individuals transform within mere minutes, yet this one had taken at least half an hour. Moreover, the speed of these creatures had noticeably increased. Xiao Qingzhou approached Anuo, enveloping her in his arms, his eyes tinged with red, his body trembling. He was frightened. He had just dared to imagine what would happen if the zombie had bitten Anuo. I'm fine. Sensing the man and Appo's fear, Anuo gently embraced him back, a warmth blossoming within her heart. Ever since their parents had passed, they had been each other's solace. From a distance, the others, witnessing the danger dissipate, began to draw near. As many girls caught sight of the two embracing, some were curious, while others were envious. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Qingzhou had been a figure of admiration in school. After all, his visage had once gone viral on forums and the internet. Many among them had harbored affections for him, even forming fan clubs. They had assumed the two were simply ordinary friends supporting one another amidst the apocalypse. After all, a girl like Anuo, with average looks, surely couldn't capture his interest. Yet now, reality had delivered a crushing blow to their assumptions. Why on earth did Xiao Qingzhou fancy Anuo? Chapter 17, if only they had been a bit braver, perhaps Xiao Qingzhou would have acquiesced. This zombie hardly appeared frightening. A girl, suppressing her disgust, approached the fallen corpse, murmuring to herself. If she could capture Xiao Qingzhou's attention with her uniqueness, surely he would notice her. Anuo released Xiao Qingzhou, her gaze landing on the zombie's head, and her expression shifted. Don't move. The girl froze. Zhong Muyuan found the scene amusing. His childhood ability to read the room was exceptional, and he had already absorbed the myriad expressions of those around him. Before the apocalypse, he had heard tales of Xiao Qingzhou's fame and had dismissed the notion of his obsessive fans as mere exaggeration. However, witnessing it firsthand, TSK, there truly are those who are not quite right in the head. Xiao Qingzhou, despite his outward gentleness, was someone whose heart often contradicted his demeanor. Arming herself, Anuo stepped forward, repositioning the zombie's head to reveal its face. The zombie's pupils were the size of sesame seeds, its face a dry, dark hue, with sharp teeth that continually opened and closed. Goodness! Wu Yong exclaimed, astonished. This creature was still alive, even with its head severed. How remarkably tenacious. After dispatching the zombie with a swift blow, Anuo withdrew her weapon, her expression composed. That should do it. Ren Guofu wiped the sweat from his brow as he emerged from the shadows. Thanks to the two of you, or the consequences would have been dire. The zombies he had encountered previously had been quick. He had never seen one move so slowly. Anuo nodded, eager to share her findings. But her thoughts were interrupted by a panicked voice. Teacher, run! That student has an injury on his leg. Lin screamed, pointing at another unconscious classmate. A glint of cunning satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Under the guise of distraction, he had stealthily inflicted a wound on the leg of the other unconscious student, smearing it with a trace of zombie blood. He wagered that those with smaller injuries would undergo transformation more slowly. What? Ren Guofu gasped, taken aback. Yet he dared not approach for inspection. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known, he would have enforced isolation measures. He turned to Xiao Qingzhou and the others, seeking a solution. Xiao, what do you think? Lenny shouted, Teacher, what are we waiting for? Keeping him here is dangerous for everyone. I suggest we isolate him. Su Shunyang scoffed. Are you planning to carry him away? What on earth are you trying to do, causing panic among us? Lin cursed inwardly, surprised that Su Shunyang was so protective of Anuo. How delightful. That fickle woman had put him in a position of embarrassment. Teacher Run, Anuo is injured too. He continued. The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of terror swept through the group, instinctively retreating from Anuo. Could it be that she was injured in the recent skirmish? Su Shengyang glanced at Anuo's leg. It's just a bruise. What is there to fear? Lin countered. Who knows if it's been contaminated with zombie blood? Teacher, I propose we take the injured students, including Anuo, to the equipment room at the back. Xiao Qingzhou's expression soured. This kid actually intended to confine Anuo alongside those who might transform. Since Lin is so concerned for everyone's safety, let's first carry those on the ground inside for isolation. His tone was unusually cold, his usually gentle gaze piercing Lin like a blade, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily. What a fright! Lin Yi's eyes darkened, angered that he had been intimidated by this pretty boy. If anyone should carry the injured, it should be you all, since you insisted on saving them. Zhong Muyuan chuckled. Didn't T. Lin just assist in bringing these two in? Lin Yi's face paled. He had not anticipated being dragged into this predicament. Absolutely not. I was acting while they were unconscious, and I have no wounds. He exposed his skin for scrutiny, and indeed, there appear to be no injuries. Someone murmured in agreement. Lin Yi beamed with confidence. So I'm just like Anuo? This declaration ignited a wave of anxiety among the crowd. Each face turned pale with fear. After all, if Anuo had been injured during the fight, what would happen if two more zombies appeared? Teacher Run, we must isolate. Anuo observed the frantic chatter and felt a heaviness in her heart. If isolation was the way forward, then let us isolate all the students with injuries. Many of you were close to Meng Hai when he was infected, and he had plenty of zombie blood on him. She doubted anyone had escaped without even a scratch during their escape. Moreover, her injury had been witnessed by many. She had merely bumped into a chair while retreating. The abrasion around her wound was clean and distinctly superficial. However, her words struck a nerve. That is not the same. Someone protested. Your injury poses a greater risk than the others. Another added, let us be rational here. And Anuo, you're so capable. Even if that person turns into a zombie, you will surely find a way to handle it. Teacher, please say something. Some students turned to Run Guofu. They understood Lin Yi's intentions, but were still reluctant to share space with Anuo. After all, who could predict what would happen with close proximity? She was so formidable. If another person turned into a zombie during isolation, she would undoubtedly manage the situation. Why should they bear the risk? Some girls sought to take this opportunity to distance themselves from Xiao Qingzhou. With fewer people around, they could approach him. Lin Yi smirked at the unfolding scene, relishing the moment. Anuo, this is the consequence of crossing me. Rin Guofu felt overwhelmed, but time was of the essence. What if the person on the ground transformed into a zombie? Anuo coldly smiled, her lashes lowered. If it were up to her, she would avoid that risk, but now she had no choice. I'll go with her. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the gymnasium, as Anuo's icy hand was enveloped by a slightly warm one. Xiao Qingzhou turned to Run Guofu. Teacher, I will accompany Anuo and that student. That is unacceptable. Someone protested. Yes, it's too dangerous for you, Xiao. Many voices echoed in concern. After all, they might still need Xiao Qingzhou's assistance. Indeed, Rin Guofu echoed. Anuo lowered her lashes, stifling her tears. In a hushed tone, she tugged at the man beside her. I can go alone. She did not wish for him to take such risks. Xiao Qingzhou's gaze softened. It's all right. I'll stay with you. Let us go. With that, he lifted the unconscious individual and headed toward the equipment room. The onlookers watched their departing figures, feeling disheartened. They hadn't anticipated that Xiao Qingzhou would take such a significant risk for Anuo. What if they all emerged unscathed? Some exchanged knowing glances, while Lin Yi felt a thrill of excitement. Since they were going in, he would find a way to ensure they didn't come out. He willingly took on the task of locking the door, and silence descended over the crowd once more. Su Shanyang was momentarily taken aback. Wait, did those two really agree to this? Zhong Muyuan replied. What else could they do? His gaze drifted to Lin Yi's self-satisfied back, deep in thought. Everything was unfolding too conveniently. Chapter 18. Anuo. I have been infected. The three were confined in an abandoned equipment room, with Lin Yi voluntarily taking on the task of locking the door. The others, naturally unwilling to take risks, readily entrusted the matter to him. Su Xingyang wore a sullen expression. He had intended to assume this responsibility, but was thwarted by Lin Yi, who, under the guise of friendship, had invoked a sense of pity to refuse him. Watching that little man, smugly tying the door lock into a complex knot with clothing and rags, he frowned and reached out to stop him. Enough. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, which soon transformed into anger as he slapped Su Xingyang's hand away. Teacher Rin said we must keep a close watch. If a zombie bursts in, can you bear the responsibility? Su Xingyang and Appo's eyes appeared as if they might shoot flames. He longed to thrash the insufferable wretch before him, yet he was restrained by Zhong Muyuan's intervention. It's only a matter of 2 hours. Anuo, we will come back for you shortly. Anuo nodded gently, watching the two depart, her gaze turning icy as it swept over Lin Yi. At this stage, if she still clung to their past camaraderie, She would be a fool. The coincidences surrounding them stirred a faint suspicion within her. Lenny, was it? She took note of him. That gaze. Lenny recoiled a step back, cursing, "What are you staring at, you shameless woman?" With that, he dashed away, contemplating how to prevent the two inside from emerging. He was cursed. Sha Qingzhou's eyes glinted with a savage light as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi's retreating figure, as if imprinting him in his memory. Had he found the opportunity, he would have surely cast the man into the horde of zombies. Anuo turned back and noticed the man's unusual demeanor. Sha Qingzhou appeared distracted, his fair skin flushed, and sweat dripped from his disheveled hair. Sha Qingzhou, what's wrong with you? As she helped the man, her expression turned frantic, her unease magnified. How had he suddenly changed so drastically? Struggling to maintain his composure, Sha Qingzhou gently tousled the girl's hair, half embracing Anuo, and leaned closer. Anuo, find tape and newspapers to seal the windows. Seal the windows? Anuo was perplexed, but upon observing Sha Qingzhou's condition, she settled him and quickly began searching for tools. This would he do. Sha Qingzhou's state must not be seen by others. Her thoughts raced, recalling his silhouette as he headed to the restroom, interspersed with vivid images of battling zombies. Could have been during that time, but how had he become infected? While deep in thought, she deftly covered the windows with discarded newspapers and tape. The onlookers inside were taken aback. What was Anuo planning to do? Would something happen? A male and female pair whispered, their tones laced with innuendo. Those who understood exchanged knowing glances. But who would act so recklessly in broad daylight? The one speaking was likely someone with a deranged mind. Lenny jumped in. I'll go take a look. He was eager to discover what this woman was up to. Noticing someone approaching, Anuo momentarily faltered, but then her expression soured. Get lost, you wretch. I don't want to see you. Didn't you always claim I cheated on you? Well, today, I truly will. Her verbal barrage left Lin Yi stunned, his face turning a shade of deep purple with rage, wishing to tear apart the person inside. You shameless woman, he shouted before retreating. He realized he had been far too lenient. How dare she humiliate him to his face? Where was his dignity? He had once been the esteemed scholar in everyone's eyes. All eyes were on the scene, astonished by Anuo and Appo's fierceness. Could it be? A few girls wore expressions of dismay, their idealized image of their male idol shattered by the reality of him being involved with someone like her. Having only partially sealed the window, Anuo ensured a glimpse of the interior remained visible, fearing that fully covering it might raise suspicions. Upon halting her actions, a portion of the spectators sighed in disappointment. They had hoped to witness something more. Su Shenyang remarked, "What do you think is going on with Anuo? Should we check?" He didn't believe her actions were purely to irritate Lin Yi. Zhong Muyuan replied, "She just wants to prevent anyone from seeing inside. Does this guy lack any insight?" However, why wasn't Sha Qingzhou visible? That was indeed peculiar. Inside the equipment room, Sha Qingzhou tore a strip from his shirt, exposing a portion of his waist. After binding the feet of the boy on the floor, he slumped down, breathing softly. Why is it so hot? Anuo's cool hand brushed against the man's face, her eyes filling with tears. What is happening? Don't worry, Anuo. It's just an infection, but I can still. Hold on. His voice was hoarse, words fragmented. His enchanting eyes tenderly gazed at the girl before him, then shifted towards the hammer in the toolbox. With his long, fair hands, he took the hammer and placed it in her grasp. No, I want tea. What are you planning to do? As if aware of his intentions, tears streamed from her eyes. Anuo shook her head vigorously, unable to accept it. She pushed the hammer away, embracing the man tightly. Sha Qingzhou, I'm not afraid. If you're to become a zombie, then let us do it together. Without him by her side, she felt utterly alone in this world. What was there to cling to? Even if they both turned into zombies, as long as they could be together forever. A hint of a smile graced the man's exquisitely handsome face, his eyes shimmering with tears, reminiscent of a sky full of stars. He gently wrapped his arms around her, leaning in closer, his raspy voice whispering in her ear. Anuo, I don't want to become a mindless monster, nor do I wish to harm you. Please, promise me you will survive, all right? He loved her and would forever remember the little girl who bravely stood before him, battling fierce dogs at the tender age of 6. How could he bear to let her rot alongside him in this decay? She was so young, vibrant, and intelligent. She must escape this hellish ordeal and embrace a life filled with beauty. Anuo sobbed, "Without you, what meaning do I have? Be obedient, dear girl. You wouldn't want my final wish to go unfulfilled, would you?" His voice was imbued with infinite tenderness as he embraced the woman he cherished once more, pressing the weapon into her hands. Sha Qingzhou, Sha Qingzhou. Tears flowed down the man's neck, and the heat of his body began to overwhelm him. Anuo sobbed as she looked at the man before her, now unconscious. If not for his faint breaths, she would have nearly believed she was about to lose him. She would not heed his words. If he was to become a zombie, then so be it. In a corner, she sat in a daze, holding on to him, her eyes unfocused as they fixated on the wall across from her, as if waiting for death to arrive. Chapter 19. She was never one to comply. It was only when the bound boy in the distance stirred that her pupils shifted slightly. Has he turned? She wondered. Finally, his feet bound, the zombie struggled to rise, its sesame seed pupils fixed on Anuo. A guttural growl escaped its lips as it crawled forward on its arms. Anuo rose, picked up a nearby hammer, and remained expressionless. With a forceful swing, she brought the hammer down on the zombie's head. A sickening splatter echoed as blood erupted, staining the glass crimson. Wiping the blood from her face, she impassively returned to the corner and embraced the man beside her. Su Xingyang had been closely monitoring the equipment room. Seeing Anuo and Appo's actions, he immediately rose with elation. "Mr. Run, can Anuo and the others come out now?" Ren Guofu glanced at his watch and nodded. "Yes, they can. Keeping them confined any longer would be unwise." Lin, he stood up in protest. "How can we be sure? We don't know if Anuo was injured in there. The newspapers block our view. We can't see anything. Linny, don't push it, or I swear I'll hit you." Su Xingyang's phoenix eyes blazed with fury as he raised his fist, ready to strike the shameless man before him. Lin, he immediately cowered behind Ren Guofu. "Teacher, save me." Rubbing his temples, Ren Guofu felt increasingly unable to control these students. With dwindling food supplies and no sign of rescue, chaos was brewing. "Silence, Lin Yi. They've been confined long enough. If they were going to turn, they would have already," he rebuked sternly. Harmony was paramount. Anuo, Xiao Qingzhou, and the others with combat skills couldn't and damp. Appo's to remain locked away indefinitely. Su Xingyang scoffed at Lin Yi and Amp. Appo's as cowardice. He approached the innermost equipment room, ignoring the others and Amp. Appo's gazes. Linny, lurking behind, wore a dark expression. He hadn't expected the plan to backfire and allow that bitch to emerge. What to do? The memory of Xiao Qingzhou's gaze sent shivers down his spine. That man would never forgive him. "Anuo, I'm here to get you out." Su Xingyang had approached the equipment room with a hint of joy, but his heart sank when he noticed the motionless figure in the corner, eyes vacant. Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo were both in a concerning state. Anuo's listless eyes flickered as she heard the robust voice from outside. She gently leaned Xiao Qingzhou against a nearby shelf, rose, and gestured to stop him from opening the door. "Don't open it." Her voice was raspy, and she seemed lost. Su Xingyang and Amp, Appo's anxiety grew. He tried to keep his tone light. "What an Amp Appo's is wrong. Linny won an Amp. Appo's to cause any more trouble. I and Amp. Appo's am contaminated with zombie blood. I might turn soon," Anuo whispered, clenching her fist, her eyes and nose reddening as she met Su Xingyang's gaze. She was deceiving him, but what did it matter? As for Lin Yi, she cast a cold glance at the man hiding in the gymnasium, a sneer on her face. Her greatest regret was not dealing with that cheating scumbag sooner. If only. Su Xingyang's pupils constricted. "What are you saying? How could this be?" They had faced life and death together. This news was too much to bear. "You're joking, right?" His voice trembled as he looked at the weakened Xiao Qingzhou. His hope shattered. "Anuo, Zhongmuan, take him back. And, if possible, teach Linny a lesson for me." Without another glance, she returned to the corner and sat down. Zhongmuan sighed and reluctantly pulled Su Xingyang away. "What's wrong?" Ren Guofu asked, puzzled by their return. "Zhongmuan, Mr. Run, Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou are both injured." His words sent a shockwave through the gymnasium. Huyuda didn't expect that the people she had been planning an escape with just days ago were now on the verge of becoming zombies. I'll go see. I'll go too. She and Wu Yong rushed to see Anuo, but they were both saddened by what they found. Too many people had left their side recently. It seems like the zombie transformation is getting slower. Yeah, Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou haven't turned yet, but fighting zombies is still too risky. It's her own fault. She and Amp, Oppos, dragging down our Qingzhou Gitch. Once Meng Hai wakes up, we and Amp, Oppos, gain superpowers. That and Amp, Oppos, right. With him, we and Amp, Oppos, definitely survive. Do you think anyone else among us is infected? The question sent a chill down everyone into Oppos, spines, and they eyed each other warily. Some even began to panic. Teacher, will rescue really come? A student asked quietly. Ren Guofu didn't know. His fear was no less than theirs. But they couldn't afford to panic. It should. Didn't someone receive a call that day? Let's just wait a little longer. He moved among them, offering reassurance. Zhou Muyuan pulled Su Xingyang aside and focused on caring for Meng Hai. Yuanzi, Anuo is infected too. Those people still expect Meng Hai to help them, but they're too afraid to go out and save people themselves. Su Xingyang sneered, his voice laced with trembling and sarcasm. Zhou Muyuan's eyes darkened. No time for sentimentality. It's the fourth day. Once Meng Hai wakes up, we need to convince him to leave with us. With Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou gone, they needed new allies, and Meng Hai was the best choice. Huyuda. Sound effects zombies. We can lure them away and escape through the underground river passage beneath the library. This was the result of her and Anuo's observations over the past few days. Su Xingyang, but Anuo and the others. Everyone lowered their eyes at the mention of their names. Despite their emotional attachment, this was the apocalypse. Reason dictated that they had to leave as soon as possible. As daylight faded below the horizon, darkness descended. Anuo sat in the corner, the sounds of arguments and reassurances about Meng Hai and Oppos, awakening reaching her ears, but she felt nothing. Her unfocused eyes stared at Xiao Qingzhou's slightly graying fingernails. It seemed the transformation had begun. She smiled bitterly. She had never been one to comply. Since there was no one she cared about in this world, what was the point of staying? She gently embraced the man beside her, feeling her body grow increasingly hot and her forehead break out in a cold sweat. A growing hunger gnawed at her stomach. Two voices clashed in her mind. It seemed she hadn't been lying. She must have been infected by the zombie blood. She was about to turn to. Chapter 20. Escape from the gymnasium. Anuo let out a bitter laugh as her consciousness began to fade. In a daze, she faintly heard a loud crash before losing all awareness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until she groggily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by what seemed like the cacophony of 800 ducks. Cries for help and frantic banging filled her ears. In her stupor, she sensed someone attempting to pull open the equipment room door. However, it was locked too tightly and would not budge, leaving them to be devoured by the zombies. Witnessing the gruesome scene before her, she succumbed to slumber once more. What a nightmare this was. The campus lay silent, the air thick and oppressive, steeped in the stench of blood. The flower beds and roadside were littered with severed limbs. Numerous potholes marred the ground, permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Hordes of zombies wandered aimlessly, their guttural roars sending chills down one's spine. Inside the gymnasium, chaos reigned. The zombies fixated on a small room but dared not approach. Anuo whimpered softly as she opened her eyes, only to find herself staring at an expanse of pale skin. What was happening? Had she not transformed into a zombie? Ajo! She swiftly pushed herself up, her expression clouded with confusion as she beheld the back of a man before her. Xie Qingzhou shuddered, his pupils flashing with excitement. Upon turning to see the girl who had awakened, his charming peach blossom eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson. How long could I accompany you like this? Anuo. He smiled warmly and hurried to help her sit up. Xie Qingzhou, what is going on? Have we not turned into zombies? Anuo's eyes gradually cleared, and when she stood to see the throngs of zombies wandering outside, astonishment swept over her. This was not a dream. Images flooded her mind of what she had seen in her half-conscious state. The gymnasium had indeed been besieged by zombies. But what on earth was happening? And Xie Qingzhou, they had both begun to transform into zombies. A glimmer of relief crossed Xie Qingzhou and Oppos, his eyes. Thankfully, she had not transformed. I too have just awakened and am unaware of what transpired here. However, upon waking, I discovered this. The man extended his hand, a blade of wind forming as it sliced through a nearby table, splitting it in two. Anuo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Is this an ability? Could it be that those who have been captured by zombies might acquire powers? A hypothesis took shape in her mind. Yes, so take a look at yours, Shakingshao encouraged. Anuo nodded, closing her eyes to concentrate, entirely oblivious to the fleeting bitterness in the man's gaze. It felt like nothing. After a moment, Anuo opened her eyes, her spirits somewhat dampened. Could it be that she had not awakened any powers? Had she merely been in a prolonged slumber? Do not worry, perhaps. Anuo, have you noticed any increase in your strength? Shakingshao's gaze was gentle as he spoke softly, recalling the day they had gone out to rescue Manghai. He had found her movements somewhat unusual. Could it be that Anuo's ability lay in her strength? Strength. The words struck a chord within her. Anuo recalled how her power had significantly increased since the apocalypse. Had she already experienced a transformation in her strength? With determination, her gaze fell upon a nearby shelf. I will give it a try. She dashed to the shelf and lifted it effortlessly. The sound of the heavy shelf moving was accompanied by her joyous laughter. Ajo, look. Anuo felt a happiness she hadn't experienced in a long time since the onset of the apocalypse, even if it was merely a change in strength. At least she possessed the ability to protect herself. She would not be a burden on Shakingshao. Indeed, you are remarkable. The man in Oppo's voice remained as tender as ever, lulling one into a sense of comfort. Stop, Anuo. This is a time for survival. She set down the shelf and picked up her trusty weapon, a steel mop. Glancing outside, her earlier joy diminished significantly. How would they escape? The gymnasium had a gaping hole in its roof, resembling a collision site, with zombies swarming outside. Upon closer inspection, she spotted a familiar face, Wu Yang's girlfriend. It seemed Su Shengyang and the others were still alive. With a sigh, she felt a twinge of worry. Shakingshao's pupils flickered as he cast a cold glance toward the zombies at the back door. His eyes flashed with a hint of crimson. We will exit through the back door. The man's icy hand grasped Anuo's, causing her to fret. She turned, covering his hand with both of hers. Why is your hand so cold? It could be the weather. I am underdressed, so I feel a bit chilly. The man chuckled softly, his voice deep and resonant, carrying a sense of intimacy. The weather? Only then did Anuo realize it was indeed a bit cold. Before losing consciousness, the temperature had been above 40 degrees. However, more pressing than the weather, her gaze lingered on the approaching Shakingshao. His voice had been a low murmur, imbued with temptation. Be serious, Anuo chastised. Did this man not realize how he appeared? His white shirt, stained with blood and slightly tattered, revealed hints of his abdominal muscles. Coupled with his fox-like features, he was simply irresistible. The man feigned innocence. How could I be inappropriate? It is your mind that is wandering. Anuo huffed in frustration. Let's strategize our escape route. She shifted the conversation, glancing back, and noted a minimal number of zombies. The man relaxed slightly and turned to survey the outside. We will pass through the back and make our way past the laundry room beside the dormitory. There should be a row of bicycles. Shakingshao softly outlined his plan, the only viable route available to them now. Let it be so, Anuo agreed promptly. They had little to prepare, merely patting their pockets for keys with a sigh of relief. Her bike was locked. She had no idea how much time had passed. Hopefully, it still remained. Confronting the zombies once more, Anuo felt an invigorating surge of strength. Yet, before she could strike, a gust of wind swept by, and the zombie before her had its head severed. Turning to glance at the man beside her, she could not help but marvel. Indeed, abilities were most useful. Navigating through the back, the pair demonstrated remarkable synergy, and given the sparse number of zombies, they made good progress toward the laundry room. The ground was riddled with numerous potholes, remnants of destruction, which Anuo noted carefully. Outside the laundry room, 6 zombies lingered, and Anuo exchanged a glance with Shakingshao. You can serve your power and draw their attention, she whispered, uncertain of what lay ahead. Shakingshao nodded in agreement. The sound of a soda can echoed, drawing the zombies toward its source. Anuo moved stealthily, swiftly dispatching one zombie with a blow to the head, then twisting her wrist to take down another. Having learned from her previous mistake, she adeptly avoided splattering blood on herself. Chapter 21. Bicycle drifting techniques. The laundry room bore no door, and bloodstains trailed all the way to the window. Cautiously circumventing the window, the two arrived at the side of the dormitory building. Peering around the corner, they were instantly chilled to the bone. There were too many zombies. With just the two of them, they would likely be devoured to the last bone. Don't be afraid. Look at this. The man's eyes flickered as he brandished a mobile phone. I'll draw the zombies away and toss this phone far. You get ready to ride the bicycle and catch up with me. How can two people fit on one bicycle? Anuo gazed at the small vehicle, doubting its ability to bear their combined weight. The red bicycle had a seat at the back, the lock smashed. All right, it's settled. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingzhou moved ahead to attract the zombies' attention, a current of air swirling around him. Before the zombies could react, their heads were severed. It appeared to be a wind blade. Anuo discerned that Xiao Qingzhou's abilities were significantly stronger than Meng Hai's that day. Shaking her head, she readied herself for action. The moment she saw the phone slip from Xiao Qingzhou's grasp, she dashed towards the bike shed. You're my little. A booming melody erupted, redirecting the zombies toward the sound. Anuo hastened her steps, noticing out of the corner of her eye that a window on the first floor had suddenly opened, with several men and women leaping out. They were also heading for the bike shed. It seemed they had seen someone divert the zombies and wished to seize the opportunity to escape as well. Without further thought, she took a stone and began smashing at the lock. Brother, how do we get out? A girl's voice called out as a composed young man pulled her along, swiftly unlocking the bike's lock and jumping on. We're taking the woods. The woods lead straight to the underground garage. After speaking, he grabbed the girl and rode off, glancing back at Anuo. Thank you. If it weren't for you two, we would have no tools to divert so many zombies. Without looking back, they sped away, the girl following closely behind. Wait, how did you unlock it so quickly? Anuo mused, eyeing Xiao Qingzhou as she hammered away at the lock with her stone. Before long, the lock cracked open. A flicker of joy lit her eyes as she stood up, ready to ride away, only to feel a grip on her ankle. Startled, she looked down. It was a half-bodied zombie. The creature still bore a backpack, likely a remnant of its flight from danger. Having been near the bushes, she had not noticed it earlier, and perhaps the noise from smashing the lock had attracted it. The zombie bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite her foot. Without hesitation, Anuo raised her iron rod and brought it crashing down on the zombie's head. With a splatter, blood sprayed onto her shoes. Her emotions a bit complicated, she glanced back briefly before mounting the bicycle and rushing toward Xiao Qingzhou. Get on, she shouted. The blood-red hue in the man and amp. Oppo's eyes faded instantly as he hopped onto the seat. Once seated, we head into the woods. The narrow paths of the forest were relatively clear. A girl pedaled furiously, the tall man behind her continuously unleashing wind blades. They were being pursued by a small horde of zombies. Anuo thought that had she not been fueled by adrenaline, she surely wouldn't be able to carry Xiao Qingzhou. Soon enough, she caught sight of the few individuals from the dormitory. Why are you back? Her eyes widened, a sense of dread washing over her. There are zombies behind. The group opposite them felt a twinge of despair. Who would have thought that on such a hot day, a group would come to the woods to sketch? Now it seemed they had all turned into zombies. Xiao Qingzhou, we might have to abandon the bike. Upon seeing the 4 or 5 zombies trailing the group ahead, Anuo's voice quivered slightly. Was fate conspiring against her? Take the narrowest path. Xiao Qingzhou's gaze fell upon a seldom-used narrow route, which could loop back to the parking lot. Hold on tight. Anuo's face flushed as she summoned all her strength, pedaling as if she could conjure flames beneath her wheels. With a stylish flick of the handlebars, she drifted onto the narrow path. The group from the dormitory, noticing Anuo's direction, sprinted after her. On this typically quiet path, they resembled a team of professional cyclists. If it weren't for the terrifying zombies trailing behind, one might mistake it for a mountain biking competition. With icy hands, Xiao Qingzhou brushed the sweat from Anuo's forehead, his crimson gaze fixed ahead. I'll take over. Xiao, if we weren't fleeing for our lives, I'd certainly switch places. Anuo attempted to lighten the mood amidst the chaos. After all, No one was more unfortunate than them. Racing bicycles against zombies? A truly rare spectacle. Moreover, the zombies seemed to have gained speed overall, but it mattered not. If she pedaled quickly enough, they could buy themselves time to escape. Seeing the lively girl before him, Xiao Qingzhou revealed a hint of a smile. Fortunately, this path remained clear, and as they neared the edge of the woods, Anuo suddenly slammed on the brakes, coming to an abrupt halt. Finally made it. The others behind them wiped their brows, each heart racing throughout the journey. Now that they had distanced themselves from the zombies, a sense of survival began to wash over them. Thank you. The group turned their gaze towards Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou, expressing their gratitude, pausing as their eyes fell upon Xiao Qingzhou. Xiao Qingzhou, the man of the hour. To think their first meeting would occur under such dire circumstances. Anuo waved her hand, glancing outside. There were few zombies, but the area bore the scars of a violent storm, with limbs scattered everywhere. Many must have fled here to escape. Their parking spots were relatively far, yet the vicinity remained clean. Anuo's gaze landed on her bicycle. But, why did you cover the bike? I did on a whim, Xiao Qingzhou replied. After a moment's contemplation, she vigorously agreed. Well done. This ensures the integrity of our bicycles. Removing the cover will take time, and the wheels are still locked. This is likely why no one chose to escape on their bicycle. Brother, that's our bike. A girl tugged at her brother's arm, hurriedly pointing to the nearest parking spot. The boy drew a short dagger and looked at Anuo. Want to join us? Although the bike could only accommodate 5, in this apocalypse, they could squeeze in one more. Thank you, but our bike is over there. Anuo shook her head, gesturing toward the distant parking spot. Then we shall take our leave. The boy nodded, and the group dashed out of the woods. Anuo observed their movements. They seemed to coordinate well. With few zombies remaining, they navigated with ease. We should go too. She took Xiao Qingzhou's hand, speaking softly. Once the sound of their engine roared to life, they would be in trouble. Anuo, hold on to me. Xiao Qingzhou extended his hand. The two exchanged a glance at the bike's position before charging forth. Perhaps due to their altered physiques, their speed and strength surpassed that of the pre-apocalypse. With few zombies in sight, Xiao Qingzhou unleashed wind blades, eliminating every zombie that lunged at them. Before long, they reached the RV parking area. Simultaneously, the sound of an engine could be heard as a car sped away. Anuo quickly retrieved her keys to unlock the bike lock, while Xiao Qingzhou took charge of removing the bike cover and tossing it aside. As the roar of the engine reverberated, it inevitably attracted all nearby zombies. At last, upon catching sight of a shadowy figure of a zombie around the corner, Anuo shouted, Ajo, get in the car. Chapter 22. Departure from campus, she opened the car door and immediately jumped inside, extending her hand to wait for Xiao Qingzhou, who was rushing from the rear of the vehicle. Just as she thought everything would proceed smoothly, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged behind the man, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. A green-eyed zombie, its face ashen and its teeth resembling sharp blades, suddenly crawled out from beneath a nearby car, lunging towards Xiao Qingzhou. Be careful. Anu's expression changed as she hurled a steel pipe, which crackled with electricity. A resounding bang echoed as the foul odor of charred flesh filled the air, and the zombie's chest was pierced through. Xiao Qingzhou's gaze sharpened. Almost instantaneously, he dove to the side and rolled on the ground. When he beheld the clearly glowing green-eyed zombie, he was momentarily stunned. Logically, this zombie shouldn't have attacked him. His eyes fell upon the grayish-blue fingers protruding from the zombie's abdomen, and a few conjectures formed in his mind. Hiss! The zombie rose from the ground, visibly enraged, and turned its attention towards Anuo at the car door. It possessed intelligence. Anuo, spotting the advancing zombie in the distance, called out loudly, Let us end this quickly. This particular zombie was evidently different from the others. They couldn't afford to waste time. Grabbing a baseball bat from the car, she leaped out to take the initiative. Her fingers curled slightly, and electric sparks flickered around the bat. Almost directly facing the creature, she straightened the bat, pointing it directly at the oncoming zombie. The electric sparks danced. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingzhou attacked from behind. A gust of wind surged forth. Realizing the imminent danger from behind, the zombie shrieked and abruptly changed direction, leaping towards the adjacent lawn. Hiss! It let out a roar, casting a deep glance at the two before retreating into the woods. The combination of wind and electricity crackled in the air, creating a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. "Let us go." The two opened the car doors and quickly entered. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. "We must leave this place. Too many zombies are being attracted. We cannot be surrounded here." Anu tossed the keys to Xiao Qingzhou, who caught them, turned the ignition, and fired the engine in one fluid motion. "Buckle up," with his magnetic voice ringing in her ears. The car shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of crashing against various obstacles filled their ears. The car jolted violently, causing Anu to grip the overhead handle tightly. Watching the zombies being knocked aside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they could escape. The vehicle sped through the tranquil campus, racing towards the main gates. As she observed the surroundings, a heaviness settled in her heart. The main avenue of the campus was the area most infested with zombies, and they scarcely spotted any living souls along the way. Upon crossing the main road, the school gates loomed not far ahead, yet chaos reigned at the entrance. Cars were haphazardly strewn about. Wreckage and potholes littered the ground. Bloodstains, severed limbs, abandoned vehicles, and a lingering dust in the air painted a grim picture. Everything appeared as if it were the ruins of an apocalyptic world. As they approached the school gates, Anna noticed several zombies bearing the marks of gunfire. Clearly, someone had come to rescue them. She pondered slowly. Yet why had Wu Yong's girlfriend become a zombie in the gym? Xiao Qingzhou remarked, "It seems Su Xingyang and the others might have also left together." Anu replied, "They are good people. I hope they can survive." With a soft sigh, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Anu's eyes. In such a brief span, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The people she once knew might never be seen again. "Let us head to a place where we can regroup." "Where?" Anu asked, puzzled. Did he mean to return home? But both their homes were in the bustling city. They rarely spent time at home, and there was little left there. "The repair shop," the man softly stated. "Modifications are the most crucial task now." Anu instantly grasped his intent. Although she had reinforced the car slightly for safety prior to the apocalypse, the prolonged journey on such roads, colliding with zombies, could have caused severe damage. She quietly acquiesced. What used to be a 15-minute journey before the apocalypse now took a full hour. The desolate scenery they witnessed along the way was disheartening. Anu clutched the overhead handle tighter, her heart racing with fear and trepidation. She knew she shouldn't be afraid. Yet who could remain hopeful in such dire circumstances? While she had harbored various speculations during her time at school, she ultimately clung to a glimmer of hope. After traversing 2 streets, they finally spotted the sign for the S store. Xiao Qingzhou gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The shutter door ahead was tightly closed, with a few zombies wandering nearby. This establishment was a collaborative effort between her and her friends. Although it had yet to open, it was fully stocked. Cracking the windows slightly, he swiftly dispatched the nearest zombies with a few wind blades before leaping from the car. Anna moved to the driver's seat, using the rearview mirror to monitor the approaching zombies from other directions. In the instant the shutter door was raised, he pressed the accelerator and drove inside. Xiao Qingzhou quickly lowered the shutter door, and just as it descended, the shrieks and scratching sounds of the zombies surged back. The room plunged into darkness, only to be illuminated shortly thereafter as Xiao Qingzhou activated the generator. Jumping out of the driver's seat, she cautiously surveyed the expansive interior of the shop. The lavish decor was devoid of any human presence. "How do you have the key to this place?" she asked curiously. Xiao Qingzhou replied, "I partnered with friends to open it before the apocalypse." As he approached her, a rare softness flickered in his expression. "There's no one here. I was the last to leave and locked up, so you can rest easy." Anu's face brightened with relief. After being pursued by zombies for so long, she was on the verge of breaking down. Thankfully, they had returned to the safety of her little vehicle. No matter what, the road ahead should be a bit easier. "I'll reinforce this vehicle again shortly. The tires are in excellent condition, and it just needs a little more fortification inside and out." "Then you prepare. I'm going to take a shower," Anu exclaimed, feeling as if she had a foul odor clinging to her. Her clothes and shoes were utterly filthy, the latter already starting to come apart. This harrowing escape had made her neglect her personal appearance. "Go ahead first," Xiao Qingzhou said gently, his shirt stained with patches of blood. and his fair neck speckled with dirt. His short hair was disheveled, yet his face still bore an alluring charm, as if adorned with the traces of battle. Suddenly, Anu felt the unfairness of the world. Why was Xiao Qingzhou in battle attire while she was merely fleeing for her life? In a flash, she dashed into the RV and kicked off her shoes. Chapter 23. Renovating the RV inside the RV. Everything remained as she had left it, tranquil and inviting. The warm-toned carpet complemented the cozy furnishings, exuding a sense of homeliness. After closing the door, she discarded her clothes into the laundry basket and hurried to the bathroom. It had been ages since her last shower, and as the pleasantly warm water cascaded over her body, she sighed in relief. She felt a surge of gratitude for having purchased the RV. At least it provided a toilet during these trying times. After nearly an hour in the shower, she finally felt rejuvenated, free from the scent of blood. She donned her autumn sports pajamas and stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. The girl in the mirror appeared delicate, her hair cascading down to her waist. But, alas, maintaining such hair in this post-apocalyptic world had become a daunting task. She chuckled softly to herself and reached for a pair of scissors. As she stepped out of the RV once more, Xiao Qingzhou's gentle eyes sparkled with admiration. Anuo looked exquisite, faced with Xiao Qingzhou's habitual compliments. Anuo felt a twinge of exasperation. If she weren't so aware of her own appearance, she might have succumbed to the flattery of this handsome man. After a moment's thought, she cleared her throat. "Xiao, you're going to make me blush." Xiao Qingzhou replied, "I'm merely speaking the truth." In his heart, Anuo would always be the most beautiful. Instantly, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Anuo's mind screamed, "This guy has no idea how enchanting he is when he praises a girl." After knowing him for so many years, if she weren't already immune to his charm, she might have fallen into his gentle trap. "Are you going to take a shower?" She gestured towards the interior of the RV, indicating the large water tank. "Sufficient for several days for 2 people. Wait until I finish modifying the vehicle. There are some snacks in the lounge. See if there's anything useful we can take along." Holding tools, Xiao Qingzhou pointed to the toolbox nearby. Anuo then noticed his attire. Clad in work overalls, he exuded an aura of restraint. Good heavens! What was she thinking? She smacked her forehead and dashed towards the lounge, her retreating figure conveying a sense of urgency. Upon entering the lounge, her eyes widened at the sight before her. This was not merely a little bit of supplies. It was an abundance. She began to tally the items in the room. 2 boxes of instant noodles, 6 packs of mineral water, 12 large barrels of water, yogurt, snacks, a box of ham, a solar generator, and more. After cataloging what she needed, she contemplated whether her vehicle could accommodate it all. Some of the water could be poured into the tank, while another portion could fit in the external storage compartments. The remaining items, a few storage cabinets under the sofa, could still be utilized. Although the vehicle was powered by solar energy, having an extra generator wouldn't hurt. Jotting down the quantities on paper, she resembled a little hamster as she gradually maneuvered the cart out of the lounge. By the time she finished organizing, Xiao Qingzhou was nearing the end of his modifications. Gazing at her vehicle, which could only be described as apocalyptic armor, she couldn't help but admire the man and Appo's skills. She knew Xiao Qingzhou was adept at making money, but she had never realized he possessed such talents. The windows of the RV were already sturdy, yet he had reinforced them with a steel frame, securing all but the windshield. The entire structure had undergone varying degrees of fortification. In that moment, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. "Is it finished?" she asked, circling the vehicle with stars in her eyes. It was simply stunning, her dream vehicle. Xiao Qingzhou packed away his tools, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her delight. "It's all done," Anuo replied. "I just saw your clothes in the lounge. I placed them in the shower. I've also accounted for everything there." "Okay, I'll tidy up shortly," he replied softly, organizing his belongings into the external storage compartments. Meanwhile, Anuo picked up the man's clothes and hurried back into the RV. She realized the bed inside still needed to be arranged. The sound of water filled her ears. Anuo silently chanted to herself, "Clear your mind. Clear your mind." She retrieved the blankets from under the bed, layering them carefully. Feeling the chill from just emerging, she added a heated blanket and a soft throw. After all, the weather had turned cool quite rapidly, and who knew what awaited them next. Placing the lone doll beside the pillow, she raised the bed's safety rail. Admiring her work, she clapped her hands, a fleeting sadness crossing her mind. If it weren't for the apocalypse, such a cozy setup would have promised a delightful journey. Her gaze drifted to the living room sofa, and she pondered. The adjacent small bed was a foldable cabinet style, far too inconvenient. Any unforeseen events would render a quick response impossible. After some thought, she moved to the living room. The space was designed with a coffee table setup, allowing the seats to recline, creating a partition from the driver's cabin. She retrieved the blankets, their dark hues reminiscent of the one she had prepared for Lin E during their travels. Thinking of Lin E, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She hoped he had turned into a zombie, or else. As she completed the bedding, the bathroom door creaked open with a soft sound. She looked up to see a vision of toned, fair skin. Further up, the man was drying his hair with a towel. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Anuo exclaimed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. So pale. She inadvertently dropped something, causing it to fall to the ground, wetting the floor. The man picked up his clothes, feigning innocence, his eyes brimming with a mix of vulnerability and a hint of mischief. Realizing she had wronged him, a wave of shame washed over Anuo. No, she must maintain her composure. Tossing a black shirt toward him, she said, "Here, wear this." "Thank you," Anuo. His voice was laced with laughter, his gaze as gentle as flowing water, captivating her senses. Anuo retorted, "Just get used to it. I'm a proper person." Turning on the RV and amp, Oppo's S-radio. She began to seek current information. They couldn't remain here indefinitely. Surely, there would be rescue efforts leading to safe zones. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted that merely 7 days had passed since the apocalypse began. This meant that she and Xiao Qingzhou had been unconscious for 3 days. The radio reception was poor, as many stations had become inoperative post-apocalypse. She switched channels repeatedly until she stumbled upon a rather unusual static. "Apocalypse, please proceed to the southeastern Shanghai. Southeastern base." The voice crackled intermittently, suddenly returning to static. "Southeastern base?" Anuo queried. Xiao Qingzhou replied, "Before the apocalypse, that area was underdeveloped, with a military district nearby. Should we set off tomorrow?" They were currently near the coast, and even in pre-apocalyptic times, the journey to the southeastern base would have taken at least half a month, especially now. "Let us prepare first. We have some spare gasoline here. We can fill some up and then depart." "All right," Anuo agreed. The two of them proceeded to load the supplies onto the RV, organizing everything before sitting down together to enjoy their meal. Chapter 24. Hot pot delight. Beneath the warm glow of the lights, the simmering hot pot exuded an irresistible aroma, nearly bringing tears of joy to Anno's eyes. She had purchased a considerable amount of frozen vegetables and ingredients, all preserved thanks to solar power. After days of consuming nothing but dry bread in the post-apocalyptic world, the prospect of indulging in warm, delectable food made her yearn to devour it all at once. "Slow down," Xiao Qingzhou remarked, accustomed to wiping the oil from the corners of the girl's mouth with a nearby tissue, observing her kitten-like demeanor. "This is utterly delicious. You must try some too," Anuo exclaimed, her delight palpable. As she gazed at the feast before them, the man's expression darkened, and finally, his long fingers picked up the chopsticks to bring the food to his lips. The taste was astonishing. He could actually eat this? A flicker of surprise crossed his pupils, leading him to question his own condition. The image of that green-eyed zombie flashed through his mind, shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. "Look," Anuo suddenly exclaimed, seemingly struck by a thought. She set down her chopsticks and extended her hand, calming herself slightly. Moments later, a sphere of crackling lightning appeared in her palm. "I think I possess lightning abilities." Her smile radiated, for she had previously believed she was devoid of any powers. Who would have thought that during her confrontation with the green-eyed zombie, she would discover her latent abilities? Yet, why were her powers different from his? A hint of confusion lingered. While Xiao Qingzhou could conjure wind blades, she could only summon electric sparks. Perhaps abilities could be upgraded. Maybe the crystal core had something to do with it. Crystal core? On the day we went to rescue Meng Hai, I saw a crystal embedded in the zombie's head. And when I woke up, that crystal was gone. It must have been absorbed. Anuo pondered, a sense of speculation creeping into her mind. Perhaps it wasn't just the zombies that were evolving. Human abilities might be advancing as well. It seemed they would have to put in more effort moving forward. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination reflected in each other's eyes as night enveloped them. The sounds of zombie howls persisted in the distance. Anuo in bed, her gaze fixed on the vehicle and Oppo's surveillance monitor. For safety, she and Xiao Qingzhou had divided their watch into shifts. Despite the presence of a rolling shutter door, there was no room for complacency during these perilous times. Initially, Xiao Qingzhou intended to keep vigil throughout the night, but she had firmly refused. She could not survive sheltered beneath his protective wing. Habit can be a frightening thing. Once accustomed to it, it becomes a given. Over time, it can transform one into a burden. They were comrades in arms, and she did not wish to be his liability. The vehicle surveillance remained uneventful until midnight, when she heard the rumble of an engine and the ominous sound of a horde of zombies approaching. Perhaps someone was attempting to escape at night? Yet, S-City was a sprawling metropolis, and zombies were particularly active after dark, making such actions perilous. Time slipped away until Xiao Qingzhou awoke, allowing her to finally succumb to sleep. Gazing at the serene expression on the girl's face, a flash of crimson flickered in the man's eyes. The base? Anuo, I wonder if I can accompany you into the base. If I'm not around, will you take care of yourself? The bed beneath him was soft, as was the pillow. Anuo stirred awake from the vehicle's jolting motion, blinking her bleary eyes in confusion. Was she home? It felt so pristine. Yet, something seemed off. She abruptly sat up, only to be hindered by the seatbelt. What was happening? She opened the privacy curtain beside her to peer outside, only to come face to face with a pair of tiny, beady eyes. A zombie. Instinctively, she pulled the curtain shut, and clarity returned. Releasing the seatbelt, she steadied herself on the armrest and climbed out of bed. Upon opening the blackout curtain, she saw Xiao Qingzhou at the wheel, driving. They had already departed from the school area, heading toward the southeastern base via the highway. S-City was densely populated, and along the way, zombies lunged at the vehicle, only to be mercilessly struck down and crushed. Enduring the jostling, she rushed to the washstand for a quick freshen-up before making her way to the front. She swung open the partition and jumped into the passenger seat. Why didn't you wake me? Seeing her awake, the man's expression softened, his handsome face radiating warmth. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Next to him lay freshly made rice balls, still warm. To awaken to food was indeed one of life's greatest joys. Anuo's eyes lit up as she picked up a rice ball filled with meat and ham. She took a bite and gave a thumbs up. You've done remarkably well, my dear Xiao. You deserve the title of imperial concubine. He raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. Shouldn't it be empress instead? Nonsense. You can't possibly be the main consort. Anuo shivered at the memory of Xiao Qingzhou's previous rejections. Back in school, their friendship had included a third person, navigating the awkwardness of adolescent affection. How could she remain indifferent while gazing at his charming face and gentle demeanor? Ultimately, he confessed his feelings. The scene of his confession was forever etched in Anuo's memory, marking the first time she saw beyond his tender facade. His cold expression and words of rejection sent a tremor through her heart. We can no longer be friends. Those words terrified her, snuffing out the budding emotions she had harbored. With her parents gone, only Xiao Qingzhou remained. Thus, she vowed never again to indulge in the playful banter of friendship with a man. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Anuo was well aware of that past, observing the girl and Oppo's inattentiveness. Disappointment flickered in his enchanting eyes. Why, despite his efforts, did she remain unmoved? Was he not enough? As she ate, Anuo gazed outside, her expression growing cold upon witnessing a scene in the distance. A group appeared to be fleeing, and a man, in a desperate bid for survival, had pushed a child into a horde of zombies. The apocalypse. Perhaps it was also a moment of moral collapse. An internal alarm began to sound within her. Innocents are often punished for possessing something precious. In this desolate world, she and Xiao Qingzhou resembled targets. To safeguard what they had, they would need formidable strength. Only power could serve as the foundation of survival. With that thought, she opened the window channeling her abilities as electric sparks danced from her hand. Xiao Qingzhou remained silent, having witnessed the recent events outside. From their experience at the gymnasium, if only a few individuals obtain abilities, it would inevitably lead to a survival of the fittest scenario. Strength was the essence of existence. Throughout their journey, aside from practicing her abilities, Anuo took moments to rest. She suddenly recalled a crucial matter. They were weaponless. The steel pipe they had previously wielded was lost, leaving only a few kitchen knives. "Xiao, we are in dire need of a weapon," she exclaimed. "If we proceed further, there's a commercial area near the highway. We should check it out." Anuo contemplated, remembering that there were outdoor supply stores and military shops in that vicinity. However, in their current situation, leaving the vehicle outside could prove troublesome. As she voiced her concerns, Xiao Qingzhou interjected, "This morning, I discovered another ability." Chapter 25. Dual Abilities. Xiao Qingzhou spoke softly, his hand gesturing slightly, causing the bag beside him to vanish. This was a discovery he made while cooking this morning. Spatial abilities. Anuo's eyes brightened. Possessing spatial abilities meant they could store more items. Could it preserve freshness? How large could it be? It couldn't preserve freshness, as the flow of time and space remained the same, only about the size of a garage. Xiao Qingzhou chuckled softly, stating that while storing the RV was no problem, accommodating other items would be insufficient. "Ajo, have you noticed that it seems heaven particularly favors you?" Anuo admitted she was feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Oh, how envy drives one mad. What flaw could this man possibly possess? I can feel it." Xiao Qingzhou nodded seriously. Anuo sighed deeply, reclining in her chair as a flicker of amusement crossed the man's exquisite face. "Foolish one, heaven's greatest favor towards me is encountering you." As the vehicle progressed towards the highway, the number of other cars began to increase. While Anuo observed the other drivers, they too noticed her, their expressions filled with surprise. Perhaps they hadn't expected anyone to have the time to modify their vehicle amidst the apocalypse. Gazing into the vehicles around them, Anuo noticed that most were familial units, while many others appeared to be organized groups. It was rare to encounter a pair as they were, for solitude in such times was perilous. "Do you feel that the weather has turned colder?" She glanced at the thermometer. Yesterday it read 20 degrees, and today it had dropped to 15. Recalling the sweltering 40 degrees before the apocalypse, she harbored an unsettling suspicion. "We'll need to turn on the heater tonight," Xiao Qingzhou solemnly advised. He had become somewhat desensitized to temperature changes and had not noticed. This served as a reminder that Anuo was still human. Despite her physical transformations making her stronger, she could still fall ill. "Medicines? We have none." They would need to search for a pharmacy, instead of heading directly to the highway. Xiao Qingzhou maneuvered the vehicle into a nearby shopping center. Another car followed suit, indicating a shared purpose. Parking in front of the mall, they noted only a few scattered zombies inside. However, a significant number lurked outside, at least dozens. Charging in blindly would be perilous, as the situation within the mall was uncertain and they were unarmed. The vehicle behind them seemed to recognize the danger as well, refraining from rash actions. Zombies, alerted by the noise, surged towards the car. "We have no choice but to go in," Anuo declared, inwardly cursing herself for not purchasing outdoor supplies earlier. She lamented that now, when they were needed, she had none. Alas, she had never anticipated an apocalypse. Xiao Qingzhou focused ahead, sensing that the number of zombies inside was limited. Besides, should anything occur, he would risk exposure to protect Anuo, yet would she resent him for it? This thought dimmed his gaze momentarily. Meanwhile, Anuo dashed to the back, quickly changing into black athletic wear and returning to the driver and Oppo's seat with 2 machetes. Pulling the divider, she handed one to Xiao Qingzhou. "I and Oppo's LL handle this side. Lend Oppo's. Let's work together." With that, her eyes sharpened as she rolled down the window, unleashing her abilities to incinerate the zombies surrounding the vehicle. With a swift motion, she exited the car. Xiao Qingzhou unleashed a gust of wind, securing their vehicle within the spatial realm. Grasping the machete, Anuo swiftly decapitated a zombie that approached her. Without time for further thought, she faced another. The two stood back to back, battling the encroaching zombies. Due to their proximity in combat, a thin sheen of sweat formed on Anuo's forehead. Should she be scratched by a zombie, her luck might not hold. Ajo, watch our backs. I'm going to push forward. She accelerated, aiming for the door. If they lingered any longer, more zombies would surely be drawn to them. The occupants of the adjacent vehicle were taken aback as they witnessed the duo's bold assault. It was only the 7th day of the apocalypse, and few had developed an instinct for survival. Even among lone travelers, most were men, while the majority operated in teams. Yet, upon witnessing the pair and Oppos, as fluid movements and abilities, they couldn't end Oppos, help but admire them. After all, who would dare venture out without some skill in these times? Anuo reached the door, catching sight of 3 men emerging from a sedan, one of whom conjured a fireball, clearly a fire elemental. The other 2 wielded machetes. A woman remained in the driver's seat, poised to assist at any moment. As they followed behind, the pressure was minimal. With one hand, Anuo opened the door while simultaneously unleashing her abilities to incinerate the zombies lunging at her. Xiao Qingzhou followed closely, using his wind blades to dispatch any zombies that approached. Close the door. Anuo gently reminded the trio trailing behind. To the 2nd floor, she grasped Xiao Qingzhou's hand, and they dashed upwards, the others appearing to follow their lead. Though the heat persisted, it did not deter workers from their duties. Thus, the 2nd floor was teeming with zombies, who lunged towards the group upon hearing their movements. In the midst of chaos, vibrant colors intertwined as abilities were unleashed without restraint. Anuo moderated her power, having learned through practice that excessive use could lead to dizziness and exhaustion. Fortunately, with Xiao Qingzhou by her side, a significant number of zombies fell before them. Harnessing the strength around her, Anuo wielded her machete and hurled whatever she could find. A single throw could take down a cluster. "Wow, this girl is fierce," exclaimed a lean man behind her, wide-eyed. Just days into the apocalypse, a woman outshone him. And that stunning young man? He, too, possessed remarkable strength. "Do not judge a book by its cover. Strength is what truly matters," remarked a middle-aged man, older and wiser, understanding the value of power. As the group raced through the 2nd floor, they eventually split up, with Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou heading towards the clothing section, while the others ventured to the food area. Upon spotting a store filled with military green supplies, Anuo's eyes sparkled with delight. Finally, inside, only 2 or 3 zombies remained. After Xiao Qingzhou dispatched them with his wind blades, he swiftly secured the store's entrance. "Huff, huff, we made it," Anuo exclaimed, delivering a final blow to a zombie's head with her machete. Rising, she grabbed a pair of gloves from the wall, kneeling to suppress her disgust as she rummaged through the zombie's brain. How could such a revolting creature produce such beautiful crystals? Extracting a shimmering crystal core. Anuo and Oppos, helped but feel her eyes sparkle. Within the core, it appeared as though glistening water flowed, so exquisite. Revolting creature? Xiao Qingzhou and Oppos, pupils dilated. The very word made his already pale complexion grow even more as his hands trembled slightly. Ajo. Anuo waved her hand before him, bringing him back to reality. "If you like them, I'll gather more for you in the future." A gentle smile graced his features, though the corners of his eyes tinged with red. As she recalled the image of him extracting from zombies, Anuo found herself grappling with her sense of acceptance. "Ajo, try to maintain your dignity." Her expression turned serious, resembling a knight bestowing a medal. "At your command." Chapter 26. The corpse the military inn could be considered a semi-outdoor adventure, as Anuo casually grabbed a bag to stow her jacket. With the weather gradually cooling down, she also collected a few cotton coats. Essential items like climbing ropes, a first aid kit, and a compass were indispensable. "Do you see any weapons?" she asked, glancing towards Xiao Qingzhou. Here lay a solar-powered flashlight, while the rest were merely short knives. After lifting her backpack and surveying the array of items on the wall, she noted the limited selection of short blades. "Let's put these away for now." Although short knives were less convenient, they were undoubtedly more durable than a watermelon knife. "Let in Oppos, check the storage area at the back." With a slight movement of his hand, Xiao Qingzhou began to store the items into his space. "Is it only the size of a parking spot?" Anuo was taken aback, as she had prepared to carry everything herself. After clearing a space of 30 centimeters, they managed to fit the items upright. Taking her hand, Xiao Qingzhou led the way to the back storage room. Forcefully breaking open the door, they were met with complete darkness. Flicking on the flashlight, Anuo scanned the interior. The room was small, filled with items similar to those outside, with several boxes stacked in the corner. After a thorough inspection, her gaze finally settled on a tang knife hanging on the wall. Reaching out, she carefully removed it and gave it a gentle shake in her hand. The knife was heavy, but with her current strength, it posed no challenge. As she unsheathed it, Anuo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine blade!" The knife's body was rustic and natural, adorned with a Qilin carving and a razor-sharp edge. It appeared to be a merchant and Appo's collection, perhaps left behind after the apocalypse turned its owner into a zombie. Xiao Qingzhou quietly observed, his eyes appraising the knife before him. Having encountered many blades in the past, none compared to this one. Let's see if there are any other weapons. Anuo offered the knife to Xiao Qingzhou, realizing that one blade was clearly insufficient for both of them. Her eyes roamed the room until they settled on a rectangular box. Approaching it, she gently opened the lid, her expression brightening with surprise. Inside were two military daggers. Her voice brimmed with excitement as she delicately retrieved them, their beauty captivating her. Under the flashlight's glow, the diamond-shaped blades sparkled, their tips sharpened. This was no standard issue. It seemed the owner had personally modified them. Yet in this apocalyptic world, such alterations were perfectly suited to her needs. The handles were designed with wave patterns reminiscent of the sea. "Be careful," Xiao Qingzhou cautioned softly, reminding her of the wounds these weapons could inflict, wounds they were currently ill-equipped to treat. "Don and Appos, worry," Anuo reassured, sliding the daggers into their scabbards and securing them at her waist. Though not as long as the Tang knife, they were significantly longer than short blades, ideal for dealing with zombies. Having found nothing else of use in the box, she prepared to leave. "Let us go." She reached for Xiao Qingzhou, only to stumble over something beneath her feet, nearly toppling forward. The man's expression shifted as he reached out to steady her. "Be careful." "Thank you." Anuo exhaled in relief, realizing that without Xiao Qingzhou and Appos as support, she would have likely fallen in an ungraceful manner. "What is this?" The flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing a rope. Following the beam, their eyes landed on a massive box. "I'll take a look," Xiao Qingzhou declared, stepping protectively in front of Anuo. She nodded, drawing her knife and following closely behind. In the secluded space, the only sounds were their quiet breaths. With a resounding bang, the man heaved open the large box lid. And when they saw the contents, Anuo's face paled. Had she not been accustomed to the sight of zombies, this gruesome scene would have made her retch violently. Inside the box lay a collection of dismembered female corpses, their remains haphazardly severed into smaller pieces, accompanied by a dagger. Unable to contain herself, she clamped her mouth shut and bolted outside, her stomach churning. At the counter, Xiao Qingzhou offered her a bottle of water. His complexion was equally grim. Even though he was used to zombies, the sight of human remains was another matter entirely. Someone killed them before the apocalypse. Anuo mused, her mind racing with unsettling questions. Who among them could have committed such a heinous act? Waving her hand, she declined the water, her nausea preventing her from even considering a sip. Her gaze drifted to the zombies on the ground, her mind reeling with shock. Despite the decay, such meticulous dismemberment could not have occurred after the world changed. The bodies were cut with precision. What kind of monster could treat their own kind in such a way? Xiao Qingzhou interjected, "It might not have been them. It could have been the store owner." He speculated, noting that the group bore employee uniforms and likely lacked the audacity to commit such acts. Let Appos leave. Anuo sighed, her heart heavy with regret. The apocalypse had begun, chaos reigned, and the wicked had managed to evade justice. Naturally, it would be better if they were devoured by zombies. Agreed. Reflecting on the horrific scene, Xiao Qingzhou nodded in agreement. With their weapons secured, there was no need to linger any longer. "Let us head to the food section and find some water," Anuo declared. They had sufficient food. Even if they only consumed rice, they wouldn't starve. However, lacking water was the gravest threat. "Let us go." Xiao Qingzhou tossed his knife into the storage space, His wind blades were adequate to handle the zombies outside. Anuo drew her twin blades from her waist, knowing that as a power mutant, she needed to be strong herself. The lightning abilities she possessed were too weak now, only serving as support in battle, while facing zombies directly would aid her growth. A few zombies lurked at the entrance, scratching at the glass doors with guttural growls. Xiao Qingzhou unleashed a wind blade, swiftly dispatching one. With their dual blades unleashed, they coordinated seamlessly as they advanced towards the food section. As was customary, the man forged ahead while Anuo safeguarded their rear. "What a fine knife!" she exclaimed, decapitating a zombie with remarkable speed, each strike nearly a fatal blow. As they neared the food section, the number of zombies visibly dwindled. After a moment and Oppo's consideration, it appeared that the middle-aged man who had been trailing them had also cleared some of the zombies. The door to the food section was closed. "We're going in," Anuo announced, leaping forward to dispatch the few zombies at the entrance before assessing the situation inside, then signaling to Xiao Qingzhou to follow. Before long, the two entered, securing the door tightly behind them. The interior was eerily silent, littered with the remains of zombies. "Anuo, be cautious," Xiao Qingzhou whispered. They proceeded slowly towards the drinking water section, and as they did, a limping zombie fell from a shelf, which Anuo swiftly eliminated with a single stroke. She quickly gathered essential supplies from the shelves, stowing them in the military backpack on her back. As they approached the beverage area, they began to hear voices. "Brother, we can't carry this much water." Chapter 27. Scarred face, take a little less. There are certainly more supermarkets along the way, and we can replenish later. The voice of the middle-aged man was calm and composed. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. When he detected movement around the corner, a fireball was unleashed. "Be careful." Xiao Qingzhou grabbed Anuo, a wave of heat brushing past her ear, startling her. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." She patted herself, exhaling a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping being struck by the fireball. "It's you," Anuo exclaimed, and the middle-aged man, noticing it was Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo, visibly relaxed and apologized. "Everything in Oppo's, that's fine. We in Oppo's. Regis here looking for food. Did you take care of the zombies outside?" Anuo inquired. To her surprise, the middle-aged man shook his head. "No, when we arrived, there were very few zombies inside. It seems some have already been dealt with at the entrance." "Been dealt with?" Anuo exchanged glances with those beside her, realizing that someone had been here before. "Let's gather supplies," Xiao Qingzhou suggested quietly, leading them to the large water barrel section, where only one barrel remained. "To the warehouse?" Anuo asked. "Let us go." Xiao Qingzhou nodded at the middle-aged man, and the two departed, watching their retreating figures. The middle-aged man remarked, "Let us move. Those two have space to carry things. They certainly can't take much." The thin monkey sighed, "If only we had abilities too. Speak of becoming a zombie, and you might just get your wish." A quiet voice interjected, prompting the thin monkey to wave his hands vehemently. He understood the peril of acquiring abilities through zombie infection. He wouldn't dare take that risk. Meanwhile, Anuo hid behind a shelf, observing the dozen zombies surrounding the warehouse entrance. "Is there anyone inside? Should we go in?" "Retreat," Xiao Qingzhou commanded. "If there are people inside, it means the supplies won't be easy to obtain." No sooner had he spoken than the warehouse door swung open. Leading the way were two seemingly frail women. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies immediately lunged toward them. A piercing scream echoed. "This is bad." Anuo's heart raced. Such a loud noise would surely attract the zombies from upstairs. They had been careful to avoid drawing attention on their journey. If the entrance was blocked, escaping would require considerable effort. Resolving to use her stored lightning, she hurled it at the zombies pouncing on the women, clutching her knife as she charged out. Blood spilled through the air as she fought fiercely, her expression cold and unyielding, while Xiao Qingzhou guarded her rear. In no time, the heads of several zombies lay severed on the ground. "Stop screaming." She glared at the filthy, tear-streaked woman who had collapsed and could not rise. Thank you." The woman stuttered. Just as Anuo was about to inquire what had happened, 8 or 9 individuals emerged from within. Both men and women, they wielded various weapons, all grimy and astonished at the sight of the fallen zombies. At the forefront stood a young man with an unpleasant appearance, a scar running down the side of his face, clutching a dagger. He looked greedily at the zombies' decapitated bodies. When his gaze landed on Xiao Qingzhou behind Anuo, a lewd glimmer flickered in his eyes. However, recalling the wind blades from earlier, he quickly suppressed his thoughts. "Thank you." He forced a smile, his tone insincere. "I didn't intend to help you. It was just that those two screamed too loudly." Anuo replied, her gaze icy. It was evident that this group intended to use the weak as bait to escape. Those capable of such actions certainly hadn't slain all the zombies outside. Who could it be? Her mind raced, her eyes scanning the dagger at the man in Opo's waist. It looked somewhat familiar. "Are you here for rescue? What's it like outside?" A pale-faced individual rushed forward, anxious. They had fled into the warehouse at the onset of the apocalypse and had not ventured out since. However, the supplies had run out, and they were forced to consider leaving. "Xiao Qingzhou, let us go." He pulled Anuo, his gaze darkening, but was abruptly seized by a pair of claws. With a swift motion, he shook off the grip, eyes narrowing as he glared at the scarred man. Seizing the knife from Anuo, he directed it toward him. Noticing the fleeting glint in the man's eyes, he felt a wave of revulsion. He recognized that expression all too well, the same disgusting look he had seen on many men and women before. "Please, I didn't mean to." The man's eyes reflected a hint of fear, clearly taken aback by Xiao Qingzhou's fierce reaction. In this chaotic world, it was better to concede. Xiao Qingzhou's eyes were cold as he spoke. "The outside is already in chaos. There's no rescue. And if you touch me again..." He brought the knife closer, his warning unmistakable. Some nearby watched with satisfaction, pleased to see the scarred man in a predicament. "Are you here to save us? Please take us with you. I'll pay you." "Yes, we really don't want to stay here any longer." Panic and fear reflected in their eyes as they cast fearful glances at the scarred man. For days, he and his two companions had tormented them mercilessly. "Yes, miss, could you help us?" One pleaded, desperation evident. "I was just anxious. You understand the outside has changed." The scarred man feigned a friendly demeanor, his eyes calculating. These two, a man and a woman, were clean and well kept. They must have been living well. If he could attach himself to them. And Anuo retorted, "We are not saviors. We cannot assist you. If you wish to escape, do so on your own." Casting a wary glance at the scarred man, danger flickered in her eyes. Though she and Teen noticed the calculating glint in his gaze, he certainly did not seem benevolent. Thus, when Xiao Qingzhou took the knife from her, she readily passed it to him. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed at the group before her. "Ajo, killing zombies is akin to killing people. I'll follow your lead." Xiao Qingzhou understood her intention and sheathed the knife back into the girl's scabbard. He did not wish to frighten her. Seeing their actions, the others looked on with disappointment. The scarred man, however, maintained his ingratiating smile while the wheels of calculation continued to turn in his mind. Anuo pulled two military daggers from her bag, tossing them onto the ground before the two women. "If you wish to survive, leave on your own," she declared, then quickly grasped Xiao Qingzhou's hand and departed, striding away. She recognized the fear in those people's eyes as they glanced at the scarred man. But in this apocalyptic world, if she didn't muster the courage to act, she would surely perish. No one could save anyone. Chapter 28. Sweet and sour ribs. A few individuals glanced at the scarred face before turning their attention to Anuo's retreating figure, gritting their teeth as one of them hastily picked up the knife on the ground and rushed after her. Regardless of the circumstances, the two individuals ahead appeared quite capable, so it was prudent to follow them. Unfazed by those behind, Anuo tugged at Xiao Qingzhou as they sprinted toward the entrance. However, upon witnessing a horde of zombies colliding against the glass doors, an unsettling feeling flickered within her. They had already cleared a portion of the zombies on the second floor, so logically, there shouldn't and oppos to be this many. It seemed the commotion had attracted the upstairs zombies as well. With so many zombies, the glass doors wouldn't and oppos to hold for long. "Through the window," Xiao Qingzhou exclaimed. They had a rope that could be used to descend. Turning left, Anuo opened the window, glancing down with hesitation. Although it was merely the second floor, the height of this building was significantly greater than usual. "Do not fear, Anuo. The man's handsome face radiated warmth, his tone soothing as he comforted the girl beside him. Anuo nodded. She had been afraid of heights since childhood, her body stiffening at elevated places. Securing the rope, the man placed Anuo's hand upon it. Hold tight, do not be afraid, just go. Anuo felt a surge of anxiety, her face paling, yet she nodded resolutely. In peaceful times, a fear of heights was trivial, but in the apocalypse, failing to overcome it. Xiao Qingzhou took the lead, descending the rope as his ability summoned wind blades to fend off the encroaching zombies. Anuo trembled with tension, inching her way down, too frightened to look below, urging herself to hasten her descent. Anuo, look down. Suddenly, the man in amp, Oppo's, his urgent voice pierced through her thoughts. Without hesitation, she complied, lowering her gaze as the wind blades whistled by her, followed by a thunderous crash. Looking up, her heart raced in alarm. The third-floor window was ajar, and zombies were clamoring to leap towards her. Gritting her teeth, she glanced down, her grip slackening as she began to slide. "Help me!" A voice from above pleaded desperately. A person clinging to the window, yearning to grasp the rope, only to be shoved aside. The scarred face and his companions shoved the individual out of the way, sliding down the rope. Almost simultaneously, the sound of shattering glass echoed in her ears. A group of terrified people turned to the rear, scrambling to descend. Some, unable to reach the rope, even jumped directly from the second floor. The zombies below were unable to contend with Xiao Qingzhou, lunging towards him instead. "Ah!" A man's heart-wrenching cry erupted, only to be swiftly devoured by the horde. Xiao Qingzhou had already released the RV, waiting for her below. Glancing at the rope, swaying precariously due to the weight of too many people, and the zombies that had reached the window and Oppo's, its edge, Anuo steeled herself. "Ajo, catch me." With that, she let go of the rope, her body plummeting freely. Resting against the man's slightly cool chest, Anuo felt a wave of calm wash over her. "Let us go, Anuo." Placing her in the passenger seat without hesitation, Xiao Qingzhou turned toward the driver's compartment. "Wait for us," those still climbing the rope shouted. But the man showed no signs of hesitation. This was a parking lot. To escape, they had to rely on their own strength to eliminate the zombies and locate their vehicle. "Wait for me. Take me with you." The scarred face was the first to reach the ground, grasping the car door with fear in his eyes, his tone commanding. "Get lost." Xiao Qingzhou summoned wind blades, his gaze sharp, sending the man flying. The engine roared to life as he drove out of the mall's vicinity without a moment's delay. The sounds of cries, zombie howls, and the roar of the engine filled the air. Anuo kept her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, and upon seeing the scarred face struggling to fend off zombies while finally locating a vehicle, she realized where that subtle familiarity stemmed from. That dagger. It was identical to the one in the box. Startled, she exclaimed, the woman in the box was killed by him. Anyone capable of committing murder before the apocalypse harbored a vengeful heart, employing cruel and cunning methods. Regret washed over her. Regret for not dealing with this scoundrel earlier. "Do not fear." Xiao Qingzhou maintained his gentle demeanor, his eyes focused ahead, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his pupils. If they were to encounter this person again, he must not be spared. "I'm not afraid, do not worry." Anuo smiled, feeling a slight chill, yet unafraid of potential retribution. The vehicle continued onward, swiftly merging onto the highway. The highway offered a smoother ride, with only a few accident-prone vehicles and scattered zombies along the route. Nestled in her seat, Anuo reached for some snacks, beginning to eat. It was already afternoon, and they had been on the road for over half a day since leaving City S. Despite utilizing their abilities along the way, she still felt faint from hunger. "Would you like some?" Xiao Qingzhou asked. "It will soon be dark. I will stop to cook." "Okay." The setting sun painted the sky, casting a warm glow over the endless road. Were it not for the knowledge of their flight, Anuo might have mistaken this for a leisurely journey. Stopping in an open area, securing the doors, she dashed toward the bathroom. By the time they had cleaned up, darkness had begun to settle. "Dinner is ready." Xiao Qingzhou presented the prepared rice balls, warmth radiating from his eyes. The woman and a small squirrel rushed over, beaming at the sight of the meal. Today, she had prepared sweet and sour ribs and scrambled eggs. The ribs had been purchased before the apocalypse and stored in the freezer, so the meat remained unspoiled. "Delicious," she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as she took a bite. Though it was merely two simple dishes, having food in their current situation was a blessing. "Eat slowly, Anuo." The man's beautiful eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, gazed at the girl before him. His voice, still gentle, carried a hint of hoarseness. Had Anuo not already grown accustomed to Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's enchanting presence, she might have found herself blushing on the spot. "Let's south follow this road, and then take the national highway through City G. That should be the fastest route." This was her assessment based on the map she had studied earlier that afternoon. Thankfully, she had not forgotten to purchase a map, as their navigation was now useless. With both of them being directionally challenged, reaching the southeastern base would be an arduous journey. Today, there were quite a few vehicles along the way. "The worst fear is getting stuck on the highway," Xiao Qingzhou replied. "Let us proceed ahead for now. Avoiding heavily populated areas should still be safe. By the way, this is for you." She handed the cleaned crystal core to Xiao Qingzhou. "You should upgrade your abilities." Xiao Qingzhou did not accept it, stating that he would not be in danger among the zombies. "I cannot absorb it yet. You should study it. Moreover, in this apocalypse, there are not only zombies, but also humans. You must become the temporary main force of our duo." Anuo explained softly. She had considered absorbing the crystal core herself, but her intuition told her that even if she did, she might not reach Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's level. Rather than that, it would be more beneficial for one person to strengthen first. Only those with formidable strength could withstand the storms outside. For now, she still possessed her abilities and could focus on honing her close combat skills. Once they accumulated more crystal cores, they could then distribute them for absorption. Chapter 29. Encountering a convoy, Xiao Qingzhou accepted the crystal core with a solemn nod. Perhaps Anuo was right. There were still humans out there. Although his abilities were significantly more formidable than those of many humans, he remained at a lower tier. During the battle today, as they boarded the vehicle, he felt his powers beginning to wane. Anuo nodded with delight, her mouth full of rice, her words muffled. "So, you absorb the crystal core and keep watch. I will take over the night shift. Also, I'll drive tomorrow." Throughout their journey, Xiao Qingzhou had been at the forefront. Though he was uncertain of the opponent's abilities, the few electric sparks she had launched had already left her dizzy, suggesting the adversary was likely not much stronger than her. Moreover, she needed to learn to drive in the presence of zombies. With her stomach filled with warm rice, Anuo paused after finishing an entire bowl. In this post-apocalyptic world, she found herself requiring more food than before. Xiao Qingzhou gazed at the girl with a smile, appreciating her contentment, but just as he was about to speak, the roar of an approaching vehicle interrupted him. Someone was coming. Startled, Anuo immediately rose to peer outside through the glass. In the distance on the highway, several vehicles were making their way toward them. Before long, the cars drew nearer and stopped not far from where they were. Xiao Qingzhou remarked, "As the day progresses, it seems they intend to camp here." Anuo replied, "One of those vehicles looks familiar. It seems to belong to that middle-aged man from the mall." Observing as the occupants exited their vehicle and began setting up tents, they speculated. 200 meters behind them lay the site of an accident. Fortunate for them, their vehicle had come to rest at this location, likely because the others had seen the parked cars and decided to stop here as well. A series of knocks echoed on their car door, and a young man stood outside, weapon in hand. "What's going on?" Xiao Qingzhou cautiously opened the window a crack, his tone slightly taken aback. Upon realizing there were people inside, the stranger visibly relaxed. "We'll be camping here tonight as well. If anything arises, perhaps we could keep each other informed?" His voice rang clear, casting an envious glance at their camper. "What a sleek vehicle. You can even rest while on the road." "All right," Xiao Qingzhou signaled with a horn, not refusing the offer. "Thank you," the man responded before departing, though he remained subtly curious about the people inside. Yet, in this world of chaos, maintaining a certain distance was essential for mutual peace of mind. Two of the vehicles were traveling together, while the others were separate. Anuo observed the few cars from the back, noting that a group of young men and women appeared to be students. The other two vehicles housed a middle-aged man and a family of 3. "Let us get some rest," Xiao Qingzhou whispered. Having fellow humans nearby, albeit a bit troublesome, also meant a quicker source of information. Wu Jun had long spotted the familiar camper. After leaving the mall, they had scavenged a gas station, which delayed their arrival. "Brother, it's them." His companion, the lanky monkey, expressed a hint of joy. He had witnessed the prowess of the two individuals and believed that traveling together would provide considerable support. "Do you think they are heading to the northern base as well? Should we invite them to join us?" Wu Jun replied, "Let us not complicate matters. These two clearly prefer to operate independently." He could tell that although the girl seemed soft-hearted, the coldness in her eyes was unyielding. Such individuals knew what they wanted and would likely not join forces with them. "All right," the lanky monkey said, slightly disheartened, casting a curious glance at the camper. However, it was fitted with one-way mirrors, obscuring their view of the interior. He sighed, retrieving a blanket from the trunk and curling up inside the vehicle. They opted not to set up tents like the group of students, choosing instead to sleep in the car for quick reactions to any emergencies. Similarly, a family of 3 was also residing in their vehicle. "Shun Zian, what do you think is happening inside?" Indeed, Senior Shun, Jin Yu, and several classmates turned their attention toward the camper with curiosity. In this apocalypse, transforming a vehicle in such a manner suggested the owner possessed considerable skill. Shinzian shook his head. "I don't know. They only opened the window slightly, so we can't see inside. Should we introduce ourselves tomorrow morning?" Someone proposed. In this time of crisis, every additional person meant more strength. "Never mind. Let us not stir unnecessary trouble. We'll reach the northern base first." Shunzian instinctively felt that the occupants were not the most agreeable of people. The tone of their speech could freeze a soul. Lying on the soft bed, Anuo left the curtains unpulled, her gaze fixated on the outside world. She gradually began to doze off upon noticing that someone was keeping watch over there as well. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed, and lightning streaked across the sky. She sat up, glancing at the time. Only 2 hours had passed. Boom! It seemed it was beginning to rain. Looking out the window, Anuo spoke softly, her drowsiness vanishing. "The temperature outside is 10 degrees. I fear that in a couple of days, it will plummet below 0. Sha Qingzhou approached the bed, his expression turning serious. It felt as though his body was evolving. He had merely opened the window and extended his hand when the raindrops fell upon him. The last evolution had been triggered by that meteorite. Could this rain be the catalyst for another transformation? The thought made his pupils constrict. "I prepared warm clothing. Let us change into them tomorrow." Glancing at the thermometer, Anuo felt a weight in her heart. Surviving 40-degree heat was one thing, but 40-degree cold was an entirely different matter. The body became sluggish in the cold, requiring even more energy. Outside, a group of people was startled by the sudden downpour and rushed to look outside. The tents they had pitched swayed perilously in the fierce wind and rain, forcing the group to seek refuge inside their vehicles. The sound of the rain pattering against the car was exceptionally clear. "Ajo, you should rest. I'll keep watch," Anuo said softly. Sha Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Although he no longer felt fatigue, he did not wish to reveal any oddities that might cause her concern. The torrential rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning, left Anuo's mind in turmoil, prompting her to take out her laptop. Inside were episodes of a drama she had downloaded previously. Leaning against a soft cushion, she began to watch. She felt fortunate for having downloaded a plethora of entertainment for the journey. Otherwise, she would have been left staring out at the storm. As night fell, waves of darkness rolled in. Anuo couldn't help but smile at the amusing scenes unfolding on her screen. She occasionally diverted her gaze to the monitors to ensure their surroundings remained safe. Until, on her 20-second glance at the surveillance, her smile froze. "Ajo, wake up." Chapter 30. The withered bones and zombies. Anuo leaped from her bed, swiftly fastening her knife at her waist before dashing to the front of the vehicle. Outside, zombies lurked. Her voice trembled as she spoke. She had never encountered such a horde of the undead before, an unending sea of them. "Damn it, where did these monsters come from? We must leave." Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's expression changed, realizing the overwhelming number of zombies was beyond their capacity to handle. He quickly took his place in the driver and Appo's seat. glancing in the rearview mirror to see Wu Jun's headlights illuminating the darkness, clearly indicating that something was amiss. With a gentle press of the horn, he started the engine. As his hand grasped the key, a momentary dizziness enveloped him. The distant zombies, roused by the horn, became frenzied, emitting guttural sounds. Anuo observed that these zombies were significantly faster than those they had encountered previously. Some of them could run. The engine roared to life as Wu Jun and his companions surged ahead, like arrows released from a bow. The others, startled awake by the horn, were met with the sight of the approaching zombies, sending chills down their spines. "Wake up! The zombies are here!" he shouted, relieved that the rain had arrived in time. Otherwise, they might have been trapped outside. The vehicle sped forward at 160 miles per hour, with Anuo and her companion closely following Wu Jun and Appo's car. These zombies could run, but keeping pace with them would be a challenge, just as she thought it wouldn't be so easy. A group of particularly emaciated, grotesque zombies emerged from the throng, their mouths adorned with tendrils. Their eyes glowed a faint green as they sprinted from the horde, rapidly closing the distance to their vehicle. Too fast, Anuo gasped inwardly. The zombies had evolved at an alarming rate while humanity remained in its infancy. "Senior Shun, what should we do?" In the car behind, Shun Xian felt an overwhelming urge to slam the accelerator to the floor. He too had witnessed the pursuing zombies closing in. "Jinyu, try using your powers to attack." "Understood." Jinyu rolled down the window, unleashing icy blades, but the torrential rain hindered his control, rendering his attempts futile. This only served to enrage the zombies, quickening their pursuit until they matched their speed. Anuo opened her window, channeling her lightning abilities towards the approaching zombies, but only a few struck their targets. Damn it! The incessant growls of the zombies filled the air as they leapt onto the nearest vehicle, crashing violently against the terrified faces of the humans. Soon, the sound of a car overturning echoed through the chaos. "This one do." Jinyu's face paled as he witnessed flames erupting from the last vehicle occupied by a family of 3. If those zombies get on top of the car, it's certain death. But stopping now was not an option. Yes, they could not afford to halt, Anuo thought, her heart racing. Several zombies pursued their vehicle with alarming speed, and before long, one had leapt onto the roof of Anuo's car. Xiao Qingzhou pressed his lips tightly together, battling the instinctive urge to succumb to despair as the cacophony of monstrous voices echoed in his mind, demanding to devour the creatures. But he had to steady himself. One hand opened the window, attempting to unleash a gust of wind, but his expression froze in an instant. "What's wrong?" Anuo noticed the sudden stillness on Xiao Qingzhou's face, a sense of dread coursing through her. "My powers are sealed," he struggled to summon his wind abilities. But something was amiss. The rain, while enhancing his physical evolution, suppressed his powers. The violent thuds against the roof intensified. The slick road, combined with the impacts, created a deafening noise, and Anuo trembled slightly, realizing the vehicle would soon lose control and flip over. In her line of sight, one zombie had already clambered onto the 2 cars beside Shun Xian. Ice arrows and fireballs erupted from within the vehicle's Wu Jun's group, being in the front, had yet to face the brunt of the assault. These monsters! A resolute determination flared within Anuo. "Ajo, slow down. What are you doing?" Xiao Qingzhou bellowed, having shared a synchronized understanding with her over the years. "I'm going up to deal with the zombies," Anuo declared coldly, fully aware that this decision was reckless. A gamble with life and death. However, if they allowed the zombies to continue their assault, it was only a matter of time before they perished here. It was better to confront the pursuing zombies head-on. Perhaps with more abilities at play, their chances of survival would increase. "No, I will go," Xiao Qingzhou shouted angrily, a hint of blood rising in his eyes. He could not take the risk of letting her venture out. The accelerator pressed firmly. He refused to let those zombies consume him. Perhaps he could sacrifice himself to grant Anuo a chance at survival. "Ajo, don't be afraid. I can do this. Please slow down the car, or I will jump." Anuo thought resolutely. With Xiao Qingzhou's powers compromised, she, as a mutant, would possess an advantage over the zombies. If he ventured out, it would only lead to his demise. Hence, It was her duty to fight in order for them to have a chance at life. Even if she did not survive, she would at least secure a chance for Xiao Qingzhou. Xiao Qingzhou tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his brow furrowed. He understood that Anuo's proposal was indeed the most pragmatic solution. Yet Ajo, we will all survive, Anuo declared, no longer hesitating, her hand gripping the car handle. Xiao Qingzhou and Amp. Oppo's expression shifted as he instantly reduced the vehicle and Amp. Oppo's speed. Creak. The sound of zombies clawing at the car intensified. Throwing open the door, Anuo gritted her teeth and grabbed hold of the nearby ladder, using both hands and feet to ascend. Why is the car slowing down? Someone is coming out. Jinyu gasped in shock, catching sight of a figure climbing up, illuminated by the headlights. Is this person out of their mind? These creatures are far stronger than the zombies we faced before. No, if this continues, our car will flip over. Shun Zian, noticing the two zombies closing in behind them, quickly grasped the intent of the person in front. We need someone to go out and fight. Fight? Senior Shun, we can't. A girl's voice trembled. Laced with tears, they struggled to deal with standard zombies, let alone these formidable creatures. Call Qingzi forward. We'll go together. Jinyu gritted his teeth, knowing that Shun Zian couldn't take his hands off the wheel. He and the other ability users in front had to act. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous crash echoed. Bang! The vehicle jolted as a zombie pressed against the windshield, its green eyes glinting ominously in the rain-soaked night. What do we do? A piercing scream shattered the downpour. What are you shouting for? Those who can fight, come with me. There was no escaping. It was a fight to the death. Chapter 31. The battle on a rainy night. Jinyu immediately made a decision. Their vehicle had been compromised, and there was no alternative but to exit. Ahead, Anuo moved with remarkable agility as the emaciated zombies above her emitted a ghastly green glow from their eyes, leaping forward to seize her. She swiftly unleashed her powers, causing the zombies to howl and retreat a few steps. The vehicle shook violently as Anuo gritted her teeth and leaped onto the roof. With twin blades gleaming coldly in her hands, she executed a dazzling leap toward the zombies. A fierce roar erupted from the zombies as they dropped to all fours, their grotesque appendages reaching out toward her. Anuo reacted instinctively, dodging to the side and rolling on the ground to evade the assault. Glancing back, she saw that despite Shun Zian and others battling the zombies, a few still pursued their vehicle, tightening the knot of anxiety in her chest. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly, yet she risked injury in doing so. Life and death were nebulous. Fate could not be dictated by mere mortals. Rather than be torn apart by a horde of monsters, she would fight with every ounce of her strength. With a slight exertion of her right foot, she propelled herself forward again, targeting the zombies' heads. With a piercing scream and the sound of tearing fabric, a grin crept across Anuo and Oppo's lips as one of the zombies lost a leg, blood splattering through the rain. She had correctly anticipated the zombies and Oppo's instincts. Indeed, those targeting the head would attack head-on, forsaking their tentacles. She deftly redirected her energy and severed the zombie's limb. As the creature let out another roar and charged at her, Anuo stood her ground, unleashing a cascade of electric sparks. In that moment, she leaped high above the zombie, driving her blade deep into its skull. Blood sprayed forth, drenching her face. Wiping her features with the rainwater, she dashed toward the vehicle. Xiao Qingzhou, having listened intently to the sounds above, felt a pang of anxiety when silence fell. No, he could not halt. Ajo, I'm coming down now. Anuo shouted, just as a sudden gust of wind caught her off guard, forcing her to evade instinctively. The moving vehicle caused her to tumble to the ground. Pain surged through her as she lay on the ground, gasping. Not far off, a zombie with sparse hair leaped down from the vehicle, preparing to pounce. Monster, I'll fight you. Anuo concentrated her remaining powers and hurled them forward. Although she dodged the attack, she found herself devoid of energy. Anuo, a man with blood-red eyes, leaped from the vehicle, rushing toward her brandishing a broadsword. Had she misjudged? Just moments ago, Ajo's eyes had seemed crimson. Anuo leaned on Xiao Qingzhou's arm, her expression dazed. Soon, two more zombies surrounded them. Roar! The zombies bellowed. Anuo, don't be afraid. Xiao Qingzhou gritted his teeth. At this juncture, he could no longer conceal the truth. Deprived of his powers, he had no choice but to confront the zombies head-on. With a powerful thrust, he charged toward them. The man weaved between the two zombies, showing no signs of fatigue, though soon enough, his body bore numerous wounds. Despite the blood and rain obscuring them, Anuo, close by, could see clearly. The wounds healed almost instantly. A chill ran down Anuo and Appo's spine. Ajo, what is happening? Her mind raced, recalling the events of the past few days. His powers, those red eyes, and that uncanny healing ability. Look at that guy. The thin boy and his companions, having just dispatched a zombie, were taken aback as they noticed Anuo single-handedly taking down one. Despite their own struggle, they were astounded by her prowess. Why would she engage in close combat if she possessed powers? They felt a twinge of confusion. Let's go, Wu Jun urged, observing 3 zombies encircling the student's vehicle, with 2 more engaged by Anuo's group. They couldn't assist. It was better to seize this opportunity to escape. Xiao Qingzhou felt the strain as the 2 zombies overwhelmed his capabilities. The healing of his wounds was slowing down. These creatures desired to devour him. His mind screamed, "Devour them!" Anuo. He glanced at Wu Jun and the others who had already fled, a thought flashing through his mind. He was at his limit. This was a chance for Anuo to survive. She could not abandon him. Anuo cursed under her breath, "Fool, no matter what. You will always be the most important person to me." Abandoning him was not an option unless she was dead. Yet, when she had fallen, her leg had been injured. Depleted of powers, she was powerless to assist. Observing the dire situation around her, her heart felt as though it were being scorched in flames. Her eyes scanned the area before settling on the zombie she had slain by the vehicle. Gritting her teeth, she limped toward it, dragging her injured leg. The zombie and Appo's head had been pierced through and was lifeless. Wiping the rain from her face, she plunged her knife into the zombie and Appo's skull, stirring it until she encountered something hard. A surge of joy washed over her as she unearthed a small blue crystal core, cleaning it with the rainwater. She hesitated, unsure how to absorb it, having never inquired before. Glancing at Xiao Qingzhou, she gritted her teeth and popped the crystal in her mouth. If it could enhance her powers, it should also restore them. Surprisingly easy to chew, the shell crumbled upon biting. Soon, a wave of heat coursed through her limbs, her abilities gradually reviving. Lightning crackled from her hands as she stealthily struck the zombies from behind. They howled in response, turning toward her direction, allowing Xiao Qingzhou to capitalize and sever one of the zombies' arms. Electric sparks danced amid the rain as Anuo felt her powers surging. Ajo, hold on. Water conducts electricity. She needed stronger electric sparks to harness the water on the ground. Rushing to the zombie dispatched by the thin boy and his group, she extracted another crystal core, cleaning it before consuming it. This time, it was not warmth, but a torrent of energy. The energy coursed through her body, causing her to frown. My head feels like it's going to explode. A moment of dizziness flashed through her eyes, but she steadied her focus. Once more, she gathered her powers. This time, it was not a simple ball of lightning, but a long whip of electricity forming. Ajo, get back. Channeling all her energy, she shouted. Xiao Qingzhou looked up, startled by the wild energy surrounding Anuo. Without hesitation, he dove to the side. A tremendous force erupted as the lightning struck the rain above, sweeping toward the 2 attacking zombies. Chapter 32. Power Upgrade. Thunder rumbled, accompanied by blinding flashes of light that decapitated 2 zombies. The vast range of powers affected the nearby battle between Shunzian and Jinyu against the zombies. They exchanged a glance and seized the opportunity to eliminate one of the creatures. With a sigh of relief, they glanced toward Anuo in the distance. Had it not been for her intervention, they might have struggled to defeat even one. Their team had already suffered significant losses, leaving no time for further contemplation as they rejoined the fray. At last, it was over. Observing the battlefield, with pain coursing through her body and the chaotic power surging in her mind, Anuo felt her vision blur. All that remained was the anxious figure of the man rushing toward her. Dawn broke. The night, as heavy rain washed away the blood on the ground. leaving a hint of earthy fragrance. As the vehicle traveled down the road, Xiao Qingzhou occasionally glanced at the girl lying on his bed through the rearview mirror. The moment the rain ceased, his powers were restored, though this time they felt even more potent, hinting at a potential upgrade. Yet, why had he been unable to use them earlier? Reflecting on the frenzied zombies and the swift monsters from the previous night, a hypothesis crossed his mind. Perhaps the evolution of his body had drained his abilities due to the sheer demand for power. More crystal cores and energy were essential. Only with additional energy could he maintain combat effectiveness during evolution. Anuo opened her eyes, relieved to see the familiar ceiling. She was alive. Anuo, came the worried voice from the driver's seat, prompting a faint smile from her. Sitting up, she realized her legs were immobilized by splints, forcing her to lean back against the chair. I'm fine, see? We escaped. They had both survived, and neither had turned into a zombie. Yet, a thought halted her smile. What had happened to Zhou? Xiao Qingzhou noticed the change in her expression, the usually gentle and beautiful face briefly reflecting pain. If she knew he had become one of those monsters. It doesn't matter what you are. You are still Xiao Qingzhou, and Nua's smile returned. For it mattered not what he had transformed into as long as he was alive and by her side. Her radiant smile eased the tension in Xiao Qingzhou's grip on the steering wheel. If only he had more time. As long as he could suppress his desires as a human, he would tell her, my leg isn't broken, is it? And Nua fretted, glancing at her leg. Being injured in the apocalypse was far from ideal. It meant all future responsibilities would fall on Xiao Qingzhou. I'll do a quick check. There's no serious damage. Let us secure it with a splint and head into the city for some medicine. Xiao Qingzhou spoke softly, burdened with guilt. Had he acted sooner, and Nua wouldn't have been hurt. Under those circumstances, my plan was the best choice. Besides, it's just a small wound. I don't care. And Nua concealed her concern, playfully retorting, what else with that expression? Why take the zombie issue onto yourself? The plan was to swiftly deal with that zombie and return to the car. If not for the subsequent chaos, we wouldn't have had to stop. There's still 200 kilometers to El City. We'll pause there to find medicine. Xiao Qingzhou's voice was hoarse, his beautiful eyes tinged with worry. From this point onward, even if it meant death, he would never allow her to venture out alone again. Okay, and Nuon nodded obediently, intending to shift into a more comfortable position. However, something felt amiss. You just threw me into your clean bed like this. She looked at her blood-stained pajamas and the soiled sheets, feeling slightly exasperated. She could have simply placed her in the passenger seat instead. You're injured. You need to rest well. Supporting herself against the backrest, Anuo hopped into the passenger seat, determined not to soil the pristine bedding. I can also sit in the passenger seat, she grinned, revealing her teeth, which eased Xiao Qingzhou's tension. Yet, the next sight before them quickly silenced their laughter. Although the distance was considerable, they could clearly see the pile of vehicles obstructed by an accident and a horde of zombies. While the zombies were not of the same variety as the previous night, moving so many vehicles was an insurmountable task. They would have to exit the highway at a side road. And Nuo frowned at the sign, pointing toward G-City. G-City was not like S-City. As a vast economic hub, it housed millions. Even in such sweltering weather, the streets were bustling with people, which meant the zombies would be plentiful as well. Devil S-City. Those words flashed through her mind. To leave G-City, they would need to traverse the urban area, effectively taking a significant detour. My powers have returned, and I could drive away ordinary zombies. Anuo, don't be afraid. Xiao Qingzhou reassured her, knowing that even slightly advanced zombies would urge one another to devour. However, driving away some low-tier zombies was within his capabilities. All right with you here. I'm not afraid. And Nuo smiled back, realizing that without any other choice, they would push forward with all their strength. By enhancing her abilities, she would be ready to face even the zombies from the previous day. With this thought, she closed her eyes, earnestly trying to sense her powers. They felt stronger than before. However, the energy was somewhat erratic, making it slightly challenging to control. The RV exited the highway, and behind them, Shenzhen and the others appeared disheveled. They had lost 5 out of 12 during yesterday's ordeal. He and Jin Yu had exhausted their powers and bore injuries from the battle, though fortunately, those injuries were not from zombies. Why did they exit the highway? Shenzian pondered as he observed the RV veering off. Were they not heading to the northern base? Yet, the direction led to G City, a densely populated area. Although these two possessed remarkable abilities, that girl had been injured. Remembering the conclusion of their fight, he was momentarily stunned. One of them was familiar. Though they attended different schools, he had seen Xiao Qingzhou before. That face, who could forget it? But the girl possessed immense strength. The power of that lightning strike yesterday had surpassed his own by several folds. At the onset of the apocalypse, to wield such formidable strength indicated that they were far behind. We need to exit as well. The road ahead is blocked. Shenzhen's eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the obstructed path, his expression darkening. If they headed to G City, the chances of their small team surviving intact were exceedingly slim. Yet, they had no other choice. Chapter 33. You are not particularly attractive either, let us follow them. Jin Yu contemplated briefly, deciding that the safest course of action was to accompany the vehicle ahead. Senior Shun, I live in G City. May I return home for a moment? Zheng Mengming's voice emerged softly from behind, clutching her dog closely, her tone tinged with sorrow. Mengming, please don't cry. If it's possible, we will try our best, Shenzian replied gently, revealing Mengming and Appo's inherent kindness even towards that family resembling vampires. Such a sycophant. Jin Yu rolled his eyes, realizing that only Shenzian would find Zheng Mengming gentle and endearing. Ever since that day in the classroom when she insisted on rescuing her family, only to return to the dormitory and find a dog, his admiration for her had vanished. Did I risk my life just to save a dog? Isn't my life worth anything? The sight of that woman and her dog now irritated him. In this apocalyptic world, where dog food was scarce, she still insisted on feeding her pet human food. They themselves were barely getting enough to eat. Were it not for Shenzian's fondness for her, they would have likely expelled her from the group long ago. Only Shenzian, the naive soul, would label this as innocent kindness. My brother, when will you wake up? He glanced back at Zheng Mengming, then shut his eyes, choosing not to look again. Anuo sat in the vehicle, gazing ahead. Despite having slept for a few hours after a night of turmoil, she still felt somewhat fatigued. The vehicle traversed the quiet road, and soon buildings began to emerge around them. As they approached the city, the number of zombies visibly increased. The vehicle pressed onward without hesitation, splashing mud as it rolled over the undead. We need to find a pharmacy first to tend to your leg injury. Xiao Qingzhou spoke softly. They required a place to recuperate over the next few days. Anuo nodded in agreement, aware that attempting to navigate through G City in her weakened state would be perilous if an unexpected situation arose. The vehicle twisted and turned through the zombie-infested streets, and before long, they spotted a pharmacy. Where are we going? Jin Yu inquired, puzzled. It's a pharmacy. Someone is injured. Let us go, Shenzian decided, instructing Cheng Zi and Appo's group to prepare their weapons. Okay, let in Appo's. Let's find a safe spot nearby to rest for a while. Jin Yu agreed, picking up a watermelon knife. They needed to secure the medicine and find a place to recuperate. Navigating through the city was a dangerous endeavor, especially given their current state. The RV came to a steady halt outside the pharmacy. Be careful, Anuo cautioned, noticing the zombies outside and the vehicles parked alongside theirs. Although Xiao Qingzhou was powerful, he was still human, unlike the undead. I'm glad to hear you're worried about me, he replied, his voice laced with warmth, his charming eyes sparkling as they regarded her with infinite tenderness. This man, why has he become so affectionate recently? Anuo bit her lip, reclining against her seat. Xiao Qingzhou leapt from the vehicle, his wind blades shooting outwards, sweeping away the surrounding zombies as he strolled toward the pharmacy with nonchalance. There were not many zombies inside. He swiftly dispatched a few before heading to the shelves, collecting whatever necessary supplies he could find. In this apocalyptic era, acquiring medicine and food was one of the most challenging tasks. The group trailing behind Jin Yu was left in astonishment at Xiao Qingzhou's prowess. They had prepared for a fierce battle, yet he had acted with such swiftness. Is that wind ability? He speculated. Hurry and keep up, Shenzian urged, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze as he followed Xiao Qingzhou into the pharmacy. Zheng Mingming's eyes sparkled with infatuation as she watched him. Xiao Qingzhou, She had seen him from a distance the day before, but had hesitated to confirm her feelings. Before the apocalypse, she had harbored a secret crush on him, idolizing him from afar, but had never found a way to connect. Now, could this be her chance? Inside the pharmacy, Xiao Qingzhou showed no change in demeanor as their group entered. This pharmacy was not his alone. Anyone could enter if they wished. Bro, that was incredibly impressive. How did you train for that? Jinyu exclaimed, revealing his small fangs as he approached. There is something in that zombie's head, Xiao Qingzhou replied, his expression neutral, as he understood that the truth would eventually come to light. What do you mean? Jinyu asked, surprised, having seen nothing. Thank you for yesterday, Shun Zian interjected, acknowledging that without their help, they might not have survived. Your survival is your own doing, Xiao Qingzhou replied indifferently, his eyes reflecting a stark detachment as he packed the medicine into his backpack and headed toward the storage room. What a cold person, Qi Qing muttered quietly, feeling the awkwardness settle among them. In this apocalypse, a little distance between people is quite beneficial. Better than risking our lives to rescue a dog, Jinyu remarked, throwing an arm around his companion's shoulder, aiming to shake Shinzian from his love-struck stupor before he ended up in trouble with Zheng Mingming. Outside the vehicle, Anuo felt a restlessness within her, an energy that made her feel alert despite her desire to sleep. She glanced at the zombies outside, opening the window to idly use her powers. Zheng Mingming, observing the vehicle ahead, was taken aback when she saw a delicate arm reach out of the window. Is this the girl always with my idol? Could she be his sister? She wondered, clutching her dog and preparing to exit the vehicle, only to be stopped by the girl beside her. Shun Yi despises Zheng Mingming. To her, this woman is neither a saint nor a mere flirt. She is simply mentally unstable. The only thing she is going for her is her appearance. Yet her brother is handsome and charming. She still cannot fathom why he would fall for someone so absent-minded. Don't go out there. You won't be able to handle anything. What will you do if you encounter zombies? Shen Yi implored. I have to do something. The zombies around here have been cleared out by that vehicle ahead. There won't be any danger for a while, Zheng Mingming insisted, her voice trembling as she pointed to Anuo, who was tossing energy orbs. If I run into zombies, she will surely save me. Without awaiting Shen Yi's response, she flung open the door and dashed out. Ugh! Shen Yi rolled her eyes, silently praying that Zheng Mingming would not be saved. Let that woman feed the zombies. Are you Xiao's sister? You don't look alike at all. You're not very attractive, Anuo remarked, having seen the woman with the small dog in the rearview mirror, initially thinking she was heading to the pharmacy, only to realize she was approaching her instead. Her blunt comment caught Anuo off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 34. Respecting others' fate, Anuo wore a look of helplessness, her expression resembling that of someone who had encountered sheer foolishness. Were it not for her past as a scholar, imbued with a semblance of refinement, she might have unleashed a torrent of invectives. Life had become rather dull, akin to a frog critiquing humanity. My dear lady, I must assert that lacking beauty is preferable to lacking decorum. She revealed a perfect set of 8 teeth, momentarily losing the urge to shoo away the nearby zombies. What? Zheng Mingming's round, almond-shaped eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend the statement. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, a picture of sorrow reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. I merely inquired why. She gasped, clutching her small dog tightly, her head bowed as if bearing a great injustice. Mingming, what troubles you? Shun Zian, having emerged with an armful of items, was struck by the scene before him. His expression turned anxious as he hurriedly passed his burden to a nearby individual before rushing over. Wah wah wah, Senior Shun. I. The woman gently wiped her tears, her eyes fixed on Anuo, hesitating to speak. Is this a case of histrionic personality? Anuo felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Your girlfriend has inexplicably come to critique me. Please, manage your own people. Do not let them roam and bite others. Her gaze turned frosty as she casually cast her gathered abilities toward a nearby approaching zombie. Haha, I adore this temperament. Jinyu, standing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement. Finally, someone was avenging his grievances. My lady, given your archaeological appeal, perhaps it would be wiser to remain concealed if you have not evolved adequately. Xiao Qingzhou's eyes glinted coldly as he approached the vehicle, his striking features marred by an unyielding frost, his words laced with disdain. After delivering his retort, he relinquished his control, allowing a horde of zombies to surge forth. Zheng Mengming's tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief. But she did not say anything. Xiao, who is your senior? Hith. As the horde of zombies surged, Xiao Qingzhou disregarded the palette of emotions on Zheng Mengming's face, leaping into the vehicle and igniting the engine. Shun Zian, we must depart swiftly. Jin Yu and Damp. Appo's expression shifted as he noticed the inexplicable frenzy of zombies approaching, tugging Shun Zian toward the vehicle. Without hesitation, he tossed the sobbing Zheng Mengming into the back seat, and they sped away. The sound of zombies crashing against the vehicle reverberated, and Shun Zian's countenance darkened. This marked his first experience of such embarrassment. He was acutely aware of Mengming's distress, but felt powerless to counter it. Wah, that was not my intention. Zheng Mengming, her short hair slightly disheveled, murmured in explanation. All she had wished was to become acquainted with Senior Xiao. How had it devolved into this? Furthermore, that girl was truly petty. She and Senior Xiao were clearly mismatched. Some individuals are just inherently irksome. Shun Yi interjected with a sardonic tone, relishing the moment. When she had witnessed the confrontation between the two earlier, she had nearly succumbed to laughter. Enough. Cease your jesting. Shun Zian pressed his lips together. Though he held affection for Zheng Mengming, he recognized her fault in the day's events. Yet, individuals as kind-hearted as Mengming were likely oblivious to their missteps. Mengming, be mindful of your words in the future. He spoke gently, his heart aching as he observed her tear-stained visage in the rearview mirror. Such a person, irrespective of their actions, deserved forgiveness. I understand, Senior, Zheng Mengming replied through her sobs, her eyes devoid of any acknowledgement of her own fault. She bit her lip, anxious that Senior Xiao might be angry with her. No, she must clarify. Her heart raced as she contemplated informing Shun Zian of her desire to accompany Xiao Qingzhou's group. However, upon glancing up and noticing they were still in pursuit, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as she remained close, she would ensure to explain herself during their next encounter. Surely, Senior Xiao would forgive her. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, her cheeks flushed. Where we headed? Anuo reclined in her seat, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier events. Revenge is best served immediately. It feels invigorating. Xiao Qingzhou wore a gentle smile, recalling the earlier woman's cunning demeanor, and could not suppress a chuckle. What is amusing? Anuo inquired. After the apocalypse, I have not witnessed such an entertaining display from you. He replied, You studiist. I suspect that woman was a result of your mischief. She mused, thoughtfully stroking her chin. The mention of Xiao Qingzhou brought to mind a rather complicated entanglement. She had encountered similar situations before, yet none as inexplicable as this one. That young man beside her was likely a fish from her own pond. She assessed, finding amusement in the thought of Shun Zian's obliviousness. He seemed acceptable, but should he continue to associate with that woman, he would surely meet an unfortunate end. Xiao Qingzhou quietly remarked that he had witnessed Shun Zian's strength during yesterday's battle. The young man exhibited both audacity and meticulousness, possessing formidable absorbing abilities. Should he continue to develop in this post-apocalyptic world, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. However, the woman he had clung to during the battle had persistently held onto her barking dog, drawing the zombies toward them. Shun Zian had risked injury to rescue her. Yet her primary concern had been for her dog's well-being. Thus, it became evident that Shun Zian held little importance to her. If this continued, he would inevitably be dragged down in this unforgiving world. Anuo, though she had not witnessed the scene, wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment. Fear not the allies like gods, but dread the allies akin to swine. This statement, while seemingly derogatory, merely articulated a harsh truth. Respect the fates of others. She arched an eyebrow, sighing as she peered into the rearview mirror. They were still tailing behind. Though she wished to distance herself from this group, it appeared that escape was unattainable for now. However, that woman must not be allowed to draw close to them. That was her bottom line. She had no desire to be led to ruin. As the scenery shifted, the vehicle sped toward the Villa District, a location Xiao Qingzhou had selected for recuperation. He had previously visited this area, with fewer people and zombies. The likelihood of encountering yesterday and Oppos, monstrosities would be significantly reduced. They planned to linger here for 2 to 3 days, a prudent choice. Zheng Mingming, who had been trailing behind, suddenly brightened. This is the Villa District where my parents reside. How could your parents be here, Mingming? Shun Zian inquired, puzzled, for it was unlikely that someone of her family and Oppos' status would reside in such an area. Before the apocalypse, my parents brought my younger brother here for work. Zheng Mingming and Oppos' face glowed with joy, radiating light. Regardless of her parents and Oppos' shortcomings, they were still her parents. Though they favored her brother, with the world now in chaos, she had joined a formidable team. Surely, her parents would finally recognize her capabilities. Chapter 35. Zheng Mingming's past actions. Mingming, you must be cautious of them. Shun Zian observed the woman and Oppos' expression with a hint of concern. In his mind, the Shun family would only know how to exploit, and if it weren't for the money he regularly sent them, along with covering tuition fees, those two parasitic parents would never allow Mingming to attend school. Zian, no matter what, they are still my parents. The quiver of sorrow in her voice softened Shun Zian's heart. Indeed, his Mingming was the epitome of innocence and kindness. Seated in the passenger's seat, Jin Yu rolled his eyes, perplexed by the woman's influence. Why was it that his brother seemed ensnared, ready to offer money and even himself? Shun Yi pursed her lips prior to the apocalypse. She held no particular opinion of Zheng Mingming. However, after the world had fallen apart, the actions of the latter nearly cost her brother his life. First, there was the plea to rescue family, which turned out to be a dog from their dormitory. Then, when someone approached with a child, Zheng Mingming agreed to help. That infant needed formula, and her brother, unable to withstand Mingming and Oppos' pleas, embarked on a perilous quest for it, only to be injured by a zombie. What was most intolerable was that despite their own hunger, this woman acted like a benefactor, distributing their food to others fleeing without sustenance. This situation could not continue. Their supplies were dwindling, and their combat strength was limited. They could not allow this woman to spiral into madness on their journey. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, and a plan began to take shape in her mind. Ahead lay a Villa District. They just needed to endure a little longer, Anuo. Observing the girl gradually succumbing to fatigue, the man's exquisitely handsome face reflected concern. He had initially assumed her faintness was due to her injuries and exhaustion, but now it seemed otherwise. A slight flush adorned her cheeks, creeping down to her neck. Anuo felt a heaviness in her head and opened the window, striving to remain alert. Her powers felt chaotic within her, likely a consequence of having devoured 2 zombie cores directly the previous day. It's fine. I just need a rest for 2 days, yet her body warned her that something was amiss. Perhaps she might even turn into a zombie. The cores could enhance her abilities, but they might also harbor the zombie virus. She refrained from voicing her fears, not wanting to burden Xiao Qingzhou with her concerns. In difficult times, one should not radiate fear. The mention of a zombie virus made Xiao Qingzhou's pupils constrict. Perhaps it was his own nature that allowed him to consume 2 cores without consequence, but Anuo was human. Zombies? It matters not. Regardless, I will always protect her. As the scenery shifted, the Villa District gradually unveiled itself. The gates were tightly shut, with only a few stray zombies lurking outside. A handful of patrolling individuals suggested that the area had been claimed by others. Given Anuo and Oppos' condition, Xiao Qingzhou decided against turning the car around. Upon seeing a vehicle approach, the guards became alert, and soon a crowd gathered at the entrance. Anuo, let's disembark. All right, Anuo agreed, and the two exited the car. After a prolonged absence from a safe zone, a surreal sensation washed over them. The turbulent powers within her could not be unleashed, so she compacted them into orbs and cast them out. Within no time, the few zombies at the entrance were cleared away. Wonderful, we've finally arrived at a safe place. Voices from behind reached her ears. A group of students gazed at the gate, nearly moved to tears. They had been fleeing for their lives. covered in dirt and exuding an unpleasant odor. They hadn't even had the luxury of resting properly, their eyes bloodshot. "Brother, could you let us in?" Someone eagerly approached to inquire. Shunzian glanced at Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou, offering a nod as a greeting. Watching the group negotiate at the entrance, Anuo remained still. Some were handling the social aspects, and she relished the respite. They had cleared the zombies. Socializing was not too much to ask. "Hello, I'm Shunyi." Suddenly, a bright voice chimed in. Shunyi rushed to Anuo and Oppo's side, beaming with a smile. Upon witnessing the girl deliver a scathing remark to that white lotus earlier, she had longed to make her acquaintance. Anuo, sensing no malice from the other, reciprocated the smile. After encountering so many hypocritical and cunning individuals, seeing such a radiant smile felt like sunlight breaking through the clouds. "What you said at the pharmacy was truly impressive." She discreetly glanced at Zheng Mingming, who was gazing dreamily at Xiao Qingzhou but dared not approach. It seemed there were deep-seated grievances at play. Anuo instantly understood why the other girl was so delighted. It was merely a normal response. She feigned seriousness. With the way the other was fawning, if she did not retaliate, wouldn't she appear as a pushover? Everyone takes turns, right? Wouldn't dare. If I spoke a word to her, she would surely burst into tears. Then my brother would scold me again. Sticking out her tongue, Shunyi looked rather unwell. It turned out Shunzian was her brother, and he was quite the character himself. "Anuo, you work hard." She could only offer sympathy, unable to assist in resolving the other's problems. After all, she had resolutely decided against any further communication with Zheng Mingming. "I am Jinyu." Jinyu also approached, brimming with confidence. "Your powers yesterday were remarkable. You could even shape them," reflecting on the immense abilities displayed the day before. He gave her a thumbs up. "That technique was truly cool. I want to use it too." "Thank you. You are not lacking either." Anuo acknowledged that his ice abilities were already commendable, even without absorbing a core. Jinyu remarked, "Our powers should correspond to certain levels, but we are unaware of what stage we are currently in." Shun-Yi chimed in, "We'll know once we reach the base." "Are you also headed to the southeastern base?" Jinyu was taken aback. He had never heard of any southeastern base. "What's southeastern base?" "We're going to the northern base." "Are you not?" "The northern base?" Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo exchanged glances. They had received no information regarding the northern base. If that was the case, it was considerably closer than the southeastern one. Moreover, had two large bases already been established in such a short time? When we listened to the radio, there was only mention of the southeastern base. So that became our intended destination. Anuo tentatively shared her plan, hoping to glean more information from them. On the third day of the apocalypse, we heard the radio state there was a base in the north, so we headed there. The southeastern base is too far. We are unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. Shun-Yi eagerly divulged her knowledge, realizing they needed to gather more information from others. After traveling for so long, they were still unaware of the existence of the southeastern base. Chapter 36. The Small Villa. Thank you. We'll discuss this situation further. Anuo smiled and nodded in agreement. Humans are inherently social creatures, and in this apocalyptic world where information is scarce, it would indeed be worthwhile to explore a nearby base to ascertain the current circumstances. "Anno, I'll take a look ahead," Xiao Qingzhou said softly, his peach blossom eyes glancing toward Shunzian and others who were engaged in negotiation. Anuo nodded in consent. Her legs were in splints, and it was best to minimize her movements. "Is he your boyfriend?" Shun-Yi and Oppo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was well known in City's academic circles who the handsome and beautiful individuals were, and she was certainly no stranger to Xiao Qingzhou. "We are childhood friends." Anuo chuckled, realizing it was the first time someone had mistaken them for a couple since university. After all, they had previously portrayed themselves as strangers in public. "I see. No gossip, no fun," Xiao Qingzhou remarked as he approached the door, causing those inside to reveal expressions of astonishment. The man was strikingly handsome, and most notably, his clothing was not excessively soiled, an indication that he had fared relatively well in this dire world. "I am a manager of this community, Yufufu. Should you wish to enter, you must provide water or food in exchange." Yufufu, portly and jovial, beamed with a smile, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. These individuals claimed to have come from S City, and anyone who could traverse such a distance must possess considerable capabilities. He was inclined to let them in, as hiding in this community was not a sustainable solution. They needed to find a way to reach a larger base. However, rules once established could not be altered at whim. What is the amount of food required? Xiao Qingzhou inquired, as Anuo needed a stable place to recover. 1 box of water or 5 pounds of food, Yu Fufu replied. This was no trifling sum. Qi Cheng furrowed his brow. Their current food supplies barely sufficed for the exchange, and surrendering it all would leave them with very little. The food you provide will be uniformly distributed later. Yu Fufu adjusted his glasses. Hearing this, Xiao Qingzhou pondered briefly before turning to find Anuo. Qi Cheng also pulled Shen Zian back, and they called a group of individuals to begin discussions. Since they require food, this area is among the least infested with zombies in G City. I believe we can rest here for a few days and gather information, Xiao Qingzhou suggested as he approached Anuo. Anuo readily agreed, and after a brief discussion, they handed over 2 bags of flour to Yu Fufu. Open the door, Yu Fufu urged, his smile widening as he signaled for the entrance to be unlatched. Within moments, a crowd gathered at the villa's entrance, their eyes filled with curiosity as they observed the newcomers. As Xiao Qingzhou led Anuo into the community, the onlookers' expressions shifted. These two possessed extraordinary abilities. Some gazed at them with a hint of covetousness, but upon encountering Anuo's icy glare, their thoughts were swiftly quelled, recalling her formidable lightning abilities. Where shall we reside? A gentle voice inquired, yet the eyes held an unwavering coldness. Yu Fufu immediately perceived that these two were not to be trifled with. After years of commerce, he had honed his skill in discerning character. Dogsy, guide them, he cheerfully commanded. A boy, perhaps 16 or 17, stepped forward with clear, bright eyes, untainted by any malice. Follow me, he beckoned softly. The duo followed the boy through the villa area, where traces of blood marked the ground. The residents bore clothing of varying quality, indicating they were not the first arrivals. As they moved, cautious glances were cast in their direction. Anuo and Amp, Oppos, gaze wandered, and upon recognizing 2 familiar faces, she tugged at Xiao Qingzhou and Amp, Oppos' sleeve. Look, it's the stars. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed to 2 striking young men in the crowd. She had watched their dramas before the apocalypse and was astonished to see them alive today. Xiao Qingzhou and Oppos' eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Do you wish to ask for their autographs? Autographs? Anuo laughed, finding his businesslike demeanor endearing yet somewhat naive. In this apocalypse, what use is an autograph? Survival itself demands considerable effort. Why squander precious time on trivialities? At her words, a subtle smile graced the handsome man's lips. Here we are. Soon, they arrived at a quaint little house. Our villa area is small, so we might need to squeeze together. Also, the largest house is occupied by the overseer. It's best to avoid it unless necessary, the boy informed them in a low voice. Thank you, Xiao Qingzhou replied in his warm, resonant tone, producing a bottle of water and some bread to hand to the boy. This is a token of gratitude for your guidance and information. The boy's eyes widened as he accepted the food, bowing in thanks before rushing aside to devour his newfound sustenance, fearing it might be snatched away by others. Upon entering the house, they found it orderly and devoid of any foul odors, evidence that they had been fortunate, as this house had been unoccupied at the onset of the apocalypse, and thus remained relatively clean. Anuo, wait here for me. I'll check inside, Xiao Qingzhou instructed, leaving Anuo at the doorstep. Although he suspected the area was free of zombies, it was prudent to investigate thoroughly. Sitting on the steps, Anuo idly surveyed the outside. The villa, though standalone, resembled the orderly suburban homes of foreign lands, each one neatly arranged in a row, allowing glimpses of the passers-by. Most were busy clearing debris from the streets, while others hurried by with weapons in hand, patrolling the area and preparing to erect barbed wire along the community and Oppos as perimeter. Dogsy, what's the current state of the villa area? Anuo inquired, her curiosity piqued. It had taken them nearly half a month to arrive here. The progress made in such a short time was remarkable. It was constructed within a week. We all arrived here gradually over that time frame. To secure food here, one must contribute labor, the boy explained, revealing the reality of their situation. Old fox, Anuo thought to herself, recalling that Yu Fufu had mentioned the requirement for labor upon their arrival. Have all the zombies been cleared from the villa area? Yes, it's a small community, and the original inhabitants were few, so most of the area has been sanitized. This is an upscale neighborhood, and the outbreak occurred in the afternoon, resulting in fewer survivors. The boy replied, do you have enough food to sustain your needs? Anuo continued, aware of the substantial amount of sustenance required for such a large number of people. Chapter 37. The young boy. There would be individuals venturing out to procure sustenance, and their food distribution allowed for a portion to be retained. After several discussions, Anuo had surveyed the villa area adequately. Observing the child before her, she sighed, noting that his decent attire did not warrant the moniker of Dogsy. What could possibly be the reason? Ajo, provide him with some additional food as compensation, she softly suggested upon seeing Xiao Qingzhou descending the stairs. Xiao Qingzhou tossed several bags of instant noodles to the boy, who expressed immense gratitude and ran off with his bounty. In this world of survival of the fittest, she could only do so much. We reside on the lower floor. I have already checked, and there are 2 rooms that are clean, along with fresh bedding. Xiao Qingzhou remarked as he guided Anuo inside. Uncertain if they would have company, the first floor offered the highest degree of safety and convenience. The child mentioned that food here requires labor. Let us rest for a couple of days before we depart. Agreed. We shall leave once you have sufficiently recovered, Anuo replied, tidying up the surplus clean bedding in the bedroom. Gazing at the vast bay window in the distance, she fell into contemplation. Xiao Qingzhou, we shall share a room, she suddenly declared, causing his pupils to constrict and his ears to flush crimson. His lips felt dry, though he understood her intent was innocent. He couldn't shake off the implications. My mobility is somewhat impaired, and we would be able to respond promptly to any situation. Although he could walk, he did so with a slight limp. Very well, he replied hoarsely, a rosy hue tinting his eyes, his face resembling the blossoms of spring, remarkably enchanting. Flushed? Anuo mused, wondering if her words had been too abrupt. Memories of Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's, as past aloof demeanor when rejecting others surfaced in her mind. She always felt that while he was gentle, he was not easily embarrassed. Are we to reside in this room? Someone must have visited earlier. Is the room still available? Voices from outside reached her ears, and she instantly recognized them as belonging to Shunzian and her group. A sense of exasperation washed over her. Evading that outrageous woman seemed impossible. Exchanging glances with Xiao Qingzhou, they ventured out together. Indeed, 7 individuals stood in the hall, with only Shunzian and a few familiar faces among them. The remaining 2 were somewhat unfamiliar. Anuo, what a coincidence! Shun Yi chirped as she approached like a little bird. Among the trio of girls, one was taciturn, while Zheng Mingming struggled to articulate her thoughts. There are 2 rooms on the first floor. Xiao Qingzhou and I will occupy one, and the rest of you can share the other, Anuo stated firmly, her gaze sweeping past Zheng Mingming, whose expression teetered on the brink of tears. Before Shun Yi or anyone else could respond, Zheng Mingming erupted, you cannot stay together. You're not even a couple. Her eyes brimmed with tears, demanding an explanation from Xiao Qingzhou as if she caught him in an act of infidelity. What is your concern? Anuo countered. You are not a couple. Why does it matter? Zheng Mingming shouted, her disbelief palpable. Shun Yi retorted, what does it matter how they choose to live? Mind your own business. Jin Yu chimed in, echoing Shun Yi and Appo's sentiment. At last, tears streamed down Zheng Mingming and Appo's face. Enough, please, Shun Zin interjected, a hint of sympathy in his eyes, silently reproaching the others for their lack of consideration towards Mingming. Though he, as a modern individual, felt indifferent towards cohabitation, he recognized that Mingming was a naive and kind-hearted girl, and it was only natural for her to react vocally in such a situation. That is my brother. This woman is flirting with another man right in front of you. Can't you see? A deep, magnetic laugh resonated from a man nearby, causing the girls to flush with embarrassment. What a charmer. Jin Yu quickly pulled Shun Yi aside, urging her to regain her composure. Ah, so handsome. Too bad such a striking man is taken, Shun Yi lamented, realizing that a man of such allure could not be easily claimed unless he was truly devoted to someone. Glancing at Anuo, she couldn't help but admire her. A role model indeed. Shun Xian's expression darkened slightly, as he was only confused about Zhang Mingming's situation, yet remained attentive to the unfolding drama. I apologize on behalf of Mingming. I hope you can overlook her outburst. She is merely young and unfiltered. Younger? Jin Yu and the others grimaced, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. Aren't and Oppos. We all just a few 100 months old? As long as Mr. Shun is fine with it. We shall retreat to our room, Anuo said, gripping Xiao Qingzhou's arm, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. She intended to distance herself from this unreliable group of leaders. They were truly terrifying. I shall also seek out a room, Jin Yu signaled to the others. And they swiftly exited the scene. Stupidity can be contagious. They didn't want to catch it. Mr. Shun, I'm truly not trying to offend, Zhang Mingming sobbed, wiping her tears. What have I said to make everyone dislike me? Before the apocalypse, those boys praised me for being kind and lovely. Mingming, do not cry. They simply misunderstood. We will clarify things when the time is right, Shun Xian gently soothed, enveloping her in an embrace. Internally, he sighed, realizing a conversation with Yi and the others was necessary. The cries outside continued, and Anuo leaned against the bed, contemplating the information regarding Shun Yi and her group. Ajo, they mentioned there is a base in the north. Shall we consider visiting it? The northern region was closer than the southeast base, which was far and mountainous, appearing more suitable under the current circumstances. If we head north, we could arrive in about half a month, which is feasible. Xiao Qingzhou examined the map for possible routes. Traversing through Ji City, we could reach it in less than half a month, provided we don't delay, Anuo noted. However, we should refrain from departing with Shun Xian's group from now on. Agreed. We will rest here for a few days before heading north, Xiao Qingzhou affirmed. His expression darkened at the thought of Zhang Mingming. So be it. Stifling yawn, Anuo felt fatigue wash over her as she lay on the bed. She refrained from bathing or changing clothes, as the numerous eyes in the villa could lead to unwanted attention. It was best to remain inconspicuous in these early days of the apocalypse. She had not overlooked the predatory gazes lingering in the villa. Xiao Qingzhou's spatial abilities had already been revealed, and while her lightning powers had also become apparent, who could say if there were bold and unscrupulous individuals among them? The chaos of her powers within her body soon lulled her back into slumber. Xiao Qingzhou looked up from the map, his gaze softening upon seeing the girl asleep. Quietly approaching, he retrieved a first aid kit and began to tend to her injuries. Having frequently treated wounds during his time at the martial arts school, he was accustomed to such tasks. However, upon removing the splint and revealing the injury on her leg, he could not help but feel his pupils dilate in shock. Chapter 38. The transformation begins. The scars on the girl's legs had begun to take on a pallid hue, a harbinger of zombification. Xiao Qingzhou and Oppos, his slender fingers trembled slightly, the corners of his eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. The crystal core indeed harbored the toxins of the undead. For a human to recklessly consume, it could precipitate a ghastly transformation. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, he retrieved the medical supplies beside him and gently commenced the process of redressing the wounds. It mattered not. Even if she were to become a zombie, he would remain by her side, striving with every ounce of his being to restore her to her former humanity. Within the villa district, a disheveled youth with pure eyes sprinted through the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by who cast lingering glances his way. The boy hurried back to the villa, only to be met by an overwhelming stench of smoke and alcohol that assaulted his senses upon entering. The room was shrouded in a haze, permeated by an unpleasant odor. Clutching the precious item in his arms, he lowered his gaze, intent on retreating to his bedroom. "Mom, that brat has returned." From the couch, a youth clad in designer apparel, with a triangular gaze and acne-scarred skin, rose to his feet. "So what if he asked back? Why the fuss?" he exclaimed. "He has food." Zheng Hui and Amp, Oppos, his eyes sparkled with greed, aware that the rations available to them had been dwindling alarmingly. The meager sustenance earned from scavenging the streets was far from sufficient. The entire household awaited their next meal. "Brat, hand over what you've got," He flashed a brazen smile, arms crossed, towering over the silent boy before him. He had long harbored disdain for this rival, believing that mere monetary wealth could elevate him to his savior status. Who would have thought that one day Zheng Hui would rise to power, commanding respect from the young master himself? The thought filled him with a sense of relief. Without the apocalypse, he might never have known such luxury, living in such an opulent home and donning fine clothes. Now, who could distinguish him for a wealthy scion? I refuse. The boy bit his lip, his eyes burning with defiance. He would not be called a brat. His name was Cheng Yunxi. The contemptible group before him was utterly loathsome. Before the world fell apart, that woman had been their family's maid. His mother, sympathetic to her plight, had allowed her to bring her child to live with them, facilitating their commute to school. Little did they know that on the day the apocalypse began, this family would visit the maid, leading to his own displacement and humiliation. Parents, mother. Thoughts of his family welled up within him, a bittersweet ache tugging at his heart. Had they been alive, this family would never have dared to demean him so. You're pushing your luck, Zheng Hui shouted, lunging forward to seize the boy. Though merely 14, he towered over the 16-year-old Cheng Yunxi, who seemed insignificant in his eyes. Yet this time, he misjudged his opponent's resolve to resist. Cheng Yunxi, eyes ablaze with fury, retaliated. Having been frail as a child, he had developed a reticent nature due to past bullying. However, the image of Anuo dispatching zombies outside the door had etched itself indelibly in his mind. It dawned on him that even those deemed weak could possess unimaginable strength. Grasping Zheng Hui's hair, he seized a moment before his adversary could react and yanked fiercely. Mom, this brat dares to hit me. Come help. A middle-aged woman, corpulent and possessing a similar triangular gaze as Zheng Hui, rushed to the scene upon witnessing her son in distress. You little wretch, how dare you strike my son? Are you itching for a beating? She clutched Cheng Yunxi's arm, yanking him backward, subduing him from behind. Zheng Hui's face twisted with a cruel smile as he snatched the food from Cheng Yunxi's grasp, his eyes gleaming with malice. I'll teach you to hit me. He swung his fist like a torrential storm, landing blows on Cheng Yunxi's slightly frail frame. I'd perish? The boy's eyes, starkly contrasting in color, stared blankly at the ceiling, a surge of hatred rising from the depths of his being. He refused to accept this. Why must he endure such treatment from these people? Yet the pain was excruciating, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his cheeks bruised and battered. What are you doing? A commanding voice interrupted from the doorway, belonging to a disheveled, grim-faced, middle-aged man. Bah! Zheng Hui spat, discarding Cheng Yunxi like a discarded rag. This brat dared to hoard food and even strike me. Enough. Come with me to Building 11. The man in Appo's frown relaxed, dismissively waving his hand. Wang Tsuehua, panting heavily, inquired. What for? The neighbors made claims to have seen our daughter. Zhang Jinren's voice held an edge of urgency. When Wang Tsuehua first came to work here, that troublesome girl had visited, hence the maid remembered her. He had heard that the girl had joined a group. They had brought an abundance of food to share. And there was one with spatial abilities. Goodness, how much food could that entail? Wang Tsuehua was taken aback. She had presumed that girl had perished in S-City. To think she had returned. Such ingratitude, returning without even checking on us first. Zheng Hui protested. I won't go. Why would I want to see her? Zhang Jianren insisted. She came with a group, and there is a spatial ability user among them, generous with their provisions. Both mother and son perked up at this revelation. Let us hurry. That troublesome girl should bring us offerings. The group departed the villa, while Cheng Yunxi lay on the ground, eyes filled with resentment. Upon hearing Building 11 and spatial abilities, a flicker of determination ignited within him. They had provided him with food. He needed to alert them. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he fled out the door, choosing a side path. Anuo felt as though a fire raged within her, relentlessly consuming her. Despite the temperature being merely 10 degrees, she felt as though she were immersed in the sweltering heat of summer. The surge of her abilities coursed through her, threatening to explode her very being. With great effort, she pried her eyes open and rose to her feet. The splint on her leg had been meticulously cleaned and rebandaged. Xiao Qingzhou was not present in the room, and she felt a moment of relief. Limping towards the mirror, she scrutinized her appearance. A sigh of relief escaped her as she found no signs of zombification. The crystal core contained a virus capable of inducing mutation. Perhaps her status as an ability user had spared her from immediate transformation. Yet the situation remained dire. She chuckled wryly. The last time she had been infected, her abilities had awakened. Would fortune smile upon her once more? Regardless, she needed to devise a plan to untangle the chaos within her abilities. Should she truly become a zombie one day, she would entrust her fate to Xiaoqing Zhou. She longed to avoid roaming the earth as a grotesque specter. Gripping the edge of the nearby table, a momentary daze clouded her gaze. Chapter 39. The Zheng family. A soft rumble emanated from Anuo's stomach, jolting her back to reality. She patted her abdomen and glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was setting. After days of incessant travel, she had yet to partake in a proper meal. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, prompting her to open the door and step outside. A handsome man was diligently preparing ingredients in the kitchen, while not far away, Shen Yi and Jean were also engaged in the culinary arts. However, the dishes they were concocting could only be described as hazardous. "Anuo, come see how I'm doing." Shen Yi beamed, her tone infused with a cheerful exuberance. It had been ages since she had savored a warm meal. Her recent diet consisted solely of bread. Today, she had convinced her brother to prepare a hot dish to celebrate their safe arrival at this location, utilizing the remnants of their supplies. In their group, Zheng Mengmeng, who was accustomed to a life of ease, insisted on cooking herself rather than allowing anyone else to do so, thus dragging Jinyu into the fray. As Anuo observed the concoction of instant noodles mixed with an assortment of rice and unfamiliar seasonings, she offered a supportive smile, displaying her 8 gleaming teeth. "Best of luck to you." Jinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish from sight. In contrast, next door, Xiaoqing Zhou's simple dishes appeared utterly appetizing. "Anuo, wash your hands and prepare for dinner," Xiaoqing Zhou suggested, his gaze remaining warm as he surveyed the meal prepared for the evening. Anuo nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. The food was simple, a small pot of congee, accompanied by fried sausages and a plate of pickled vegetables. Living with others necessitated a degree of restraint, especially since her health had not been optimal, making a light meal preferable. "Let's carry the food inside before washing our hands," she exclaimed, reaching to assist. Suddenly, a figure outside rapped on the window. A youth with strikingly clear black and white eyes caught their attention. "Who is that?" Jinyu exclaimed, opening the window. "Chen Yanxi here. I want to be entering, but the family I'm living with is heading your way. It seems they're up to no good, so please be vigilant." Before anyone could respond, a loud bang echoed from the door, exuding an ominous energy that left the group exchanging puzzled glances. Shun Ziyin, seated closest to the door, hesitated before stepping forward to open it. "Where's Zheng Mengmeng?" came the voice of Wang Chuehua, whose rotund figure squeezed past Shun Ziyin with ease. She barged into the room, and upon spotting the food on the stove, her eyes lit up. Well, you all have been secretly enjoying this delicious food without me," she declared, striding toward the stove, her hand reaching out to seize the food. And Nua's expression turned icy as she swiftly drew a knife, pointing it threateningly at Wang Chuehua and Appo's throat. "I assure you, should you take another step forward, this knife will find its mark." With a countenance as cold as ice, and Nua and Appo's gaze pierced through Wang Chuehua, causing the latter to tremble. "Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Hui exclaimed, sprinting over to support his mother, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Do you even understand the meaning of respecting your elders? With such brazen arrogance, how can you expect respect?" Shen Yi retorted, her voice laced with disdain. "Now, who are you and what do you want?" And Nua and Appo's demeanor remained unyielding, the knife in her hand unwavering. Such a brazen individual would likely have been insufferable even before the apocalypse. Excessive discourse would merely be a superficial remedy. Wing Kuiwa, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, quickly shifted tactics. "Woe is me, Zheng Mengmeng, you wretched girl. Am I not allowed to eat a morsel of your food? Where's my sister? She'll surely let me partake." At the mere mention of Zheng Mengmeng, a palpable darkness descended upon the room, and Nuo felt a twinge of helplessness as she sheathed the knife. "What are you doing here?" Zheng Mengmeng rushed down the stairs, her tear-streaked face betraying her distress upon seeing her family. "You filthy girl. My husband and I have gone days without food, and when we come to you for a meal, we're met with a knife." Wang Chuehua pointed accusatorily at Anuo, spitting her words in anger. "But do not direct your ire at her." Anuo stepped back, while Xiao Qingzhou shielded her protectively. "We merely share the same house as your daughter. Please allow us some space." His voice devoid of emotion, he scrutinized the woman blocking the entryway, his brow furrowing slightly. "I truly apologize, Senior Xiao, but mother, please step aside," Zheng Mengmeng implored, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, her words seemed to trigger something within Wang Chuehua. "What? You won't leave?" "She frightened me, and she must apologize." Initially, a hint of fear gripped her, but upon realizing the youth before her was merely a student, her bravado surged. "Auntie, let us discuss this outside," Shunzi Yin interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. He had encountered this family before and held no fondness for such parasitic individuals. "Why step outside when you're in the midst of a meal?" "I shall join you," Wang Chuehua declared, her tone defiant. "Indeed, brother-in-law. You aren't planning to chase us away, are you?" Zheng Mengmeng and Appo's expression shifted to one of alarm as she glanced at Xiao Qingzhou, her disappointment evident when she noticed his impassive demeanor. "You must cease this nonsense. We are blocking the doorway. Let Senior Xiao and his companions through." Zheng Jianren entered, his countenance serious and clearly displeased. "Mengmeng, how can you speak to your mother in such a manner?" And Nuo interjected, "I'm indifferent to your quarrels. Now, kindly step aside. Not until you apologize." Previously, Shen Yi had found Zheng Mengmeng and Appo's peculiarities amusing, but upon encountering her parents, she realized the true meaning of absurdity. "Who do you think you are, to barge in and demand our food while expecting us to apologize? Your audacity knows no bounds. And you, take your family and leave at once." Her words flowed without pause, leaving her feeling quite invigorated. Zheng Mengmeng's face paled, having never before been subjected to such humiliation. "And Nuo, I understand you harbor disdain for me, but there is no need to misrepresent my mother's intentions. I witnessed the entire incident. She merely misunderstood the situation. And you, waving a knife at her. If I can persuade my parents to leave, you may depart as you wish." Chapter 40. Found you. What has she distorted? How has it become her fault? What a silver tongue, capable of turning black into white. Anuo felt a lingering frustration within her heart. Xiao Qingzhou grasped the girl's arm, his cold gaze piercing as he took the knife from her hand. "I shall reiterate. Take your parents and leave this house." The man and Appo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Anuo would not truly harm anyone, but he would. Shunzian, hurry and pull them away. Jinyu, standing closest, was shaken to his core upon witnessing the man and Appo's hostility. He did not wish to offend him, especially not over Zheng Mingming's parents. "Annie, they are not from the same school as us. It's merely a coincidence that we ended up together," Shunzian explained as he stood beside Zheng Mingming. The group seated on the sofa wore grim expressions, and Qi Cheng rose to his feet. "Mayam, we exchanged our lives for this food. Your daughter spends her days either feeding dogs or screaming, contributing nothing. That we could bring her to see you is already quite commendable." Qi Cheng took a deep breath, his words unrelenting. Throughout their journey, he had shown Zheng Mingming additional consideration for Shenzhen and Appo's sake. Now that they had found her parents, it was time to part ways. Thinking this, he voiced his sentiments. Instantly, Zheng Mingming and Appo's face turned as pale as a sheet. The Zheng family wore various expressions, their hearts unwilling when they heard this group insist on taking them away. They certainly did not wish to bear another mouth. "That one do, student Shun, you wouldn't abandon our Mengmeng, would you?" They looked at Shun Zian, their faces pleading. The latter gazed back at them with tears in his eyes. Shun Zian hesitated. He only wished to take Mengmeng with him, but that would mean her parents would inevitably follow. This moment of indecision caused Zheng Mengmeng to break down. She wept and fled outside. Ming Ming, wait for me. Shen Zian cursed himself and immediately chased after her. Aren't you going to search for your daughter? Shen Yi looked at the remaining individuals with confusion. Zheng Hui replied, We haven't eaten yet. We can look for her after we've had our fill. His eyes were fixated on the pot, eager to grab his chopsticks and dig in. Shameless. Let's push them out. Jin Yu bellowed, rallying others from a distance to help drag Zheng's parents outside. Spotting an opening, Anuo quickly pulled Xiao Qingzhou back into the room. What do you think the relationship is between that young man and the Zheng family? Sitting on the bed, she was devoid of any appetite due to the Zheng family and Appo's antics, her mind drifting to the young man, curiosity piquing. You wish to know? Let's go take a look together tomorrow. Grasping the woman's hand, Xiao Qingzhou concealed the shadows in his eyes and spoke softly. Respect others' destinies. Anuo recalled this phrase and shook her head. Never mind, I no longer wish to be entangled with Zheng Mingming. Let us inquire about alternative accommodations in the morning. Outside, the cacophony was akin to 1,000 ducks quacking. As night fell, a figure leapt through the window into the villa, the scent within the house causing him a sense of discomfort. Who is it? The young man's voice rang out as Cheng Yunxi, holding a small flashlight, revealed an expression of lingering fear. After the apocalypse, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to evade zombie attacks during the initial days. He had been forced to stay in the downstairs storage room and hurried out upon hearing a sound. This place was left to him by his parents. Even residing in the storage room, he intended to protect it well. Under the light, the man's exquisite and handsome face emerged. Xiao Qingzhou was taken aback that someone had noticed him. It's you. Cheng Yunxi's eyes gleamed with confusion and delight, his instinct telling him that the two individuals he encountered today were not malevolent. I have some matters to attend to. Could you act as if you haven't seen me? The man's smile was warm, yet the young man felt a chill within. Are you going to teach those upstairs a lesson? His clear eyes shone with anticipation. He despised those individuals, yet he felt powerless to act against them. Xiao Qingzhou remarked. You seem quite pleased? Cheng Yunxi replied. This was originally my home. They were hired by my family, yet now they have taken over. They have even bullied me. The hatred in the young man's eyes blazed like a solid flame, refusing to dissipate. Xiao Qingzhou stated, the world has changed. If you wish to survive in this realm, you must empower yourself. He had no intention of providing the boy with more assistance. Having grown up in an orphanage, he understood better than anyone the value of standing on one's own feet, rather than relying on the aid of others. Cheng Yunxi lowered his lashes. Can you help me? Though his health was frail, he had always been a clever child. He grasped the implications of the man's words. Yet fear gripped him, fear of not knowing how to rise. No one had ever taught him these things. At this moment, he was merely a 16-year-old boy. I need time to consider. Life had taught Xiao Qingzhou not to offer hope lightly. If one could not follow through, ephemeral promises would ultimately shatter a person. Inside the room, Anuo opened her eyes and gazed out at the empty bay window. She knew Xiao Qingzhou had left, yet she chose not to inquire. She would never forget the man's crimson eyes from that rainy night. She would give him time, but Ajo, do not make me wait too long. Slowly unwrapping the bandage around her leg, she grimaced at the sight of the already decaying flesh. Surely, he has seen it too. He refrained from telling her out of fear she would overthink and become frightened. But her body was hers. How could she be unaware of the changes within it? Retrieving a military dagger from her backpack, Anuo stared at the wound on her leg and gritted her teeth. It hurts. It was a soul-wrenching pain. As the blade pierced her flesh, the agony caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Bit by bit, she severed the rotting flesh, discarding the dagger and gasping for breath. How wonderful. Now it's unnoticeable. Leaning against the bed, a faint smile appeared on her delicate, pale face. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from outside the window. Anuo's expression shifted. She picked up the knife, enduring the pain as she stood, her eyes narrowing with lethal intent as she gazed outside. This scene must not be discovered. Wang Hu was aware that a spatial ability user had arrived today. Spatial abilities could yield immense treasures. If only he could find an opportunity to eliminate these two. Wouldn't all those riches belong to them? Under the cover of night, after conferring with his group, he intended to scout ahead. However, he never expected to stumble upon a startling sight. That woman had already begun her transformation into a zombie. Now he had been spotted, covering his mouth. He pressed his body against the wall, daring not to make a sound. After all, the information indicated that this woman possessed spatial abilities. After a moment of silence, when no further sounds emerged, he wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. I found you. Chapter 41. The person in charge arrives, the woman and Apo's. S voice was soft yet eerily reminiscent of a specter in the dark night as she suddenly materialized. Startled, Wang Hu lifted his gaze. The girl's pale cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight, were particularly unsettling. His eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth to scream, but in the next moment blood gushed from his neck. Watching the man on the ground, Anuo dropped the knife in her hand and slumped to the floor. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless body, her hands trembling slightly. This was her first experience with taking a life. With a bitter smile, she released a massive sphere of energy, intending to incinerate him with a barrage of lightning. Anuo, the gentle voice of a man, resonated from behind her. In disbelief, she turned around, and upon seeing the man enveloped in a chill, an unexpected calm washed over her. I have killed him. Now I must deal with it. She heard herself say, without articulating her reasons, merely observing the man in silence. Anuo, do not be afraid. Go inside. I will take care of this. The man in Apo's face retained its tender smile, his eyes reassuring. It was as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence, devoid of anything extraordinary. No, I will go with you. The girl in Apo's voice was resolute and powerful, her eyes earnestly fixed on the man before her. The night was cold, penetrating to the bone for the first time. The two walked in silence, their shadows intertwined under the moonlight, as they witnessed someone thrown into a horde of zombies. Anuo grasped Xiao Qingzhou's hand, her eyelashes fluttering. He saw my legs. I cannot let him live. Between us, there is no need for explanations. Anuo, whatever you choose to do, I will stand by you. He would remain with her until the very end of their lives. Fool, the woman chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully punched the man. Though she anticipated his words, she had still felt a twinge of worry that he might fear her. As the cold wind blew, the man embraced the girl, gently untangling her disheveled hair. A rustling sound emerged from the grass, prompting Anuo to alertly push Xiao Qingzhou away, her gaze fixed on the underbrush. A timid golden blanket, its fur dull and frail, emerged. Its eyes reflected clear fear. Hesitating before the girl, finally, seemingly resolute, it approached her, gently tugging at her pant leg with its tiny paw. One adorable little tiger. A faint smile graced Anuo's face as she crouched down to tenderly stroke the feeble creature before her. Behind them lay the mountains and forests. Likely the tiger and Apo's original home. Xiao Qingzhou observed the girl, whose eyes dimmed with a hint of bittersweetness, and gently spoke. If you wish, we could take it in. It has wandered into human territory. Its mother must be gone. Anuo replied, no, creatures like this should not exist among humans. She understood that they could not afford to care for such a tiger. Though their supplies were sufficient, who could predict what tomorrow might bring? With people struggling to find enough to eat, there was no energy left for pet care. Let us give a bag of milk. Since this little one has approached us, we should offer a chance at life. She stroked the tiger's head once more, observing it eat, before pulling the man away from the scene. In the bedroom, as the man revealed the girl into Apo's wounds, a flash of concern crossed his features. What folly! Anuo sighed, gently expressing the word she had long pondered. Qingzhou, if I were to become a zombie, I want you to end my life yourself. His hand froze. Kill her? He could never do that. Qingzhou, I refuse to become a mindless monster, driven solely by the hunger for flesh and blood. So please, you must end my life. I do not wish to perish at the hands of a stranger. Her warm hand clasped his larger one, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Hot tears fell onto his hand, momentarily startling her as an avalanche of emotions surged within. She embraced the man before her, sobbing uncontrollably. As dawn's light filtered in, the two figures lay entwined on the vast bed, as if entwined by fate itself. The loud noises from outside jolted Anuo awake. Upon realizing the situation, she immediately pushed the man away. Qingzhou, morning truly is a beauty and Oppo's curse. What a bother. There are noises outside. Let us quickly see what is happening. She swiftly leapt from the bed, her demeanor slightly unnatural. All right. In the hall, Shun Zian and Jinyu, along with others, had gathered, evidently roused by the commotion. After surveying the room, Anuo sighed in relief upon not spotting Zheng Mengmeng. She had been in amp, Oppo's, afraid and amp, Oppo's of that woman. Anuo, you're awake. What's going on? It's so noisy outside. Shun complained, clearly irritated as she had not slept well, having been disturbed by her parents and Oppo's ruckus until the early hours. Yes, let us go out and take a look. Anuo softly replied, calculating that if Zheng Mengmeng did not return, she would not need to seek another place to stay. After all, they had only planned to remain for 2 to 3 days. The fewer complications, the better. As the group ventured out, many headed toward the central flower bed. Jean, you casually grab someone. What is happening? The person in charge is back today. They will decide the list of people to go out next. Breakfast and daily tasks will also be assigned there. Tasks. Jean Yu was bewildered, having not received any news upon arrival. You'll find out when you go look. The person waved dismissively, dashing toward the square, eager not to miss out on a favorable assignment. In the square, the crowd bustled. And Anuo counted over 100 people awaiting their food distribution. Each individual received only a small piece of bread and half a bottle of water. Notably, a group was eyeing them from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. Xiao Qingzhou remarked, they must be the accomplices of the man from yesterday. He quickly pieced together the situation. It seemed these individuals harbored ulterior motives, likely drawn by the prospect of their supplies. Yu Fufu is also watching us. He appears to have something to say. Anuo noted. Yu Fufu had his own agenda. The person in charge was aware of Anuo's lightning abilities and would likely seek to recruit her soon. However, he believed she would not remain here for long, fearing she might offend those individuals. If they antagonized them, their days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. Some even seemed. Noticing something, his expression darkened. Mr. Yu's been watching us. Do you have something to say? The two approached him directly, speaking candidly. Yu Fufu stammered. It's like this. The person in charge already knows about your abilities and may seek to recruit you. His speech was hesitant, laden with unspoken implications. He had decided to sell this information. He no longer wished to remain here. He yearned to head north, where there were bases. The two before him were informed and powerful. Perhaps they could help him secure a vehicle, though vehicles of outsiders were not confiscated. His own as a native had long been seized. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Yu. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Xiao Qingzhou replied. In light of the words spoken by the child yesterday and the current demeanor of the affluent individual, a fleeting glance exchanged between the two hinted at a shared conjecture. The person in charge has arrived. A voice rang out from the crowd. Chapter 42. The invitation as the words fell. Enno glanced toward the center of the garden. A small group was hastening towards them, led by a man with a fierce countenance. Trailing behind him were several individuals, each bearing varying degrees of injury, their bandages far from clean, suggesting a dire lack of medical supplies. I have been leading our team in the search for sustenance outside, so some of you may not recognize me. My name is Luo Ying, the head of this community, he declared, cutting to the chase. Let us take stock of the next team preparing to venture out. His gaze darkened as he scrutinized the crowd below, while a few stepped forward to begin the registration. I and Amp, Oppos, LL go repair the fence. Anno murmured softly, recalling the earlier discussion about recruitment. Given the events of the previous night, she wished to avoid further entanglements. Are you Miss Anno? One of Luo Ying's companions whispered to him, casting a fleeting glance toward the distant couple. Approaching Anno, Luo Ying's eyes bore a penetrating gaze as he assessed the two. I am, Mr. Luo, Anno replied, offering a polite smile. I have heard that Miss Anno possesses extraordinary abilities, having dispatched several zombies at the community entrance yesterday. Would you care to join our food retrieval team? His presence was imposing, emanating a palpable pressure with mere words. What was this man's former occupation? Anno speculated inwardly, while maintaining a cordial demeanor as she revealed her intentions. To be frank, we have some provisions remaining, and we plan to rest for a few days before departing. So I fear I cannot join you. Upon witnessing this exchange, Yufufu broke into a cold sweat. It was common knowledge that Luo Ying wielded a formidable corrosive ability. Previously, others who disregarded his orders had met with dire consequences. Moreover, his temperament was notoriously obstinate, making him impervious to counsel. He silently lamented that while the girl possessed some skill, she lacked social acumen. This could lead to her downfall. To everyone's surprise, Luo Ying revealed an awkward smile. We certainly wouldn't want to disrupt Miss Anuo's plans, especially given your injuries. Perhaps, would it be possible for your friend to accompany us to collect some supplies? We would be willing to offer appropriate compensation for your efforts. Such amiability. Anuo's eyes widened in astonishment, a sentiment mirrored by those beside Luo Ying. Since taking charge, he had not displayed such cordiality to anyone else. Luo Ying surveyed the pair before him, a man and a woman. Although he was known for his temper and had not been a particularly good person, he had a knack for reading people. He recalled hearing from the guards that this young woman had dispatched a dozen zombies at the entrance with her abilities. Most notably, there was the double-edged blade at her waist. In his youth, he had been a practitioner of martial arts. He could tell at a glance that this weapon was exceptional, likely a triangular military dagger. Considering its size and material, its weight was considerable. A woman wielding such a weapon must possess remarkable strength, particularly for combating zombies. And then there was the man, a spatial ability wielder, whose looks were even more striking than the woman and Oppose. Yes. In this post-apocalyptic world, beauty could often be a curse. With such striking features, they attracted attention. Traveling together in a recreational vehicle, their capabilities could not be underestimated. Such individuals, even if they could not be befriended, should not be antagonized. It dawned on Anuo that these people were likely already aware of her injury, which was why they had insisted she join their expedition from the outset. In this world, seeking resources was best accomplished with a spatial ability. No wonder. I'll go, Xiao Qingzhou interjected. Zhou? Anuo replied, surprised. Do not worry, Anuo, the man said with a reassuring smile. They were to remain here for a couple more days, and now is not the time to offend anyone. Besides, that child was watching him. Cheng Yunxi and Oppose. As hopeful gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qingzhou, his fear evident as he sought assistance. Boss Luo, may I join you in the search for food? The boy, pale-faced, approached hesitantly. I promise I won't be a burden. You? Luo Ying expressed disdain, knowing the boy was frail and unlikely to be of assistance. Xiao, I believe this child possesses strong mental acuity. Perhaps he can sense the zombies and Oppose movements? The man's casual remark struck like thunder among the gathered individuals. Instantly, the attention of the group shifted toward the boy, their previous scorn dissipating. To sense zombies? That would mean they could anticipate danger and reduce casualties during their excursions. Cheng Yunxi felt overwhelmed, his strikingly clear eyes meeting those of the handsome, gentle man before him. Abilities? Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had indeed sensed movements around him, allowing him to evade numerous dangers. Yet, he had never considered it an ability. Luo Ying's expression turned serious. Can you truly sense zombies? His ominous tone made the boy shiver. Cheng Yunxi nodded timidly, his confidence wavering. Boss Luo, I'm not certain, but I think I can faintly sense movements around me. Could it be? This thought crossed the minds of those present. A mental ability that could detect zombies? They were unsure how to utilize it, unlike offensive powers that simply required physical action. Very well, you will accompany us. Ada, you're responsible for protecting these two. He instructed a burly man with a shaved head, who bore 2 iron hammers on his back, likely his tools. A power-type mutant? Anuo. Noting that this was her first encounter with a mutant since the apocalypse. She had long wondered whether a mutant's strength could evolve. The burly man nodded, his fierce eyes scrutinizing the pair before him, who seemed as fragile as chicks. May I inquire, Boss Luo, when you plan to set out for supplies? Anuo asked softly. They could not linger here for long. She had heard that this group had only just returned, and they would likely not depart again soon. To her astonishment, Luo Ying replied, We shall depart this afternoon, eliciting her surprise. As if reading her thoughts, Luo Ing chuckled lightly. There are many people in this community, and food is woefully insufficient. Indeed, though they received only a meager amount daily, the community and Oppos, as population was not as vast as the outside world. And procuring sustenance was no easy feat thus. The overall food supply remained inadequate. Several individuals had sustained injuries the previous day, necessitating additional assistance for any future excursions. This was why, despite his notorious temper, he showed such courtesy to the individuals before him. Prepare yourselves. I have heard that the students who accompanied you also include some with abilities. I will inquire further, he said with a smile, leading his group away. Chapter 43. Can humanity truly prevail? Why would he willingly remain in this community? Anuo cast her gaze towards Yufu, a question lingering in her mind. Regardless of his appearance, character, or capabilities, someone like Luo Ing was certainly wasting away in this confined space. Could it be that he aspired to establish a base and become its leader? Yufu's response fortuitously validated her suspicions. Years ago, Luo had been involved in gang activities, and since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been fervently seeking to create a stronghold. Yet his temperament. Yufu hesitated to voice his thoughts, perceiving Luo as volatile and irritable, unfit for leadership. The others primarily feared him, seeking merely a semblance of safety. Such a figure would never successfully build a base. Anuo sighed, comprehending his meaning. After all, they harbored no intentions of remaining in this community. Its future developments were of no concern to them. Ajo, prepare yourself. I shall go retrieve the task of constructing fences. She refrained from inquiring why Xiao Qingzhou had suddenly taken a peculiar interest in that youth. For the fleeting impression the boy had left on her was eerily reminiscent of a younger Xiao Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Shunxian and others had also accepted the mission to scavenge for supplies, leaving only Jinyu, the sole ability user, behind in their group. Notably, Zheng Mingming trailed behind them, seemingly lost in thought. Anuo sought out Shun Yi for information, learning that apart from Zheng Mingming, the rest of her family had been beaten to the point of being bedridden. Recalling the events of the previous night when the man had departed, Shikuden and Oppos, he helped but chuckle. Under the cover of darkness, such underhanded tactics were hardly typical of the usually honorable Ajo. Anuo, what task did you receive? Shun Yi inquired excitedly, already aware that Anuo's injury would prevent her from scavenging. I shall be constructing fences. Anuo replied. Fences? Then we are not on the same mission. Shun Yi sighed softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She was assigned to guard the entrance. With limited food supplies, the rest of the team had taken on various tasks, leaving only Zheng Mingming without a duty. Before long, Xiao Qingzhou and the others were prepared to depart, locking their RV in the garage as they left. Watching their retreating figures, Anuo ambled off to commence her assigned task. She harbored no fear of theft. The RV was under constant surveillance, and she had set up her lightning abilities at the doors. Anyone daring to entertain malicious thoughts would face dire consequences. The sun was high in the sky. Although it was summer, the outside temperature felt akin to winter and damp. Oppos, chill. Few ventured to construct fences, perhaps fearing a sudden zombie outbreak. Though the area was surrounded by mountains and forests, one could never be certain about the presence of wandering enthusiasts. Standing in her previous position, Anuo began learning how to build fences, her gaze falling upon several familiar faces. Among them were the two young stars she had seen yesterday, and Zheng Mingming. Upon seeing this woman, Anuo experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. She could not fathom why someone with Zheng Mingming's abilities would engage in such perilous work. A rustle in the grass jolted her from a reverie. A tiny golden blanket peeked out, revealing a pair of golden eyes that looked pitifully vulnerable. It tugged at her heartstrings. Sighing, she discreetly observed the busy crowd before moving to a secluded corner. From her coat, she retrieved a small bowl and a packet of milk, presenting it to the golden creature. Drink up, little one. The small blanket let out a soft sound and began eagerly consuming the food. This scene softened Anuo's expression, stirring complex emotions within her. Initially, she had not intended to feel maternal, yet she had brought the milk to supplement her own meal. Yes, she had only given the milk because the little creature seemed too troublesome to ignore. You, little one, I wish you grow strong quickly. Only then can you protect yourself in this harsh world. Anuo, a feminine voice interrupted from behind. It was Zheng Mingming, having been scolded by her parents the previous day. Zheng Mingming was in a somber mood, plagued by thoughts of abandonment, her heart heavy. Remembering that Xiao Qingzhou favored Anuo only deepened her despair. Seeing Anuo in a hurry, she approached with curiosity. What a beautiful little creature. Her eyes sparkled as she admired the tiny tiger on the ground. I never expected you to show such compassion. I never anticipated you could be so unbearable. Anuo retorted, wishing to avoid further interaction. Their paths were simply incompatible. Zheng Mingming stood speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Why? Why did everyone despise her? What was she lacking? Before the apocalypse, she had received nothing but praise. Why does everyone dislike me? Anuo found herself at a loss for words. Disliking someone requires a reason. Her aversion to Zheng Mingming stemmed purely from the fact that every word seemed to inadvertently attack her. As for others, perhaps it was due to various unspoken grievances. Reflecting on Shun Yi and Appo's murmurs about the dangers they faced on the road, she formed a tentative conclusion. In her eyes, Zheng Mingming was a weakling, venturing into perilous situations without the requisite abilities, merely dragging others down. One cannot expect to bestow their benevolence and demand others and Appo's lives in return while anticipating praise. Individuals with such a disposition must become courageous, selfless warriors, using their strength to assist others to earn admiration and respect. Help! A piercing scream shattered the air, sending a jolt of alarm through Anuo. Something had gone awry. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the source of the commotion. At the fence, panic was etched upon everyone's faces. At the center, a man was being devoured by a zombie. Only one zombie, yet none dared to intervene. Anuo and Appo's gaze fell upon the man in Appo's eyes, which were rapidly dimming. Her expression shifted. This was the onset of zombification. Her abilities swiftly morphed into flying knives that cut through the crowd, severing the zombie's head in two. Cheers erupted around her, relief flooding the air. It's dead. Quickly summon the patrol team to dispose of the body. Upon hearing this, Anuo and Appo's already grim expression darkened further. The apocalypse had persisted for so long, yet these people still reacted with screams at the sight of a zombie. Zombies were evolving, while the evolution of ability users was agonizingly sluggish. Could humanity truly emerge victorious from this apocalyptic conflict? You are incredible. Zheng Mingming gazed at the scene before her, envy flickering in her eyes, her hands clenched tightly. If only she were as formidable. Perhaps she would no longer be so unwelcome. What use is being powerful? Anuo and Appo's eyes dimmed as she trudged back, longing to check on the little creature. Would one person and Appo's strength restore the world to its former normalcy? Furthermore, if she were indeed powerful, she would not have succumbed to the brink of zombification. Chapter 44. Wang Bao seeks revenge in the eyes of the small beast. There was a timid expression. Though feeble, it emitted a plaintive whimper upon seeing Anuo. Was it expressing gratitude? Good child, I must take my leave, Anuo said, gently stroking its head, feeling a sense of melancholy within. The little creature clung tightly to Anuo's pant leg, as if determined to accompany her, persistently issuing mournful growls. I do not keep freeloaders. With a delicate jab of her pale finger, the woman sent the little creature tumbling. Yet, undeterred, the small beast continued to follow Anuo, emitting persistent whines. Finally, Anuo halted, her soft tea-colored eyes locking with the creature's golden gaze. If you can become my comrade, perhaps I can take you along, she mused thoughtfully. A comrade is not merely a pet. A true comrade stands shoulder to shoulder in battle against foes. After a moment, she chuckled softly. How could such a small creature comprehend her words? Yet, the next scene astonished her. The little beast once again bit her pant leg, as if to convey its agreement. Had the animal evolved? Before the apocalypse, Anuo would have fled at such a sight. However, the heaviness in her heart and the confusion swirling within compelled her to embrace the golden little blanket at her feet. This is what you said from today onwards. We are comrades. Should you betray me in battle one day, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. The girl's gaze was resolute, her thin lips parting to utter those words, carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. She was uncertain whether she would become a zombie, or whether this small beast was indeed a mutated creature. In this moment, all she desired was to survive, to lead her comrade towards the day of societal reconstruction. As patrol teams hastily moved about, the girl walked through the streets, her demeanor unruffled, with the little tiger snug in her pocket. She was grateful for the ample space of her autumn coat. Otherwise, carrying a tiger would attract far too much attention. Miss Anuo. Suddenly, a man's voice called from behind, prompting her to stop. The man had a rugged appearance, his body smeared with blood, clearly having encountered his fair share of zombies. He was accompanied by a group of shorter men, the very same ones who had been furtively observing Anuo earlier that morning. It seemed they were connected to the peeping incident from last night. Wang Bao wore a grim expression, having spent the previous days searching for supplies. He returned today only to hear that his brother, Wang Hu, had gone missing. Connecting the dots of Wang Hu's usual behavior, he sought out those who had been stealing alongside him for information. To his dismay, he learned that his brother had gone looking for this woman yesterday and had not returned. Who are you? What do you want? Anuo replied with an even tone, though a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes as she resolved to feign ignorance. As long as she did not confess, he could investigate all he wished. My name is Wang Bao. Have you seen my brother, Wang Hu? Anuo, feigning ignorance, replied, Wang Hu? Who might that be? Have you got the wrong person? Could it be that group of students? Wang Bao felt a twinge of doubt. He found it hard to believe that this seemingly delicate girl could have harmed his brother. After all, Wang Hu was a robust man. Brother Bao, this woman is an ability user. An ability user. In an instant, rage ignited in Wang Bao and Appo's eyes. He had nearly been deceived. I don't care whether you know him or not. Hand over my brother. What is the meaning of this? Wang Hu is missing. Can this little girl truly kill? A crowd gathered, their curious gazes flickering between the two at the center of the turmoil. Everyone knew Wang Hu. He had a penchant for thievery and unsavory deeds. If he had indeed met his end at someone else's hands, it might not be such a bad outcome. Anuo smiled lightly, a shadow of darkness passing over her features. I don't know what you're talking about. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She wore a gentle smile, yet the hint of foreboding lingered. She did not intend to act against Wang Bao. Her brother had brought this upon himself through his misdeeds. As for him, as long as he did not trouble her, she would let it be. Stop. You shall not leave, Wang Bao declared, brandishing a knife as he swiftly approached Anuo. A speed user? Anuo felt a flicker of alarm and summoned all her powers, enveloping her surroundings. She knew she could not match Wang Bao's speed. Thus, she resolved to remain still. A cry of pain erupted from the man as a figure was sent flying, rolling on the ground and kicking up dust. I told you it wasn't Timmy. If you wish to play, I shall oblige. The woman's voice resonated like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, cold and piercing. Raising her knife, Anuo advanced toward Wang Bao. His pupils dilated in horror, and he quickly diverted his energy to evade her lethal strike. The blade crackled with electricity, carving a deep scar into the ground as the woman stood tall, her gaze frigid. Swift on your feet, I see, she scoffed, turning to Wang Bao, whose eyes brimmed with hatred, signaling to her that he could not be spared. Oh dear, please do not fight. It's you, Fufu. A rotund figure squeezed through the crowd, relieved to see the woman standing unscathed while Wang Bao bore marks of injury. As one of the community's managers, he was responsible for maintaining order. Within this community, ability users were forbidden from killing each other. This was a rule set by Luo Ying. Of course, Luo Ying himself could bend the rules, for he was the law. Anuo pointed at Wang Bao. I assure you, I have no desire to fight, but it hinges on whether this gentleman is willing to cooperate. Wang Bao, clutching his chest, slightly raised his arm to wipe the blood from his lips. Fear flickered in his eyes as the cracks on the ground reminded him of how narrowly he had escaped death. She is too powerful. Her abilities undoubtedly surpass even Luo Ying's. And yet, she killed my brother. Manager Yu, it's merely a misunderstanding. He quickly donned a smile, concealing the shadows in his gaze. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Anuo, is it? I shall remember your name. Yu Fufu wiped the sweat from his brow. He had heard the rumors on his way here. However, in this apocalyptic world, Wang Hu's fate was hardly surprising. If the two were to come to blows, the repercussions will be dire. Couldn't matters be resolved privately? Must it be in such a public manner, adding to his burdens? Anuo sheathed her knife, not missing the glint of hatred in his eyes. Let them come. She Anuo would not cower. Chapter 45. Special evolution if there and oppose. Nothing else. I shall take my leave. She sheathed her blade and turned back, parting the crowd that had gathered. After all, they had just witnessed her formidable prowess. It was truly terrifying. With a single stroke, she had etched such a deep gash into the ground. Yu Fufu patted Wang Bao on the shoulder, saying, "You cannot possibly contend with her at this moment. Just look at that long scar on the ground. Approaching her would be tantamount to courting death." Wang Bao fixated on the woman and Oppo's retreating figure, his teeth clenched tightly. Zheng Mingming had been observing this scene intently. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and she made a resolute decision. Inside the room, she placed the little one on the bed and playfully teased it with a blade of grass. Although the little creature complied, its golden eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. She rubbed her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken. "All right, little one, be good and stay put." Drawing the curtains, she removed the splint from her leg. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but today during the battle, her leg seemed to ache less than it had the previous day. The scars on the young girl's leg showed signs of healing, and even the flesh that had begun to decay was gradually receding, replaced by a circle of blue patterns. What was this? Gently brushing over the wound, a jolt of energy surged from her fingertips to her heart. Thump, thump. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, and the chaotic powers within her body began to unfurl gradually. Her senses were heightened. The sense of blood, food, and earth enveloped her. All of this made Anuo feel as though she had stepped into a new world. Upon opening her eyes again, her blue irises were deep and beautiful. This was evolution. Staring in astonishment at her reflection in the mirror, she trembled all over. Not succumbing to the fate of becoming a zombie meant she was evolving. Perhaps those with powers could not only elevate their abilities, but also experience a bodily evolution. She pursed her lips, concealing her pupils, and resolved to seek information when she reached a larger base. "Bring Zheng Mingming out." Outside, the clamorous voices resumed, causing her great annoyance. Opening the door, Anuo surveyed the onlookers at the entrance. Once again, it was the Zheng family. She stifled a laugh at the sight of their bruised faces. It appeared that Zhou had not gone easy on them. They were in quite a state. "I told you I have no food." Zheng Mingming spoke timidly, her gaze cast downward, aware that without Shenxian, her parents would not treat her kindly. The companions who had traveled with her were equally unhelpful. "I saw it. There in Oppo's camper van at the entrance, and it must contain good supplies. Hurry and fetch it for me." Zheng Hui shouted, his face contorted with rage. A day's worth of food is hardly sufficient. Originally intending to snatch food from that little dog, they were startled to hear that this person had awakened their powers and ventured out with the food-seeking team. How could this be? Why did they have such luck in becoming an ability user? "This camper van is mine. It has nothing to do with you." The girl approached slowly, her voice chilling. Zheng Hui trembled. He had heard the rumors about this woman on his way here. She was a true femme fatale, one capable of murder. Rumor had it that Wang Hu had met his end at her hands. "My apologies. It seems it is yours." "Zheng Mingming, I am still hungry. Give me your food." "But I have already eaten mine." She spoke with a quavering voice, suppressing her urge to cry. The moment she saw Anuo subdue Wang Bao, she wished to change herself. Yet, when faced with her parents, she could not muster the courage. A painful cry echoed through the air. It was from the garage. Anuo hastened towards it with her knife drawn. The vehicle stood intact, but the two figures sprawled on the ground made her furrow her brow. It was Wang Tsuehua. Perhaps she had thought to pilfer from her unattended vehicle. "Zheng Mingming, take your parents and leave the vehicle." Upon finishing her command, she infused the vehicle with her powers and turned to leave. She had no intention of getting embroiled in such trivial matters. She simply disliked them. No one enjoys troublesome affairs. At the outskirts of City G, a group stealthily disembarked from their vehicle, surveying the nearby shops. The number of zombies was significant, aimlessly wandering the streets. Luo, Ing, and Amp, Oppo's expression was grim. They had already scoured every resource-rich area with fewer zombies, and now they had no choice but to venture to a place teeming with them. However, it was overwhelming. Zombies are attracted to sound. We need someone to draw them away. His dark gaze swept over the group, each person trembling with fear, apprehensive that they might be the next chosen one. After all, the number of zombies this time was unlike any they had encountered before. The space ability users and those with mental powers were not suitable. The only viable candidate was A-Air. Luo, Ing calculated quietly in his mind. A-Air was a speed mutant, significantly increasing the chances of escape. A-Air, you go attract the zombies. Remember, safety first. A-Air, a slender figure, was clever and audacious. Although reluctant to undertake this task, he nodded, thinking of his family. Accepting a dangerous assignment meant more food for them. Ada, make sure to protect Mr. Xiao. Once the zombies were drawn away, they would seize the opportunity to enter the shop and gather as much as they could. He reiterated his instructions, hoping that if they could secure this store, they would not have to venture out for a while. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, a thunderous horn blared, piercing their ears. The zombies let out growls, converging towards the source of the sound. Time felt both prolonged and fleeting. When they noticed a significant reduction in the zombies outside, Luo, Ing took action. Move! The green toxin shot forth, eroding the brains of the zombies it touched. Ada shielded the two, felling zombies in their vicinity. Xiao Qingzhou lingered at the back of the group, retrieving 2 knives from his space, handing one to Cheng Yunqi. If you wish to grow, you must take the initiative. His cold demeanor deeply impacted Cheng Yunqi, who clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. I can do this. If not, I will perish. Though the man and Amp, Oppo's words were frigid, they instilled boundless courage in the young boy. Gripping the knife tightly, he charged forth to slay the zombies. The knife was not heavy, yet the pressure in his heart was unbearable. The minuscule pupils of the zombies and the sight of intestines strewn across the ground profoundly unsettled him. He swung the knife down fiercely. Closing his eyes, thump. The sound of a head hitting the ground echoed as Xiao Qingzhou effortlessly cleaved a zombie in half. His tone was cold and merciless, yet his words warmed the hearts of those around him. Your strength is lacking. You must be precise. If there's a next time, I may not be able to save you. Chapter 46 Encounter with Su Shangyang the youth and Oppo's eyes shimmered with admiration as he gazed intently at the man before him, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. He resolved to become a person like him. All right, I understand, he declared, raising his blade and charging toward the distant zombies. As Luo Ing unleashed his powers, he remained vigilant of the situation behind them. He was slightly taken aback by Xiao Qingzhou's swift and decisive movements. Indeed, a person of such caliber could not have escaped from City S without exceptional skills. The store is devoid of zombies. Qi Cheng, tasked with observation, expressed mild astonishment upon realizing the absence of the undead within. However, with a greater number of zombies outside, entering the store was paramount. Everyone hurry inside. As his voice resonated, Cheng Yunqi's hands trembled as he severed the head of the first zombie. Let's go. Grasping the youth's arm, Xiao Qingzhou led the group toward the store. Look at all this food. It's enough to sustain the community for half a month. Luo Ing inquired Xiao, do you think your space can accommodate all this? Xiao Qingzhou replied, it's the size of a garage. There are compression bags over there. We must compress what we can as swiftly as possible. He estimated the goods in the supermarket, realizing they could only transport a significant portion at once, not everything. Even taking more than half would suffice. Luo Ing mused, stroking his chin. Consuming a substantial amount would be adequate. Suddenly, Cheng Yunqi's fearful voice broke through. There seems to be something inside. His eyes trembled as he glanced back toward the warehouse, his body stiffening, gripping the knife even more tightly. There is something. Panic swept through the room as everyone exchanged wary glances, directing their attention to the warehouse. Boss, we didn't notice any zombies before entering. We've checked the back. There was nothing. A voice quivered, wondering if that young man had misperceived, considering they had encountered no predictions along the way. Cheng Yunxi closed his eyes, striving to sense the presence within. There's movement underground, but it doesn't resemble anything a zombie would do. It's human. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This brief exploration had drained all his mental energy. He felt utterly exhausted, devoid of strength. Luo Ying questioned, "There are no signs of humanity here. Where could they be?" Cheng Yunxi replied, "There's an underground area. That person is hiding beneath." The warehouse had significantly fewer items than other supermarkets, indicating that most supplies were hidden underground. He hadn't anticipated such a small supermarket would have a basement. "Let us descend and investigate." His previously grim expression softened slightly. If there was ample food below, they could return that night and come back the next day. They needed to gather enough supplies before Xiao Qingzhou departed. Following Cheng Yunxi's sensing, the group located the entrance to the basement. Luo incautiously opened it, and a flash of golden light emerged, causing his face to change as he quickly ducked away. Corrosive liquid surged into the underground. Immediately, cries of pain echoed from within. Exchanging glances, Luo Ying and the others cautiously descended into the dark. "What can we see in this darkness?" Someone muttered softly, jostling each other, reluctant to step ahead of Luo Ying. Shun Zian and Qi Chang trailed at the back, remaining silent throughout their journey. Upon reaching the store, their priority was to fill their backpacks. After all, they would soon leave the community, and they would need many supplies. Luo Ying did not expect much from the few behind him. Their metallic powers seemed formidable, and if they initiated an attack, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Xiao Qingzhou, somewhat puzzled, switched on his flashlight. The path ahead illuminated suddenly, startling everyone as they turned back. "If you find it dark, why not just use the flashlight?" Xiao Qingzhou remarked. "That makes sense. How do we not think of that?" Instantly, everyone switched on their flashlights, brightening the surroundings considerably. In the basement, Su Xingyang hid, his leg bleeding profusely, his face an ashen hue, and his hands bearing corrosive wounds. Hatred flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he would not have met such a fate. And Anuo, Xiao Qingzhou, and himself had all been ensnared by Lin Yi's schemes. Alas, he feared he might not survive to escape. Su Xiangyang. Xiao Qingzhou was equally stunned upon seeing the man inside. He had not anticipated encountering him here. "Xiao Qingzhou." Su Xiangyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "You have become an ability user." A glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. Initially, they had been unaware that being bitten by a zombie could transform one into an ability user. That night, when a meteor shower fell, zombies had frenziedly attacked the gymnasium, and they could only flee helplessly. They had believed they would all turn into zombies, yet here they were alive. Alive. "That is the best news," he thought. "What about Anuo? How is she?" His eyes brightened, the joy temporarily overshadowing the pain in his leg as he glanced back repeatedly. Luo Ying, taken aback by this coincidence, remarked, "You know him?" "Yes, I do." Xiao Qingzhou approached to examine Su Xingyang and Appo's wounds, noting their severity. They were not inflicted by zombies. "Anuo did not come with you. How did you sustain such grave injuries?" Su Xingyang replied, "ISN and Appo's. It all because of that Lin Yi. He is still alive." The man and Appo's alluring eyes turned sharp. If Lin Yi was still breathing, he would await his return. "Let us discuss this later. First, I need to treat your wounds." Producing gauze and basic medical supplies, he began to tend to the injuries. If Su Xiangyang continued to bleed, it would surely attract countless zombies. No wonder they had encountered such a horde at the entrance. Had they not fortuitously come here to gather supplies, Su Xingyang would likely have struggled to escape with his injuries. The wound was a gruesome sight, the stench of decay permeating the air. "Thank you." Su Xiangyang expressed gratitude, his eyes filled with appreciation. He had endured relentless zombie pursuits due to this unhealing wound, expecting to slowly perish in this food-laden refuge. But now, the tide had turned. "This place is rich in supplies, Xiao. We need to transport these back and return tomorrow," Luo Ying suggested. "Agreed," Xiao Qingzhou affirmed. Since he had initially promised to assist both Su Xingyang and Cheng Yunxi, he would fulfill that commitment before departing. With a few gestures, he stored the items within his space, causing the nearby individuals to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wow, space abilities are truly remarkable. He can collect so many supplies in one sweep. Let us go. After gathering the supplies, the group exited the basement. Su Shangyang, with his injured leg, was supported by Cheng Yunxi and Xiao Qingzhou. Outside, the deafening sound of a horn persisted, and air rushed to the door, panting, his complexion somewhat pale. What's wrong? Ada frowned, sensing an impending crisis. Chapter 47. 10 gold bars indeed. When the wound on the opponent's foot was revealed, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. It is crucial to note that air is a mutant, whether mutants can be infected, and whether they would subsequently transform into mutated zombies remains uncertain. Boss Luo, air licked his cracked lips, unable to utter a word. Despite his swiftness, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and following the rain, their speed had evidently increased, resulting in him sustaining injuries. First, bind him up. Ada, keep an eye on him. Luo commanded. Aer had been injured while diverting the zombies, and to abandon him like this would be disheartening. The most prudent course of action was to secure him. Should anything unusual occur, immediate action would be required. Thank you, boss. Tears welled in Aer's eyes as fear gripped his heart. He dreaded the thought of truly becoming a zombie. His family awaited him at home. He was their sole protector. If he were to turn into a zombie, the journey back was notably silent. The group remained quiet, none daring to speak first. Cheng Yunxi felt a tinge of melancholy, as his own parents had once succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. He had a vague understanding of Aer's situation. He had a daughter and a wife at home. The foliage was lush, and Gu Shangyang had already collapsed from exhaustion. Xiao Qingzhou gazed out the window, his expression grave. Whether it was merely his imagination, he felt the vegetation outside had grown excessively dense, despite the temperature being barely under 10 degrees. Meanwhile, Anuo faced an awkward predicament. Observing the two handsome boys before her, she couldn't and Amp. Oppose. T helped but feel a headache coming on. I and Amp. Oppose. I'm sorry, but I'm not the person you seek. These two were none other than the young stars she had encountered twice before. She had merely stepped out to welcome Xiao Qingzhou, only to stumble upon this embarrassing situation. They had boldly declared their desire for her protection upon their arrival. Did she appear desperate, or did she resemble a benefactor? Two perfectly capable men had the audacity to make such a request. Yang Mudong felt somewhat awkward. They were aware that the girl before them might not acquiesce to their request. After all, the man beside her was not only handsome, but also possessed spatial abilities. Yet, since the onset of the apocalypse, the two had faced considerable harassment due to their looks. Lacking the courage to confront the zombies directly, they thought it wiser to align themselves with someone stronger. In the early days of the apocalypse, before my powers awakened, I survived with just a steel pipe from school. You two are clearly taller and stronger than I am. If you solely rely on others, do you truly believe you can reach a survival base in these early days of the apocalypse? Anuo remarked coldly, issuing a reminder. In her view, harboring such thoughts was unwise on the treacherous path ahead, where one could be abandoned at any moment. Only upon reaching a substantial base might there be a glimmer of hope. Her words cut like a sharp blade, leaving Yang Mudong pale, nearly unable to stand. After a long pause, he forced a smile. If she refuses, why must she say such things? Not everyone possesses the courage to confront zombies, his companion murmured, a flush of embarrassment staining his fair features. Yang Mudong did not echo his friend's sentiment, his gaze fixated on the woman's retreating figure, lost in thought. Perhaps she spoke the truth. I will not linger here any longer. Will you come with me? What? What are you thinking? It's dangerous out there. Huh? I intend to head to the North Base. With a bitter smile, Yang Mutong turned to gather his belongings. He was determined to reach the North Base. Surely, life would return to normal there. Shen Yi had been observing the situation and immediately darted to Anuo and Amp. Oppose, S side. Say, do you know those two handsome guys? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was aware of the young stars and was surprised to find that Anuo was acquainted with them. Anuo replied, I don't know them. I only met them after coming to this neighborhood. Shinyi asked, so what do they want with you? Anuo momentarily fell silent, unsure how to articulate the circumstances. Jean, you had also been attentively monitoring the situation, deep in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his face to flush with surprise. Don't ask any more questions. Xian and the others are returning. He grasped Shun Yi and Appo's hand, offering Anuo a smile. Once the others finally departed, Anuo let out a sigh of relief. She bore no ill will towards Shun Yi. She merely found the girl's overly familiar nature somewhat disconcerting. Taking advantage of the moment, Yufufu approached Anuo, his tone hesitant. Missin, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Anuo smiled. She had noticed earlier that he seemed to have a request. A day had passed without him voicing it, perhaps feeling embarrassed for not providing her with useful information. Well, Missin, I wish to leave the neighborhood. Could you assist me in procuring a vehicle? I am willing to pay, not in paper currency, but in gold bars. Gold bars. Even Anuo felt her breath quicken slightly. Gold, as a timeless form of currency, is universally accepted regardless of the situation. Contemplating this, she refrained from immediately agreeing. I presume Mr. Yu was quite wealthy before the apocalypse. Surely, you must have vehicles. Why seek my assistance? Yufufu replied, Missin, you may not be aware, but after the apocalypse began, many people fled in their vehicles, and those who couldn't escape ended up wrecking theirs. When Boss Luo arrived, all vehicles were requisitioned. Requisitioned? Your vehicles were not taken because you provided food. We locals, however, were not so fortunate and had our vehicles distributed early on. It seemed they had indeed been forcefully requisitioned. Anuo raised an eyebrow. Her leg had healed. Perhaps she could set out the day after tomorrow when his Zhou returned. All right, but what price are you offering, Mr. Yu? He appeared elated and lowered his voice. 10 gold bars. 10. That was no small sum. I agree. I will ensure the vehicle is delivered to you by tomorrow. Though locating a vehicle might pose some difficulties given the multitude of zombies outside, she and Xiao Qingzhou should manage to secure one together. Thank you, Missin. I will send you the deposit this evening. Yufufu's eyes darted, aware that he was not the only one seeking to leave. For them, these gold bars were not a significant burden. Observing the lack of reluctance in Yufufu's demeanor, Anuo pondered whether she should reconsider her stance. After all, for these affluent individuals, such a sum was a mere trifle. Moments later, she chuckled softly, realizing that with power comes greed. 10 gold bars were indeed substantial. Worth the endeavor. Chapter 48. Uneased and Amp. Amp, Oppos, Reback. Excited voices echoed at the door, filling the atmosphere with an unprecedented enthusiasm. This time, they all knew that spatial ability users had accompanied the expedition, promising a bountiful return of provisions. Anuo hurried towards the entrance, and the first to emerge were Luo, Ying, and Shun Xian, followed by a figure that jolted Anuo as if struck by lightning. Su Xingyang. She was taken aback to encounter him here, but why was he injured? Where were Zhou Muyuan and Hu Yeye? Anuo. Upon seeing her, Su Xingyang and Amp, Oppos' eyes brightened, brimming with unshed tears. In a post-apocalyptic world, they had thought they would never reunite, yet fate had orchestrated this unexpected encounter. Your leg is hurt. We can talk later. All right. Xiao Qingzhou sighed at the sight of them before placing the gathered supplies on the ground and supporting Su Xingyang. Boss Luo, my friend is injured. I will take him home first. Understood. If you need anything, just let me know. I will arrange for someone to deliver your share of supplies. Luo Ying readily agreed, satisfied with Su Xingyang's swift decision-making. He was a clever lad, but it was unfortunate he couldn't stay to assist. Meanwhile, Shun Yi threw herself into her brother and Appo's arms, expressing her concerns. However, he scanned the area, disappointment clouding his features when he failed to spot the person he sought. Cheng Yunxi and Amp, Appo's gaze remained resolute as he looked towards home, a bloodied knife clasped in his hand, resolutely heading in that direction. This time he would not cower. He intended to drive out the interlopers who had taken over their sanctuary. Inside the room, Su Xingyang lay on the bed, his pallor indicating extreme weakness. Xiao Qingzhou treated the wound on his leg with medication before bandaging it tightly. This leg must not be overexerted for now, The injury is quite severe. If not properly cared for, you may lose it. Anuo and Oppo's gaze reflected her concern. She had never seen Su Xinyang so despondent since their acquaintance. What had transpired during their separation? What happened after we lost consciousness? Su Xinyang's mind raced back to that day, his chest heaving with rage. After you were confined, a meteor struck that very night. The gymnasium was devastated, and the zombies erupted, breaking through the doors. We fled back to the music classroom and ventured into the snack street to find a vehicle for escape. However, we encountered more zombies on the way. I got separated from Zhong Muyuan and joined forces with Lin Yi's group. Lin Yi and Nuo's pupils constricted sharply. Had Su Xinyang's current state been the result of that person's machinations? It was just as you feared. On the road to City G, we were besieged by a horde of zombies. Lin Yi, seizing the moment when I was distracted, slashed my leg and pushed me into the throng of zombies, resulting in my injury. Fortunately, I came across another vehicle on the route and managed to escape to the store we visited today. My gold-based abilities awakened during that ordeal. To injure someone so gravely was clearly an intention to leave Su Xinyang with no chance of survival. And Nuo's eyes blazed with fury. She understood that Lin Yi's brutal actions stemmed from her own influence. Lin Yi, she clenched her teeth, vowing, if I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. The usually serene and composed girl was now a tempest of righteous fury, yearning to rend that despicable fiend to shreds. Xiao Qingzhou declared, we shall do this together. His countenance darkened. He was resolved to avenge this grievance. Fortunately, we found you. Su Xinyang smiled faintly. What are your plans moving forward? Anuo inquired, hoping he would provide a viable path forward. After all, he was a proven ally despite his injuries. I intend to head to the southeast base. My family was there before the apocalypse. After hearing the news, Zhong Muyuan and I aim to reach that destination as well. Us too. However, before we reach the southeast base, we wish to explore the northern base. There's a northern base? Su Xinyang mused. We've heard rumors about it. If it exists, perhaps Zhong Muyuan and that scoundrel Lin Yi will head there too. All right, then let us set our sights on the northern base. He nodded in agreement. We and Oppo's LL depart the day after tomorrow. And Nuo beamed. She and Xiao Qingzhou were more than capable of fending off zombies, allowing Su Xinyang to recuperate in the RV. But my injury isn't fully healed. You'll understand soon enough. And Nuo winked mysteriously. Even if she disclosed their RV's existence, Su Xinyang's condition would prevent him from venturing out. Very well, he conceded, subconsciously acknowledging that Anuo was adept at managing matters. Anuo, did anything happen in the community today? Xiao Qingzhou inquired as he stowed away the medical kit. He had been gone for a day, and his greatest concern was Anuo's safety, especially after the preceding night's events. Yesterday, that man's brother came seeking revenge, but I managed to drive him away. Anuo frowned at the memory of Wang Bao. She had no intention of pursuing him further, as long as he retreated. Should I take care of it? No need. If that man hadn't discovered my circumstances, he wouldn't and Oppo's. Deserves such punishment. Very well. Xiao Qingzhou sighed. She was always so soft-hearted. Yet the harsh realities of the world were relentless. By the way, why is one of your group missing today? And Nuo suddenly recalled. The absent member must have been the speed mutant. The speed mutant was exceptionally swift and typically would not fall into danger. He must have drawn the zombies away and, in a misstep, succumbed to infection. Though she did not finish her thought, the implication was clear. He had likely turned into a zombie. A heavy silence fell among them. In this apocalyptic world, even those with abilities were not immune to peril. How could they possibly survive in such a ruthless environment? Tomorrow, you should assist Fufu in acquiring a vehicle. He will compensate us with 10 gold bars. And Nuo recounted Fufu's request, initially intending to accompany him. But with Su Xinyang injured, it was wiser for her to remain in the community. Understood. I have a feeling that this community is rather unsafe. Xiao Qingzhou replied solemnly, voicing his unease. That feeling lingered within him, yet he could not identify its source. Chapter 49. Cast out, do not worry. We shall depart from here the day after tomorrow. Anuo whispered soothingly, for the location was far from the city, and the zombies would find it arduous to reach them. Su Shengyang had been listening to the conversation, feeling a sense of missing out on much. With a sigh, he felt his stomach emit a soft growl. Although I am rather hungry, he scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, for since transforming into an ability user, his hunger had intensified considerably. From his spatial storage, Xiao Qingzhou retrieved a rice ball and tossed it to the two. Subsequently, amidst Su Xingyang and Appo's bewildered gaze, he remarked that the presence of so many eyes made it inconvenient to consume anything else, suggesting they should wait until they exited to feast properly. A faint sound echoed within the room. What was that? Su Xingyang nearly sprang from the bed, hindered only by his leg's condition. It is my comrade, fear not. Anuo chuckled as she retrieved a little, dirty tiger cub from beneath the bed, affectionately stroking its fur. So soft. This is a comrade? Su Xingyang and Appo's eyes widened as he regarded the frail creature before him, unable to sense any combat prowess. As if sensing his thoughts, the little fellow let out a roar. Yet still, it bore no semblance of intimidation. Ha! You actually brought it back. Xiao Qingzhou's warm voice mingled with light laughter as he poked the little creature with his long fingers. I suppose you intend to nurture it to become a fighter. Anuo and Appo's ears turned slightly red as she gently defended her choice. Then let us raise it. Tomorrow, I shall venture out to find supplies suitable for this little one. Does it have a name? Su Shengyang inquired. A momentary pause enveloped Anuo as she realized she had yet to name the creature. Raising the small golden bundle in her arms, she furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Since it is a comrade, it must possess a formidable name. Let's call it Thunder Tiger. Why Thunder Tiger? Su Xingyang asked. Because I have lightning abilities, Anuo replied. Su Xingyang and Appo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lightning abilities sounded undeniably powerful. We must practice together someday. I wonder how my gold abilities will fare against your lightning ones. Absolutely. The girl's smile radiated with energy and enthusiasm. Xiao Qingzhou, observing the scene, chuckled softly. Anuo, having consumed 2 zombie cores, was in a league far beyond Su Shengyang, who could merely conjure a few metallic knives. He could only hope that the latter wouldn't cry too grievously during his training. Zombie cores? His gaze shifted to Anuo and Appo's legs, where the splint had been removed, granting her freedom of movement. That an Appo's wonderful. A glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. Thankfully, she had not succumbed to becoming a zombie. Outside Villa Number 5, the Zheng parents were unceremoniously thrown out, their eyes fixed on Cheng Yunxi with a mixture of resentment. But upon encountering Ada, their thoughts dissipated. Damn it, why must he possess abilities? A flicker of malice crossed Cheng Yunxi's gaze. He was yet unable to take revenge on his own. Thus, he sought out Luo Ying, believing that following Luo Ying would be his best course of action. Luo Ying regarded his choice with newfound respect, though his abilities were not of the offensive type. They proved to be quite useful. Consequently, Luo Ying provided him with protection, sending Ada to assist him. Leave my home and do not return. The youth and Appo's tone was unexpectedly harsh, his eyes sharp as blades. The community forbade violence, but he resolved to wait until he was strong enough to confront them personally. You. Zheng Hui's face was filled with reluctance, yet he was restrained by Zheng Jianren. We cannot afford to offend them. Let's seek out your sister. Remaining here would likely invite retaliation from that little brat. It would be wiser to join their elder daughter and relocate to another base. Yes, let's find your sister. She will surely stand up for us, Wang Zuohua chimed in. Right? My brother-in-law is an ability user. He can certainly assist us. The two exchanged excited glances before dashing towards Villa Number 11. Watching their retreating figures, Zheng Jianren and Appo's eyes darkened with a hint of disdain. These two were truly foolish. How could Shenzian possibly intervene on their behalf? Nevertheless, he only had one son, and even if he were useless, it was preferable to that wretched girl. Meanwhile, Zheng Mingming was weeping in Shun Xian's embrace. Following the incident with her parents, she was overwhelmed with grievances that had no outlet. Her fear deepened with the thought of her parents, now ability users, likely casting her own parents out. they would undoubtedly come searching for her. If she had once harbored hope for her parents, the dread of being abandoned now eclipsed those thoughts. Above all else, she needed to cling to the man before her. If they did not allow her to bring her parents and brother, she would refuse to go. Reaching the base safely was her utmost priority. She did not wish to feed the zombies. Zheng Mingming, that little brat has cast us out. You must think of a way to teach him a lesson. A familiar voice sent tremors through Zheng Mingming's frame. The helplessness of her situation deeply stirred Shenzian and Appo's heart. Mingming, they treat you poorly and are insatiable. We cannot bring them along. His voice was heavy, for if Mingming could not make a choice, he would decide for her. Such individuals did not deserve the title of parents. But they're still my father and mother. Shingu, please let me stay with them. Tears streamed down Zheng Mingming's face, softening Shenzian and Appo's heart considerably. His Mingming, how could you be so kind? Stay here. I shall handle it. Shenzian released Zheng Mingming's hand, a decision made in his heart as he stepped outside. Observing her brother's retreating figure, Shen Yi sensed he was about to do something foolish. Women perceive other women clearly, just as men understand their own kind. In Zheng Mingming's eyes, there was no trace of the desire to bring her parents along as she initially claimed. Though she too found the Zheng family to be exceedingly vile, it did not prevent her from disliking Zheng Mingming and Appo's insincerity. Committing misdeeds while attempting to maintain a virtuous facade. Was it truly impossible for them to extricate themselves from this woman? Her heart felt ashen, and the plan she harbored lingered in her mind. Even if it were to fail, no one would suspect her involvement. Do not do anything foolish. Jin Yu had known her for many years. He could easily guess her thoughts based on her expression. At present, Shunzian was oblivious to anything else. If they reached the base, then so be it. Such a woman would not last long with his brother. Once abandoned, she would comprehend her folly. Understood? Shin Yi and Appo's expression was filled with disdain, her spirit utterly diminished. Outside the door, upon seeing only one person emerge, Zheng Jianren and Appo's expression darkened. He had noticed yesterday that the wretched girl had grown wild and no longer wished to bring them along. Thus, she had sent this fool to rid them of their presence. How naive! His eyes narrowed as he decided to let his wife and son stir trouble for now, planning to intervene at a critical moment. He was not afraid that the wretched girl would abandon them. Brother-in-law, it is you. We have been cast out. As an ability user, can you help me teach that brat a lesson? Chapter 50. The Incident in the Community of Course. Shun Xian's prompt agreement left everyone present in astonishment, with Zheng Mengming's eyes widening in disbelief. Zheng Hui was overjoyed. He had not anticipated Shun Xian's acquiescence to be so effortless. You're the best brother-in-law. Let us set off quickly. Fool! A flicker of disdain crossed Shun Xian and Appo's eyes as he resolved to find a place to abandon this group from the Zheng family, intending to confuse them first. Then, he would take advantage of their unpreparedness to depart, ensuring that in this post-apocalyptic world, they would no longer cling to Meng Meng like a stubborn gum. Brother, are you truly going to help them? Shun Yi emerged, concern etched on her face, fearful that her brother might be bewitched by that woman, losing his rationality in the process. After all, she had witnessed the prison warden that morning, and he seemed anything but harmless. Furthermore, she had overheard some details regarding the Zheng family and Appo's as parents today. Why should he stick his neck out for such a scoundrel? Just wait here. I will settle them. Shun Xian wore a reassuring expression. He was not a fool. Watching Shun Xian lead his parents away, Zheng Mingming sighed with relief. By the window, Anuo observed the scene, surprised that the young man had made a decision so swiftly today. What's the matter? Xiao Qingzhou inquired. Nothing, just a psychic ability. I merely feel it and Appo's a pity to remain here. Anuo replied. That young man will surely emerge from this community one day, as long as he remains alive. Xiao Qingzhou remarked. Indeed, the psychic ability is so extraordinarily unique. Gazing at the clouds on the horizon, even the usually placid Anuo felt a twinge of envy. The night was tranquil, and the entire community seemed enveloped in darkness, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. Since becoming a supernatural being, Anuo's senses had sharpened, and she became alert at the slightest sound. Ajo, take Su Xinyang to the car. I will check it out. Her tone was calm as she dashed out. What is happening? Where's that noise coming from? Could there be trouble? Within the community, sounds continued to resonate. Anuo hastily ran toward the source, as leaving without retrieving the gold did not align with her current plans. It would be better to investigate what had transpired. If it were zombies, she could eliminate them directly to prevent a greater calamity. If it were merely human affairs, she could return to her business as usual. As she sprinted, the patrolling team also caught sight of her. They felt a wave of relief upon seeing Anuo. Luo Ying's residence was quite distant, and reaching here would take some time. Today, they had witnessed this girl's prowess. Should anything arise, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Help! Help! The people from the villa, who had been with Wang Bao that morning, fled in terror. There are zombies. Indeed, there are zombies. But hadn't the villa been thoroughly cleared? How could they still appear? The sound of bones cracking from within sent chills down their spines. Let's go check it out. Drawing her knife from her waist, Anuo's expression grew serious as she rushed inside. Today, she had evolved and was eager to test the power of her newfound abilities. A zombie, dragging half of its intestines on the ground, charged out, missing one of its eyes. Beside it, several other zombies lurked. Anuo observed that aside from Wang Bao, who was absent, the others from that morning had all turned into zombies. What on earth was happening? But there was no time for contemplation. She quickly infused her blade with lightning, dodged the zombie's attack, and swiftly decapitated it. Without a moment's pause, her wrist spun, a surge of immense energy coursing through her body as she navigated through the horde of zombies. The onlookers could only see a flurry of electric sparks before everything fell silent. Staring at the pile of corpses, the patrolling team exchanged glances, astonished by the woman's extraordinary strength. Such a power could not possibly be at the initial stage. Only a few days into the apocalypse, and she had progressed so rapidly. Was such strength and speed truly attainable by a human? A piercing scream echoed again, this time emanating from another villa. Anuo and Amp, Oppos, S countenance darkened as she shouted. What are you waiting for? Quickly assemble the supernatural beings. As she ran back, Chapter 51. Mutated plants let us pause on the road in the suburbs. We shall make camp here. Anuo frequently glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Luo Ying and her group ahead, while a few stragglers fled from the villa behind them. Only a handful of vehicles remained. She sighed, feeling that this was to be expected. After all, some individuals, upon encountering zombies, are utterly defenseless. It is entirely normal for them not to survive. Perhaps safety would be assured once they reach the base, a large facility with guaranteed security. The vehicle traveled into an open area, and it was apparent that Luo Ying understood the need to refrain from rushing into G City under the cover of night. Let us rest here for the night. As she hopped into the vehicle, Anuo spoke softly. Su Xianyang remained in a daze. He had been bewildered since Xiao Qingzhou pulled him into the car. Mother, what have I just witnessed? A camper van. Anuo, you are incredible. Where did you find such a splendid vehicle? His face lit up with astonishment and admiration, his hands exploring every inch of it. This is an apocalyptic battleship. It was purchased before the end times, and Ajo made some modifications. The girl smiled, explaining gently. I ascend it wonderful? Su Xinyang, indeed. Had this been before the apocalypse, he might have found it ordinary, but now, it is worth its weight in gold. Regrettably, they had rushed out so hastily, leaving behind you Fufu-esque gold bars. Seated on a chair, Anuo wore a look of regret. Though their food supplies appeared sufficient for the time being, one could never know what might be required upon entering the base. Gold is a hard currency. It could very well come in handy. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. Mr. Yu. The girl jumped out of the car, surprised to see the newcomer. She had not anticipated that Yu Fufu could survive such circumstances. The rotund figure of Yu Fufu clutched a box, his glasses reflecting a glimmer of shrewdness. Upon hearing the sound, he promptly made his way to the management vehicle, successfully procuring a car and escaping with others. When departing, he spotted Anuo and her group in the vehicle ahead, instantly formulating a plan. It is like this, Miss Anuo, I believe you are also heading to the northern base. I was wondering if you could allow our group to follow your vehicle. Anuo, follow us. You foo-foo. Yes, we would simply trail behind you. And in case of an emergency, we hope you could lend us a hand. He lowered his stance considerably. Given Anuo and her companions' personalities, they would undoubtedly refuse to form a team, hence his proposal to merely follow them. Mr. Yu, we do not serve as bodyguards, nor do we form small teams. You are well aware. Anuo raised an eyebrow, clarifying her stance. Naturally, we understand. However, I must ask you to consider this in light of the 20 gold bars. Opening the box in his hands, the golden contents nearly dazzled Anuo's eyes. In her lifetime, she had never seen so much gold. Let me get to know your group first, then I will discuss it with my team. 3 men and 2 women. Anuo directed her gaze towards the individuals Yu Fufu indicated. Although somewhat dirty, they bore the semblance of merchants. There was also a woman and a child. Wait. After saying this, she jumped back into the camper van. Anuo, you all heard our discussion earlier. What are your thoughts? Su Shanyang, I am injured and cannot assist you much in the short term. This matter is up to you two to decide. Xiaoqing Zhou, once we reach the base, we may indeed require those gold bars. Even if we were to procure supplies from a gold shop, it would not be realistic in G City. I understand. Then we shall keep an eye on them. Yu Fufu was conversing with his companions. A hint of tension in the air. Do not be nervous. If they refuse, we can approach Luo Ying. Gao Pingyan, standing nearby, attempted to reassure him. However, despite his words, his eyes revealed a measure of concern. Although Luo Ying and Appo's team was formidable, enlisting their help could lead them to become cannon fodder at any moment. And 20 gold bars would not resolve that predicament. The student team had already been dismissed, having honed their skills in the marketplace for years. Who among them was not a cunning fox? The student team could hardly protect themselves. Anuo's group, despite one being injured and the other possessing only spatial abilities, seemed to be individuals of their word. If they promised something, they would deliver. Moreover, the girl and Appo's powers could likely annihilate the zombies. Mother, I need to use the restroom. The woman in the vehicle, holding her child, glanced at the men engrossed in discussion upon hearing the child's plea. Mother will take you. This area is surrounded by woods. Surely there are no zombies. Mr. Yu, we agree. Anuo jumped out of the car and conveyed the outcome of their deliberation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group instantly transformed with joy, and Yu Fufu hurriedly handed over the box he had been holding. Thank you, Miss Anuo. Accepting the box, Anuo flashed a broad smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. This in her hands was a heavy load of gold. Meticulously counting the items, she paid no mind to the eyes of those surrounding her as she began to walk back. Yet, why did she persistently feel an ominous presence? Furrowing her brow, she subtly activated her abilities, growing vigilant. Mother, help me. The cries of a child pierced the air, startling everyone. It is my child. They have run into the woods. Gao, Pengyan, and Appo's face turned pale as he dashed toward the forest. Yet someone else was even quicker. The girl wielding dual blades, crackling with electricity, shone brightly against the dark backdrop. Upon hearing the commotion, Anuo dropped the box and raced toward the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, after just completing the transaction, her first mission had arrived. Xiaoqing Zhou, wait for me in the car. She shouted. Su Shanyang was injured, and someone had to remain behind. She was well aware of her own abilities. Even if something went awry, her chances of escape remained considerable. Her voice successfully halted the men. As Xiaoqing Zhou stood by the car door, his expression grim. This was the area he had passed through earlier in the day, and he sensed danger. He wished to join her, but never mind. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth, wind blades swirling around him as he dashed out. What could Xiaoqing Zhou accomplish? Luo Ying and her team appeared poised to flee at any moment. Seeing him follow, they exchanged puzzled glances. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the wind abilities were intangible, rendering it difficult for him to discern the situation. In his view, the other party, no matter how skilled at slaying zombies, was merely a spatial ability user and would not be of assistance. Within the woods, Anuo almost immediately identified a willow tree. The branches of the willow bore a wailing little girl, while an adult woman was on the opposite side. paying no heed to the absurdity of a sentient willow tree. She gathered her lightning blades, her powers coalescing into a solid form as she struck at the tree's roots. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the roots of the willow tree cracked. How could this be? Chapter 52. Entering G-City Anuo was taken aback. She was acutely aware of the extent of her abilities. Even the solid concrete ground could be cleaved open, yet that tree remained unscathed. The willow tree, seemingly enraged by this assault, sent several of its branches hurtling toward Anuo. This is bad. Once again, channeling her powers, she prepared to unleash a second strike. Several wind blades sliced through the air, severing all the branches. This tree is too malevolent. We must prioritize rescuing the child, Anuo exclaimed, directing her lightning blade at the branches, ensnaring the girl. With a crack, the branches splintered, and the child fell from midair. Anuo, you take the others and flee. I will cover you. The man's gentle voice, rare in its urgency, pierced through the chaos as countless branches writhed violently, attempting to ensnare them both, only to be thwarted by the lightning and wind blades. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Anuo hoisted both the child and another individual and sprinted back. As a wielder of strength-based abilities, she had the advantage in carrying two people while escaping. The sounds of battle echoed behind her as she dashed back to the convoy. Placing the two on the ground, prepared to turn back. Upon turning, she spotted the man's figure emerging from the darkness. He has returned, leaning against the vehicle. She gasped for breath. What on earth was that? Not even a single strike could fell it. Perhaps it is a mutated plant. Zhang Mengmeng and the others had been attuned to the sounds in the forest, ready to flee at the first sign of conflict. However, upon seeing Anuo, their resolve faltered. Luo, Ying, and others quickly gathered around upon hearing the words mutated plant. He had no intention of leaving, hoping to stay behind for an opportunity. If Anuo and the others did not return, they could claim the RV for themselves. Alas, a pity, sighed a covetous individual. Anuo remarked, indeed, the willow tree seems to have come to life. For those curious, you may venture in and see for yourselves. A heaviness settled in her heart. If plants could mutate, what hope remained for humanity? Just a few days into the apocalypse, and that willow had grown to such a formidable size, perhaps while it was still small. We should eradicate it. Absolutely not. Before she could finish, Xiao Qingzhou interrupted, his tone unusually grave. The sense of danger lingered. The multitude of plants inside posed too great a threat. Given their current strength, eliminating the mutated tree would not be difficult. But who knew what other mutated varieties lurked within that could ensnare them? Goodness, this woman is formidable. The group's perception of Anuo underwent a radical transformation. They were already struggling against zombies, and now faced with mutated trees as well. Mommy, the little girl whimpered softly in Anuo's arms, clearly frightened. Anuo pondered for a moment before producing some chocolates from her pocket and offering them. It's all right, little one. The child's attention quickly shifted, and her sobs ceased as she reached for the chocolate. Miss Anuo, this is not acceptable. Gao Pengyan interjected hastily. In this post-apocalyptic world, even a morsel of food was precious, let alone high-calorie chocolate. It's merely a few candies. Anuo waved her hand dismissively. She had not yet descended to the depths of inhumanity. What had once been a trivial matter before the apocalypse remained so for her now. Such commonplace acts did not warrant excessive gratitude. Besides, the road ahead was eerily silent, and should the child's fright prompt her to cry out, it could attract unwanted attention. Quickly thank your sister. Thank you, sister. The little girl's pure, bright eyes sparkled as she obediently expressed her gratitude. Will it be dangerous if we continue? Zhang Mengmeng asked timidly, clutching Shun Zin's arm, fear gnawing at her as she perceived danger lurking in the surrounding foliage. Have you sensed anything? Anuo turned to Cheng Yunshi, who possessed psychic abilities and should theoretically be able to perceive such threats. Cheng Yunshi broke into a sweat. I apologize. At the moment, I can only detect the movements of zombies and humans. This was the reason he had not sensed the danger earlier. Xiao Qingzhou added, you have all been traversing this route in search of food. If you have remained unscathed thus far, it is likely that the plant's attacks do not extend this far. Anuo nodded. I share your thoughts. We must continue our journey tomorrow, so I will return now. Stifling a yawn, Anuo waved her hand and headed back to the RV. Passing through the city would consume a considerable amount of time, and it was unlikely they would find opportunities for rest along the way. Though the others felt a sense of unease watching her retreating figure, they clung to the saying, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to support it. Although Anuo was not part of their team, should zombies attack, she would undoubtedly carve a path for her own survival. Yufu hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Qingzhou before retreating into the vehicle. Have the plants also mutated? Su Shengyang, despite his impaired mobility, possessed keen hearing and felt as though the sky itself had collapsed upon learning of the plant mutations. Anuo replied, in this apocalypse, what remains impossible? Drawing the curtains? She hurried to the bathroom. After days of traveling outdoors, she was in dire need of a wash. Su Xingyang had grown somewhat immune to her indulgences, even feeling a tinge of envy. For since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not bathed. Xiao Qingzhou, are you a dual ability wielder? He ventured, his eyes sparkling as he saw the man enter the vehicle. From a distance, he had not noticed the fleeting wind blades in the darkness, but he had seen them clearly. Dual abilities would drive countless individuals mad in this era when abilities were so scarce. Yes, but your scent is rather overpowering. After you wash up, I will convert the booth into a bed. You will keep watch at night while sleeping by day. Xiao Qingzhou organized their shifts. Considering Su Xingyang's injuries rendered him incapable of providing much combat strength during the day, making the reversal of their schedules more practical. Su Xingyang was astonished to find that he could still enjoy a semblance of life reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse era. Dressed in clean clothes and lying on a soft, comfortable bed, he sighed in contentment. The sofa bed belonged to Xiao Qingzhou, so naturally, the booth would become his domain. The booth was spacious enough, equipped with a guardrail, and 2 soft blankets lay beneath it. His gaze remained fixed on the surveillance monitor, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. That plant still posed a threat. Inside, Anuo was also wide awake, fiddling with the radio in hopes of receiving information from a base, but the signal was intermittent, repeating only the same 2 phrases. It seemed that the truth would only reveal itself upon reaching the base. With a sigh, she lay on the bed, resting her eyes. Outside, Luo, Ying, and the others took turns keeping watch, occasionally glancing at the RV with envy and jealousy. Yet, the 2 combat-oriented ability wielders within, even with one injured, were not adversaries they could contend with. In an hour, we shall enter the urban area. Chapter 53. The Diamond Zombie. The vehicle emitted continuous crashing sounds as countless zombies were sent flying. Observing the convoy trailing behind, Anuo cursed the old fox under her breath. They were clearing the way ahead, while this group merely followed suit, truly reaping the benefits of others in oppose, labor. We shall not stop today. Let us forge straight through. Too many zombies, Anuo remarked. I will utilize my abilities to clear a portion shortly. I'll assist you, Su Shengyang replied, feeling as though his insides were being jolted out of place. Since dawn, they had tirelessly made their way to City G. Initially, it was manageable, but as the bumps grew more severe, sleep eluded him. Why don't you take a rest first? I can't bear to have the sick doing the work. You sound just like the voice of a crocodile, Su Xingyang teased. But do not worry. I have grown accustomed to this lifestyle, and it will not hinder me. His tone held a rare hint of jest, lifting his spirits. After all, who could remain in a foul mood while lying in bed watching zombies run? And all this was bestowed upon him by his friend. Anuo, Su Shengyang, you still bear injuries. Know your limits. Anuo cautioned. She had long heard Xiao Qingzhou and Oppo's evaluation of Su Xingyang and Oppo's abilities, estimating that he was still in the lower tier. Fear not, sister, he assured her. Sister? Anuo felt as if a few crows had flown over her head, stifling a laugh. The number of zombies in the urban area was overwhelming. Should his strength falter, I will unleash a wind blade to ensure our safe passage out of City G today. Xiao Qingzhou and Oppo's tone carried an unusual weight. The sheer number of zombies here was daunting, and control was becoming increasingly difficult. Being trapped in City G would spell hardship under the cover of night. Here we go. Anuo took action. The eyes of those following, such as Yufufu, brightened. having paid their dues. Anuo had arranged for them to ride at the back this morning. Even knowing several vehicles followed, they felt their money well spent. From the events of the previous night, it was evident that when crisis struck, Anuo would not easily abandon them. "Mommy, that big sister is amazing." A small child nestled in a woman in Apo's embrace gazed up with admiration. This elder sister had been kind yesterday and seemed even more capable than her father. "In the future, I want to be just as strong." Gao Pingyan, looking at his daughter in the back seat, wore a gentle smile. "Really? Can I also become that strong?" The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Honey." The woman's gaze flickered with hesitation. Yuan was still so young. Yu Fufu also appeared surprised, thinking the child too young to grasp such concepts. "Gao Pingyan, my dear, we may not always be able to accompany her. Yuan is an ability user. This apocalypse will accompany her far longer than it will us." The man in Apo's tone hinted at unspoken concerns, and the woman understood instantly. She tightened her hold on the child, tears streaming down her face. "Mommy, don't cry. Yuan will become a big sister, just as strong, and will protect Mommy." The small child reached out, wiping away her mother and Apo's tears, her words solemn and resolute. Indeed, Gao Xiaoyuan was also an ability user, possessing a potent fire-based power. However, due to her young age, she did not know how to wield it. Gao Pingyan and his wife feared their child might come harm, thus keeping it hidden from Luo, Ying, and the others. As Anuo continued to accumulate her powers to clear the zombies ahead, she realized that the sheer number was overwhelming. Recklessly charging forward could lead to disaster. Hence, she needed a clear path. With each use of her abilities, she grew increasingly adept, able to form a net of lightning to eliminate swathes of zombies. However, this method was too taxing. Expending too much energy at once was unwise. Those behind, such as Shenzian and others, felt awkward merely relying on her, so they also began unleashing their powers to eliminate zombies. Anuo's abilities were astonishing. Jinyu gasped quietly. While they could only unleash singular abilities, she could consolidate her efforts to obliterate numerous zombies at once. That's the effect of the zombie cores. Chi Chung interjected calmly. Zombie cores can enhance abilities, but they are exceedingly rare. We have checked. The ordinary zombies lack them. It seemed only the special zombies they encountered that rainy night possessed such cores. Yet at that time, they were unaware of this information and now felt powerless. After all, slaying such zombies was no easy feat. Had they been without Anuo, they would have likely faced utter annihilation. Sigh. Perhaps it's better not to dwell on it. Jinyu understood, yet he knew his strength was insufficient to hunt such formidable foes. The memories of that zombie horde attack still haunted him. Once we pass City G, it will be fine, do not fear." Sensing the unease of those around him, Jinyu offered quiet comfort. For reasons unknown, a sense of dread had lingered since the incident at the villa, causing them to speak less. "I am not afraid." Shunyi's heart raced like a small rabbit, her face pale as she stared at the ground. That day, Anuo must have discovered something while examining the zombies. Her pupils constricted in anxiety, and she constantly urged herself to remain calm. Perhaps Anuo would forget. She had said nothing these past 2 days, but she could not fathom why the entire community had transformed in such a manner. Her target had always been singular. What was the meaning of all this? Anuo suspected, but could not deduce who was responsible. After all, in this apocalypse, daily upheavals left her no time to ponder trivial matters. What truly troubled her now was the seemingly mountainous swarm of zombies in the crowd. Having evolved, her vision had significantly sharpened, and from the first vehicle, she spotted a colossal zombie approaching their group. It appeared they would need to disembark to confront it. Drawing her dual blades, she prepared for battle. "We can launch our abilities first. My wind blades in conjunction with your lightning may be able to fell it." Xiao Qingzhou's eyes were unusually solemn, for he understood the zombie's intent. It sought to devour him, and it was formidable. "Let's give it a try." Anuo amassed a great deal of lightning, ready to spring into action for a swift resolution. If a single strike was insufficient, she would have to take matters into her own hands. "Here it comes. Unleash your powers." The towering zombie was visible not only to Anuo and her companions, but also to the vehicles trailing behind. As Anuo unleashed her abilities, they too followed suit, firing their powers in tandem. The abilities struck the zombie and Oppo's exterior, yet it only suffered minor injuries. Moreover, it became enraged. The roar of the zombie grew frantic, and even those dispersed by Xiao Qingzhou had no choice but to obey. This is bad. Xiao Qingzhou, disperse some more. I shall go down for a quick battle. Chapter 54. Fierce battle against the mutated zombies. Anuo leaped to the back and exited through the sunroof of the vehicle. Her figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the colossal monster. At the moment of her ascent, an immense surge of energy coursed through her legs, not only accelerating her speed, but also augmenting her strength. The sounds of the vehicle colliding with zombies echoed in the air. Luo Ying, in the back, widened her eyes in astonishment. The woman had actually ventured out, and at such a rapid pace. Engaging in direct combat with the zombies was undoubtedly a death sentence. Boss, the surrounding zombies are closing in. Perhaps we should flee, someone suggested, voicing Luo Ying's unspoken thoughts, as several vehicles in the rearview mirror began to veer off to different streets. Though he contemplated waiting a moment longer, he could not bear the consequences of hesitation. Let's go, he gritted his teeth. Cheng Yunxi, seated in the back, listened anxiously to the conversation. Upon hearing the decision, he cast a deep glance towards Anuo. He felt utterly powerless at that moment, unable to assist or influence Luo Ying's decision. The vehicle sped into another district, while Shun Zian and the others remained as immovable as mountains, with Jin Yu continuously firing ice arrows. He silently mocked those in a panic, for while others were oblivious, he was acutely aware that Anuo could single-handedly take down several mutated zombies. This one was hardly a threat. It moved with such sluggishness, its true danger barely discernible. Were Anuo to learn of the assessment made of her, she would surely respond, "You flatter me." Armed with her blade, she trod upon the heads of the zombies in her path. The power surging from her legs catapulted her combat prowess to new heights. The eyes of this particular zombie had turned a sickly green. Alarmed, she realized the formidable defenses it possessed. It seemed the only way to subdue it was to strike directly at its head. With a thunderous roar, the zombie charged at Anuo, its massive form trampling several smaller zombies in its wake. Monster, meet your end. Lightning crackled along the blade of her military knife, and Anuo aimed for its eyes. Wrapped in electrical energy, she leapt, landing on the head of a zombie before hurtling towards her foe. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the zombie howled in agony, its massive body swaying uncontrollably. Seize the opportunity. Anuo tightened her grip on the hilt to prevent being flung off, channeling electrical energy into her right hand. With a decisive thrust, a colossal bolt of lightning pierced through the zombie and Oppo's SI, scattering its brain matter. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she extracted a crystal core and leapt from the zombie and Oppo's head, racing back to the roof of the vehicle. Remarkable. Jin Yu's worldview was utterly transformed. It was akin to striking down the enemy commander amidst a sea of foes. Were the circumstances different, he would have eagerly sought to become her apprentice. Yu Fufu stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Moments ago, they too had debated fleeing. Ultimately, they chose not to, for they had witnessed Anuo's capabilities, and the intellect of that striking man was equally profound. They had expected Anuo to lead them on a detour, yet she charged straight ahead, even managing to slay a zombie. Their astonishment left them momentarily speechless. Her strength was not merely physical. Her composure and formidable mental fortitude were qualities they, seasoned in the business world, could scarcely possess. They understood that any misstep in that recent battle could have led to their utter demise. It appears that following Miss Anuo was indeed the right choice. Gao, Pingyan exclaimed. Awestruck, quickly keep up. Urge another man, you to high. As the RV accelerated, they had to stick close to such an extraordinary individual. Initially, they had thought the journey to the North Base would be arduous, but the extent of her prowess exceeded all expectations. The hope of surviving until they reached the base had grown significantly. With a swift, fluid motion, Anuo hopped into the passenger seat, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. The lightness she had felt earlier was replaced by an overwhelming heaviness in her legs. Anuo, You were incredible just now, Su Shengyang exclaimed, firing his abilities while marveling at her prowess. I'm completely drained. The task of clearing out the zombies now falls to you both. If we do not escape G-City today, we will be in serious trouble. Anuo forced a smile, though her brief foray outside appeared effortless. Every step had been a brush with death. She had never before run atop the heads of zombies, and a single misstep could have seen her join their ranks. Rest well. We and Oppos, LL handle the rest, Xiao Qingzhou said gently, his long fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly, a sheen of cold sweat glistening on his brow. While Anuo battled outside, he had been engaged in a tug-of-war with a nearby zombie, which was summoning its brethren while he fought to repel them. Various colors of abilities surged forth as vehicles raced along the city's main thoroughfare. Occasionally, living residents in nearby neighborhoods gazed upon the scene with envy. How much longer until we reach the G-City border? 3 hours, came a response. 3 hours. Anuo and Oppos' breath caught her throat. Even under normal circumstances, it would take 3 hours, and now they were taking detours. It was already noon. Could they truly reach a safe location before sunset? I know a shortcut. Su Shengyang interjected, understanding the gravity of sunset's approach. In a populous metropolis like G-City, encountering more zombies would undoubtedly seal their fate. They had to reach the highway before nightfall. We can take the coastal expressway bridge. Yes, the Cross River Bridge, Anuo exclaimed, chastising herself for not thinking of it sooner. Xiao Qingzhou adjusted the vehicle's direction toward the bridge. Gao Pinyin, why are we taking that route? He recalled that path did not lead toward the highway. You foo-foo. It in Oppos' the Cross River Bridge. We can access the national road from there and transit to the highway tomorrow in a nearby, small city. He quickly grasped the intention behind the plan. They could not linger in a city as large as G-City overnight, even if it required a bit more effort. They had to leave today. As dusk approached, an air of heaviness settled over the group. The Cross River Bridge was congested, swarming with zombies. Anuo glanced at the time. It was 4 in the afternoon, and the sun had begun its descent. It seemed unlikely they would escape today. They needed to find a place to take refuge. Su Shengyang, there's zombies everywhere. We can only hide in the adjacent building. He proposed a nearby office building, as leaving the vehicle in such a zombie-infested area overnight was unthinkable. They needed to find a sturdy structure to weather the night. Zhou, is it feasible ahead? Xiao Qingzhou queried. No, there are too many zombies. The office building is the most densely populated area. Anuo replied. I and Oppos, LL go take a look. Armed with binoculars, she climbed out through the sunroof to survey their surroundings, her heart sinking further. There were far too many zombies, stretching endlessly. Had they not continued moving, they would surely have been surrounded by the undead. Meanwhile, Shun Xian was still tirelessly clearing away the surrounding zombies. His offensive abilities had waned, indicating he was nearing exhaustion. Chapter 55. Overnight in G-City, let us seek refuge in a nearby residential complex. The urgency in Gao Pinyin and Oppos' voice was palpable as he pointed toward a large community not far ahead. Typically, during daylight hours, places like G-City would not be overly crowded, perhaps affording them a temporary sanctuary. However, it seemed they were trapped for the day. Gao's expression was grave as he observed the congestion on the Jiang River Bridge. His heart sank further. Miss N and the others are up ahead. I trust they will devise a plan. You foo-foo reassured him. Indeed, darling. Let us find shelter in this complex for the night. We shall venture out tomorrow, she added, attempting to instill hope. The vehicle careened through the streets, and Anuo, clutching the crystal core in her hand, bit down resolutely. She was uncertain if her body could withstand the energy it contained, but the prospect of an impending battle loomed large. I must restore my strength immediately. You shall support Su Shengyang while I clear the zombies. But your health. You consumed that crystal core? Xiao Qingzhou exclaimed, his face betraying alarm. That core harbors the zombie virus. Are you aware of the risk you are taking? A single stroke of misfortune could lead to dire consequences. I understand. Yet I must proceed, Anuo declared, shutting her eyes to assimilate the core's energy. A burning sensation coursed through her, but she focused on controlling the surge within her body, drawing from her previous experiences. Rest assured, I am fine, she reassured Xiao, her gaze softening as she noticed the concern etched in his features. She wrapped gauze around her hands meticulously, protecting her exposed skin from harm. You're always like this. Xiao's beautiful eyes reflected an uncontainable worry. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he vowed to stand by her side until the very end. Su Shenyang, prepare yourself. We are about to face a fierce confrontation. And Nua's voice rang out, imbued with a bravado that belied the peril they faced. Fear dissipated as Su Shenyang smiled and responded with an affirmative, all right. The vehicle barreled into the residential complex, its mighty engine drawing the attention of the zombies, who lunged toward them relentlessly. Yu Fufu silently congratulated her decision. Had they acted alone in this battered vehicle, they would have likely been incapacitated by now. Let's head deeper inside, where the zombies are fewer, she instructed. Agreed, Xiao replied. Though the number of zombies within the complex was considerable, it was still manageable compared to the chaos outside. With all their might, they drove away the surrounding zombies, gradually thinning their ranks. The zombies are diminishing. The vehicles behind them rejoiced, and Jinyu felt a weight lift from his chest. Finding a relatively safe haven for the night in G City was no small feat. Disembark. The vehicle halted before the residential building, and Anuo was the first to leap out, wielding her blade as she charged at the few zombies lurking in the corridor. She could now even take down the larger ones with relative ease, making short work of these ordinary foes. Quickly get out, Xiao urged Su Xingyang, beckoning Yu Fufu to follow. Let's move as well, Zhang Mengmeng whispered anxiously, fearful of lingering outside. Jinyu remarked, staying together like this is becoming increasingly perilous. We would be better off seeking our own shelter. He recognized that being able to accompany Anuo was a stroke of fortune for them, as they had contributed nothing to the effort. I will forge ahead. Let's find an unoccupied room to rest, Shun Zian stated. With determination, Anuo continued to slash at the zombies, blood splattering across her attire. There's an open door ahead. I will investigate, she called, rushing into a bedroom. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, noting bloodstains that indicated previous struggles with zombies. Yet, the doors around her were ajar, and no zombies were in sight. A faint noise caused her to pause, her instincts sharpening as a familiar image flickered in her mind. Zombie rain from her school days. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the ceiling. It was a child zombie, and Nua's pupils dilated in shock. This creature exhibited signs of intelligence, anticipating her movements. Her body crackled with electric energy, ready to defend herself. With a crackle of energy, a small figure was flung across the room as she lunged at the child zombie, which evaded her strikes with surprising agility. Realizing the creature possessed a degree of cunning, she resolved to take a different approach. Anuo feigned an attack aimed at its head, but instead targeted its body. The zombie, falling for her ruse, attempted to counterattack, providing her the opening she needed. Now, she shouted, lowering her head and directing her electro blade toward the child zombie's torso. A thunderous clash echoed as the creature was propelled back, lifeless. Finally, it's over. Come inside, she called, extracting the crystal core from the fallen zombie's head. Yu Fufu and the others hurried in, having waited on the first floor, while Shanxian and others managed to pick the lock with relative ease. Once inside, they collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Missin, you are incredible, Yu Fufu exclaimed, marveling at the young woman's prowess in dispatching the zombie with such efficiency. Stay vigilant while I check the other corners, Anuo declared, not daring to let her guard down as she brandished her blade and commenced her inspection. Upon discovering 2 corpses in the bathroom, she halted in shock. This is, others gathered around, equally taken aback. The deceased appeared to be a couple. The woman had transformed into a zombie, her head impaled by a knife, while the man had succumbed to despair. Alas, Yu Fufu sighed, sorrow etched into her features. The horror of the apocalypse is unbearable. We must dispose of these bodies downstairs. The stench of blood will surely attract more zombies, Xiao suggested calmly, donning gloves. I will assist you, Gao Pengyan offered, stepping forward. They had not contributed much thus far, and it was time for them to lend a hand. A little girl nestled in her mother's arms, her wide eyes fixated on the corpses, as if trying to memorize the scene. Aren't you afraid? Chapter 56. The unusual between two. Su Shengyang widened his eyes, unable to suppress his curiosity towards the child before him. Despite being an adult, he could not help but feel a surge of fear upon witnessing such sights. Fear. Thus, I must remember these monsters, vowing to eradicate them when I grow up. Without them, no one would have to live in fear any longer. The innocent voice resonated through the room, evoking a sense of shame and melancholy among some present. None of the adults possessed the courage of a child. Having grown accustomed to a peaceful existence, how could they immediately accept the brutal realities of a battlefield? You will. Anu smiled gently. The girl's words seemed to unlock a mechanism within her heart, igniting a flicker of hope. As long as these monsters were vanquished, they could return to their former lives. Meanwhile, Yu Fufu, having disposed of several corpses, shivered slightly at the sight of the darkened sky. Don't you feel it's colder now than in the morning? He tightened his clothing, voicing his unease, a persistent sense of dread lingering within him. Today was 8 degrees in the morning. Now, it's -8. Xiao Qingzhou exclaimed, producing a thermometer to show his companion. Although not particularly sensitive to temperature, he vigilantly monitored the fluctuations. If such a drop continued, many lives would surely be lost. The apocalypse began in summer, without sufficient warm clothing. Surviving the winter would be a daunting challenge. Could it be an extreme cold? Su Shengyang gasped, realizing that heavy snowfall would make travel even more treacherous. Yet why was it so exceptionally cold today? The weather is changing. Tomorrow we must head to the county city for supplies. We can no longer rely on scavenging along the way to the north. Anuo's gaze turned serious. The vehicle was equipped with a temperature control system, and due to her evolved sensitivity, she had overlooked the temperature changes. Now, upon seeing the thermometer, the severity of the situation dawned on her. A drop of 16 degrees in a single day. This was undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. We need winter clothing and more heating equipment. We should also modify Yu Fufu's vehicle. Their RV could withstand extreme cold, but Yu Fufu's vehicle lacked such capabilities. But Miss Anu, how are we to make these modifications? Yu Fufu's expression was troubled. Resources were scarce in this apocalyptic world. We will pass through G City, where there will be a county city. We can find a place to repair vehicles there, Anu asserted. Moreover, you cannot solely depend on us. You must learn to hunt zombies. Her eyes held a cold glint, serving as a reminder. She was always mindful of the areas she overlooked. If these individuals grew too comfortable, they would be utterly defenseless when true danger struck. Rest assured, Miss Anu, we have some experience and will keep pace with you, Gao Pengyan assured her. Darkness enveloped the room, and for safety, everyone remained in the living room, taking turns to keep watch. Su Shengyang had not slept well in a long time, but tonight, the sound of zombies outside left him on edge. The city felt like a paradise for the undead. Peering through the curtain-s gap, his hand trembled slightly as he held the binoculars. Anu, look. He passed the device to the girl beside him, his voice quivering. Accepting the binoculars, Anu gazed outside. In the distant neighborhood, a few zombies with tails wandered aimlessly. They hadn't seen these when they arrived during the day. Udon and Appos. Think there are no living people left in this city, do you? Su Shengyang and Appos. Words sent shivers down everyone in Appos' spines, yet Anu felt the grim truth in his statement. In such a vast metropolis, the emergence of these mutated beings made survival exceedingly unlikely. Even if there were survivors, they had likely fled. Yu Fufu swallowed hard. Miss Anu, what did you all see? See for yourself. She tossed the binoculars to him and leaned against the wall, silent. The binoculars were passed around among the group, and a collective sigh and heavy atmosphere filled the room. Downstairs, Shun Zian and his group dared not make a sound. There were too many zombies outside, and they were still on the first floor. Shun Yi, what on earth is wrong with you? Tell me. In the bathroom, Jin Yu grasped the wrist of the person before him, his gaze unnaturally sharp. The other had been acting strangely for the past 2 days. He initially assumed it was fear, but today he noticed the way Shun Yi looked at Zheng Mengmeng. With fear, something felt amiss. Shun Yi had always despised Zheng Mengmeng. How could she now be afraid? With so many zombies around, Wooden and Appos, I'd be terrified? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she concealed the panic in her eyes, seeking an excuse that could be accepted. The plan had failed. She had always feared being exposed. Had she known, she would never have acted thus. It was all that person's fault for constantly manipulating her. All right, don't cry. Tomorrow we can leave this cursed place. Jin Yu sighed, gently comforting her, dismissing his earlier doubts from his mind. Outside, Zheng Mingming wept in Shun Xian's embrace, her tear-filled eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Why the zombies claimed her roommates? Everything couldn't possibly be as it seemed. Where had the deviation occurred? As the night deepened, the group huddled together. Anu's pupils shimmered with a faint blue light. Glancing at those around her, she retreated to a nearby bedroom. The third blue line on her leg was faint, but now more pronounced, surrounded by several white cracks. It seemed her body had begun to accept the energy of the undead, perhaps indicating that she no longer needed to fear the zombie virus. What are you looking at? A warm voice came from behind her. Though his face bore some grime, it did not detract from his exquisite features. My body may be evolving. Xiao Qingzhou and Oppose, as pupils dilated as he hurried to Anuo's side, his gaze fixating on the three blue lines. Indeed, ever since absorbing those crystal cores, her body had undergone remarkable changes, and she felt her strength steadily increasing. This was utterly beyond comprehension, igniting a spark of excitement within Xiao Qingzhou. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing 3 white triangles. His red eyes glimmered under the light. I once thought I'd become a monster, yet now I realize that I'm quite different from those creatures. He finally shared the secret he had concealed for so long. He believed he had transformed into a unique zombie, evolving alongside them. However, Anuo's situation reminded him that perhaps things were not as dire as he imagined. For now, keep this under wraps. We'll inquire further once we reach the base. If this evolution were applicable to others with abilities, they were surely not the only ones. Until they had a clearer understanding, they must not expose themselves. I understand. At our current pace, we should reach the base within 2 weeks. Xiao Qingzhou nodded cautiously, agreeing that they would wait for clarity before making any decisions. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chapter 57. The eerie knock on the door. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Yufufu's plump body rolled off the ground, weapon in hand, caught in a dilemma. Even if it were an earthquake, the dangers outside were enough to halt their steps. After all, compared to being devoured alive, it would be preferable to choose a more dignified demise. It shouldn't be an earthquake. The sound resembles an explosion. Anuo rushed out of the room, binoculars in hand, scanning the outside. A thick cloud of dust and smoke loomed not far from their community. At this moment, possessing weapons likely indicated military presence. Darling, with such armament, could it be the military? The woman took the binoculars, her voice filled with unrestrained joy. As individuals of a peaceful era, they held an inexplicable faith that as long as humanity could unite for a day, the authorities would not abandon them. Perhaps, but we are quite distant. Moreover, judging by the sound, they seem to be in dire trouble. Gao Pengyan felt anxious. The 10-minute journey before the apocalypse now required insurmountable challenges to traverse. The moon hung high, and even if they reached their destination, there was no guarantee that they would be taken along if they were not rescue personnel. What should we do? Anuo glanced at Xiao Qingzhou, pondering whether to risk going to investigate. If it truly were military personnel, aligning themselves with such a large force would be advantageous. With tools on the other side, clearing a path would be more convenient, and they could gather more information along the way. It's too far. Xiao Qingzhou interjected. If the two of them went and the military didn't notice them, being trapped there would undoubtedly lead to trouble. There were still numerous mutated zombies nearby, far beyond their current capabilities to handle. Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat dispirited. Forget it. We can still make it to G City on our own. Yufufu sighed, feeling hopeless yet gazing longingly in the distance. They were merchants, lacking in combat prowess. If they could locate the main force early, they could establish connections and settle down sooner. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed throughout the city. The commotion had attracted many zombies from within the community. At least tomorrow morning our journey will be a bit easier. Su Xingyang tried to lighten the mood, since there was a possibility of official rescue. He hoped that Zhong Weiyuan and the others would encounter it as well. They could reunite at the base. It wasn't until the dead of night that the noise finally ceased. Through the binoculars, Anuo observed several vehicles slowly disappearing from view. They appeared to be military, but regrettably, they could not follow along. The group had hardly slept throughout the night, and witnessing this scene left them feeling disappointed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the sound of knocking resounded, and everyone turned their gaze to the door. Is someone knocking? Could it be that group downstairs? Yu Fufu murmured quietly, an inexplicable sense of danger creeping into his heart. Yet he still intended to approach the door to see who it was. Don't move. Xiao Qingzhou grasped him firmly, his gaze piercing, his beautiful brows furrowed. For some reason, he had an unsettling feeling that whatever was outside might not be human. Knock, knock, knock. In the silence of the dark, the knocking resumed, enveloping each heart in fear. At that moment, the crisp sound of knocking echoed like a harbinger of doom. Perhaps sensing the prolonged silence within, the knocking abruptly ceased. Their collective tension eased momentarily. It was definitely not a human out there. Gao Panyin spoke with conviction, asserting that if there were any living souls in the building, there would have been some commotion upon their arrival. If it were Shen Ziyuan and the others downstairs, how could they not make a sound while searching for them? It's almost dawn. Let's prepare ourselves. Everyone stay close. Anuo spoke firmly, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. First, there was a slightly intelligent zombie. If another one appeared, what chance would humanity have of survival? It shouldn't amp, oppose. TB a zombie, Xiao Qingzhou murmured. He could sense the presence of zombies, so the one who knocked must surely not be one. Could it be another kind of monster? Anuo and oppose. S mind briefly entertained this thought, considering that even plants could evolve into sentient beings. As long as they did not encounter any more dangers, they would be fine. Once they left the sprawling metropolis of G City, the journey ahead would become easier. Time ticked by, and as the sun rose high in the sky, the group finally set forth. Let us go. With a commanding voice, Anuo led the group out, and upon reaching the first floor, they encountered Shen Ziyuan and his crew. Brothers, did you knock on our door yesterday? Jin Yu approached Su Shanyang, casually inquiring. It wasn't an amp. Oppose, TSU knocked. This statement left the group across from them in a state of bewilderment. Jin Yu and his companions had also experienced the knocking incident, but had heard no sound afterward, so they had not dared to open the door. What could have been knocking? Panic surged within them, and without further contemplation, the group hurriedly boarded their vehicles to follow Anuo and the others as they sped away. Hurry, increase firepower. We need to get out of here. Shen Wu and Amp. Oppose. S gun continued to blaze at the zombies ahead, his expression grim. To rescue a high-ranking officer, he had brought 80 men to G City. Yet, he had not anticipated being besieged by a throng of mutated zombies, losing nearly half of his men before escaping. He had thought that leaving G City would be a significant relief, but to his dismay, the highway was also congested. This was the sole route to the northern base. Thus, they must clear it. Commander Shun, we're running low on ammunition. It will take a long time to move the obstacles manually. Use grenades. Blow a path through. Someone rushed over from the chaos with a suggestion. After 2 days and nights, they were nearly out of ammunition. Such an extensive firefight would undoubtedly attract zombies, and they would be cornered. Shun Wu was aware of this, yet they had only one grenade left. If they used it, who could predict the dangers that awaited them on the road ahead? But time was not on their side. Then let us. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of engines filled the air as Anuo drove, the ground littered with dismembered zombie corpses. Bullet marks on the bodies indicated military engagement. As they advanced, the sounds of combat grew louder. Miss Anuo, is there trouble ahead? Yu Fufu and the others, holding walkie-talkies, spoke with trembling voices, the rising smoke instilling fear in their hearts. The walkie-talkie had been salvaged from Xiao Qingzhou's military backpack, crucial for maintaining communication as their journey would be long. The road ahead is blocked. The military is engaged in a firefight with zombies. Anuo furrowed her brow, observing the sheer number of zombies ahead. At least 200. Commander, another convoy is approaching. A A soldier below quickly reported. Shun Wu's gaze hardened. He felt indifferent towards this convoy, having encountered many similar ones along the way. Ignore them, prepare the grenades, and blast a hole through the center. Understood, Xiao Qingzhou declared. I will go down to assist. With that, he leaped from the vehicle, the winds of his elemental powers swirling around him. Chapter 58. High-speed battle Ajo, please be careful, Anuo exclaimed, her eyes filled with apprehension. The sheer number of zombies raised concerns about the potential presence of mutated ones. Missin, what should we do? Yu Fufu asked, his brow furrowed and a barely perceptible tremor in his voice as he observed the unfolding battle. While the number of zombies here didn't rival that of G City, the cacophony was alarming. They were vulnerable to being encircled if it attracted more zombies from afar. Their vehicles were yet to be fortified, and their relentless traversal of G City the previous day had left them battered. Remain in the vehicles, Anuo instructed, emphasizing that the vehicles offered a faster means of escape than on foot should danger arise. Captain, look, a soldier exclaimed, drawing Shun Wu's attention to Xiao Qingzhou, around whom wind blades were swirling. His face was etched with astonishment. The potency of his ability seemingly surpassed that of their team and Oppos, S original ability users. Shun Wu observed as the man plunged into the horde of zombies, his surrounding wind blades acting as a meat grinder, tearing the undead apart. Before long, the ground around him was littered with zombie corpses. Shun Jun, his weapon depleted of ammunition, was covered in blood and his combat uniform was tattered. Help me, he yelled to his comrades, kicking a zombie away in a desperate attempt to escape. Inwardly, he cursed the sheer number of zombies that had amassed on this small stretch of highway. HRR. Captain, behind you, a voice warned, startling him. The sunlight revealed the silhouette of a zombie. He lunged forward, but another zombie stood before him. What can I do? Am I going to die here? Boom! Wind blades erupted, releasing immense energy as a crimson hue reflected in his pupils. Don't just stand there, move. A warm, composed voice called out. Xiao Qingzhou glanced at the man beside him before diving back into the zombie throng. Captain Shun, the company commander, said to use the grenade. You have a last one, right? A soldier inquired, his voice raised above the din. Yes, I have it, but it's our last grenade, Shunjin responded, emphasizing the critical need to clear a path forward, while zombies seemed to be closing in from behind. Given the vastness of G City, even a small fraction of escaping zombies could spell disaster for them. I'll gather the ability users. We have 2 attack-type ability users in our team, Shunjin declared. Let's clear out the zombies on both sides and escape from there. He sprinted away. Of the 6 ability users they had brought, only 3 remained. With only 1 grenade left, and a mission to reach the grain depot on Route T Web A, its use was reserved for dire circumstances. You too, take a few people and move those things. He beckoned to several individuals, directing them towards the area with the fewest vehicles. What an Oppos is going on? A resident in the group asked, alarmed. They had overheard the talk about using a grenade. Why wasn't Shunjun using the grenade he possessed? Let's go over there too, Shun Wu stated, discerning his brother's intentions. Their mission was to investigate the grain depot, and a team had to be sent regardless. Using such a destructive weapon now would hinder their escape later. However, the number of vehicles there was overwhelming. Xiao Qingzhou, observing their movements, immediately joined them, unleashing wind blades to clear a path through the zombies surrounding the vehicles. Thank you, Shunjun expressed his gratitude, as he and the 2 ability users cleared away the zombies, while he and several strong individuals began to move the vehicles. This won't do. Anuo, having observed the composition of the group, realized that the vehicles in the center were being heavily guarded, likely containing important figures, while other vehicles carried rescued civilians. The group had already suffered heavy losses in G City and were visibly exhausted, despite the assistance of Shunzian and the other ability users. Clearing a path would take time. Su Xingyang, I'm going to help. You drive, Anuo instructed. She leaped from the driver's seat, lightning crackling in her hands. As the group struggled with exhaustion, a bolt of lightning flashed, instantly decimating a large portion of the zombies. Anuo considered that while her abilities were potent, she couldn't expend all of her energy. If the ability users were depleted, there was no telling what awaited them on the road ahead. Exhaustion was a dangerous state to be in. Company commander, look! Someone alerted Shun Wu, who was moving items. He turned to see Anuo, realizing that this seemingly ordinary group possessed two exceptionally powerful individuals. The girl and Amp, Oppos. S eyes were resolute, devoid of fear, and her ability to conjure a large net of electricity indicated mastery. The two ability users in the army were awestruck, witnessing such power at such an early stage of development. I and Oppos, LL do it. You guys clear the zombies. And Nuo, launching a lightning arrow, leaped among the group, grabbing a vehicle with one hand and flinging it away. She moved with incredible speed, tossing 4 or 5 vehicles in quick succession. The exertion of her abilities, coupled with the physical effort, forced Anuo to grit her teeth, but she dared not slow down. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble, indicating that some of the zombies from G-City were approaching, drawn by the noise. I'll help you. Xiao Qingzhou, while not a strength-based ability user, had seen his strength increase since becoming an ability user. He enlisted Shun Zhan's aid, and together they cleared the road. As they cleared the path, Shen Wu continued to eliminate zombies. Phew! After clearing the last vehicle, Anuo leaped to the highest point and signaled to Su Shengyang. Drive over here. Su Shengyang, prepared and waiting in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator as soon as he saw Anuo's signal. The road is clear. Everyone, get in the vehicles and leave. Someone shouted, but their words were cut short as a zombie bit their throat. Within seconds, their eyes turned glassy, and they joined the zombie horde. Everyone get in the vehicles. Let an Oppos move out. Shenzhen yelled, as the roar of engines filled the air and the military vehicles began to roll. Chapter 59. Zheng Mengmeng is injured. Shun Yi sat in the driver and Oppos' seat, her gaze fixed on the zombies outside, her mind swirling with persistent thoughts. The previous failure weighed heavily on her. She could not afford to falter again. Attempting to suppress the flicker of her previous notions, her mind incessantly clamored. Eradicate the root. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her hand subtly shifting. Behind her, Zheng Mengmeng observed her silhouette, lost in contemplation. Everything felt exceedingly strange. Su Shengyang was the first to receive the message, and naturally the first to arrive at the intersection. Ajo, get in the car, Anuo softly urged, pulling the man beside her as she swiftly hopped inside. The scenery zipped past. Anuo sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat drained. Each use of the Thunder Network drained an immense amount of her abilities, underscoring the necessity for her rapid enhancement. Given the current circumstances, the strength and resilience of the zombies were no longer as easily vanquished as before. In the distance, Shun Zhen and Shun Wu rushed to the middle vehicle, sighing in relief upon seeing the occupants were well protected. Old Yuan, we have escaped, Shun Zhen explained softly, recognizing the vital importance of food, yet equally aware of the significance of the individual they had specifically come to rescue. By not deploying the grenade immediately, they had inadvertently placed the other party in jeopardy. This was the chief of staff of the entire northern Vietnam military district, trapped in the G-City laboratory before the apocalypse. He possessed vast amounts of data regarding the zombies, and any negligence was absolutely unacceptable. Little Shun, I comprehend your intent. I was also starved for a long time in that laboratory in G-City. I understand that you seek food, so you need not worry about my understanding. The elderly man, referred to as Old Yuan, though his hair had turned white, his eyes remained bright, devoid of reproach. He had aged, no longer capable of contributing to the people of this nation. Thus not being a burden was the best he could do now. Thank you, Old Yuan. We have considered your vast repository of data. Therefore, 1 week after reaching Qingbei, we will ensure that someone escorts you out of Qingbei County. Afterwards, we shall continue our search for sustenance. Shen Wu declared resolutely, articulating his plan. That sounds feasible. The journey ahead is not far. I will take the remaining residents and leave this place. The elder nodded in agreement. By the way, I noticed some capable ability users in the convoy that just arrived. They seem significantly stronger than you. They might also be heading to the northern Vietnam base. Why not invite them to accompany you to the food base? After all, you are uncertain whether you will be able to rendezvous with other search teams upon reaching Qingbei. A flicker of contemplation crossed Old Yuan's eyes. In this apocalypse, These youngsters were not all ability users. Merely armed with cold weapons, they were bound to encounter dangers along the way, especially with only 2 attackers among them. In terms of combat capability, they were certainly lacking. Collaboration with the military would provide greater safety. I understand. Once we reach the next county, I will extend the invitation, Shun Wu acknowledged, recognizing the prowess of the 2 individuals. Since the onset of the apocalypse, aside from the one in the base, he had yet to witness anyone wielding abilities so effectively. Yes, you may proceed with your arrangements. By the way, the Wong family will likely also seek out those 2. You must act swiftly, the elder instructed solemnly. Upon seeing Shun Wu and Appo's agreement, he closed his eyes, repeatedly recalling the information he had studied to prevent any lapses in memory. The signs of the apocalypse had long been evident even before it occurred. Initially, it spread among the deer herds in M country, but did not garner much attention. Subsequently, interested research teams within their own country collected data for study, discovering a virus named R. This virus was the very cause of death and subsequent transformation into zombies. Upon hearing of the research into Appo's progress, he had accepted an invitation from an old friend to observe, unaware that the apocalypse was imminent. Among the numerous individuals in the laboratory, only he and Xiao Bei had survived the escape. He couldn't and Appo's help but smile bitterly, reflecting on how, as an old soldier, he had relied on a group of young children to escape with their lives. It should have been him who perished, not those spirited young ones. Beside him, a young man with golden hair could sense old Yuan's thoughts. His gaze was resolute, fists clenched. Although he possessed spatial abilities, which might seem insignificant, he was determined to do everything in his power to save his country. Ajo, how are you? Anuo adjusted her breath, looking at Xiao Qingzhou, her gaze landing on his injured arm. It was a wound sustained while lifting the vehicle, deep with flesh exposed. It's nothing. I and Appo's, he already applied medicine. The man replied softly, his handsome features radiating a hint of warmth. Afterwards, I will be in the front with Su Xingyang. You focus on your recovery in the back. And Nuo spoke gently, her eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, a trace of a bitter smile gracing her lips. They had just exited G City, and already 2 were injured. The perilous journey to northern Vietnam ahead was fraught with uncertainty. And Nuo, do not worry. It appears the military convoy ahead is protecting some significant figure. If we follow them, the road ahead is devoid of big cities, potentially reducing the dangers we may encounter. Sensing the girl and Appo's concern, Xiao Qingzhou offered gentle reassurance. Hearing this, she could only respond with silence. Perhaps everything would indeed take a turn for the better. In stark contrast to the anxiety surrounding the 2 vehicles ahead, a cloud of despair enveloped Shun Xian's vehicle. Zheng Mingming had just been injured by a zombie. Shun Yi had inadvertently opened the window, only to have a nearby zombie lunge in and claw Zheng Mingming. Had it not been for Qi Cheng guarding the vehicle, she might have already joined the ranks of the undead. It had to be her. Zheng Mingming, bound and restrained, cast a furious glance at Shun Yi. The latter must have known of her actions. That bottle of zombie blood was certainly switched by her. Although she had obtained the items from Wang Bao, they mysteriously vanished upon her turning around. Soon after, her bedmate transformed into a zombie, and she found bloodstains in the downstairs trash bin. Initially, she had struggled to comprehend how events had spiraled into chaos. But the moment Shun Yi opened the window, clarity dawned upon her. They intended to eliminate her. Very well. So many wished for her demise. The people in the group looked down upon her, and Nuo, Scorner, and even you, Shun Yi, sought to cast her aside. This vendetta would not go unpunished. If she survived this ordeal, she would not spare anyone who had ever wronged her. Meng, do not fear. It does not necessarily mean you will become a zombie. Shun Xian sat beside Zheng Mingming, a knife clutched in his hand, his complexion pale. Why? Why has this happened? Chapter 60. Acceptance of invitation clearly. He had left Xi Cheng here to protect the team. Senior Shun, I and Amp, Appo's. Am fine, I and Amp, Appo's. Am not afraid. If I turn into a zombie, just kill me. Zheng Mengming's eyes brimmed with tears as they traced down her fair cheeks. a flicker of indignation crossing her gaze. To harbor feelings for her? How ludicrous. She had once believed she could surely win Shen Xian's heart. Yet today, he merely scolded her for opening the window, as if her actions were trivial. What did she mean to him, truly? As the heat wave enveloped her, the resentment in her eyes grew ever more intense. She absolutely must not perish. She had to survive. The vehicle gradually approached the village. Today and Anuo's encampment was a small hamlet. Prior to entering, Anuo had deliberately observed the vegetation, which was withered and lifeless. It seemed unlikely that there were any mutated plants. After the military and Anuo's thorough sweep, they soon reached a secure area. Su Shangyang, Ajo and I will search for you Fufu to see if there are any vehicles in the village. In such a small settlement, finding a modified vehicle would undoubtedly be a challenge. Their current vehicle was beyond repair, and it would be wiser to seek a new one. Rest assured, I'll keep watch here. If any nefarious individuals appear, I shall deal with them swiftly. Su Shangyang revealed a gleaming tiger tooth, the golden blade in his hand shimmering brightly. Upon seeing that resplendent little knife, a thought flickered through Anuo and Anuo's mind. Could this golden blade, conjured from thin air, perhaps create gold? What a wild notion. Su Shangyang mused, realizing that while his father was adept at making money, Anuo's methods were uniquely extraordinary. With a hint of exasperation, he pressed his forehead. I possess metallic abilities, enabling me to manipulate metal objects. This little golden blade was fashioned from a gold necklace I found in the shop. Anuo replied, Must there still be raw materials? I bid you farewell. I have no desire for abilities that require spending gold. Anuo, we already have enough gold bars. If we find ourselves in need of gold again when we reach City G, we can search then. Xiao Qingzhou understood her apprehension about being confined within the base. But as long as they were together, all problems could be resolved. Ajo, your words always bring comfort. She patted his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, the gold they possessed was sufficient. Excuse me, may we have a word? In the distance, brothers Shun Wu and Shun Jun arrived at the village, seeking Anuo and her companions. The residents trailing behind them were keenly observing the vehicle, hoping for protection. Among the group was another young master wielding considerable influence in North Vietnam. His family had produced 2 abilities, and his standing at the base was even more esteemed than before the apocalypse. Should they promise him some benefits, it was inevitable that this small team would agree. What would it mean for them then? Young master, they took the lead. A luxury vehicle was halted before a disheveled young master wearing sunglasses. His bodyguard whispered in his ear. Wang Chun had been well protected during the skirmishes, and upon witnessing the scene, he waved dismissively. It's no concern. With my Wang family's strength, it is far easier to invite these 2 than to send soldiers to their deaths. He adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, for he had never encountered anyone indifferent to fame and fortune in his life. However, this world was no longer swayed merely by wealth. That was food. The bodyguard's face turned pale as he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He knew that this young master was one who would not heed advice. He had been the sole protector throughout their journey. Time was of the essence to recruit allies. He did not wish to be the next casualty. Who are you? A newcomer in military attire approached. Though his demeanor was stern, an aura of warmth emanated from him. Anuo and Anuo's gaze shifted subtly, suspecting that perhaps this individual sought to recruit her and Xiao Qingzhou after witnessing their abilities. I am Shen Wu, serving under General Li of the North Vietnam base, here on a mission. I am Anuo. Has Mr. Shen summoned us for a particular purpose? The lowly demeanor of her interlocutor indicated he had something to request. Missin, we will reach a grain base in 1 week. It was originally a military food supply depot. The number of zombies is considerable, and seeing as you both possess commendable strength, I would like to invite you to accompany us. He briefly outlined his intentions while assessing the young man and woman before him. Though youthful, they exuded maturity and stability. The grain base. A hint of hesitation flickered in Anuo's eyes. The high zombie count implied a potential encounter with mutated ones. Given her and Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo's as current capabilities, defeating just a few would be a strenuous task. Noticing her uncertainty, Shun Jun rushed forward. Please, we implore you. Food is the most urgent resource for our base. Over 100,000 people are awaiting life-saving provisions. Should you succeed in this mission, we are willing to arrange free housing and exclusive military dining for you at the North Vietnam base. Exclusive military dining. In that instant, those present widened their eyes in surprise, for it was known that to maintain soldiers' combat effectiveness, military kitchens provided 2 meals a day. Of course, we will first assess the situation. If there are too many zombies, we will withdraw. Arrangements for accommodation will still be made. They had already offered the best conditions possible. The base currently housed nearly 200,000 people, requiring a substantial amount of food, making this grain base crucial for them. However, whether such terms could sway their decision remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Anuo fell into contemplation. In this apocalypse, the willingness of others to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding their homeland and caring for the populace was commendable. Moreover, they too were in need of food and connections. A favorable arrangement with the military could pave the way for future convenience. Avu, you stay behind to keep watch. A glimmer of struggle crossed the girl's eyes. The multitude of reasons piled up made this endeavor worthwhile. Yet, she did not wish for Xiao Qingzhou to take risks alongside her. Your life is my life. The man, with his gentle peach blossom eyes, turned to the woman beside him, grasping her slightly chilly hand. He would remain by her side, through thick and thin. Reassurance surged within her heart. As long as he was present, Anuo felt that she could overcome any adversity. We shall go, she declared. Shenwu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 2 young individuals would agree so promptly. He had expected them to negotiate extensively, taking at least 2 days to deliberate. In a world ravaged by chaos, where lawlessness reigned, some ability users had ascended from the bottom, eager to create turmoil. Many factions vied for their interests, while collaboration with the military was often viewed as an opportunity for profit. Yet, there were also a few ability users who stood up for the sake of base construction, though they were a rare breed. The capabilities of the 2 before him were formidable, and knowing the danger, they still agreed. It made him regard them with newfound respect. Do not look at us like that. We merely seek sustenance. Chapter 61. Some things must be done. Anuo evaded the bright, appreciative gaze of the other. She was merely an ordinary person, incapable of saving others. The fact that Miss Anuo could agree so readily was already a glimmer of hope for us. Sighed the young Shenzhen. It is disheartening to know that a mission capable of saving countless lives lacks the participation of any civilian ability teams. In this world, there must always be those who step forward, for there are tasks that require sacrifice. Certain missions are beyond the reach of us ordinary individuals. Yet, if no one takes action, the extinction of humanity is merely a matter of time. It remains uncertain when the ability teams will coalesce, ceasing their internecine strife in pursuit of immediate gain. After all, zombies are evolving, and our primary force for the future will be them. Are you suggesting that many have declined? Su Shunyang leapt from the vehicle, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Shenwu offered a wry smile. The number of ability users is scarce, as the risks are too great. Most are unwilling. Su Shunyang replied, it's a matter of life and death. It's unreasonable to expect everyone to volunteer. Shenwu continued, some things must be done by someone. His words trailed off, but Su Shunyang grasped his meaning. Humanity is a collective, rooted in community. If everyone acts independently, fleeing at the first sign of danger, the rapid evolution of zombies will soon spell the end for mankind. Individuals cannot survive in isolation. I understand. At this nascent stage of chaos, when everything is still coalescing, I believe that hearts will unite over time. Until then, I am willing to sacrifice myself for this community, hoping that my children will inherit a harmonious world. Shenzhen, more spirited, beamed. Currently, the authorities are striving to rally various bases to restore order, although it will take considerable time before true order is established. Protective measures for those with diminished civil capacities have already commenced. No one should dampen the spirits of those brave enough to act. Given all this, he remained optimistic that the world would eventually recover. Shun Wu remarked, actually, prior to this, the strongest individual from the northern base had already taken on other rescue missions, which makes it even harder for our food team to recruit ability users. If he were here, many ability teams would undoubtedly follow him. He sighed, lamenting the unfortunate timing. Is he the strongest individual? Anuo inquired. Shunjun elaborated. Indeed, he is one of ours, like you, possessing lightning abilities. His name is Feng. He rose to prominence on the third day of the apocalypse, leading us to assist General Li in establishing the northern base. During this time, he has saved tens of thousands. The mention of Feng visibly excited him. Saved tens of thousands. Anuo's eyes widened. His prowess in lightning abilities must surpass hers. How extraordinary. You two wield lightning abilities. Perhaps you could seek his guidance. His lightning techniques can slay hundreds of zombies in a single strike. A gasp echoed among the listeners, disbelief etched on their faces. They struggled to kill even one. Yet here was someone capable of dispatching hundreds. Anuo was equally astonished. She resolved to witness this godlike figure that Shunjin spoke of when they reached the base. Well then, I shall rely on all of you for the journey ahead. She smiled, feeling a momentary sense of calmness settle in her otherwise restless heart. Perhaps society could indeed be rebuilt under the stewardship of such formidable individuals. At that time, they might return to normal lives. Shunwu replied, let us support each other. Shunjin added, Miss Anuo, I shall see if anyone in the residential area is willing to join us. Along with those we rescue, there may be ability users among the residents. All right, take care. Anuo nodded, watching them depart. Sigh. Sometimes I truly fear for my life, but he is right. Someone must take action. Anuo resolved. I have decided. I shall also form an ability team dedicated to hunting zombies. Su Shangyang exclaimed, a new determination taking root in his heart. This world holds his family, classmates, neighbors, and friends, regardless of the reason. As an ability user, he will strive to make the greatest impact during this apocalypse. You both must join us when the time comes. He patted Anuo's shoulder vigorously. If I remain at the northern base. A hint of laughter sparkled in Anuo's eyes, signaling her agreement. She had originally intended to head to the southeastern base, but now, thanks to Feng, she felt a flicker of faith in the northern base. As they looked at each other, Xiao Qingzhou smiled, the anxiety and unease of the apocalypse seemingly vanishing in an instant. Now, they felt not just the will to survive, but also hope. Let us go find a vehicle for you, Fufu. Anuo waved, prompting Su Xingyang to search for a car while she and Xiao Qingzhou set off on their quest. Young master, they might not accompany us anymore. The bodyguard and amp, Appo's face paled. He had foreseen this urgency. Enough. The opportunity has already slipped away. I am hungry and desire a meal. Wang Chun and amp, Appo's expression darkened. He anticipated that these two would agree to such poor conditions. As dusk settled, after handing the vehicle to Yu Fufu, Anuo tidied herself and sat at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Meanwhile, Su Xingyang, the bedridden and non-combatant, took on the task of cleaning. Oh, this is exhausting. Seated at the table, he abandoned all pretenses, chopsticks in hand, ready to eat. The meal was prepared, fish-flavored shredded pork and tomato egg soup. As the dishes were served, Xiao Qingzhou's face lit up with joy. Where did the vegetables come from? Su Xingyang asked. Pre-packaged meals. Eat up. We can't afford to waste. Anuo exclaimed, shoving a generous bite into her mouth, savoring the flavor. Su Xingyang, overwhelmed with emotion, lamented, you all live so well. It's truly wonderful to have you around. Stop your whining. Once you recover, you'll be working to pay for your meals. Anuo chuckled, ladling herself a bowl of soup. All right, no problem. Su Xingyang readily agreed. Working was his forte. By the way, if we leave with the military, what will you do about Yu Fufu? Xiao Qingzhou replied. Let him accompany the military. We can tuck him into the middle of their convoy. This had been his plan all along, with no turning back. Since the Shun brothers sought their assistance, this task should pose no difficulty for them. Brilliant. Su Xingyang gave a thumbs up. Both of them were adept at making money. Reflecting on how his father often berated him for lacking intellect, he felt a surge of indignation. In hindsight, he realized he had been a fool. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Young master. The scent had reached the outside, causing the bodyguard to feel less than appetized as he gazed toward the RV. Many around them had caught a whiff, but knowing the strength of the two within, they hesitated to approach. Do we really need to discuss this? Come, let us borrow some food. Wang Chun raised his brows, removing his glasses as he strode toward the RV under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 62. You may try. He strode towards the RV, knocking on the door with a resounding thud. Someone is coming. Xiao Qingzhou's tone was icy as he glanced at the door. Although their RV was parked at the farthest edge, one could never be sure someone would and damp. Oppos, T come following the scent. Open the door for me. I shall teach him a lesson. Su Xingyang and Oppos. Eyes turned cold as he stood up, preparing to summon his abilities. The visitor appeared to be ill-intentioned, and since Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou had already shouldered most of the team and Oppos as responsibilities, it was only fitting that he handle this minor issue. Get lost. Upon opening the door, Su Xingyang was met with the arrogant visage of the young master outside, and he barked a sharp rebuke. Wang Chun had led a charmed life and had never faced such treatment. Even after the apocalypse began, the military personnel had never dared to express dissatisfaction towards him. Now, being scolded by a commoner ignited his temper. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is? His face was a mask of arrogance. Arms crossed, eagerly anticipating the moment his adversary would kneel and beg for mercy, offering food with both hands. Afraid, are you? If you are, then obediently hand over the food. Su Xingyang had never known fear in his life. This was the first time someone had dared to act superior in front of him since his birth. I fear you indeed, but if you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. His powers flickered in his hand, manifesting several metallic blades. You dare. Wang Chun was taken aback by the audacity of the person before him, his complexion changing as he cowered behind his bodyguard. The bodyguard, receiving his orders, summoned his fire-based abilities. His sole duty was to protect the young master of the Wang family at all costs. I tell you, if you harm me, the Wang family will ensure you suffer the consequences. Good consequences? I have no idea how the Wang family will treat us, but if you do not leave, do not blame me for being unkind. As Anuo's crisp voice echoed, many had yet to process her words when a glint of cold steel flashed before them. Anuo had been listening to the commotion inside and lamented that Su Xingyang's methods were too lenient. Were it her, she would not have wasted so many words. Individuals like Wang Chun, who inherently believed themselves superior, could only be brought to fear through decisive action. Otherwise, their journey would be fraught with turmoil. Chapter 63. Human nature. Su Xingyang admitted that, in the instant blood was shed, he felt a twinge of fear. After all, he had never taken a life before. It is a fundamental human instinct to fear the act of killing one's own kind. As a friend, he was also afraid that Anuo might truly become like those they had encountered on their escape, those devoid of warmth and humanity. What am I thinking? While one must be ruthless towards others, especially those without shame, I merely intended to frighten him, not as you might imagine. Anuo chuckled softly, her heart trembling slightly, as if something had been awakened within her. For, since the apocalypse, she had noticed a significant transformation in her own mindset. Typically, individuals like Wang Chun could be subdued with a mere beating. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she had genuinely contemplated ending his life. Reflecting on that thought, she lowered her eyelashes. Today served as a reminder for her. No matter how much she evolved, she remained human. As a human, one must possess reason. Wang Chun and Oppos' actions had not escalated to a level that threatened her life, nor had they incited universal outrage. Thus she could not hastily take his life. If she were to kill over a minor moral conflict, how would she differ from the murderer she had encountered in them all? Humans must retain their morality and conscience to truly be called human. Su Xingyang, thankfully you're still the Anuo I know. In an instant, the flicker of fear within him dissipated, replaced by a broad smile on his fair face. Although Anuo often exhibited a cold demeanor, Su Xingyang always believed she was a good companion, rational and loyal. Having witnessed countless atrocities and the deterioration of human nature during the apocalypse, he feared that someone as passionate as her might extinguish her inner light. All right, you're on dish duty. Yawning, Anuo leapt onto the bed, embracing Thunder Tiger, beginning to pet the cat. Thunder Tiger, with its golden eyes slightly widened, let out a couple of displeased yowls, as if objecting to the woman's actions. How bold! I'm the king of beasts. Yet, faced with such an onslaught, it could only lower its ears and submit to her affection. With a tiger under the eaves, one must bow their head. How adorable! Placing the little tiger on the bed, Anuo delightedly rubbed its face and head, relishing in an experience she could not have enjoyed before the apocalypse. Su Shanyang, you need not fear. She has always been steadfast. Xiao Qingzhou's gaze fell upon Anuo, resting on the bed, his eyes warm and smiling. He understood Su Shanyang's concerns. After all, no one wished to see their companions consumed by the flames of the apocalypse. Yet, he firmly believed in Anuo, a person so calm and strong, who would undoubtedly maintain her principles. I'm sorry. Su Xingyang felt a pang of guilt for having doubted Anuo's transformation. He knew he should not have questioned her, but at that moment, fear had overtaken him. On the path of survival, everyone was changing, discarding their humanity, and that terrified him. He did not wish to live in such a society, nor did he want his friends to drift further away. Time will prove everything, Su Xingyang. I hope you can also remain steadfast. Only then can we form a cohesive team. A smile graced the handsome, delicate features of the man as he looked at those around him. This was also his reason for choosing to save her. In the vast chaos of the apocalypse, he had not allowed himself to delve into his own darkness, still holding onto his fervent sense of loyalty. Only such individuals could trust one another in this perilous world. I will, and we all will. Su Xingyang scratched his head, revealing a small tiger tooth. After all the trials, he would not alter his original intentions. This was a daunting promise for everyone, but he was determined to uphold it. The village at night was the most peaceful day Anuo had experienced in many days. Humans are social creatures. Although this was not a base, the presence of many people and the military outside provided her with a sense of security. Opening a television series, she began to keep watch while watching. During the emotional scenes, she would cry just as she had before the apocalypse. The stories on screen made her feel as if she were still in that peaceful era. It was not until morning that she fell into a deep sleep, hugging her computer. When Su Xingyang came to wake her, she remained oblivious. Don't wake her. Today we'll drive, letting her rest well. The man fastened the safety belt beside the girl before returning to the front seat. All right, today I'll be your partner. Please take care of me. Su Xingyang jumped into the driver's seat. His powers were too weak, so it was best for him to handle the driving. What a rare smile. Xiao Qingzhou beamed. Perhaps teaming up with such a person would not be so bad after all. At least it would not be dull, and he would have some utility. Everyone had already donned their winter coats, and it was still below freezing. He wondered if it would snow. It would be ideal to reach the base before the snowfall. Su Shengyang gazed out the window at those loading the vehicle, sighing slightly. The cold was quite unkind to human movement. The drop in temperature was rapid, and everything remained uncertain. Seated in the passenger seat, Xiao Qingzhou's expression grew somber. Outside, Shunzian and the others had begun preparing food. They had unearthed a considerable amount of sweet potatoes from the villagers' cellar the previous day, which should suffice for their needs. Where's Ming Ming? Not seeing Zheng Ming Ming. He frowned and inquired. The Henti completely cleared the zombies in this village, and Ming Ming, possessing healing powers, was defenseless against them. I saw her head towards the central vehicle. Qiqing leaned against the car and replied. Yesterday, Zheng Ming Ming had awakened her healing abilities during the midnight hour, which was a tremendous boon for their team. Thus, he was no longer averse to the woman who had repeatedly placed them in peril. Headed towards the central vehicle, Shen Zian immediately rushed in that direction. Behind him, Shen Yi's eyes were filled with fear and jealousy. Why? Why does everyone in the team possess abilities but her? It was one thing for her to lack powers, but now Zheng Mingming had awakened hers. It seemed someone had changed. Xiao Qingzhou sat in the car, his tone light as he spoke. His position allowed him to clearly observe Shen Yi. The events at the villa had indeed left him with doubts, but since they did not affect his relationship with Anuo, there was no need to delve deeper. However, it seemed prudent to keep an eye on Anuo. After all, Shen Yi always gravitated towards Anuo, and the girl had never been on her guard around her. Su Xingyang, what did you say? He widened his eyes, looking out, but gleaning no information. Captain Shun, I'm willing to join you. We'll go together. With her slightly curled hair and a pitiful expression, Shunjun could not help but admire her beauty. Indeed, she is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Chapter 64. Each with their own schemes. Yesterday, they sought out Shunzian's convoy to extend an invitation, but the response was not immediate. To their surprise, this morning, the young girl approached them, claiming to have awakened her healing abilities. Furthermore, she expressed a desire to accompany them in search of provisions. It was as if fortune had smiled upon them. Although this was the first time he had heard of healing powers, the mere thought of it was formidable. This would undoubtedly reduce unnecessary casualties during battles. Rest assured, Miss Zheng, upon your arrival at the base, we will extend you the same privileges as previously discussed with Captain Shun. He patted his chest in assurance. Zheng Mingming displayed a gentle smile, a flicker of pride dancing in her eyes. While she had not awakened a formidable offensive ability, according to Shun Jun's accounts, there was not a single healer at the base. This implied that her powers were exceedingly rare. Once at the base, she would join a powerful team of abilities, gain favor with the military, and surely her grievances would be avenged. As for Shun Zian, should he assist her, she would overlook his actions from yesterday. If not, she would simply find another. She narrowed her eyes as she regarded the newcomer. Mingming, what brings you here? Shen Zian grasped Zheng Mingming, shielding her behind him. Little brother, do not fret. I have no intention of stealing your girlfriend. I merely wish to discuss our joint venture to the food base. Shenzhen waved dismissively, unable to bear such scrutinizing gazes. Shunzian was taken aback. He too had received an invitation yesterday and had no plans to accept it. Why would Mingming agree to such a perilous endeavor? She was merely a healer. What if she faced danger there? Mingming, it's too dangerous. Zheng Mingming's expression radiated innocence and kindness. Captain Shun, this is my senior. She glanced at Shunjun, softly explaining while lowering her gaze. Senior, this is my decision. As a healer, I can significantly reduce casualties. Moreover, I am in dire need of food. This way, the team will not ostracize me. As she spoke, her voice trembled with unshed tears. Shunzian felt a pang of disappointment at her deliberate clarification, as she had not acknowledged him as her boyfriend. Nevertheless, he was determined to win her heart one day. I will accompany you. He made his decision with fervor. Shunjun was momentarily stunned during the invitation. He had perceived the boy's anxiety as romantic interest. Little did he know, it was unrequited love. Thank you both. The military will ensure you are well taken care of. He jovially agreed, leaving the young pair behind. He needed to inform his elder brother that they had discovered two more valuable abilities. Mingming, feel free to share anything with me. Do not bottle it up inside. Observing the dejected expression on Shunzian's face filled Shunjun with compassion. He vowed to protect her. Anything can be said? Zheng Mingming's eyes glinted with sarcasm. If he genuinely felt that way, she might as well take full advantage of him, starting with, your dear sister. As the two returned to the convoy, they were met with a chorus of dissent. Shun-Yi gazed at the alluring figure before her with a heart full of concern. She absolutely would not allow this woman to linger around her brother. She had to devise a plan. Her gaze fell upon the RV, deep in thought. Seeking Anuo, are you? Then you shall both meet your demise. How fortuitous, for Xiao Xueju would then be mine. Zheng Mingming followed her gaze toward the RV, her own eyes calculating. Previously, she had lacked the strength. Now that she had awakened the precious healing ability, she finally possessed the leverage to capture that handsome, powerful man's attention. Anuo, did you not once look down upon me? Now, allow me to showcase my retribution. Unbeknownst to Anuo, who lay in slumber, two individuals were simultaneously plotting against her. Despite the vehicle's bumps, she had not rested well for days, lying half awake on the bed. Outside, the cold wind swept through, yet the interior was set to a comfortable temperature, making it exceedingly cozy. It was not until midday that she rubbed her eyes and drew back the curtain. Bright light flooded in, momentarily squinting her eyes, her gaze locking onto a pair of tiny pupils. The zombies seemed to have quickened their pace. She leaned over the bed, observing the horde relentlessly pursuing their vehicle. The slower zombies matched a human's slow jog, while the faster ones had reached a speed comparable to a human sprint. The trees outside stood barren, leaves dancing in the chilling gusts. The temperature continued to rise. Cradling the little thunder tiger, she leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. She still possessed a crystal core. If utilized, it could elevate her strength to a new level. However, even with this, she doubted she could achieve the formidable prowess Shenjun had described. Her abilities were likely on par with Zhou's, and in the forthcoming battles against the zombie horde, teamwork would be essential. Therefore, she needed to enhance Su Xinyang's abilities. Yet, she questioned whether he had undergone any evolution and whether he could withstand the virus within the zombie's crystal core. The little thunder tiger emitted a soft sound. Having been well fed over the past few days, it had grown plump and shiny, resembling a little round tiger. Simultaneously, Anuo noticed that this little tiger seemed somewhat different from those prior to the apocalypse. The thunder tiger was increasingly reminiscent of an ancient saber-toothed tiger. In this post-apocalyptic world, plants had mutated. It was likely that animals had too. However, this particular one appeared quite intelligent, possessing a gentle nature. It seemed to be a benign mutation. Little one, may you grow to be a magnificent tiger. She grasped the tiny creature in Appo's paw, speaking earnestly. Anuo, you're awake. Su Xinyang's voice rang out. Did we encounter any issues today? Anuo inquired, taking a seat in the front. We encountered a horde of zombies while passing through the county, but the military cleared the path, so we faced no significant dangers. Xiao Qingzhou replied softly, his gaze resting on the thunder tiger. Has it mutated? Anuo replied, yes, he is quite well behaved, so do not worry. Su Xinyang exclaimed, a mutation? You mean this little tiger has mutated? He nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. If animals could mutate, then humanity would surely be the weakest species on Earth. Animals can mutate, yet their temperaments remain gentle. It seems akin to the abilities of human enhancers, Anuo explained. Su Xinyang sighed in relief. That is a relief. If we can tame them, it would greatly benefit human survival. As Anuo petted the cat, she gazed outside. Are we set to camp in the county today? At their current pace, they should reach the county by nightfall, where zombies were plentiful, indicating a busy night ahead. They planned to enter the county in search of food and supplies for winter. Xiao Qingzhou relayed the military's plans through the intercom. They had no issues. I'm going to change clothes. Prepare for battle, Anuo declared. Chapter 65. Entering the county town. Attention, all teams. We are approximately 20 minutes away from the county town, with our objective being the large supermarket in the city center. All personnel capable of combat, step forward. We are going to search for supplies. The sound of the walkie-talkie crackled as military vehicles descended, and many individuals began to clear the surrounding zombies. Anuo and the others also jumped out of their vehicles. And under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Qingzhou stored the vehicle into his spatial ability. A dual system ability. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that since the apocalypse began, no one had ever heard of someone possessing dual abilities. With spatial powers, how much food could one store? Shenjun was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated the existence of a dual system ability. If this news were to reach the base, it would surely incite a frenzy among various factions. We must secure his allegiance quickly. Feeling anxious, he approached Shunwu. Such a person could not only fight, but also had a warehouse. He was undoubtedly the most sought-after talent in these times. Offering a lucrative deal to someone like him would certainly be beyond our means. Let us establish a good rapport first. We must recruit him as soon as we return to the base. Shenwu, being older, had a clearer perspective on matters. Despite his thoughts, he sensed that the man might not easily agree. The man before them, though seemingly gentle, was, in reality, cold and unlikely to be swayed easily. He might very well form his own ability team. However, there is always room for change. If that girl agrees to join the military, then this man will undoubtedly follow suit. He had already discerned that the one truly in charge was the young girl with lightning abilities. Yufu, do you all want to join us? Anuo turned to Yufu and the others. I will go with you, Miss Anuo. Gao Pingyan stepped forward, being the strongest and most capable in their group, making him the best choice for collecting supplies. Furthermore, with Anuo and the others present, danger would likely be minimal, and he could also practice his combat experience against zombies. All right, I will find out which vehicle we are taking. Anuo nodded in agreement and ran toward Shinjun. Captain Shun, shall we find out which vehicle we will ride in? She asked, looking at Shunjun. Since part of the team would remain behind for group activities, they should all ride in the same vehicle. There were 3 vehicles in total for 20 people. Initially, they had planned for the spatial ability users to gather supplies and then distribute them to everyone. If Miss Anuo and her companions also possessed spatial abilities, then the collected items could be kept for themselves. While distribution was important, Shunjin understood that the others had advantages over them. Not a problem, Anuo contemplated. Although Su Shungyang's leg was not yet healed, he insisted on accompanying them, not wanting to be seen as useless. Their recreational vehicle was personal property, making it impractical to bring Gao Pengyan along. The military vehicles could be used for free, fitting their current circumstances perfectly. Azu, has your spatial ability upgraded? She leaned toward Xiao Qingzhou and whispered, wondering if they could keep an additional vehicle for such situations in the future. Not yet, Xiao Qingzhou shook his head, explaining that his spatial ability had not changed since his body had evolved. It seemed that the upgrade of spatial abilities differed from others. We can consult with the military's ability users later, Anuo thought, recognizing the importance of spatial users. They would likely be in the middle vehicle. They could take the opportunity to learn from them. Having made their decision, they boarded the military transport vehicle with the crowd. The 2 were seated among the military personnel in the middle vehicle, with the Shun brothers leading the front and Shun Zian and others at the rear. Inside the vehicle, Anuo assessed the personnel while others scrutinized them. After all, powerful ability users were a rarity nowadays. Especially one was a girl and the other was an extraordinarily handsome woman. Several people found it hard to tear their eyes away from Xiao Qingzhou, captivated by his beauty, which was unlike anything they had seen on television. Excuse me, are you a celebrity? A dark-skinned, seemingly honest young man curiously inquired. Ha, he might be. Please don't mind them, the captain quickly interjected, feeling embarrassed. Such a simpleton. Does he think they are sociable types? I am not. I was a student before the apocalypse, Xiao Qingzhou replied warmly, his smile radiating light and uplifting the spirits of those in the vehicle. Human nature tends to favor beauty, and they were no exception. So you were a student. We saw you and the young lady slaying zombies yesterday. Truly impressive. The simpleton and amp, Oppos, his eyes sparkled with admiration. This group often faced all sorts of challenges, yet they felt a newfound respect for these young ability users. Too kind. The man smiled, his tone gentle. We're refined gentlemen, Sai. One can hardly feel envious. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Young lady, your knife is truly impressive. Where did you acquire it? Someone shifted their gaze to Anuo, unable to contain their curiosity. They had never seen such a weapon before the apocalypse. While 3-edged military daggers were common, a fully sharpened, self-modified one was unprecedented. With such a weapon in the apocalypse, decapitating zombies would be considerably easier. I found it in a military supply store in City S. It was part of the owner's collection, Anuo replied candidly, as the people in the vehicle exuded a sense of sincerity, making her eager to converse with them. That's amazing. Once we return to the base, I want to find someone to make one for me too. Take it easy. Resources are scarce at the base. It would cost a fortune. Miss Anuo, may I ask what the trading methods at the base are? After a brief conversation, the group began to break down barriers and engage in lively discussion. The majority is bartering, but gold is also acceptable, the simpleton explained. Gold? It seemed that these gold bars were indeed valuable. After all, gold had been a reliable currency for thousands of years. Gold never goes out of style. Thank you, Anuo expressed her gratitude, shifting her gaze to the silent blonde young man sitting to the side. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. With fair skin, golden hair, and black eyes, he seemed to be of mixed heritage. Surely, he must be the spatial ability user, she speculated, as he was the only one who stood out amongst the others, having descended from the middle vehicle. Xiaobai, Zulmavat Shy, glanced at the woman who had initiated the conversation, seemingly surprised that the topic had shifted to him. Under her bright gaze, he shyly nodded. Yes, I am a spatial ability user. Sister, what would you like to know? How adorable. The boy and amp, Oppos, black eyes shone with moisture, enhancing his fair complexion. Had it been before the apocalypse, Anuo felt she would have been utterly captivated by such youthful charm. Focus yourself. She quickly composed her expression and asked with seriousness, "May I inquire how your ability upgrades?" As soon as her words fell, the vehicle was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 66. The path to awakening abilities. None of them were privy to the matter of ability advancement, and inquiries had previously been met with vague responses. At this moment, everyone was straining to catch any vital information. Xiao Bei appeared taken aback by the question, his handsome visage reflecting mild astonishment. In truth, he had only been in the laboratory with old Yuan and had yet to discover a method for upgrading abilities. However, there was a report of someone finding a crystal within a zombie and Oppo's skull, which might prove useful. He candidly shared the laboratory and Oppo's circumstances. This was hardly a secret, yet he found it peculiar that the two individuals before him, with such formidable powers, would seek his counsel. Crystal core? Xiao Bei, might I inquire if a crystal core can transform an ordinary person into an ability user? Someone suddenly posed this question. Is there no record of the crystal core within the base? When we departed, there was none, and now I cannot say. He suggested caution against recklessly consuming it, as it could very well contain the zombie virus. Isn't that akin to being bitten by a zombie and becoming an ability user? The risks seemed daunting, and few were willing to take them. Perhaps I shall wait for my own awakening. Someone's enthusiasm waned. Is it possible to awaken abilities independently? Anuo keenly seized upon this thread of conversation. Missin, it appears you did not awaken naturally. Currently within the base, there exist two types of awakening pathways. One is natural, and the other occurs after being scratched by a zombie, Hansi explained. The former is rare, while the latter carries significant risks. It seemed probable that Meng Hai had awakened naturally, while she and Xiao Qingzhou fell into the category of external factor awakenings. Anuo's mind wandered back to her encounter with Meng Hai at school. Thank you all. For what? We are comrades destined to fight together. The group laughed, refraining from inquiring why Anuo's abilities were so potent. After all, she was still asking about how to upgrade, likely knowing less than they did. Regardless, upon reaching the base, the authorities should provide some information about ability users. They could learn more then. Attention all teams. We are approaching them all. Everyone disembark. Exercise caution, came Shun Jun and Amp, Oppo's voice over the intercom. He was leading the mission to gather supplies this time, while Shinwu remained outside the county to ensure the caravan and Amp, Oppo's safety. Disembark. Anuo unsheathed her dual blades and leaped from the vehicle first. What a disgusting sight. The voice of Su Shengyang followed. Their vehicle was full, forcing the others to squeeze into the one behind. Upon disembarking, Su Shengyang immediately encountered a zombie missing half its head and swiftly activated his abilities to eliminate it. The skirmish had commenced. Given the shortage of firearms and the need to minimize noise, those with abilities utilized them while others resorted to melee weapons. Anuo quickly gathered a few people, solemnly instructing them. I will lead the way, a Zhou will cover the rear, and the two of you will flank the sides. She cautioned Gao Pingyan and Su Shengyang, considering one's weaker combat prowess and the other's status as an invalid. Fear not, though my leg is lame, I can walk just fine, Su Shengyang replied as he activated his abilities, a metallic sheen coursing down his calf. This was a new form he had recently developed. His metallic abilities not only served as a formidable attack mechanism, but also reinforced the user's body, safeguarding against zombie scratches. If this ability were to be upgraded, it would be akin to possessing an everlasting protective armor. Anuo mused quietly, charging into the throng of zombies. With glinting blades, Shunjun relentlessly dispatched zombies. Following closely were Zheng Mengmeng and Shun Zian, both ability users. Upon witnessing Anuo lead the charge, each harbored their own thoughts. Beware, there are zombies inside, Shunjin cautioned. Anuo nodded, plunging into the mall. With the sound of her arrival, a fetid stench assailed her senses. Quickly eliminate the zombies inside, she commanded, her blade cleaving through zombies with precision. In the heat of battle, she paid no heed to her rear, choosing to entrust her back to the two men behind her for this initial skirmish. Xiao Bei, Miss Zheng, stay close to me. We shall enter as well. beckoned Shenzhen as he too surged into the mall, followed by a stream of residents. Outside, military personnel maintained control of the vehicles, with two ability users and soldiers clearing nearby zombies. Inside the mall, blood stained everyone's clothing. Gao Pengyan lingered behind Anuo, merely executing finishing blows. Although his task was simple, he felt immense gratitude towards the young girl before him. Had he been with Fufu, they would have struggled merely to survive, let alone seek supplies. Stay focused, Anuo barked, catching the expression of one of her companions. She relied solely on her own strength to cleave through zombies, as employing her abilities here would be an extravagant waste. Close-quarters combat was the most effective means to enhance her prowess. Her movements were swift, each strike claiming a zombie. The commotion on the first floor inevitably attracted the attention of zombies above, their disfigured forms howling as they tumbled downwards. Everyone, head to the second and third floors, Shenzhen shouted, for their primary objective was to gather winter supplies located on those upper levels. No sooner had he spoken than a girl clad in black brushed past him. There are far too many zombies. More than we encountered at the military supply store in S City. Gather as much as you can, and once we finish, we retreat, Xiao Qingzhou solemnly declared, tossing a military backpack from his spatial storage. Despite having spatial abilities, the limited capacity meant that utilizing handheld bags for some supplies was prudent. Impressive, Hanzi exclaimed, wielding a military knife as he dispatched a zombie, only to see the girl and her companions ascend stairs. Learn from them. We should follow suit. With that, the group rushed upstairs, relying on teamwork to navigate the zombies they encountered without incident. Help! The cry for help echoed. Two soldiers stationed on the perimeter were surrounded by zombies. Anuo turned to see Shenzhen, rallying his abilities to rescue them. Thus she felt no need to intervene. The upper levels primarily contained daily necessities, prompting Shenzhen to take Xiao Bei upstairs independently. Having a large group ascend was unrealistic. A contingent needed to remain below to secure the area. Collect. His eyes gleamed as he surveyed the supplies on the supermarket shelves, issuing commands. Xiao Bei nodded, activating his abilities to store items within his spatial realm. It seems his space is rather expansive, Anuo observed, noting the two shelves rapidly emptied. She whispered to Xiao Qingzhou beside her. Perhaps each person's initial spatial dimensions vary, he speculated, his enchanting peach blossom eyes glinting with intrigue. Chapter 67, Request Before Long. Several individuals ascended from above, no longer entangled in matters of supernatural abilities. Anuo began to attend to those around her, hastily gathering supplies. Armed with a blade, she stood vigilant, dispatching the zombies that approached. Miss Anuo, a soft voice came from behind her. It was Zheng Mingming again. Anuo frowned slightly, even with her eyes closed. She could identify that voice. What is it? She turned to face the newcomer, a flicker of curiosity stirring within her. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. But despite Zheng's continued appearance of fragility, something felt amiss. I simply wish to inform Miss Anuo that I have awakened a healing ability. Should anyone have injuries or ailments, they may come to me. Zheng Mingming beamed with a hint of pride. What do you think, Anuo? Though I Haven T awakened an attacking ability, my healing gift is still invaluable. Do you still dare to look down upon me? Congratulations, Anuo replied succinctly. Is that all? Zheng's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the lack of enthusiasm. Clenching her fists, she felt as though she had just endured the gravest insult she had ever faced. Anuo, you truly have not changed. You continue to scorn others. With that, my forthcoming plans will be devoid of guilt. Everything you possess shall become mine, including that man. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Qingzhou. Anuo furrowed her brow, instinctively positioning herself before Xiao Qingzhou, acutely aware of Zheng's unusual demeanor. Hadn't she just congratulated her? We still need to gather supplies. Miss Zheng, I cannot entertain you further. She sidestepped Zheng, flinging her blade with precision, striking true. A smirk graced Anuo and Appo's lips as she stepped forward to retrieve the bloodied weapon. The crimson stains sent a shiver through everyone present, their eyes filled with animosity toward her. Anuo. Unperturbed, Anuo approached the window, gazing outside. A gunshot rang out, sending a jolt of alarm through her. The convoy outside faced a horde of zombies, and they had already suffered casualties. Shenzian and the others were hastily packing supplies. Today should have marked their safe departure, yet such noise might attract even more zombies. Miss Anuo, our team is fully loaded. Should we descend together? Hansi approached her, a foolish grin adorning his face. Their expedition had yielded a bountiful harvest of winter supplies and food. Are you certain that bag won tea break? Annotaram, startled to see Hansi adorned with numerous heavy bags. No problem. These bags are quite sturdy, he assured her, with so much to carry. We might not even get a fair share upon distribution. You'd be better off entrusting it to a space ability user. Pondering, Anuo realized that all this weight would hinder their agility against the zombies, making them vulnerable to injury. The captain said we can keep a third of what we carry. It's freezing. I want to gather more for my mother at home. Hansi scratched his head, aware that they must quicken their pace soon. If you don't mind, I can help you carry some. Anuo fitted. With so much cargo, it would be a struggle to manage it all. Really? Thank you, Miss Anuo. In the distance, Shenzhen observed this exchange with exasperation. This fool should know to offer something in return for help. Shaking his head, he resolved to teach the boy about social niceties later. Anuo sheathed her blade, deftly lifting several bags off Hansi. Qingzhou, I'll take the team down first. With that, she gathered her lightning ability, clearing the path as they descended. The number of zombies had increased. Frowning at the chaotic combat below, she noticed everyone appeared fatigued. Indeed, after the gunfire, zombies were converging from all directions, their speed alarming. They had to inform those above to evacuate quickly. Hansi, tell the captain to hurry. If more zombies gather, we won't be able to break through. The bloodied soldiers below wrestled with the undead, calling out as they finally saw reinforcements arrive from above. Yet before he could finish speaking, a zombie lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into him. Hansi, having just pinpointed the source of the commotion, trembled at the sight of someone transforming into a zombie. Miss Anuo, you should return. I'll find a captain. His eyes, now bloodshot, struggled to articulate as he dropped his cargo to rush back. I'm going with you. Anuo ses pupilles constricted. Her heart racing at the thought of losing those who had just shared laughter with her in the vehicle. Without hesitation, they turned to run back. Captain Shun, the zombies are multiplying. We must leave immediately. Anuo shouted. The ones above are manageable, but those below are swarming from the streets. Everyone retreat, though reluctant to abandon supplies. Shenzhen gritted his teeth and issued the command. They rushed down, collecting whatever they could in haste. With her blade crackling with electricity, sweat trickled down Anuo's face, obscuring her vision as she fought through the throng of zombies. The numbers swelled, surrounding them. Get in the car, Anuo. Xiao Qingzhou pulled her hand gently. The battle raged on, warriors tirelessly fending off the relentless undead. When the engine roared to life, the vehicle sped away, leaving Shenzhen in a cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated the zombies could reach the mall so swiftly. They had nearly been overwhelmed. But where was Xiao Bei? His eyes darted inside the vehicle, panic washing over him. He distinctly remembered Xiao Bei trailing closely behind. Captain, perhaps a yes in another vehicle? Hansi suggested. Xiao Bei is a space ability user. He should be well protected. I'll ask. Shenzhen activated the intercom, inquiring if any of the other vehicles had seen Xiao Bei, but the response left him reeling. No. Captain, could he be trapped inside the mall? Someone timidly speculated. Instantly, a pallor fell over everyone's faces. Their supplies were with Xiao Bei. Moreover, he wasn't just a space ability user. He was the nephew of Feng. Yet, if they were to return for him, who knew if he had already turned into a zombie? Even if they went back, the commotion earlier likely turned the mall into a sea of corpses. No, absolutely not. Miss Anuo, could you assist me in retrieving Xiao Bei? I will concede to any condition. Shenzhen's gaze shifted to Anuo, speaking calmly yet urgently. Chapter 68. Agreement to rescue. He was aware that everyone was already fatigued and with only a handful of psychics and soldiers at their disposal. Returning would be tantamount to courting death. However, the girl before him possessed unpredictable strength. If she could be persuaded to assist, there remained a glimmer of hope. Xiao Bei was the nephew of Feng, the foremost powerhouse, should miss and lend her aid, we would be eternally grateful. He made this promise. The nephew of the unparalleled champion, Feng, and Anuo felt her breath quicken. If they returned, not only could they cultivate a relationship with the military, but they might also forge ties with Feng himself. From any perspective, this venture was worthwhile. Moreover, Feng had saved so many lives. Go ahead. I shall join you shortly. She cast her gaze toward the bustling mall in the distance, where the noise was the loudest. Although she felt the golden-haired youth and Oppo's chances of survival were slim, the military and Oppo's enticing offer stirred her resolve. Anuo, I will accompany you. Xiao Qingzhou grasped Anuo and Oppo's arm, speaking softly. I shall go as well. Su Shengiang a go. Su Shangyang, you stay behind. Xiao Qingzhou and I will proceed. Although Su Shangyang was a psychic, his leg was injured, and his psychic level was too low to be of much assistance. Shunjin added, I will dispatch a small team to accompany you. No need. We shall scout alone. If we live, we shall see each other. If we die, we shall be found. The promise made by the girl offered Jun a modicum of calm. You must return alive, he urged solemnly, as he watched the two leap from the vehicle. The atmosphere within turned increasingly tense. Mei Misin and Xiao Bei returned safely. Anthi murmured aquaietbre. Though their acquaintance was brief, they had fought side by side. Moreover, during his escape, he had received considerable care from Anuo. They will return safely. Su Xingyang and Oppo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His fists clenched tight. He too must find a way to enhance his strength. Only then could they stand together in the battles to come. The cacophony emanating from the mall had drawn the zombies away, leaving the streets relatively clear. With swift precision, Anuo dispatched a few zombies and then turned her attention toward the mall. Qingzhou, if we enter through the front, how many zombies can you disperse? 30%. Ever since the zombies evolved, I can only disperse that many. This was the result of his repeated experiments. As his own body evolved, his control over the zombies diminished. 30%. Anuo's breath momentarily caught as she recalled the mall's layout. While the notion of luring the zombies away was promising, it required someone to execute it. This plan was certainly dismissed. If she and Xiao Qingzhou acted separately, they would be unable to assist each other in case of an unexpected mutated zombie appearance. The last time she had seen Xiao Bei was at the staircase on the second floor. If he were still alive, he would be hiding somewhere on that floor, for it was the area with the fewest zombies. Xiao Qingzhou remained calm as he assessed the situation, calculating Xiao Bei and Oppo's potential location. Their SA residential building next to the mall. We can reach the second floor from there. After a brief moment of contemplation, Anuo made her decision. This was the only way to infiltrate without alarming a horde of zombies. All right. The two quickly devised a plan and dashed toward the residential building. The vehicle's noise would attract the zombies. Along the way, they avoided crowded streets, using their abilities to clear away the undead, and soon arrived at the entrance of the residential building. They cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was dim, the flashlight illuminating the walls, revealing splatters of blood. An eerie silence enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. You think there won't be any mutated ones here? Anuo whispered, unable to suppress the chill creeping up her back. Since the apocalypse began, they had never encountered a corridor devoid of zombies. It was too quiet. Not a sound could be heard. Be cautious, Xiao Qingzhou advised, his psychic energy swirling around him as he led the way, sensing the strangeness of their surroundings. Upon opening a door on the second floor and stepping onto the balcony, they were momentarily warmed by the sun's rays. Let us go. She pointed to the second floor of the mall, where zombies roamed, indicating the only window with a ledge. Xiao Qingzhou retrieved his flying tiger claws from his spatial pocket, launching them to hook onto the ledge across. I'll go first. Follow me, he whispered, and Anuo nodded. Below, the zombies wandered, and the two figures climbed across the rope. Anuo dared not look down. The sheer number of zombies below terrified her. Should she fall, she would be torn to shreds. They climbed carefully, oblivious to the shadowy gaze that followed them from above. Making a gesture for silence, Xiao Qingzhou beckoned Anuo to hide behind shelf. Shall we search row by row? Anuo suggested. If there were any survivors, the most efficient method would be to search the corners. Yet with so many zombies outside, finding someone posed a challenge. Wait, there's another way. Lightning abilities. She could use her powers to traverse the entire mall, and if Xiao Bei were alive, he would surely see her. Hold on. Let us attach the walkie-talkie to the lightning abilities. Xiao Qingzhou leaned closer, his magnetic voice barely above a whisper. Employing their powers like drones was indeed a viable plan. With a decision made, they stationed themselves, one to clear any zombies that might detect them, the other to gather their psychic energy. Anuo had never found it cumbersome to mold her powers into various weapons. Yet today, merely forming a small hook drained her energy. As she attached the walkie-talkie to the hook, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Go! Carefully controlling her energy, Anuo poured all her concentration into guiding her abilities throughout the supermarket. This method, though challenging, was currently the most effective. After circuit, however, there was no sign of life. This one do. There's nothing. Cutting off her abilities, Anuo felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She had an amp. Oppose. T anticipated that merely controlling an object with her powers would exhaust so much of her energy. What if we combined our powers to send this megaphone further? Xiao Qingzhou and Oppo's beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with contemplation. They had become ensnared in a mental loop. It had to be sound, preset, and placed at a designated location. The drone they had seen at school, along with today's usage of psychic energy to carry the walkie-talkie, could yield the optimal solution. Using too much energy could be perilous. If they employed their abilities this way, encountering trouble could prove dangerous. This is the best course of action, he spoke calmly, leaving Anuo momentarily speechless. Indeed, with so many zombies in the mall, there was no better plan. As long as they found Xiao Bei, relying on their strength and evolution, their chances of breaking through and escaping would be significantly enhanced. Chapter 69. Outsmarted, so be it. It was their first time collectively harnessing their extraordinary abilities. The wind, infused with crackling lightning, lifted a large loudspeaker and sent it soaring out of the window. The duo aimed for a distant small square and hurled the loudspeaker down, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated instantaneously. He is coming, he is coming. Peering down from the mall, they observed the horde of zombies below erupting into chaos, converging towards the small square. It seemed that while they could manipulate objects with their powers, it was still somewhat taxing for them. Ajwa, let an oppose. Let's go. As the zombies streamed out, Anuo fervently prayed that Xiao Bei would not succumb to the zombie plague. After all, extracting a head from the mass of corpses was no trivial task. Drawing her twin blades, she moved swiftly, undeterred by the booming sounds emanating from the loudspeaker below. At this moment, nothing was more crucial than finding their companion. Xiao Bei. It's me, Anuo, she shouted. The man beside her brandished his tang sword, standing back-to-back with her to fend off the approaching zombies. Someone was coming to rescue him. Hidden within a washing machine, Xiao Bei's dark eyes sparkled with hope. He had been following Shunjun when, unexpectedly, he found himself separated from a main group while assisting a healer who had stumbled. Lacking any combat prowess, he had taken refuge in the washing machine amidst the zombie horde. Ano ir apos emgere. He called out, his voice muffled as if emanating from a confined space. The sound is coming from over there. Anuo's heart leaped with joy, relieved that he was still alive. Head to the appliance section. Exchanging glances, they unleashed their powers. Aware that the loudspeaker's effectiveness was fleeting, they needed to act swiftly. In the appliance area, Xiao Bei peered through a small gap and locked eyes with a pair of faintly green irises. Without a moment to spare, he hastily closed the lid. The noise had attracted nearby zombies. When Anuo arrived, she wasted no time determining their position. Two each, she and Xiao Qingzhou exchanged a glance, and she charged forward, decisively severing a zombie and Oppo's head. More zombies quickly advanced towards them. Another green-eyed zombie. Its coloration was shallow, indicating it had not fully mutated. With her blade crackling with lightning, Anuo struck down on the zombie's claw. Ugh, how repulsive, she scoffed, despite having encountered numerous mutated zombies before. None had been as grotesque as this one, with entrails strewn about and a human hand faintly visible within its stomach. Without hesitation, she decapitated the creature. Look for a crystal core inside, she directed towards Xiao Qingzhou, then dashed to the washing machine and lifted the lid. Come out. Upon seeing the golden-haired youth curled up within the confines of the washing machine, Anuo couldn't help but sigh. Had the washing machine been any smaller, it was likely that the young man would not have survived this ordeal. Thank you, Miss Anuo, Xiao Bei said, his nose flushed and eyes glistening with tears. Heaven knew how despondent he had felt upon hearing the roar of the engine. Now is not the time for gratitude. We must leave immediately, Xiao Qingzhou interjected. There are no crystal cores here. Night is approaching, and our powers are dwindling. We need to depart quickly. Xiao Bei, you stay in the middle. The trio reached a consensus and swiftly returned to the window. Upon seeing the multitude of zombies below, Xiao Bei's legs trembled. Falling down would mean certain death. As if sensing the young man as fear, Anuo sighed and spoke firmly. If you do not move, you will also perish. Hold on tight. Do not be afraid. Her voice was steady and powerful, instilling courage in him. All right, he replied, contemplating the sensation of climbing the rope. Anuo was aware that the first attempt often felt foreign, while the second was familiar. Watching Xiao Bei inch forward, she felt a mix of exasperation and patience. Sometimes, urging someone could stifle their potential and lead to mistakes. After all, despite appearing to be of similar age, the young man had likely never truly faced the threat of zombies. If Xiao Bei knew her thoughts, he would undoubtedly protest, for throughout his time in the laboratory, he had been shielded by his seniors, and even when the military arrived for rescue, he had never personally dispatched a zombie. The mere sight of those monsters filled him with dread. After all, those creatures would devour people. Fortunately, when her feet finally touched the ground, Anuo breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the loudspeaker and oppos, as sound ceased outside. Once we step out, we'll drive back to the base immediately, Xiao Qingzhou urged. Time is of the essence. Let us descend. As they took advantage of the zombies congregating in a nearby flower bed, they set out. Xiao Bei was about to move when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Do either of you smell something? He inquired, causing Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou to pause in their tracks. A scent? Something in amp, oppos. S off. We must hurry, Anuo exclaimed, scooping up Xiao Bei as she prepared to move. But in the next heartbeat, the world spun wildly, and her last sight was of Xiao Qingzhou collapsing to the ground. Ha ha, your trick still works. They've indeed fainted. Of course, Snake Boss, this is my family's ancestral sleeping powder. Even elephants could be subdued. A raucous voice echoed as several figures materialized in the dimly lit corridor. If Anuo were to awaken, she would recognize that the one claiming to possess the sleeping powder was none other than the scar-faced man they had encountered in S-City. The scar-faced man had anticipated encountering her again. Hatred flickered in his gaze as it landed on Anuo. After escaping S-City, he had taken back roads, fortuitously awakening his abilities, and had tirelessly journeyed to this small county. He had thought that upon reaching the base, his reign would begin. But he never expected to be captured by the very snake boss before him. The opponent's power was one of control, a power capable of subjugating other ability users. Reluctantly, he found himself temporarily bound to serve. This morning, they had heard the sounds of the military passing through, so they had remained hidden in the corridor. He had spotted Anuo and her companions in the crowd and thought he would miss his chance for revenge. However, fate had turned in his favor, granting him the opportunity to avenge his earlier betrayal. And that pretty boy, he would finally know what it felt like. Boss, these two have a vendetta against me. May I have the honor of exacting my revenge first? The scar-faced man pleaded, rubbing his hands together, his eyes darting between the three on the ground. Such a delightful prospect, but the spoils belong to me first. You have no claim. A tattooed man with red hair interjected, dissatisfied. Enough. I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. I will remember your contributions, and we shall all partake in the revenge when the time comes. Snake Boss's slanted eyes gleamed with malice as he surveyed the three on the ground, laughing maniacally. One must remember, before the apocalypse, he was merely a thug. Who could have imagined that today he would become a formidable figure surrounded by followers? Now, he could indulge in such exquisite treasures. Execute the order. The red-haired man, invigorated, beckoned his companions to drag the three upstairs. Chapter 70. The frying pan, what an uproar. The anguished cries and women's shrieks incessantly pierced through the air. Anuo furrowed her brow, summoning every ounce of strength to open her eyes. Before her lay a scene of utter chaos. A group of men was perpetrating vile acts upon two young women. Her gaze flickered, ready to unleash her powers, only to discover that her abilities were suppressed. Furthermore, she and Xiao Qingzhou, along with others, were bound. What was happening? Ah, the lady awakens. Quickly, summon the boss. A voice echoed in her ears, jolting Anuo into full awareness. She sat up, her mind racing to recall the events of the day. Her last memory was lingering in the corridor, where she could still glimpse the shopping mall through the narrow window. It appeared there were no mutated zombies here, but rather a concealed group of humans. These humans, Anuo's light brown eyes swept the room, revealing several disreputable men engrossed in a card game, a chair positioned in the center alongside a large pot. The air was thick with the stench of smoke, alcohol, and hormones, compounded by the peculiar odor emanating from the frying pan, which made her slightly queasy. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she continued her scrutiny. Within the room were two iron cages. One cage housed a group of women, two of whom were being pinned down, their helpless cries echoing through the air, while the other women huddled in the corners like lifeless rag dolls. Their bodies were marred with wounds, reduced to mere skin over bones. These brutes, Anuo and Appos, as eyes reddened. Clearly, these men had long set their sights on them, only refraining from action due to the army's presence. It was only when she and Xiao Qingzhou turned back that they were seized. They had mistaken humans for zombies. She needed to devise a plan to escape and simultaneously eradicate these scoundrels. Steeling herself, she began to observe the confines of her cage. Unlike the other, this cage contained merely 6 or 7 individuals, all of whom were men aside from herself. Ajo, she whispered, casting a glance at the men playing cards as she edged closer to Xiao Qingzhou. Her movement naturally drew the attention of those nearby. Ah, so you are an ability user. A weak, sardonic voice emerged from the corner. Anuo turned to see a man in his 30s, his legs amputated, curled up in despair. If you weren't an ability user, you'd likely be confined in that cage over there. His face was grimy, revealing only murky eyes that glimmered with a hint of sorrow as he pointed toward the opposite cage, his eyes reddening. Do you have any information? Anuo inquired softly, her voice hoarse as her gaze remained fixed on the man. Huh, what good would it do to tell you? The atmosphere was suffused with despair, and in that moment, Anuo felt as if she were drowning, gasping for breath. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had never encountered such profound hopelessness, not even in the face of zombies. Ajo, Xiao Qingzhou opened his eyes, his captivating gaze softening upon seeing the girl. The cries around them pricked at his nerves. As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly grasped that they had been ensnared by humans. Anuo, your abilities are sealed. You're safe, at least. Xiao Qingzhou attempted to mobilize his powers, confirming her assertion. He sat upright, inspecting whether the girl had sustained any injuries. We and Appos, been captured, and we are still unclear about their intentions, she murmured, piecing together the fragments of information gleaned from the man in the corner. She surmised that this place likely harbored individuals with special abilities capable of suppressing theirs. Moreover, that individual was capturing ability users. Ah, little lady, you and Amp, Appos, reawake. A sudden burst of laughter startled Anuo, and she narrowed her eyes at the doorway, recognizing the scar-faced man. They had encountered him in S City. How had he arrived here before them? Ah, it seems you remember me. If it weren't for my luck, I would have long been fed to the zombies. The scar-faced man, with greasy hands, swung open the cage, viciously gripping Anuo's throat, a gleeful expression dancing in his eyes. Cough. What are your intentions? Anuo struggled to maintain her composure, casting a calming glance at Xiao Qingzhou. Although her words were directed at the scar-faced man, her gaze remained fixed on the imposing figure behind him, draped in animal skins and adorned with gold chains. If her instincts were correct, he was the boss. It appeared that the scar-faced man had taken a shortcut, arriving here ahead of them and ingratiating himself with this man. What do you want? Huh? The others in the room erupted in smirks, appraising the newly captured trio. Release her. The snake boss glanced at the scar-faced man and waved dismissively. The latter, daunted, relinquished his grip on Anuo and Amp. Oppo's throat, his expression begrudging. That and Amp. Oppo's. Fine. I can wait. Wait until the frying pan is ready. As he contemplated the delectable thoughts of a human feast, his eyes gleamed like those of a serpent, licking his lips. Cough. You're the one in charge. The scent of blood was overwhelming. As the snake boss drew near, Anuo felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Disdain me all you want. Soon you and Oppo's. I'll find out when you're in my bed. The snake boss spoke in a crude, unrefined dialect, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his breath reeking. You must understand, we are sent by the military. Are you not afraid? Xiao Qingzhou and Amp. Oppo's usually gentle features flushed with anger as he positioned himself between the two, obstructing their line of sight. This fool. What is he doing? Anuo silently cursed, observing the predatory gazes of the men directed at Xiao Qingzhou. Gritting her teeth, she raised her voice. You must know that the military will not spare you when they arrive. Her words bore a hint of threat, while her bound hands strained against the ropes. Even though her abilities and weapons had been stripped away, she was still a power user. Given the right opportunity, she could break free. The military? Ha ha ha. The snake boss guffawed, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, his thick tongue flicking like a snake into Amp. Oppo's his cold, triangular eyes fixed on the people below. By the time the military arrives, you will have already been thrown into the frying pan. You, eat people. Anuo and Oppo's gaze darted toward the frying pan, and a wave of revulsion surged within her. No wonder they all reeked so strongly. Despite having witnessed the depths of human depravity along her journey, she never anticipated encountering cannibalism so soon. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I have yet to indulge in you. You may live a little longer. The snake boss laughed maniacally, relishing the sight of these people groveling beneath him, imagining the thrill of slicing open their skulls to feast upon their flesh. Chapter 71. Am I not capable? Boss, these individuals seem quite clever. Could we not allow the brothers a taste of the spoils? Hong Mao rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed upon Anuo and her companions. Go away. You possess abilities, while I have yet to awaken. Boss, if anyone is to partake, it should be me first. Last time, the ability user was simply too weak, which is why we failed to awaken after consuming his brain. The dialogue among them caused Anuo to feel a wave of nausea, her eyes turning crimson, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. These humans were lower than beasts. No, I must devise a way to escape this place. They are military personnel. Even feigned surrender would not earn their trust. Besides, there are two rather appealing men lingering in the background. Everyone shall have a share. First, take this man to my quarters. Snake Boss leered at Xiao Qingzhou, interrupting the others, for he had never encountered such a handsome man. Such a person must surely look exquisite when crying. You, Xiao Qingzhou and Amp. Oppo's gaze was frigid, wishing he could eliminate the man before him. Ha ha ha, look at your expression. Let me inform you that our boss possesses suppression abilities, and your powers are sealed. Just wait for your predetermined fate. Scarface jumped in, his eyes gleaming with hatred. When these two had not taken him with them from a mall, he never anticipated that today they would fall into his hands. Suppression abilities? A thought crossed both Xiao Qingzhou and Anuo's minds simultaneously. Am I not capable? Why must it be him? Anuo stepped in front of Xiao Qingzhou as he was about to speak. Though Xiao Qingzhou was skilled, the individual before them was indeed an ability user. Who knew what hidden cards he might hold? Furthermore, since Xiao Qingzhou was a man, he posed a greater threat, and Snake Boss might not relent in releasing him. On the other hand, as a mutated strength user, Anuo was confident in her ability to deliver a fatal blow. Once the opponent was dead, the opportunity for her and her companions would arise. That little girl seems rather anxious, haha. The room was filled with laughter, yet Anuo discerned an underlying malice within it. A tear slipped from her eye. I do not wish to die. I want to live, to remain by your side. Her gaze shifted to Snake Boss. She was gambling, betting that the man before her would prefer women. Anuo. Xiao Qingzhou's blood-red eyes suddenly comprehended the girl's intentions. No, this is far too perilous. He cannot allow her to take such a risk. Xiao Qingzhou, are you going to obstruct my will to survive? I do not wish to be thrown into the oil pot. The girl cast a fearful glance toward the direction of the oil pot. I am an ability user. I can assist you, big brother, in finding more allies to ensure your safety. I am merely a woman. If you wish to control me, it would be as easy as pie. And Anuo continued, her eyes reflecting both fear and a yearning for life. Heh, you would do well not to play tricks. Take her inside. Snake Boss's eyes flitted between the two, ultimately deciding on the woman before him. Although her appearance was somewhat lacking, she would surely be softer to hold than a man. Hearing Anuo's words, Scarface felt a twinge of panic. If that wretched girl truly survived, she could whisper sweet nothings. Boss, this little girl may have some schemes. He warned. Just a woman. What schemes could she possibly have? Snake Boss surveyed the woman's curvaceous form, knowing he had yet to see such a pristine and delicate woman since the apocalypse. But, Scarface, should you obstruct my path to survival, if I, Anuo, manage to live, I will not spare you. Anuo interrupted, her eyes blazing with anger, akin to a clawless kitten poised to strike. Get her out of here now. No, I will go. You must release her. Xiao Qingzhou's face turned pale as he attempted to shield Anuo, only to be shoved aside. Panic gripped his heart. This could not happen. It must not. Next time, it will be your turn. Snake Boss produced a cigar, placing it between his lips, his gaze appraising the handsome man before him. Indeed, he was quite appealing. With a wave of his hand, two men emerged from behind, escorting Anuo away. The two men walked, their hearts filled with disappointment. If this woman truly survived, it would likely spell trouble for them. Nevertheless, there were still two men left. Anuo. Xiao Qingzhou's once beautiful eyes bulged with blood, yearning to rush out, but the cage door was firmly shut. TSK. You can tell your girlfriend is rather naive. The guard shook his head. Such beauty, and yet the only glimmer of hope had not been grasped. Anuo. Find a way. You must find a way. Xiao Qingzhou's face was ashen, his mind racing. Heck, kid, you would do better to consider how to survive in this skin. The man in the corner scoffed. He had been observing this farce from his concealed spot, initially believing that the girl would be the first to perish, only to find that she had inadvertently won herself a chance at survival. However, to follow such beasts was to aid in their depravity. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes as he glanced at the woman in the adjacent cage, her fate unknown, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Qingzhou paid no heed to his words, consumed by the desire to escape. Yet his powers were sealed, and the ropes were too tight to loosen. Pondering, he shifted his gaze to the still, unconscious Xiao Bei. The room was suffused with a foul odor. Anuo sat on the bed, her gaze falling upon a pair of feet. They belonged to the man in the cage. For reasons unknown, she inexplicably linked the two events. You're far more astute than the others. Snake Boss gazed at the young woman on the bed, swiftly shedding his clothing and preparing to pounce. Anuo's expression shifted, and she retorted, I do not wish to be bound. It is quite uncomfortable. You would not find it pleasurable either, would you? Her voice was delicate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, eliciting a sense of pity. Though he had witnessed her dispatching zombies, Snake Boss felt no threat. After all, she was merely a woman. Without her abilities, what storm could she stir? Moreover, she made a valid point. My little beauty, as long as you stay close to me, I will grant you any wish you desire. He rubbed his hands together and moved closer to untie the ropes binding Anuo's hands, his demeanor that of a lascivious fiend. Success. A flicker of joy crossed Anuo's eyes. She had not anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. After all, she had prepared for various scenarios prior to arriving. With her hands freed, Snake Boss erupted into laughter, extending his cracked hand to undo his trousers. The ropes are gone. Let us commence the main event. His triangular eyes sparkled with eagerness. This woman appeared to have fared quite well in the apocalypse. She was simply delightful, though the man was also appealing. He ultimately preferred the company of women. Main event? Indeed, it is time for business. And Anuo smiled lightly, yet her tone carried an inexplicable strangeness. Chapter 72. Do you ask me before trying to escape? Anuo loosened her wrists, discreetly gathering her strength, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. As a power mutant, if she wished to snap her opponent's neck, he would certainly not allow her to come close. Perhaps, before the boss snake could finish his words, a fist crashed into his skull. He barely had time to vocalize his surprise before he found himself dazed on the ground. Bewildered, he could not comprehend how a frail girl possessed such formidable strength. Monstrous beast, perish. The girl moved swiftly, her fist landing heavily on the man's head. A resounding and amp, oppos, bang and amp, oppos, echoed as blood sprayed forth. The boss snake and amp, oppos, eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to grasp how the situation had escalated so drastically. Anuo closed her eyes, allowing the warm liquid to trickle down her face. She glanced down at the boss snake, whose skull she had shattered with a single blow, and wiped the dripping blood from her face with her sleeve. Dying like this is truly a mercy, she scoffed, stepping over his body. Such a creature deserved to be thrown into a boiling pot. Don and amp. Amp, oppos, T-rush, I and amp. Amp, oppos. I'll send a few more to accompany you on your journey to the underworld soon. Her eyes sparkled with malice, her voice icy, as if she were a demon risen from the depths of hell, ready to claim lives at any moment. With her light brown eyes fixed on the door, Anuo crackled with electricity, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smile. Outside, the scar-faced man fidgeted anxiously, fearing that the wretched girl had indeed taken down the boss snake. If so, his fate would be dire. He resolved that he must find a way to eliminate her. Contemplating his options, he cast a cold glance at the pale Xiao Qingzhou in the cage. None of you will escape. Xiao Qingzhou, pale and turn away, had Xiao Bei working on untying him. The man in the corner observed their actions with a sneer, while the other two remained silent. Many had attempted this before. Suddenly, Xiao Qingzhou and amp, oppos, expression froze as he directed his gaze towards the door. Anuo succeeded. The powers within her are gradually returning. But why is there still no sound from within? Anuo, please be safe. Don't untie me. The man's voice was hoarse and cold, his usually gentle eyes now glacial. A gust of wind swirled around him, severing the ropes, binding the others. What is happening? How did he free himself? The scar-faced man, having been vigilant, felt an ominous premonition as he saw the handsome man rise. Was he not tied securely? Scarface, you go tie him up, the red-haired man ordered. As the last to arrive, all the labor fell to Scarface. Reluctantly, he approached the cage, every muscle tensed. Something is off. Xiao Qingzhou aimed for the key at his waist, unleashing his powers. He has regained his abilities. Scarface and Oppo's voice trembled, and without a moment and Oppo's thought, he bolted for the exit. What is happening? Go find the boss. The red-haired man stood up, recoiling at the wind blades and preparing to flee the room. And amp, oppos, bang, and amp, oppos. The door exploded outward, halting everyone in their tracks, their pupils constricting in fear as their legs trembled. The girl emerged, drenched in blood, her face splattered with crimson, a smile dancing on her lips. Beneath her feet lay the lifeless body of the boss snake, his head unrecognizable, his demise gruesome. I hear you are looking for him? Anuo spoke softly, her gaze icy, and with a kick, she sent the corpse flying like a ball. Run! Scarface yelled, despair flooding his mind. It's all over. Do you inquire about escaping without my consent? The girl moved like lightning, seizing the weapons they had confiscated, plunging into the throng. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingzhou opened the cage, his powers surging as he targeted those attempting to flee. A cry of pain resounded as the remaining individuals inside lost their leader, like cockroaches scurrying without direction. Disgusting and terrifying, Anuo showed no mercy, slicing through throats as she passed, the room awash in blood. The red-haired man, witnessing the carnage, felt his heart race. It was he who sought to capture you. This has nothing to do with me. He shoved Scarface forward, then, with a decisive bang, knelt on the ground. Scarface, pulled from the corner, cursed the red-haired man for dragging him into this. There are still two who have not yet perished. Xiao Qingzhou grasped the two who had almost escaped, tossing them to the ground. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Anuo. Are you all right? Anuo replied. What would be wrong with me? The ones in trouble are them. She smiled gently, an unsettling ferocity lurking beneath. The sight of that boiling pot reminded her of those who had met their grisly end there. Xiao Bei, who had been aiding Xiao Qingzhou with the ropes since regaining consciousness, appeared bewildered, his golden hair disheveled, eyes wide like a startled deer. He still did not comprehend why they had been kidnapped. What had they done? Fear gripped him as he beheld the sea of corpses around him. Just look at the cage and that boiling pot, and you will understand. Anuo and Appo's voice was cold, for nothing could incite rage more than witnessing the truth with one in damp. Appo's own eyes. Xiao Bei glanced between the two sights, retching at the mere sight of the cage. Beasts! Miss Anuo, let us negotiate. Scarface knelt, pleading for his life, thinking of using his family and Appo's ancestral incense to barter for survival. Conditions? Anuo and Appo's derisive laughter filled the air. Let me ask you, you were the one who killed that girl at the military supply store, were you not? Scarface and Appo's face paled, disbelief washing over him. How? How could you know? That was a deed committed before the apocalypse. It was indeed him. I ask you, have you all consumed human flesh? This question was directed at the four kneeling on the ground. They trembled at the inquiry, an unknown liquid seeping from their pants. Ah, may your journey be swift. The woman in Appo's voice rang out like a death sentence, causing the red-haired man to raise his head in shock, repeatedly bowing to the ground. I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall never do it again. He banged his head against the ground, but upon seeing the murderous intent in Anuo's eyes, Scarface stealthily reached into his back pocket. If I could just drug these people. Go. Anuo swung her blade, swiftly slicing through the throats of the men before her. Do you not wish to die with your eyes closed? Gazing at the terror-stricken individuals on the ground, Anuo felt a cold smile form within her. Did they ever contemplate that one day they might meet such a fate while consuming their own kind? You actually succeeded. The man who had spoken first in the corner crawled out, disbelief etched on his features. Without a second thought, he scrambled towards the cage. Wife. Chapter 73. I am so worried about you, he called out to the cage, uncertain of whom he was addressing. The woman, mostly huddled together, appeared lifeless, with only two slowly awakening to the sound. One was a girl of about 18 or 19, and the other was the man in Appo's wife. The woman, barely clothed, burst into tears upon hearing her husband in damp Appo's voice and witnessing the body strewn about. It and Appo's, it's all right, it and Appo's, it's all right, the man said, tears welling in his eyes. They had fought through so much, believing they would perish, yet fate had granted them a twist of fortune. Anuo picked up the key and unlocked the cage, her emotions complex as she gazed at the women huddled together. The group was dead, and since this place was near the northern base, they could go there. They are dead. They are dead. A few voices among the women suddenly erupted in laughter, sorrowful and desperate. Indeed, you can leave the city with us. We will seek the military at the base. Xiao Bei approached, sympathy glistening in his eyes. Do we have the strength to go? A woman stood from the crowd, looking out the window with a faint smile. It an amp? Appo's, so beautiful. With that, she darted from the cage, leaping into the unknown. No, Xiao Bei cried out, rushing to save her, but it was too late. The woman was swiftly surrounded by zombies, her fate sealed. The wounds within were too deep to heal. Had it been before the apocalypse, Anuo might have suggested they seek a psychologist, but this was the end of days. With a clang, a knife was thrown to the ground, and Anuo's face betrayed no emotion. If you wish to survive, take these knives and venture to the base. Can't you protect us? A frail voice emerged from the crowd. The base will ensure your safety, Anuo replied coldly, her gaze steady and composed. She could not save everyone. All she could do was hand over the weapons and let them make their own choices. I and Appo's, go, spoke the girl of 18 or 19, kneeling to pick up a dagger. She looked up at the man and woman before her. Thank you. I will reach the base. Her life was a trade for her parents' lives, and she would endure any hardship to survive. That was why she had made it this far. I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. We leave in 10 minutes. Holding the knife, Anuo began to clear the bodies from upstairs, tossing them outside. So many had perished. The stench of blood would attract the zombies, and they had no time to waste. Next time, do not undertake such dangerous tasks alone. The man in Appo's voice was hoarse, tinged with a plea and fragility. Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's alluring eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his gaze filled with urgency as he grasped the girl into Appo's hand. Never stand in front of me again, all right? He implored. Heaven knew he was terrified of her getting hurt. Watching her be pulled away, fear engulfed his entire being, and his heart felt as if it would shatter. Seeing his vulnerable demeanor stirred something within Anuo. Since her growth, she had rarely seen him like this. Ajo, do not worry. I'm a mutant with strength. I have the advantage. If she were not confident, she would not take the lead. This was the best course of action for them at that moment. Xiao Qingzhou's expression grew animated as he embraced the girl, burying his face in her neck. A rush of warmth coursed through her, startling Anuo, prompting her to push him away, questioning what was happening. At that critical moment, they must decide on the best course of action. Tears over trivial matters would not solve anything. I'm so worried about you, Anuo, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Her ears flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of panic. Next time, it went into Appo's happen, she assured him, somewhat awkwardly. How could she not acquiesce to such words? Yet, deep down, she knew that even if given another chance, she would make the same choice again. Xiao Qingzhou vowed, next time, I will be more cautious. I will not let you fall into danger again. From a distance, Xiao Bei observed their interaction, uncertain of what transpired, yet aware that their survival hinged upon these two. It seemed he needed to speak to his uncle and ensure they were well looked after. All right, let's see how they are faring. Anuo smiled as she approached Xiao Bei. So, who is coming with the military? Only 4 opted to follow, alongside the couple and 2 male mutants. Xiao Bei reported the count, somewhat disheartened. Despite his persuasion, 3 remained resolute in their refusal to leave. Anuo glanced at those preparing to depart. 2 were the wife and the girl, while the other 2 appeared downcast. Noticing someone watching them, the smaller figure flinched and hid behind the others. Anuo sighed internally, exchanging glances with Xiao Qingzhou, who understood. He retrieved some food and water from his space and tossed it to the ground. This will suffice for a while. As for your will to live, that is up to you. Do what you can. This phrase suddenly flashed in Xiao Bei and Appo's mind. In this apocalypse, fate must be seized by one in Appo's own hands. Sunset is approaching. Let us depart. Anuo declared. I will lead the way, Xiao Qingzhou replied. Anuo nodded, positioning herself at the back of the group. Upon seeing the man, whose legs were severed and supported by his wife, she softly inquired, Can your wife drive? I can, the woman responded, her gaze downcast, obscuring her expression. When I unlock the car door, you can enter. She had observed the vehicles parked below the residential building. They would drive out of the city. Thank you. The man in Appo's pallid face revealed a hint of gratitude. This girl had saved them. Without her, he would likely have met his end at the hands of those scoundrels. Anuo remained silent. Even without them, she would have slain those vile individuals. As the group began to descend, they encountered no zombies in the stairwell, all making it down unscathed. Upon reaching the entrance, they halted. You are all survivors from the piles of corpses. No one is to speak. Rest assured. The girl who had first spoken nodded earnestly, fear absent from her eyes. Having witnessed hell, nothing could frighten her further. Hearing the assurances, Xiao Qingzhou pushed the door open. Chapter 74. Death gently pushing the door open. The wind blade cleared the surrounding zombies, and Xiao Qingzhou made a gesture for silence as he led the way. The others followed in a steady stream. Due to the bloodstains on their bodies, the nearby zombies lunged toward them. Anuo unleashed her lightning abilities, using the softest sound to dispatch the undead. To her surprise, the man with severed legs was a metal-type ability user. Although the group was relatively quiet, they still attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. The hissing noises drew more undead closer. Spotting a bus, Xiao Qingzhou quickly leapt onto the roof, effortlessly jumping inside to eliminate the scattered zombies. "Get on the bus," he shouted. "Move." With one hand, Anuo lifted the man with the severed legs, while her other hand released a beam of lightning energy, clearing a path. "Hurry up," she called, creating a narrow escape route. Several women, witnessing the oncoming zombies, stifled their screams and hurried towards the bus. As Xiao Qingzhou fought off the zombies in the path, he kept a watchful eye on the girl, emitting energy. A muffled groan broke the tension. It was a woman ahead, her tattered clothing barely concealing her skeletal frame. Anuo glanced at her, but wasted no time. Throwing the man inside and calling out, "Get in," Xiao Bei lagged behind, too fearful to look back, worried that a glance would lock eyes with the zombie. Anuo shook her head, realizing how well protected they were. With a swift motion, she struck down the zombies behind them, pulled the man onto the bus, and slammed the door shut, all in one seamless action. The zombies collided against the door, remnants of humanity still clinging to their mouths. Xiao Qingzhou hit the gas and sped away. Finally, they could breathe, with Xiao Bei slumping into a seat, relieved to have escaped death for the first time since leaving the laboratory. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A slight sound pierced the air, causing him to freeze momentarily. As an ability user, his senses were sharper than before. "What was that sound?" he exclaimed, leaping from his seat and grasping Anuo and Appo's arm, his voice trembling. "Miss Anuo, you didn't leave any zombies behind in the bus, did you?" She raised an eyebrow, well aware of Xiao Qingzhou and Appo's efficiency. Pulling her arm free from the boy's grip, Anuo's gaze fell upon the back seats as she brandished her knife and moved toward the source of the sound. Her footsteps were steady, creating a rhythmic sound that made the others seated behind her tense with apprehension. They could not fathom why she did not examine the fallen zombies, as there were no corpses in sight. Yet, the answer soon became clear. At last, Anuo halted beside a small, emaciated woman with bruised skin, the setting sun casting a shadow over her. "I'm not a zombie, I swear," the woman suddenly exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear, retreating as she pleaded. "I'm not a zombie. Please don't kill me. My mother lives at the northern base. I just want to see her. Mom." Her voice trailed off into a whisper, filled with despair. She had barely escaped the abyss of hell and longed to survive, yearning for her mother. The occupants of the bus stared in shock at the scene before them. They did not scream or show fear. Instead, they sat in stunned silence, their expressions filled with sorrow as they watched the woman unravel in madness. Two figures stood rigidly, illuminated by sunlight, seemingly belonging to two different worlds. "You are not a zombie now. I will not harm you." Anuo spoke softly to the woman, offering a gentle smile. She had anticipated this outcome when she allowed the woman in, but still clung to a flicker of hope that perhaps she could transform into an ability user. "Alas, is it true? When I was human, you truly wouldn't harm me." The woman raised her head abruptly, searching Anuo's eyes for affirmation, tears brimming in her own. "Yes." Anuo and Appo's response was resolute, a reassurance that calmed every heart present. The woman wept, resembling a dying kitten, her sobs soft and pitiful. She had witnessed too many people abandoned due to their injuries. She felt fortunate not to have been forsaken at the brink of her life. She had regained a semblance of dignity and warmth that she believed had been lost forever, and that was enough. "Where's your mother? Perhaps I can help you see her." Anuo lowered her eyelashes, softly inquiring, as though fearful of startling the dazed girl. "She lives in the southern part of the city. My name is Su, and my mother's name is Suing. Please tell her. I will always love her." "All right, I will remember." Anuo's soothing voice brought a faint smile to the woman's pale face as tears streamed down, marking the completion of her final wish. She lifted her head, gazing earnestly at the cool girl before her, her pupils dilating, a pallor spreading across her skin. Thank you." The sound of a zombie echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Anuo swung her knife down heavily, piercing the woman and Appo's skull. Warm blood splattered onto her, searing against her very soul. In an instant, the living woman transformed into a zombie, vanishing completely from this world. A mournful wail arose within the bus. Yet no one dared to cry out. She will never see her mother again. Xiao Bei wiped his tears angrily, his face etched with grief as he stared at the lifeless body. Indeed, Anuo murmured, using her clothing to write Chapter 75, Departure Overnight at the Base. Hansi was observing the direction of the county town with a telescope. They have returned. Suddenly, he exclaimed with excitement as a bus approached in the distance. Driven by Xiao Qingzhou, this proclamation sent ripples through the entire convoy. They're back. Let me see. Shen Wu took the telescope, peering into the distance, his heart racing. When he realized that Xiao Bei was aboard, he felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Had it not been for Yuan Lao's intervention, he would have personally led a search party. The telescope scanned the interior of the bus, and upon spotting golden hair, he burst into laughter. Ha ha! Xiao Bei is back too. Cheers erupted, and the crowd appeared exhilarated, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. After all, this was the nephew of the foremost powerhouse. If he had perished, how could they face the consequences? They were aware that they owed a life to Feng for rescuing them. The jubilant cries echoed throughout the highway. But Shenxian and Zheng Mingming wore somber expressions. What should we do, Senior Shen? I truly did not mean to. Zheng Mingming and Amp, Oppose, as short hair hung slightly, her face reflecting visible panic. She had not anticipated things would unfold this way. Do not worry, Mingming, it was not your intention. Moreover, based on our brief encounter at the mall, they would not perceive you as a villain. Shenxian gently reassured her, although his tone was anything but light-hearted. Upon their return to the base, they would discover that the young man was, in fact, the nephew of the foremost powerhouse. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Mingming delivered a staggering revelation. Xiao Bei had been left behind to save her. Since receiving this news, his heart had been plagued with anxiety. Knowing that if the scene were witnessed and reported back to the base, the foremost powerhouse would likely not let them off easily. Do not fret. His words of comfort were hollow, deepening Zheng Mingming and Oppo's worry. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at the golden-haired youth jumping from the bus alongside Anuo. Why? Why did you have to return alive? And Anuo, why did you go to rescue him? After saving him, why not perish together there? Why bring him back? Zheng Mingming's mind was consumed with curses, dread, and fear as she recalled the chaotic events at the mall. She had stumbled and fallen, and it was Xiao Bei who had helped her up. Then she noticed a horde of zombies rushing towards her, and in desperation, she had cut her hand, letting her blood spill onto them. As a healer, she could heal instantly. Thus, only Xiao Bei, with his fresh human blood, could attract the zombies. As expected, he had become separated from the crowd while evading the zombies, and she had seized the opportunity to escape. She had assumed that a mere spatial ability user would be trapped and unable to return. Who would have guessed that he was the nephew of the foremost powerhouse? Shunjun had issued a blank check to Anuo to ensure his rescue. What should they do now? Would Xiao Bei discover her actions? Impossible. She had been so careful that it should remain undetected. And if Xiao Bei mentioned pulling her away during their escape, she would say it was too chaotic to notice. Yes, that was how events had unfolded. She continuously reassured herself, her gaze towards Anuo tinged with a glimmer of resentment. Xiao Bei, Shun uncle. Xiao Bei and Amp, Oppo's face still bore traces of tears. Throughout their flight, a heavy stone had lodged in his heart, but upon seeing familiar faces, he rushed forward. Good lad, you've grown so much. You can't just leap onto Shun uncle like that. Shun Wu chuckled, patting his shoulder. Shun uncle, I must thank Missin this time. Had it not been for her, I would not have returned. Xiao Bei and Oppo's golden hair danced lightly in the breeze, his youthful eyes sparkling with joy as he slightly turned to reveal the girl behind him. Shun Wu and Oppo's gaze shifted to Anuo, and with sincerity, he expressed, thank you. Missin, once we reach the base, whatever you desire, we shall assist you. His demeanor was earnest, promising wholeheartedly. Were it not for Anuo, it was certain that Xiao Bei would not have returned unscathed. This not only aided their military, but also benefited the foremost powerhouse, Feng. Regardless, upon their return to the base, it seemed that Anuo would soon rise swiftly within their ranks. Thank you, Captain Shun, and Nuo smiled, leveraging this situation to foster goodwill with the military, ensuring her team's navigation within the base would be smoother. Who are these people? Shinwu and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted as he observed those disembarking from bus, clearly showing signs of abuse. Xiao Bei explained succinctly, recounting the events leading to their arrival. When he mentioned the cannibalistic group, Shinwu's expression darkened ominously. Such demons and monsters have emerged in this apocalypse. His eyes reddened as he regarded the individuals before him, his gaze landing on a man with a severed leg, rendering him speechless. Shin uncle, let us take them back to the base. Xiao Bei spoke softly. As a soldier, even amidst the apocalypse, Shun Wu felt a profound sense of duty, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us place these individuals in 3 vehicles. The 3 vehicles referred to Hanzi's original vehicle, which had sustained considerable losses today, leaving ample space inside. And Nuo observed the conversation unfold, her gaze drifting upward, locking with a pair of resentful eyes. The other party seemed to sense her awareness and quickly lowered their head. Zheng Mingming, something feels amiss? And why was Shunyi also gazing thoughtfully in her direction? Captain Shun, we shall take a rest now? And Nuo smiled, glancing at the sky, her mind filled with unspoken concerns. Su Xingyang had already been aware of their return and was quietly listening to the conversation when Xiao Qingzhou released the vehicle. He pulled Anuo aside, swiftly entering the bus. How could you encounter such danger? With both of your abilities, how were you captured? He leaned closer to Anuo, urgency evident in his tone. Xiao Bei only briefly described the origins of these individuals and the demise of that group, omitting the specifics of their experiences. Xiao Qingzhou remarked, they had a special ability user capable of suppressing our powers. He sat on the sofa, his enchanting eyes filled with contemplation. Su Xingang etgrim, superseeing ability. His voice nearly shattered the ceiling. Did this imply that encountering such ability users would render them powerless? And Nuo replied, I believe such ability users are rare. Once we reach the base, we can inquire further. Su Shengyang added, we must indeed investigate. By the way, does consuming ability users truly transform ordinary people into ability users? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If it were true, the world would undoubtedly turn into a vast hunting ground for humanity. Regarding this matter, Anuo reflected on those she had dispatched and spoke seriously. No, in extreme circumstances, individuals will do anything to fulfill their obsessions. The notion that consuming an ability user's brain would grant one abilities is merely a delusion. If that were the case, residential buildings would be filled with ability users by now. Phew, that is a relief. I was terrified. Su Shangyang slumped into a chair, exhaling in relief. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from outside. It was Xiao Bei. Is there something you need? And Nuo turned to the young man, inquiring softly. Xiao Bei appeared conflicted, sensing an inexplicable unease. He felt as if the healer had been watching him and Anuo with a dark intensity. Among those accompanying you, there are 2 women whose gazes seem rather peculiar. You might want to take note of that. He was referring to whom, and Anuo immediately grasped the implication. Shikuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but begin to reminisce about the myriad events that transpired after their escape from the villa, pondering whether she had overlooked something. Indeed, they were scheduled to depart under the cover of night. Everyone was busy preparing. Departing at night? Su Shangyang sprang to his feet. For the night belongs to the realm of zombies. Setting off like this could very well lead to their demise. Rain is expected tomorrow. Chapter 76. Was it you? Anuo exchanged glances with her companions, the events of that rainy night still etched in their memories. All right, thank you, she replied without hesitation. Are the zombies evolving again? Will we ever be able to live in peace? Su Shangyang lamented, feeling overwhelmed as his abilities were still in their infancy. Yet he was confronted with the news of another impending evolution. Think positively. It's just an ordinary rain. Xiao Qingzhou interjected with a smile as he took the driver and Oppo's seat. The group barely settled into their seats before they continued on their journey. Anuo chose not to sit in the front. Instead, she nestled with Lei, who on the sofa, snacks laid out before her, watching the changing scenery outside. The warm orange light and the carpet created a cozy atmosphere within the vehicle. If one did not know they were fleeing for their lives, one might think they were on a leisurely trip. A flicker of resolve and sadness crossed Anuo's eyes as the heavy fog enveloped the night. Yet the convoy dared not slow their pace. After all, a quicker journey might allow them to return to the base sooner. Anuo, just now on the intercom, Shinjun said we haven and amp. Amp? Oppos. T-stop for days. Su Xingyang called out, ruffling his disheveled hair, as if it were a routine matter. In this apocalyptic world, seeking rest had become a luxury. We'll rotate shifts over the next couple of days. We should be able to rest a bit before we reach Qingbei, Anuo stated, outlining the plan for their small trio. If zombies were indeed evolving further, their considerable numbers would be ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of mutated zombies. Thus, she understood the military's urgency to return the residents to the base. Moreover, after being on the run for so long, she yearned to see what the human-only base was like. You two are just too dull, Su Xingyang remarked, shaking his head. He wondered how Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou managed to pass the time in his absence. Did they not find it unbearably monotonous? After 4 days of travel, they were fortunate to have encountered no significant dangers on the highway, finally arriving safely in Qingbei. The convoy had expanded from the initial 10 vehicles to nearly 20, thanks to the military accommodating more residents along the way. Shin Yi and Oppos' gaze remained fixed on Anuo and Oppos' vehicle, a sense of unease creeping over her. In recent days, her brother seemed entranced by Zheng Mengmeng, having faced her reprimands multiple times. Furthermore, due to Zheng Mengmeng and Oppos' newfound abilities, she was quite popular within both the military and the convoy. If this continued, it would be increasingly difficult for them to shake off this woman. As soon as the vehicle stopped in Qingbei, she resolved to seek out Anuo immediately. Although uncertain of what was happening, she sensed that Zheng Mengmeng had been fixated on the RV, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. If she could inform Anuo, surely they would join forces. Don't act rashly, Jin Yu said, fatigue evident on his face as he grasped Shin Yi and Amp, Oppos' arm. He cared for her and did not wish to see her stray further down the wrong path. Are you also captivated by Zheng Mengmeng? Yes, you all are smitten with her, but she knows my secret and won't let me go. Shin Yi hissed. Just nights ago, Jin Yu had dragged her out to interrogate her about her recent odd behavior, and in her fear, she had divulged everything. But who could have predicted that upon returning to the vehicle, Zheng Mengmeng would gaze at her with such an unsettling look? She must have overheard. That woman would not let her off easily. I beg you, let me go find Anuo. She has her own designs on Anuo and the others. As Shin Yi implored, Jin Yu and Oppos' grip loosened, his gaze wavering. Heaven knew how terrified he was when he learned of the events that transpired that night at the villa. The girl he had always cherished could commit such horrifying acts. While he held no affection for Zheng Mengmeng, he had never wished for her demise. Very well, go. He finally relented, allowing her to pursue her intentions. Perhaps Shin Yi was right. Since Zheng Mengmeng had become an ability user, her demeanor had indeed changed, and she likely knew of Shin Yi's actions. Recalling that day when they encountered the roaming zombies, a chill coursed through him at the thought of her attempting to shove Yi into the horde. They had forged an enmity that must be addressed. With his consent, Shin Yi smiled and hurried toward the RV. Zheng Mengmeng watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. What? Planning to team up with Anuo against me? Perfect. Then you shall both vanish. She wiped her face clean, smirking as she approached the military vehicle. What do you need? Anuo asked, busy dispatching nearby zombies. Upon seeing Shin Yi approaching, her gaze flickered, but she refrained from speaking, feeling a tinge of helplessness. She was no fool. After reflecting on the events at the villa, it was apparent that Zheng Mengmeng and Shin Yi were intertwined in some way. The once vibrant girl had been transformed by the apocalypse into a mere shadow of herself. With a sigh, she paused her task and moved to a quieter area. Shin Yi bit her lip, wanting to articulate her purpose, but when her gaze met Anuo and Oppos', she faltered. Anuo, recently, Zheng Mengmeng has been fixated on your RV. I know. And so? Anuo replied. As an ability user, her senses were keen, and she had often caught glimpses of that woman's resentful glances. This realization gave her a headache. She was unsure how she had offended Zheng Mingming, who seemed to have an unyielding fixation on her. It appeared that she would need to address this matter soon, for no one wished to have a lurking threat at their back. She's south been getting close to someone in the military. She might have ulterior motives. So do you want to join me in driving her away? Shen Yi said nervously. What she truly wished to imply was not merely to drive her away, but to eliminate her. However, she could not bring herself to utter those words in the presence of Anuo and Appo's piercing gaze. Indeed, it was you who instigated the events at the villa. Anuo and Appo's eyes turned cold as she scrutinized the girl before her, her words dripping with certainty. An oppressive aura enveloped Shen Yi, causing her to step back in shock. She had taken lives during her escape and would not allow her brother to be dragged into this as well. Her fists clenched tightly, her chest heaving rapidly. How did you do it? Anuo pressed, eager to uncover the truth. If Shen Yi and Appo's target was Zheng Mingming, why had she also harmed classmates? Moreover, Anuo had examined the mutated individuals and found no wounds. The same was true for the other villa incident. I saw Zheng Mingming hide a vial of zombie blood, so I stole it. Facing Anuo's imposing presence, Shen Yi felt compelled to confess everything. Zheng Mingming, zombie blood? Anuo pondered, realizing the situation had become increasingly convoluted. Memories of Zheng Mingming and Appo's eyes flashed in her mind, her light hazel irises glinting with danger. That day, Wang Bao had not been at the villa, and Zheng Mingming had coincidentally obtained the zombie blood. A realization dawned upon her, forming a connection in her mind. Chapter 77. Departure to the food base. Could that vial of zombie blood have been prepared for her? Reflecting on the recent disputes and the resentful glare she received, Anuo was struck by this peculiar thought. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution concerning Zheng Mingming. I understand your perspective. Yet Zheng Mingming and Appo's current actions do not warrant her death at my hands. Her expression remained icy as she directed her gaze towards Shen Yi, articulating this with a sense of rationality. Why? She is already plotting against you, and you remain passive. Judging by actions rather than intentions, there are no perfect beings. Anuo and Appo's voice was frigid. To claim she had no desire to strike first would be disingenuous. However, in this apocalyptic world, if one does not maintain rationality in their actions and allows malice to fester, they will inevitably be consumed by their own desires and lose their true selves. Her interactions with Zheng Mingming had largely consisted of verbal exchanges, insufficient to warrant a life being taken. Regarding that vial of zombie blood, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. If it were indeed intended for her, based on the trajectory of Zheng's actions, she would undoubtedly strike again. And when that moment came, Anuo would hold nothing back in eliminating her. Anuo, you will regret this. Shen Yi's face contorted with anger. She had not anticipated Anuo and Appo's refusal to collaborate. Simultaneously, a tinge of jealousy stirred within her, and Anuo could always turn back. But ever since she transformed from an innocent classmate into a zombie, there was no going back for her. Watching Anuo and Appo's retreating figure, a bittersweet smile crossed her lips. In this lawless world, she merely wished to remain true to herself and not lose her way. Moreover, should Zheng Mingming dare to make a move, she would certainly not let her off lightly. As for regret, the mere thought of the word rendered her momentarily dazed, only to be interrupted by Su Xingyang, who had come to find her. Anuo, let us head to the food base. The others will proceed to the Yuebe base. He clapped a hand on her shoulder, his legs having recovered after several days of rest and the enhancement of his abilities. How many people are going to the food base? Anuo inquired. Shen Wu is leading 20 individuals, along with some ability users from among the residents. Although the Shen brothers offered varying prices to the other ability users, many agreed to join the expedition. Regardless of the era, people perish for wealth, and birds die for sustenance. Su Shengyang replied, Will Zheng Mingming be joining us? Anuo pressed. Of course, he responded, somewhat puzzled as to how the conversation had shifted to Zheng Mingming, though it was not surprising for the only healing ability user in their group to accompany them. He had only recently joined Anuo and the others. thus was not fully aware of their prior altercations. Keep an eye on her during the journey. Observe whom she associates with, and Anuo commanded, her gaze sweeping coldly over the women surrounding the military vehicle. Understood. Though confused, Su Xingyang readily agreed. Inside the military vehicle, Zheng Mengmeng and Amp oppose, as plans have been gradually taking shape over the past few days, and today she finally saw an opportunity. Rest assured, I will ensure your task is accomplished, she said to a man with a sharp, monkey-like appearance who leaned closer to her ear. ISN and oppose. It merely dealing with an ability user? That and oppose. That's my specialty. Do not attempt it yourself. Let others handle it. Zheng Mengmeng cautioned, her unease palpable. And Anuo had undoubtedly sensed her unusual behavior, and if she acted first, she feared it would leave incriminating evidence. Trust me, however, once the task is complete, you must fulfill your promise to me. The man leered at Zheng Mengmeng, eyeing her as a charming beauty, relishing the prospect. I will uphold my end after the deed is done. Zheng Mengmeng and Amp oppose. S eyes flickered with disdain as she subtly shifted away. Had she not been desperate for capable allies, she would not have sought the likes of him, bringing unnecessary trouble upon herself. Old Yuan, we are setting off now. Shun Zhen and his team will escort you back to the base. Shun Wu addressed the spirited elder before him with a solemn tone. The distance to the Web-A base was not great, and there would be others awaiting their arrival nearby, ensuring safety. Do not worry, this old man would not encounter any issues. Old Yuan boomed, patting Shun Wu's shoulder. He understood the perilous nature of their expedition to procure food, where one misstep could cost lives. On the base's end, I will coordinate with General Li to ensure those working outside are not toiling in vain. The weight of his words was evident. From the information they had gathered over the past few days, it was clear that the upper echelons of the base were controlled by the military, while beneath them lay various families and newly risen ability users. Since the base was jointly managed, half of the supplies collected were typically hidden away, leaving little for the citizens and soldiers. Thank you, Old Yuan, Shun Wu replied, a smile gracing his face, though his heart felt heavy. When he had departed the base, the power dynamics had already been established. He wondered what factions might form upon his return. To acquire all the food would be akin to slicing the flesh of those in power. He feared that his return would bring about a bloody upheaval. Xiao Bei, stay close to your uncle Shun, and do not lag behind. I will not hinder your desire to save others, but you must act within your means. Old Yuan cautioned the golden-haired youth earnestly. This child had startled them during their last encounter. Later, they learned that Xiao Bei had become separated from them while attempting to save the healing ability user. With this in mind, he felt a twinge of discontent. Despite everything that had transpired, that girl had yet to utter a single word of gratitude. Rest assured, Teacher Yuan, I will take good care of myself, Xiao Bei replied with a smile, his youthful face now radiating maturity and composure. Although he sought no reward for saving others, the complete lack of acknowledgement from that girl left him slightly disgruntled, particularly given the haunting, resentful gaze she had cast his way. Had he not confirmed his vision, he would have thought it a mere illusion. Leave Xiao Bei to me, Teacher Yuan, Shun Wu assured him. Meanwhile, Anuo and Xiao Qingzhou settled Fu and promptly climbed aboard the military vehicle, instantly attracting a multitude of curious gazes. You're missing, are you not? How did you manage to save people amidst the horde of zombies? Yes. I heard that you handled those cannibalistic beasts all by yourself. What were you doing before the apocalypse? The crowd clamored with questions, for prior to this, while they had acknowledged the prowess of these two individuals, they had not yet reached a level of universal admiration. It was only after hearing Xiao Bei and Amp Oppo's impassioned speech about rescuing people from the sea of corpses that their respect was solidified. Aside from these two and the strongest individual in the base, it seemed improbable that anyone could emerge unscathed from such dire circumstances. Thus, their identities were met with skepticism. A university student? Donamp, Appos, theist. One scoffed. My aunt and Amp, Appos, as cousin and Amp, Appos, as uncle and Amp, Appos, as nephew is also a university student, and he has an Amp, Appos, to even dared to kill a chicken since the apocalypse. Chapter 78. the radiance of humanity before the apocalypse. We were merely students, utilizing the unique characteristics of zombies to rescue Xiaobei. Anuo spoke succinctly, withholding the specifics of their methods. Incredible. Just a few days into this apocalypse, and you have become so formidable. Sigh. No need for lamentation. The world has changed. And ultimately, it is the era of the supernatural beings. Once old Yuan returns with the data for further research. It may be possible to discover ways for ordinary individuals to acquire supernatural abilities as well. Hanzi expressed his yearning aloud, desiring to become one of the gifted. If he could become a supernatural being, his family could relocate to Area B, providing his mother with a better life. If everyone possessed abilities, they could vanquish those zombies and return to their former lives. You and Oppos, naive to think it and Oppos. That's that simple, sighed a man beside him, his eyes devoid of light. With the rapid evolution of zombies, how long can humanity survive? Indeed, it is progressing too quickly. A palpable gloom descended upon the group, and the vehicle fell into silence. Anuo observed this scene, her lashes fluttering slightly. The apocalypse is a catastrophe for humankind. Throughout millennia, despite facing various natural disasters, we have continued to thrive in this land. Humanity, though insignificant, possesses strength. I firmly believe that we shall emerge from this calamity. She spoke softly, gazing at everyone in the vehicle, her tone resolute and empowering. This sentiment was not merely a reflection of her thoughts. It was also a preparation for the impending, arduous battle. If the atmosphere was so oppressive before the fight, it would be inevitable to lose lives during the struggle against the zombies. Indeed. Let's confront those monstrosities. A tall, robust man exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Though he lacked formal education, he believed that as long as humanity unites, they would undoubtedly rebuild a new home. Exactly. Think of the first stronghold. Before departing the base, he had single-handedly dispatched hundreds of zombies. Who knows how much stronger he has become now? Yes, with foam around. What is there to fear? The vehicle gradually grew lively as everyone encouraged one another. When foam was mentioned, their eyes sparkled with hope, as if his presence could resolve all issues. And Anuo watched this scene with curiosity, pondering what kind of person foam truly was that inspired such admiration, respect, and longing. Seeing the squad invigorated, Su Xingyang also joined the conversation, subtly inquiring about Feng and Oppos as background. Be cautious of Zheng Mingming. And Anuo leaned closer to Xiao Qingzhou, whispering, her gaze shifting towards the outside with a hint of coldness. She had been keeping an eye on them for the past 2 days, urging Su Xingyang not to fall behind. The man, with his captivating peach blossom eyes, looked at Anuo, his expression still warm and untroubled. He had sensed Zheng Mingming's scrutiny long before and had been on guard. Since you all are present, allow me to join as well. Xiaobei leaped onto the vehicle, beaming at Anuo. For him, everyone in the vehicle was an old acquaintance, which was precisely why Shen Wu had arranged for him to be here. Anuo and her companions possessed formidable combat skills, making them perfect for his protection. Who is this behind you? Anuo inquired, glancing at the man with the sharp chin who had followed Xiaobei, a smile dancing on her lips, though her eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. He is part of this convoy, an ability user we have recruited. Hello, I am Oppos, Sugu. The man, though not conventionally handsome, bore a smile that somehow exuded warmth. He seemed to be a fa of congeniality. Locking eyes with him, Anuo keenly detected a glimmer of shrewdness within. Seated in the front vehicle, Shen Wu commanded, and the convoy gradually departed from the county. This is our destination for today. Xiao Bei produced a map, summoning the group and Oppos' attention. This food base is essentially a warehouse, housing approximately 200 to 300 individuals. Before the apocalypse, it had not only guards but also trainees. The location is in the suburbs, divided into 3 large warehouses. First, there is the outer area where the majority of people are. We will enter from the back of the cafeteria, where there should not be many zombies. Our task is to infiltrate. Infiltrate? With so many zombies, a direct confrontation is impossible, and since my warehouse isn't large, we will only be retrieving supplies from one warehouse. So we only need to take a look and collect the supplies? Yes, at that time, we may need you and Xiao Qingzhou to split up. Xiao Bei's gaze held a hint of apology. I am not very strong, so a portion of the group must remain outside for support. That's fine, and Nuo agreed. Among the ability users in the vehicle, there were only 3, with her and Xiao Qingzhou being the strongest. It was reasonable to assign them to different roles. What about Captain Shen Wu and the others? Hanzi inquired, puzzled as to why Xiao Bei had only assigned them. They will also be responsible for the outer perimeter, but as vanguards, they will scout ahead. With this arrangement, everyone voiced no objections, each preparing their weapons. Anuo gently polished her knife, her gaze icy. Upon returning from the food base, it would likely be a while before they needed to engage in slaughter again. Be cautious. Xiao Qingzhou leaned closer, softly advising. You too. And Nuo nodded. Su Shangyang, having observed their interaction, voiced his dissatisfaction. This is excessive. I am a member of the squad too. Why am I not being reminded? Don't worry, you will be protected while I am outside, and Nuo replied. Su Shangyang stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Had he truly become so weak? Hikuden and Amp, Oppos. T helped but chuckled bitterly. I remember back in the classroom, I was the one who pulled you up. Now I feel like I and Amp, Oppos, been left behind. Without your assistance, there would be no current in Nuo. Su Shangyang was momentarily speechless, but upon reflecting, he realized the truth in her words. We are a team. You safeguard my rear, and I will take care of yours. Yes, we are a team. Su Shangyang flashed a small tiger-tooth smile. The food base lay 2 hours away from Qingbei County, and during that time, the atmosphere within the vehicle surged with tension as everyone prepared themselves. Xiao Bei, hold on to this for me. A tall man pulled out a slightly crumpled but carefully folded piece of paper from his pocket. What is this, Huashan? Xiao Bai Inquilet. Receiving the envelope with confusion. This is a letter I wrote to my wife and daughter. If I die, please help me take it home. Huashan spoke with a bright smile, showing no signs of fear or panic. He had begun preparing for this moment since the day he encountered mutated zombies in City G, not wanting to leave his family without a word. Chapter 79. The Abandoned Granary. What are you saying? We will all return alive. Tears brimmed in Xiao Bei and Oppos' eyes as he lowered his head, refusing to take the envelope. Just take it. Su Xingyang nudged him, his mood also somewhat somber. They were all able to locate their families. Yet he had lost contact with his own after the apocalypse. Where were his elder brother and father now? Had they found him? Or did they still believe he was dead? Yes. This is just a message for home. Once we return safely, we will tear it up. The others laughed in agreement, but their smiles were tinged with bitterness. Despite being the central team members, they were still vulnerable. With so many people around, it was difficult to ensure that none would turn into mutated zombies. All right, I will hold on to it for now. Eventually, Xiao Bei accepted the letter. An air of tension enveloped them. Even the usually composed Anuo could not help but feel its weight. She quietly grasped Xiao Qingzhou and Oppos' large hand, feeling a bit anxious. Don't be afraid. We will all survive. The man's warm and steady voice echoed in her ears, gradually calming her heart. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and through the intercom, Shen Wu instructed everyone to disembark. Everyone, we need to move on foot. The sound of the vehicle is too loud. They were short on manpower, and making too much noise was certainly unwise. But it also meant that the evacuation would be extremely challenging. Shen Wu surveyed the distance with binoculars, frowning. What's wrong? And Nuo approached, sensing an ominous feeling because it was too quiet. There were no zombie roars nearby, nor any signs of danger. The periphery of the grain base revealed nothing. Nothing in sight. Huashan stepped forward, taking the binoculars. Indeed, there were no living creatures, which could only imply 2 things. Either mutated zombies were hiding inside, or Anuo and Oppos' pupils constricted as she again raised the binoculars to look outside. The trees were withered, and there was no sign of mutated plants. Could it be that other teams have passed through here? Su Shengyang inquired. If an ability user team had been here, it would be impossible for it to be so clean. Not even a corpse in sight. Xiao Qingzhou added. Commander, should we go or not? Everyone turned to Shen Wu, awaiting his decision, each one poised for action. They were ready to follow him regardless of life or death. Let's go. Shen Wu gritted his teeth. You and you, Hanzi, take a few people to guard the camp. He pointed out several individuals for Hanzi to stay behind. Although Hanzi wasn't the sharpest, he was reliable for guarding the fort. Missin, you and I will scout ahead. The rest will follow 100 meters behind. All right? Shen Wu looked at Anuo, initially intending to keep someone by Xiao Bei's side, but he hadn't anticipated this situation. The strength of the others was formidable, making them the vanguard, raising their chances of survival. Shen Wu knew this was a reckless decision. Anuo was not a soldier and had no obligation to risk herself for their responsibility. As a powerful ability user, she could survive any situation. Yet, apart from her and Xiao Qingzhou, the rest of the team were relatively weak, and placing them in the front lines would only lead to unnecessary casualties. All right, in the expectant and pleading gazes of the others, Anuo acquiesced, understanding their thoughts. It was clear why Shen Wu chose strong individuals to lead, allowing the weaker ones a chance to survive. She had the capability to retreat unscathed, so she was willing to accept the request. Okay, let us go. Shen Wu called to the others, leading them down the mountain. Watching their figures, Zheng Mingming exchanged a glance with Su Gu. Su Gu subtly nodded, a glimmer of insight crossing his eyes. Shen Ziyuan and Appo's gaze had not strayed from Zheng Mingming. Recently, she had been in contact with that person named Su Gu, which made him anxious and yet helpless. Seeing their interaction now sparked a wild suspicion within him. But that was too outrageous. Moreover, Mingming was so kind-hearted and fond of him. How could that be possible? His expression shifted slightly as he continually reassured himself while catching up to Shen Wu. As a fire ability user, he too had been selected for the vanguard. The group crawled through the underbrush, observing Shen Wu's cautious demeanor. Finally, Huashan, with a flushed face, spoke up. Commander, zombies have no sight, and with my size, I can't hide, can I? He wore a bitter expression, truly feeling out of place due to his towering height of nearly 2 meters standing out among the others. Shen Wu felt a bit awkward, but had to admit that Huashan had a point. Let us quicken our pace and enter through the cafeteria. If everything is clear, signal to those outside. With that, he dashed ahead, leading everyone toward the wall. Anuo's vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, reasoning that such a place could not possibly be devoid of life. Shortly after, they reached the perimeter of the wall, which was quite high, and Huashan stood there. Come on, come what? Shen Ziyuan questioned, perplexed. How do you plan to scale such a high wall? Huashan replied, and immediately everyone understood his implication. Anuo was not interested in forming a human ladder, as she had the ability to ascend on her own. With a slight preparatory jump, she concentrated her power in her legs and leaped over the wall effortlessly. What agility! Shen Wu, Kuden, and Appo's helped but exclaim. Indeed, she was an ability user. Although she was not as powerful as Feng, she had already learned to harness her abilities effectively. Inside, aside from some severed limbs, there was nothing else. Anuo perched on the wall, explaining the situation inside to the others as they climbed up. Be careful, everyone, Shen Wu cautioned. He had not seen such a tranquil place since the apocalypse. If Anuo were aware of his thoughts, she might have given a wry smile. She had seen such tranquility before and had almost paid a price for it. Come, I'll pull you up. She extended her hand, her light brown eyes fixed on Huashan, who remained outside. You pulling me up? Can you handle it? The big man expressed surprise, knowing that even if ability users had good physical condition, it was impossible for someone of his weight to be lifted. But the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Everyone watched as Anuo effortlessly pulled Huashan in as if he were a mere chick. Oh my! Even as he landed, Huashan felt an unreal sensation. You should have seen Missin that day, lifting a whole car. It was so cool. Lifting you is nothing. Someone chuckled, recalling the day they witnessed Anuo clearing zombies on the highway. I admire you. Commander, I cannoned amp. Appo's shake the feeling that something is off here. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere, someone quietly voiced, gripping their weapon even tighter.